Chapter 1: A Stolen Egg. Chirp chirp. Dare on it submit, wretched beast? Bang bang. Boom. In the sky a fierce battle raged between a man and a bird, neither able to gain the upper hand. Below in the grass, Li Qingxuan cautiously observed the scene, holding his breath and daring not to move. Fortunately, the man and the bird were alike in innate spirit struggle, oblivious to the presence of a watcher below. Must not move, absolutely must not move. That man can fly must be at least a foundation establishment expert, and that great bird is equal definitely not to be trifled with. I cannot be discovered with him. Li Qingxuan held his breath, lying flat in the grass, afraid toster. That perceptibility is of cultivators, especially at the seed foundation establishment stage, were formidable. They had developed their spiritual senses. After a while, when the combatants if their battleground, Li Qingxuan cautiously exhaled, quickly crawling away in the opposite direction. Once far from the battlefield, he collapsed onto ground. Phew, that was truly terrifying. This cultivation world is fraught with danger. I cannot linger here. I must hurry back to the market. Li Qingxuan was a transmigrator, having arrived in these world less than half an hour ago. Before his transmigration, he had been an ordinary office worker, merely taking gun up before finding himself in this new life, his soul inhabiting a different body. The original owner of this body was sonum Li Qingxuan, Horfared to himself wandering Qingxuan. Who was sasken later refinement regi cultivator, once a martial arts master in the mundane world, he had stumbled in tough path of cultivation vichency and become a cultivator. Perhaps dueto ijor that challenges faced barogi cultivators, he had misset the primiga for cultivation, but 25 he had gained this opportunity, yet now, at 40, he remained at the second layer of refinement low level. In the secular world, a second layer refinement cultivator commanded respect, Buten Theramoth cultivation, who was American fodder. Thus, he had been living gammon gordneripel, scraping Togather cultivation resources from wealthy families. This time, the wandering Qingxuan had intended to visit Leoyan market to purchase some elixirs, only to be intercepted Bithai's wretched bird longthui. Fortunately, a powerful cultivator engaged in battle with the bird had intervened, allowing Qingxuan to escape before being devoured. Unbeknownst to him, the wandering Qingxuan had perished before Li Qingxuan's arrival. Perhaps upon transmigrating, his body had been automatically restored, for Li Qingxuan found himself unscathed, with a second later refinement still intact. Otherwise, he would have been in a predicament. After a while, Li Qingxuan, recovering from shock, gazed at the distant battle with gritty. The fortune favors bold, since a thought great bird wishes to devour me, it shall not see tetedosti from its nest. The human cultivator was preoccupied with the bird, presenting Li Qingxuan with an excellent opportunity. He put his storage bag, a ficketum of a mentalism to his body, and activated a spiritual nerjus for his memories. Once a energy flowed into the talisman, Li Qingxuan shot forth like an arrow. Bang! Unfortunately, he miscalculated his trajectory and crashed directly into an arbitrary, falling to the ground. And up had it not been for the protective a magic of the talisman, he might have methised in thought collision. Damn, he almost became a fierce transmigrator to the upon arrival. After regaining his composure, Li Qingxuan corrected his direction and charged toward where the great bird had led them. Perhaps the bird, unwilling to fight in its own territory, had drawn the human cultivator away. This was precisely what Li Qingxuan had hoped for, and happenally stumbled upon the great bird's lair. However, he had lost a 3-movement talisman story at this point, causing him considerable distress. Gazing up at the towering tree and thinnest birch among its branches, he found himself at a loss. Nuna could say for certain whether thys was indeed the great bird's nest, or a foter beast lurked within. Given his smallster, climbing up might well lead to his demise. Am I to abandon my vengeance? Would that me and these 3 talismans surrousted? Li Qingxuan felt reluctant, but looking upathinist, he was filled with trepidation, having finally transmigrated into the cultivation world. Despite having become a 40-year-old man, he was still a cultivator. Even if he could not thrive in this realm, he could still find a position in the secular kingdom or become a wealthy merchant. Unbothered Bianyan. A refinement cultivator had to live spin-off 120 years at 40, he still had 8 years to live freely watabun. After all of that time of being ganito 5 worker, what was wrong with enjoying life in this new existence? Bang! Just a shattered to leave, an eggful from thinnest splatter in jitsyok everywhere, the fragrancy of tiguafte through prompting Li Qingxuan to swallow hard. Oh no, my gluttonous instincts are resurfacing again. Wait, run, there is danger above. Ignoring the antising aroma, Li Qingxuan fled without hesitation. Boom! But before he could escape far, another object fell, turning to Luke, who weighs astonish tos a half-meter till chick. Luke's like height, this must bid heave spring of tat great bird. Holden, if there is no great bird around, perhaps I should take you closer, Luke. Dude, it smells so good, I can't resist hattig. Compelled be the resisto but irama, li king suan moved toward theshitaretig, it appeared quite a large above 12 meter in height, although broken, some old condi guite remained within theshil. Without hesitation, hepikidupapasaf teshalin poredtiol kinto his mouth, theric fragrance intensified, melting in his mouth and transforming into stream sofa nerge absorbed be his tension. Is my spiritual nerge increasing? What a treasure, I mistake this back. As the thought crossed his mind, he quickly emptied his medicine apple bottles, pouring out here contents before filling them with the guadiandi oak. He managed to fill 13 bottles, but they were reasonably too small to hold more. Looking at what remained, Li King Suan gulped down a everything left, not sparinja ven therum nansen theground. After all, these waste a valuable source for renyancing is cultivation. Once a finished consuming thig contents, Hune hesitating lay stowed thig shell in his storage bag, spotting Feachik's lifeless body nearby, Heisey slid up. Roasted bird meat is delicious, must eat with him. Fortunately, when he acquired this cultivation opportunity, heresy of Itas officy and larger storage bag otherwise, he would have a struggle to fit everything. After securing Feachik's body, Li King Suan suddenly remembered the danger he had just ignored. Smack! He slapped himself across teeth in frustration, regretting that his grid had led them in toperil, but soon a glimmer of a pespark had within him. If nagrig bird adappered, it me and Thenus twas like a lid of oidefoter beasts. With this thought hottenment, Li King Suan climbed the tree without hesitation, a sacultivator, he swiftly ascended, reaching the edge of the nest. Peering cautiously inside, who was astonished to find bird eggs? His eyes would then dathasike within the nest. Wait, why are ethisosmal, thisholdent? Li King Suan felt a twin job disappointment the previous age had been quite large, but Thesanu was more lithisizo ferregular duckeg not nearly inato satisfying. Never mind, a thief must not be empty-handed, ilta kethaseg. Wait, what's that? In hesi adjournus to inspect the had overlooked their contents in thenest, now Hanata said several gnawed skeletons, remnants of previous victims. A kill run down Li King Suan Spineasha spotted 3 storage bags beside the bones, and gasped. Good heavens, the Sirotha remain soft cultivators, it seems they great bird often prison human cultivators. Lakaimoto have escaped otherwise, I could have become onoftum. However, Li King Suan quickly shifted his focus to the 3 storage bags, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Storage bags, im in luck. The fact that these bags had not been open meant they still contained their treasures. Li King Suan swiftly appeared tuthinist, snatching the 3 bags and securing Themathai's waist. He then returned to the birdig, gripping jitten hishans, but found it impossible to store it in the bag. What's going in, why can't fit thighs into the storage bag? Li King Suan stared in confusion the Guasmalina, Soicholden pianist. Suddenly, a realization struck him and enlightenment dawned on his face. Storage bags cannot contain living creatures. These indicated that the bird within the Guasabato hatch exhibited of life. Without hesitation, Li King Suan stuffed the ginto his clothing gonchwift lit ascended the tree. Onsi on the ground, hectavita themobmentalisman apaketo his body, channeling a spiritual nergita sprint away at full speed. Chapter 2 Cheer Refinement Stage 3. Days later, just outside the city of Dafen, Li King Suan adjusted his satire and strode purposefully towards Qingshuan Temple. Qingshuan Temple was the lair of wandering King Suan and had been constructed by the Alpha family of Synthesida for his benefit. This place was indeed splendid, boasting abundant spiritual energy, seconding to the location of the bird's nest. According to the memory soft wandering Qingshuan, there was a spirit spring thesizofable within the temple. The spiritual energy emanating from it was significant insert hand that off the outside world. Unfortunately, the wandering King Suan could not afford a gather information, leading to much of the energy dissipating. Greetings, immortal master. Greetings, immortal master. Up and entering Qingshuan Temple, several Liangokalites, busy with the Urkors, hurried Libauj upon seeing him. Li King Suan paid themnament, for he had always been Thisway, believing that as a cultivator, he should not be too approachable, lest these common folk take liberties. Moreover, Mustaft Hikalitus Synthetum Paled been sent bethui all the families. Had it not been for the need for resources, the wandering King Suan would have long since dismissed them. The circulitis came here with ulterior motives, hoping to get cultivation techniques from him to elevate their familias to the ranks of cultivators, but they were mistaken. Cultivation was not so easily obtained without spiritual roots, they were doomed to fail. Although wandering King Suan had never tested the spiritual roots, he must possess them to have cultivated tal, their asin had not tested was to tighter quired in spirit stones, a luxury hold no tafford. A saskin layer refinement regi cultivator, earning 50 spirit stones in a year was already quite commendable, spending semanistic canestodist for spiritual roots was an act of ali norogi cultivator would do such a thing. Once it embarks down the path of cultivation, they would not wasti a single source. Returning to his room and confirming that Nune had entered, Li King Suan quickly closed the door. Inside, have followed the memorious in his mind to a secret chamber within the room. Inside that chamber was a spirit spring thesezofabul, accompanied by a meditation mat. Without a moment's hesitation, Li King Suan set himself beside mat to begin his cultivation. Although he had wasted mucho of tinergai from the birdie had consumed desago, some remained within him, providing a perfect opportunity to orphaneth energy. As Li King Suan entered seclusion, the acolytes outside began to stir. News of his return spread rapidly from Qingshuan Temple, reaching Thirsoft Huel the familios in Dafan City. However, upon his return, Li King Suan had immediately entered seclusion, causing Thuy the families who had been waiting for the wandering King Xuan's appearance to grow anxious. Thus, though the families of Dafan City began to bring gift to Qingshuan Temple, unfortunately Li King Suan was deep in seclusion, and no direct to disturb his cultivation. Thought Huel the families warrior, they did not wish to provoke wandering Qingshuan who was known for his ruthless reputation. There had been instances where Simeon had offended him, only to bear do satosh be a single fireable spell. For ordinary folk, the power of such a spell was beyond their capacity to withstand a single fireable could incinerate them instantly. Thus, the wandering King Suan had generated a fearsome reputation. Had not possessed longevity elixirs, they would not have dared to approach Qingshuan Temple. Within the secret chamber, Li King Suan remained unaware of the outside commotion. At that moment, he was diligently practicing Qingdi Chang Chungdong. These ways would attributed cultivation technique. Normally, cultivators at the refinement stage could live for 120 years, but through Qingdi Chang Chungdong, one could extend their lifespan to 150 years. However, this technique was slow to cultivate and required abundant resources. Ifan could train an aspirither gardener of fruitercard, thus be of cultivation would increase significantly. Unfortunately, Li King Suan lacked the means to establish such fields and could not cultivate aspirithers. In addition to extending lifespan, this technique also significantly enhanced unspeakabilities, while other cultivators who failed to establish their foundation by 60 would have an theory after Li Qingshuan, practicing Qingdi Chang Chungdong, only needed to bring a through to foundation establishment stage before 80. If a missed that window, how would lose a theach and sultagather? Upon realizing this, Li King Suan esgo met with happy at 40, still had for tires until with sufficient resources, still had a chance. For the next 12 month, Li King Suan continuous larfanet theremin engineer guy from the Berdig, steadily raising his cultivation level. After a full half month, finally full refined energy within him. In the secret chamber, Li King go pen his expression filled with joy. Ah, refinement stage 3 have an achieved it. At this moment, Li King Suan was ecstatic. The wandering King Suan had spent 50 in a year story at the second layer of refinement, yet the Hodges transmigrate and already broken through to the third layer. It seemed that was indeed more resuited for cultivation. After all, the wandering King Suan was far more cautious of if he had survived, he would never have dared to seek revenge in the great bird's nest, thus missing guten the opportunity as it offered. Recalling the great bird's nest, Li King Suan quickly unfastened the 3 storage bags from his waist. Feeling their weight, he murmured, "I wonder what treasuresly within, let's take a look." These storage bags serio follow grade, not the high qualitionist that required a master to bind them any cultivator could open them. Moreover, even if they were a quality, their owners were deceased, makingatiasi for Li King Suan toxus the contents. Opening the 3 storage bags, heppered out thirkins. His eyes were immediately drawn to the numerous white stones, each the size of them were low-grade spirit stones. The 3 bags contained a total of 83 stones. 83 low-grade spirit stones were required to einfall for Li Qingshuan. This amount was nearly enough to purchase a low-grade magic tool. I used to buy elixirs, it would suffice to elevate him to the 4th layer of refinement. Next, Li King Suan's gaze shifted to the medicinal bottles nearby. Aside from the spirit stones, he was most concerned about elixirs, which were invaluable for enhancing cultivation. There were 7 bottles in total, 3 contained chi refinement pills suitable for the first 3 layers and 15 pills remained. 2 bottles contained 8 nascent chi pills suitable for layers 4 to 6 and 1 bottle held 3 gathering chi pills for the testage of chi refinement. As for the last bottle, it contained high quality healing elixir. After counting the sea elixirs, a glimmer of joy sparkled in Li Qingxuan sees. With the sea elixirs, combined with the resources in Mr. Bag, reaching the 4th layer of chi refinement should be breeze. Hestoat the resources into Mr. Bag in Ternetha Satin Shintathi magic tools. Perhaps the cultivators, like him, had been caught with a great burden and instant their magic tools remained intact. Li Qingxuan gazed at the 5 magic tools, nearly drooling with anticipation. 3 were low-grade magic tools, 2 flying swords and an alchemica furnace, while 2 were mid-grade magic tools, a shield and a rope. After searching thoroughly, Hethan no high-grade tools, which left them feeling somewhat disappointed. Itmadizans thuff many picture refinement experts said high-graded tools, and the owner soft he's a 3 storage bags are not particularly strong, possessing mid-graded tools ways already quite impressive. Alas, one must not be greedy to mid-grade magic tools are more than enough, hee. Low-grade magic tools typically cost between 30 to 100 spirit stones, mid-grade tools rang it from 100 to 300, while high-grade tools were priced from 300 to 500 spirit stones. As for top-tier magic tools, one would be hard-pressed to find them for less than 500 spirit stones. Quickly stowing away the 5 magic tools, Li Qingxuan's gaze fell upon Aberados and ordinary quality spirit herbs. These herbs were deemed ordinary because they real under tenir sauvage. For cultivators, the quality of spirit herbs improved with age, regardless of theory. Herbs I am than tenir skuden lib used to craft elixirs for the 3rd layer of chi refinement. Anything beyond the 'twas nearly impossible. Thought he herbs were not particularly valuable, Li Qingxuan still collecteth them. Next, he examined the refining materials, low-grade BS materials that felt little worth, which Li Qingxuan dismissed without a second glance. Finally, Hekami across talismans, small booklets, and jade slips. There were 13 talismans isade from 2 mid-grade first level talismans, there's 2 low-grade first level talismans. This was quite beneficial, as they could serve as life-saving measures, and Li Qingxuan collecteth them eagerly. Hathan Pikadupajad Slapan preceded against this for it to examine its contents. Basic alchemy techniques? Upon reading the contents, Li Qingxuan could not help but smile. 3rd jade slip contained basic chemical techniques, including methods and insights for refining elixirs, as well as instructions for crafting bigu pill, mu pill, and naki pill. Now under the Ruasan alchemica furnace among the storage bags sitwash because of this basic alchemy technique. Subsequently, he turned the satin shinto 5 small booklets, 3 of which contained cultivation methods. After reviewing them, he found them in Ferrier Tochingdi Chang Chungong and finally focused on he last woe. Chapter 3, The Hatching of a Hatchling. 2 small booklets respectively document the foundational 5 elemental spells and the basic manual for spiritual plant cultivation. The foundational 5 elemental spells enumerate only 5 minor incantations: the Thorn spell, the Rejuvenation spell, the Fireball spell, the Spirit Rain spell, and the Lightness spell. As for the basic manual for spiritual plant cultivation, it elucidates the methods for nurturing spiritual herbs and fruits, although it covers only the fundamentals. It provides clear instructions on how to cultivate spiritual herbs under a century old. Li Qingxian gathered the booklets and began to ponder the contents of his storage pouch. Within it lay a high-grade magical flying sword, a medium-grade magical robe, the Qingdi Changshun Gong cultivation technique, 3 Mia pills, 20 non-grade longevity pills, and 23 spirit stones. These items were the fortuitous rewards from his initial foray into the realm of cultivation. Without them, possessing a high-grade magical artifact in such a remarkable method would have been impossible. Thus, it could be concluded that Li Qingxian possessed a total of 106 spirit stones. While this quantity may not seem substantial, it certainly qualifies as ample for a practitioner at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, should Li Qingxian manage to break through to the 4th level of Qi refinement. These spirit stones could be exchanged for Qi condensation pills, which would undoubtedly facilitate his ascension to the 5th level. After all, during the breakthrough, he would also have Qi gathering pills to aid him. making the transition to the 5th level relatively effortless. Although Qi gathering pills are primarily intended for practitioners at levels 7 to 9, they can still be beneficial for breakthroughs between levels 4 and 6. Ah, the egg. I recall having pilfered an EGG. Li Qingxuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he hastily retrieved a bird egg, roughly the size of a duck egg. Its diminutive size seemed insufficient for sustenance. Yet recognizing that it possessed life, he resolved to raise it as his spirit beast. Contemplating this, Li Qingxian bit his finger and began inscribing certain runes upon the eggshell. A knowledgeable observer would undoubtedly recognize these runes as the master recognition runes. Such an egg is most amenable to recognition. Once it hatches, the first being it perceives will become its kin. Furthermore, with the bond of a master-servant contract, betrayal from the creature is highly unlikely. After establishing the contract with the egg, Li Qingxian began to worry about how to hatch it. After a moment of contemplation, he glanced at the spirit eye before him, which was the size of a bowl, and without hesitation, placed the bird egg within it. Observing the egg floating in the spirit eye, a satisfied nod of approval crossed Li Qingxuan's face. The mother of this bird egg was formidable. At least a second-tier beast, therefore, once it hatched and was nurtured properly, it should prove to be a valuable ally. With this thought, a smile graced Li Qingxuan's visage. Gritting his teeth, he produced 10 spirit stones and placed them around the bird egg. Having completed these arrangements, Li Qingxian rose and headed outside. Now that he had returned, the young acolytes must have already alerted the prominent families in Dafu City, after spending half a month in seclusion. Those influential families would undoubtedly be eager to see him, making it the perfect opportunity to collect from them. As Li Qingxian opened the door, the acolyte stationed outside promptly bowed in greeting. "Greetings, Immortal Master." Li Qingxian nodded and replied, "Rise. Have there been any recent developments?" The acolyte hastily responded, "Return to the Immortal Master. Not far from Qingxian Peak, a monk has established the Nanshan Temple on Nanshan Peak. According to other senior brothers, the monk is also an Immortal Master, and many prominent families from Dafu City have visited the Nanshan Temple. Li Qingxian nodded slightly, remaining silent, since these influential families were reluctant to visit him. At least he could enjoy some peace and quiet. "Has anyone remained behind?" The acolyte quickly answered, "Return to the Immortal Master. Zhang Yuanwai, Jia Yuanwai, and Tai Yuanwai are waiting for you." Li Qingxian nodded in acknowledgement. "Bring them to the main hall." The acolyte promptly nodded and swiftly departed. A subtle smile crept onto Li Qingxuan's lips. A monk had indeed appeared on Nanshan Peak and established a temple. This was rather intriguing. It was likely that the monk's establishment on Nanshan Peak was encouraged by those powerful families in Dafu City. "I hope you do not seek trouble with me. Otherwise, I shall not hold back." As Li Qingxian made his way to the main hall, he reflected on the fact that Qingxian Temple honored the Qingdi, considering he practiced the Qingdi Changqun Gong. Anyone could venerate the Qingdi. Should he attain greater strength in the future, he might very well become the Qingdi himself. Li Qingxian did not worship any idol. Instead, there was merely a tablet inscribed with the words Qingdi. Gazing at this tablet, a smile involuntarily spread across Li Qingxuan's face. The Qingdi Changqun Gong was merely a fragment. Achieving the pinnacle of the golden core stage was already commendable, but venerating the Qingdi seemed excessive. "Ah, well, if that is the case, I shall strive diligently and perhaps one day proclaim myself as the Qingdi, ensuring my journey through the realm of cultivation is not in vain." With this thought, Li Qingxian seated himself upon the meditation cushion, awaiting the arrival of the 3 individuals. In Dafu City, there were numerous influential families. 9 could be counted among the notable ones, yet only 3 remained in the end. Before long, the acolyte returned, leading the 3 elderly gentlemen into the hall. Upon seeing Li Qingxian, the 3 hurriedly bowed in reverence. "Salutations, Immortal Master. May your blessings be everlasting, and may your lifespan rival that of the heavens." Li Qingxuan's lips twitched slightly, bemused by the flamboyant expressions of his predecessor. "Everlasting blessings, lifespan rivaling the heavens. Why not just call me Qingxian, the elder immortal with boundless magical powers?" Yet, as this was the style preferred by his predecessor, Li Qingxian refrained from voicing his thoughts, waving his hand dismissively. No need for formalities. The 3 gentlemen cautiously regarded Li Qingxian before producing jade boxes from within their garments. "Immortal Master, please see, these are the medicinal herbs we have gathered." Li Qingxuan's eyes brightened as he sensed the faint spiritual energy emanating from the jade boxes. With a wave of his hand, the boxes flew towards him, landing before his gaze. Upon opening the jade box, 3 medicinal herbs revealed themselves. The sight of the herbs, a flicker of joy crossed Li Qingxuan's eyes. One of them was a century-old spiritual ginseng. Apart from the ginseng, the other 2 herbs exuded only a faint spiritual aura. According to the standards of the cultivation world, they could only be classified as low-grade spiritual herbs. Li Qingxuan's gaze flickered as he produced 3 jade vials. Tai Lianyun, your spiritual ginseng is of commendable quality. Valued at 5 longevity pills. As for the 2 of you, your offerings lack merit, not even worth a single longevity pill. However, your presence here indicates you have not betrayed me. Take 1 longevity pill each as a reward. Surprise and delight illuminated the faces of Tai Lianyun and the others as they quickly accepted the jade vials, clutching them tightly. Thank you, immortal master. Thank you. Li Qingxian waved his hand, saying, go now and diligently assist in gathering medicinal herbs. The older, the better. Should you find any 1,000-year-old herbs, I shall grant each of your family members with spirit roots a share of celestial fortune. Tai Lianyun and the others were filled with elation. For they had finally received what they desired. The prospect of having a family member become a cultivator was a monumental occasion for them. The difference between ordinary people and cultivators was immense. If even one member of the family became a cultivator, they could elevate their lineage into a cultivating family, far surpassing ordinary families. Thank you, immortal master. Thank you. We shall take our leave now. Li Qingxian waved his hand. Go. Once the 3 departed, Li Qingxian dismissed the acolyte, his face alight with excitement. A century-old spiritual herb. This is a genuine treasure. I shall prosper. Century-old spiritual herbs are classified as second tier and are typically unnecessary for practitioners in the qi refinement phase. Yet they are highly sought after by those in the foundation establishment phase. Consequently, a century-old spiritual herb cannot be acquired for less than 300 spirit stones. As the age of the herb increases by a century, its value rises by 100 spirit stones. 1,000-year-old herbs are even more astounding, with prices starting at 2,000 spirit stones. If Li Qingxian were to sell this century-old spiritual ginseng along with his other resources, it would be entirely possible for him to break through to the pinnacle of the 5th level of qi refinement. Cultivation. I must cultivate. Li Qingxian instructed the acolyte with a few commands before hastily making his way to the secret chamber. Within the chamber, he retrieved a jade vial containing the yolk of the bird egg and consumed it, swiftly refining it within himself. At this time, Li Qingxian refrained from excessive consumption, mindful of waste. 3 months later, Li Qingxuan's aura had grown substantially more potent, yet he still found himself a considerable distance from breaking through to the 4th level of qi refinement. Pausing in his training, he gazed at the bird egg within the spirit eye. His expression filled with excitement. At this moment, numerous cracks had appeared upon the eggshell, indicating the imminent emergence of the chick. Li Qingxian watched the egg intently, fearful of any unforeseen mishaps. Suddenly, a steady stream of spiritual energy flowed into the egg from the spirit eye, which the egg rapidly absorbed. Li Qingxuan's eyes narrowed as he quickly placed 10 spirit stones around the egg. The egg's absorption of spiritual energy accelerated, swiftly depleting the energy within the spirit stones. With growing trepidation, Li Qingxian observed the spirit eye, watching helplessly as the spiritual energy was consumed. The top of the egg was finally breached by the chick, revealing its head upon seeing the emerging chick. Li Qingxuan's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, "What in the world is this?" Chapter 4. The marvelous duckling. The head protruding from the eggshell bore no resemblance to that of a large bird. Rather, it was strikingly similar to that of a duck from his past life. Li Qingxian stared in a daze at the duckling's head, a peculiar expression gracing his features, given its presence in a large bird's nest. It must surely be no ordinary duck, right? Quack, quack, quack. Li Qingxuan's expression froze. The sound was unmistakably that of a duckling. Crack, crack, crack. The eggshell shattered completely, revealing a tiny yellow duckling, its adorable eyes cautiously surveying its surroundings. Quack, quack, quack. Li Qingxuan's hopes dwindled. He relinquished any expectations. Nevertheless, as it had already been bound to him as a spirit beast, he decided to keep it. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly Li Qingxian was astonished to witness the tiny duckling pecking at its own eggshell. And before long, it entirely consumed the shell. Remarkably, the little yellow duckling's body did not grow in size, yet its downy feathers began to shine increasingly brightly. Quack, quack, quack. After consuming the eggshell, the little yellow duck raised its small head and gazed affectionately at Li Qingxian. Its eyes brimming with warmth. Quack, quack, quack. Li Qingxian could not help but smile. After all, it was merely a little yellow duck, and yet it appeared to possess extraordinary qualities. Even before its birth, it had drained its spiritual eyes completely. Henceforth, I shall call you Little Yellow Duck, and we shall fight side by side. With that, he extended his hand and retrieved the little duck from the withered spiritual eye. The little yellow duck showed no sign of fear. Instead, it affectionately nuzzled against his finger. A smile graced Li Qingxuan's face as he gently patted the little duck's head. Come, let us go out to play. Having said that, he took the little yellow duck and headed outside. As they exited the room, a Taoist disciple stationed outside cautiously looked at Li Qingxian and bowed respectfully. Greetings, master. Li Qingxian paid him no heed and brought the little yellow duck to the courtyard. Placing it on the ground, "This is my spiritual beast. You all should take care." This statement was directed at the disciple, for he wished to ensure the little yellow duck's safety. However, he had forgotten that, despite its small stature, the little yellow duck was still a demon beast, not something an ordinary person could provoke. The disciple quickly glanced at the little yellow duck and replied earnestly, "Yes, master." Li Qingxian furrowed his brow slightly and said, "Go prepare the meals. It has been quite some time since I last ate." "Yes, master." The disciple dared not delay and swiftly departed. It was not that Li Qingxian had been fasting, rather, he possessed fasting pills. Though his supply was dwindling, with the wealth of a wandering sage, he could only afford the lowest grade of fasting pills, which could sustain him for 3 days, yet he could purchase them in abundance. One spirit stone could buy 30 fasting pills. While they did not enhance cultivation, they were convenient to use, particularly during seclusion. A single fasting pill could last for 3 days, which was quite advantageous. Once the disciple left, the little yellow duck looked up at Li Qingxian and affectionately nudged his finger. Li Qingxian chuckled, "All right, go play, but stay within the courtyard and do not wander too far." With that, he gently placed the little yellow duck on the ground. Quack, quack, quack. The little yellow duck happily quacked and began to waddle slowly toward a patch of grass not far away. Li Qingxian hurriedly followed, anxious that the little creature might fall. Yet, the little yellow duck was far from fragile. It began to trot around the courtyard with surprising vigor. Li Qingxian couldn't help but chuckle. "Slow down, don't fall." As if understanding his words, the little yellow duck glanced back at him before swiftly darting behind several blades of grass. Li Qingxian smiled, bemused by the little one's antics. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed in astonishment as he noticed several blades of grass rapidly growing. To his shock, in mere moments, the grass had reached a height of nearly a person. Rushing over, he discovered the little yellow duck wobbling back into view. It hurried towards the grass, and upon seeing the droppings at the roots, Li Qingxian's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that the little yellow duck's droppings could promote plant growth? What about spiritual herbs? With this thought, Li Qingxian felt a surge of excitement. He then looked toward the little yellow duck, joy dancing in his eyes. Grabbing the little creature, he gently patted its head and said, "You mustn't relieve yourself anywhere. I will designate a special spot for you to do so." "Understood," though the little yellow duck seemed puzzled. It nodded in comprehension. Li Qingxian pondered that it was essential to find a proper spot for the little yellow duck to relieve itself, as its droppings could accelerate the growth of plants. He wanted to experiment further, but without the little yellow duck doing its business, he had no means to proceed. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "Little yellow duck, do you eat this?" He gestured to the corpse of a large chick that lay nearby. Thanks to its storage pouch, the chick's body had undergone no changes, and its energy remained intact. Quack, quack, quack. The little yellow duck's eyes lit up as it darted toward the chick, pecking eagerly at the carcass. A delightful chunk of chick meat was quickly torn away and swallowed whole. Li Qingxian quickly rummaged through his storage pouch and soon found a rooted spiritual mushroom. Carefully, he planted the mushroom in a nearby patch of grass and addressed the little yellow duck. "This is where you can do your business, understand?" The little duck looked at the mushroom, its eyes gleaming with excitement, and dashed toward it, pecking eagerly. Fortunately, Li Qingxian swiftly caught it. "You can't eat this. It has greater value. If you're still hungry, I have something better for you." He produced some spiritual herbs that had been delivered earlier and fed them to the little yellow duck. Its eyes brightened, and it devoured them with great enthusiasm. Li Qingxian, feeling resigned, stored the chick's corpse and watched as the little yellow duck feasted on the spiritual herbs. At that moment, the voice of the Taoist disciple echoed from outside. "Master, the meals are ready." Li Qingxian replied, "Bring them in and place them on the table in the courtyard." "Yes, master." The disciple quickly entered, placing the food on the table and standing respectfully to the side. Li Qingxian waved his hand. "You may leave, your presence is not required here." The disciple hurriedly bowed and exited the courtyard. Li Qingxian gestured to close the courtyard door and, glancing at the little yellow duck, paid it no further mind. He turned to the table and began to eat. The food would replenish his energy, a necessity at intervals. Meanwhile, the little yellow duck hurried back to the patch of spiritual mushrooms. Li Qingxian's gaze followed. Observing that the mushroom he had previously given had been reduced to half its size, this little creature was quite the eater, and its digestion appeared robust. However, feeding it spiritual herbs proved challenging. Before long, the little yellow duck emerged, glanced at Li Qingxian, then at the remaining half of the mushroom, and rushed back to finish it off. Li Qingxian, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "Little yellow duck, I have something delicious for you." Would you like to try it? The little yellow duck looked at him and waddled over, tilting its head in inquiry. Li Qingxian offered it a piece of cooked meat, but the little duck promptly shook its head in disdain. Rolling its eyes, quack, 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 Li Qingxian understood then that this little creature had no interest in cooked meat. It made sense. While the meat was satisfying for him, it lacked the energy the little duck sought. He stroked its small head, chuckling, "Since you do not fancy this, go ahead and eat the spiritual mushrooms." The little yellow duck nodded eagerly and dashed back toward the half-eaten mushroom. Li Qingxian, losing interest in his meal, approached the mushroom he had planted. Upon seeing it, he was taken aback. "What? This cannot be true. I recall planting a 10-year-old mushroom, and its spiritual energy was quite ordinary, wasn't it? Yet now, after just a single droppings from the little yellow duck, it had transformed into a 20-year-old mushroom. Moreover, the spiritual energy seemed significantly denser." Chapter 5. The century-old mushroom. If the previous mushroom was worth a single spirit stone, then this one was surely worth at least 3. What a tremendous profit! Li Qingxian glanced at the little yellow duck, his delight intensifying. Suppressing his excitement, he resumed his meal at the stone table nearby. He harbored no aversion to the droppings he had just witnessed. To him, they were not mere waste but rather high-quality fertilizer, a treasure trove of spirit stones. Once sated, Li Qingxian called out, "Zhang Liang, come in and clear the dishes." The Taoist disciple promptly entered, casting an envious glance at the little yellow duck feasting on the spiritual mushroom. After quickly clearing the dishes, the disciple departed. The little yellow duck finished its meal and lay down on the ground, drifting into a deep sleep. Li Qingxian paid it no mind, instead contemplating his next steps. Li Qingxian had no intention of staying at Qingxian Temple any longer. Memories of the wandering sage flashed through his mind. With the little yellow duck by his side, he would never lack for cultivation resources. The Qingdi Changchun technique could elevate him to the pinnacle of Jindan, and he was not short of cultivation methods. Therefore, it was imperative to find a place rich in spiritual energy where he could hide and cultivate. A location sprang to mind, one abundant in spiritual energy but inhabited by demon beasts. The wandering sage had explored that place thrice and had confirmed the strength of its resident beast. Known as the spotted python, it was a mid-tier first-grade demon beast, not a full Li Qingxian could contend with at present. However, that location was exceptionally concealed and ideal for him to lay low and cultivate. As he pondered, the voice of the Taoist disciple broke through his thoughts. "Master, the abbot of Nanshan Temple requests an audience." Li Qingxian furrowed his brow, unsure of the monk's intentions. It seemed likely that the visitor bore ill tidings. "Invite him to the main hall. I shall arrive shortly." The disciple quickly responded, "Yes, master." Li Qingxian tucked the little yellow duck into his robe, as he lacked a spiritual beast pouch, and thankfully, the little creature was small enough to remain concealed. After preparing, he made his way to the main hall of Qingxian Temple. Inside the hall, Li Qingxian regarded the old monk with a bemused smile, remaining silent. The old monk, upon witnessing Li Qingxuan's cultivation, was filled with a grave expression. Initially, he had presumed Li Qingxian to be merely a fledgling at the second layer of qi training, yet he was astonished to discover that their levels of cultivation were indeed comparable. Moreover, judging by the aura emanating from Li Qingxian, it was evident that this was not a recent breakthrough. Having encountered Taoist Qingxian, this humble monk has come uninvited. "I hope you can forgive me," he stated. Li Qingxian gently shook his head and replied, "Master's presence graces my humble abode. I naturally welcome you. However, I am curious to know what brings you here." The old monk hastily responded, "Taoist, I have no other intentions in coming here. I merely wish to meet my neighbor. Perhaps in the future, we may support one another." Both men were exceedingly courteous, each addressing the other with titles of respect, one as master and the other as Taoist. They referred to themselves as this humble monk or this humble Taoist, yet both understood that this was merely superficial politeness. Since the old monk established Nanshan Temple, the rivalry between them had commenced. The resources surrounding Dafan City were limited, and no one wished to share with another. The arrival of the old monk signified a potential reduction in Li Qingxuan's interests, inevitably leading to their adversarial stance. If one party's cultivation were to falter, the other would undoubtedly seek to eliminate them. Presently, their strengths were nearly equal, and neither was assured of overpowering the other, thus they could only engage in pretense. Li Qingxian smiled and said, "Oh, if that is the case, please take a seat, and child, serve some tea." The old monk quickly interjected, "Taoist, please hold on. I would rather forego the tea. How about we trade some resources?" He then produced a nascent spirit fruit, stating, "This can enhance one's cultivation to the third layer of qi. What do you deem its value to be?" Li Qingxian examined the nascent spirit fruit. Shaking his head slightly, "The nascent spirit fruit pales in comparison to the nascent spirit pill. However, it is still quite valuable. Would you accept 2 spirit stones for it?" While the fruit was not as potent as the pill, It was needed for his little yellow duck, serving as sustenance. Though the nascent spirit fruit was worth 3 spirit stones, its transformation into a nascent spirit pill would significantly increase its value. Each nascent spirit pill was worth 1 spirit stone, and a single nascent spirit fruit could yield 2 pills, ensuring no loss if the success rate exceeded 20%. The alchemist's trade was indeed a lucrative endeavor. The old monk shook his head slightly. Friend, your price is too low. How about 2.5 spirit stones? I have 10 nascent spirit fruits here, and I can offer them all to you. Li Qingxian hesitated for a moment before nodding. Very well, it is settled. With the transaction confirmed, the old monk produced 10 nascent spirit fruits, and upon seeing Li Qingxian present 25 spirit stones, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. After handing the fruits to Li Qingxian, the old monk smiled and said, "A pleasant cooperation." Li Qingxian nodded in agreement. Indeed, a pleasant cooperation. I look forward to collaborating with you again, master. The old monk acknowledged. Then I shall take my leave. If you have time in the future, I invite you to visit Nanshan Temple. Li Qingxian replied with a slight nod. Rest assured, I shall make the visit. After the old monk departed, he had gathered insight into Li Qingxuan's cultivation. The transaction had merely been a convenient pretext. However, he dared not act against Li Qingxian lightly. Henceforth, the question now was who would break through to the 4th layer of qi first. In truth, Li Qingxian had no desire to engage in a drawn-out struggle with him. With the little yellow duck around, there was no necessity to contend fiercely with the old monk. Upon returning to his small courtyard, the incessant chirping of the little yellow duck drew his attention. Curiously, he took it from his embrace and placed it on the ground, where it eagerly dashed towards the spirit mushroom. Li Qingxian couldn't help but smile. It seemed the spirit mushroom was about to gain some years in vitality. Sure enough, as the little yellow duck emerged from the thicket, Li Qingxian noticed that the surrounding spiritual energy had become significantly denser. This realization dawned upon him. He could no longer remain in this place. His cultivation of the Qingdi Changchun Gong required a medicinal herb garden to enhance his progress, while the bustling atmosphere of Qingxian Temple was ill-suited for his training. Approaching the spirit mushroom, he noted its age had increased to 30 years, yet its spiritual energy rivaled that of a 40-year-old specimen. Li Qingxuan's smile broadened. Within just one day, the mushroom had transformed from a 10-year specimen to one of 30 years, an extraordinary gain. A 10-year spirit mushroom, even with its spiritual essence, was valued at 10 spirit stones, while a 20-year specimen commanded 20 spirit stones, and so forth. Should it reach 50 years, its worth would escalate considerably. However, finding sustenance for the little yellow duck posed a challenge. The 20-year spirit mushroom had been consumed within a day. What a little glutton! Yet, having devoured a 20-year spirit mushroom, it was now supplemented with a 30-year variety. And its spiritual essence was richer than that of an ordinary 30-year spirit mushroom. This transaction was undoubtedly profitable. Nevertheless, to sustain this little creature, an array of medicinal herbs and fruits would be necessary in the future. Little one, when you're hungry, chirp 5 times. When you need to relieve yourself, chirp twice. Do you understand? The little yellow duck gazed at Li Qingxian in confusion before finally nodding, seemingly comprehending. After tending to the little yellow duck, Li Qingxian retrieved the spirit mushroom and returned to his secluded chamber to resume his cultivation. As for the spirit mushroom, he planted it in the already abandoned spirit vein. After all, it was a spirit vein. And even if its energy had been depleted, cultivating medicinal herbs there would yield far superior results compared to other locations. To ensure the little creature wouldn't go hungry, he placed the remaining chick corpses beside him. The little yellow duck would feed on them when it grew hungry. As for the spirit mushroom, the little yellow duck was quite fastidious. It wouldn't deign to consume a mushroom that had been nurtured by its own droppings. Li Qingxian had exhausted the egg yolk and egg white. For this round of cultivation, he relied on barley pills. He still had 18 of these pills, and even if he consumed one every 3 days, he could continue cultivating for 54 days, nearly 2 months. On the 5th day of his cultivation, Li Qingxian awoke, the first thing on his mind being to check on the little yellow duck. Sighing in relief upon confirming that the chick corpses had not been entirely consumed, he felt reassured. This little creature was his fortune. He could not allow anything to happen to it. His gaze shifted to the spirit mushroom, and delight flickered in his eyes. In just 5 days, the spirit mushroom had undergone a transformation. Its age had now reached 100 years. However, in terms of spiritual energy, it was undoubtedly superior to that of a century-old specimen. Li Qingxuan's astonishment grew as he gently caressed the spirit mushroom, murmuring to himself, surely only those spirit mushrooms produced by the spiritual veins of major sects possess such vitality. What a tremendous windfall! Previously, 100-year ginseng was worth 100 spirit stones, yet this spirit mushroom would fetch a price of at least 200 spirit stones. The mere thought of acquiring several hundred spirit stones sent a thrill through Li Qingxian. Without hesitation, he unearthed the spirit mushroom and buried the 100-year ginseng in its place. Since ginseng was essentially a root, there was no need for concern. He was eager to see if he could enhance the ginseng's spiritual essence. If successful, its value would multiply. Chapter 6. Cultivating medicinal herbs. Aspiring towards Zhao Yuntai. After properly planting the ginseng, Li Qingxian glanced at the chick corpses, frowning slightly. The corpses were not suitable for long-term storage and had begun to deteriorate. Observing the pitiful little yellow duck, he retrieved a 20-year spirit herb and placed it before it. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little yellow duck joyfully rushed forward, eagerly devouring the spirit herb. Li Qingxian couldn't help but chuckle. While raising the little yellow duck was no easy task, the value it produced was substantial. A 20-year spirit herb, based on its spiritual essence, could be valued between 20 to 30 spirit stones. Though it was not as potent as the essence cultivated from the little yellow duck's droppings, the little yellow duck would need to relieve itself twice after consuming a 20-year spirit herb. Each time increasing the herb's age by 10 years. It could grow a new 20-year spirit herb from nothing, and its spiritual essence was exceptionally rich, thus naturally commanding a higher value. If one were to use the little yellow duck's droppings to cultivate a seed into a 100-year spirit herb, it would require 5 20-year spirit herbs. 25 spirit stones each. That would amount to 125 spirit stones, while a 100-year spirit herb would be worth at least 300 spirit stones. Calculating the potential profits, it was evident that cultivating a 100-year spirit herb would yield substantial gains. Moreover, with spirit herbs and spirit stones in hand, he could elevate himself to the rank of alchemist, reaping even greater rewards. With these thoughts in mind, Li Qingxian felt a surge of excitement as he retrieved 5 20-year spirit herbs and placed them in a jade box. Little one, I shall begin my cultivation now. When you're hungry, help yourself, but remember to close the jade box once you're full. Also, relieve yourself over there. Do you remember? The little yellow duck looked at the jade box, then at the withered spirit vein, and nodded. Though it didn't understand why Li Qingxian insisted on sitting in one place, it was unconcerned, content to play on its own. After completing these tasks, Li Qingxian resumed his meditation. He swallowed a barley pill, and the Qingdi Changchun Gong circulated within him, swiftly refining the medicinal power of the pills. The little yellow duck busied itself, eventually lying down beside Li Qingxian and falling into a deep slumber. It would wait to eat, then play, indulging in whatever brought it joy. For relieving itself by the withered spirit vein, the little yellow duck followed suit without understanding Li Qingxuan's intentions. After another 5 days, Li Qingxian awakened once more. In this span, he had refined 2 barley pills, significantly enhancing his cultivation. Glancing at the little yellow duck, which was still sound asleep beside him, a smile of contentment spread across his face. This little creature was quite amiable, not overly clingy, and rather well behaved. His gaze shifted to the ginseng, and surprise illuminated his expression. Could it be? 150-year ginseng? He gazed incredulously at the ginseng, which had indeed transformed into a 150-year specimen, and its spiritual essence rivaled that of a 200-year spirit herb. The ginseng of 150 years possesses a spiritual aura that rivals that of a 200-year-old ginseng, and its value undoubtedly exceeds 350 spirit stones. Li Qingxian hastily glanced at the little yellow duck, ensuring the little creature was unharmed, before bursting into hearty laughter. Ha! What a windfall! Shall we pay a visit to the market first? Contemplating a trip to the market, Li Qingxian realized that with just 2 century-old spiritual herbs, he could amass a significant fortune. With such an abundance of spirit stones, coupled with the others he possessed, he could purchase elixirs to elevate his cultivation to the 6th layer of qi refinement. However, he soon dismissed this notion. Although it was an enticing idea, he had just recently broken through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement. If word got out that he harbored such wealth, it would likely attract the attention of greedy individuals. Cultivating immortality is inherently an act against the heavens. Those who seek to ascend often resort to any means necessary to enhance their cultivation. After all, 2-century-old spiritual herbs would surely tempt even foundation-building experts. Li Qingxian gently patted the little yellow duck, which flipped onto its back, cocked its head to observe him, and nuzzled his fingers with its beak. Little one, have you leveled up? At that moment, he discovered that the little yellow duck had already become a first-tier early-stage demon beast. However, the aura it emitted was not that of a demon beast, but rather a pure and ethereal energy. Spirit beast. These 2 words flashed in his mind. Spirit beasts differ from demon beasts, The energy within spirit beasts is pure and harmonious with humanity, and many cultivators form equal contracts with spirit beasts. In contrast, demon beasts are notorious for their hostility towards humans, often resulting in master-servant contracts when captured. Spirit beasts are rare and possess boundless potential. It seemed that the little yellow duck's future accomplishments would be limitless. As for his own innate spiritual root talent, Li Qingxian was uncertain, but with the little yellow duck by his side, his future prospects appeared promising. He glanced into his storage bag and noticed that the supplies to nurture the little yellow duck were dwindling. After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved a barley elixir and placed it beside the little yellow duck. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little yellow duck looked at Li Qingxian with a puzzled expression. Li Qingxian chuckled. Why not give this a try? The little yellow duck tilted its head, seemingly indifferent to the barley elixir. Li Qingxian sighed softly. It seemed a trip to the market was inevitable. All right, little one, just wait a moment. With that, he quickly took out the last 3 herbs and set them aside. Here you go, this is your food for the next 3 days, so savor it. After saying this, he swiftly planted a 10-year-old yellow essence herb with roots into the desiccated spiritual eye. Having completed these tasks, Li Qingxian consumed the barley elixir and settled onto a mat to begin his cultivation. The little yellow duck glanced at the newly planted herbs in the spiritual eye, then looked at the herbs in its jade box, before curling up beside the box and falling into a deep slumber. 3 days later, Li Qingxian completed his cultivation, opened his eyes, and cast his gaze towards the desiccated spiritual eye. Hey, not bad, a 70-year-old herb. Upon seeing the yellow essence inside, a gleam flashed in Li Qingxian's eyes. Herbs that have reached 50 years or more can be refined into high-grade elixirs, thus a 50-year herb is valued at over 60 spirit stones. A 60-year herb is worth over 80 spirit stones, so this 70-year herb is undoubtedly worth over 100 spirit stones. Currently, Li Qingxian was only at the 3rd layer of qi refinement, making it feasible for him to possess a 70-year herb. However, if he acquired one exceeding 100 years, it could lead to dire consequences. After securing the 70-year herb, Li Qingxian affectionately stroked the little yellow duck's head. With this 70-year yellow essence, he was just in time to visit the market and procure some food for the little yellow duck. Let us go. We shall first visit the Xiao Yantai market to buy you some provisions. The Xiao Yantai market was the closest to Qingxian Temple, albeit a modest one, founded by a cultivator at the 6th layer of qi refinement, thus it could only be deemed a low-level loose cultivator market. Although the market had shops selling elixirs and magical artifacts, they were small, and the products were predominantly of mediocre quality, with high-grade items being a rare occurrence for Li Qingxian, who was only at the 3rd layer of qi refinement. The Xiao Yantai market was perfectly suitable, as no one would regard a loose cultivator from such a market with any esteem. If the market were too grand, it would be unwise for him to venture there, as it would likely be rife with thieves. Chapter 7. Cultivating spiritual herbs. The South Mountain Thief's spiritual eye. Li Qingxian did not rush to the Xiao Yantai market, as a 70-year herb was insufficient for him to acquire a significant quantity of herbs. Thus, he examined the 13 herbs in his storage bag and placed a 30-year herb in the little yellow duck's jade box. As soon as the 30-year herb was set down, the little yellow duck dashed over. Li Qingxian quickly located a 40-year herb with roots and planted it in the desiccated spiritual eye. Just as he finished planting, he noticed that the 30-year herb had already been consumed by a third. The little yellow duck paused, glanced at Li Qingxian, and without hesitation, rushed towards the spiritual eye to relieve itself. Li Qingxian turned his head, casually observing out of the corner of his eye as the 40-year herb rapidly grew, a faint smile gracing his lips. A 50-year herb. The 40-year herb had matured into a 50-year one, its aura far surpassing that of an ordinary 50-year herb, nearly rivaling that of a 60-year herb. After the little yellow duck emerged and settled down to take a nap not far away, Li Qingxian swiftly harvested the herb while ensuring to leave the roots intact. He was eager to experiment with whether the roots alone could facilitate the growth of more herbs. When the little yellow duck awoke, half a day had passed. Li Qingxian, driven by impatience to discover the outcome, chose not to cultivate or even focus on his practice, watching the little yellow duck eagerly devour the 30-year herb. He felt a surge of anticipation. Before long, only a little over 3/10 of the 30-year herb remained, and the little yellow duck halted its feast, hastily scurrying back to the desiccated spiritual eye. As the little yellow duck relieved itself, new herbs sprouted from the roots left behind, instantly reaching a 10-year maturity. Li Qingxian's heart swelled with joy. If this continued, he would possess a seemingly endless supply of herbs. Seeds of spiritual herbs are difficult to procure, as they are largely monopolized by major factions, rendering it nearly impossible for loose cultivators and smaller sects to acquire them. As for spiritual planters, They merely oversee the cultivation of spiritual plants, potentially increasing yield but not accelerating maturity. As long as the roots remain, the little yellow duck's droppings could ensure a continuous supply of herbs. Henceforth, he would no longer lack for spiritual herbs. After finishing its business, the little yellow duck scampered over to play with Li Qingxian for a while before returning to its jade box for a nap. Li Qingxian carefully observed the herbs in the desiccated spiritual eye, his face radiating ecstatic delight. Splendid, it appears that the little one will require a day and a half to consume a 30-year herb. Which is excellent news. Now, I possess a 50-year herb and a 70-year herb in my hands. With a few more cultivations, I can finally venture to the Xiao Yantai market. In the following days, Li Qingxian continued his observations to ascertain the little yellow duck's feeding habits. The 20-year herb needed to be consumed within a day, resulting in 2 droppings. The 30-year herb required a day and a half, with 3 droppings, and the 40-year herb took 2 days, yielding 4 droppings. As for the 50-year herb, he did not yet possess one, so he could not conduct a trial. Regarding the spirit fruit, the little yellow duck could consume 5 in one sitting, leading to 1 dropping, which was manageable. After 3.5 days, the herbs in the spiritual eye matured into a 50-year herb and a 30-year herb. Li Qingxian had amassed a substantial quantity of herbs, 1 70-year herb, 2 50-year herbs, and 1 30-year herb. Furthermore, he could cultivate more while en route to the Xiao Yantai market, thus maximizing his profits. Little one, your provisions are running low. This time, we shall head to the market to stock up on supplies. With that, he scooped up the little yellow duck and tucked it into his embrace, striding purposefully out of Qingxian Temple. He did not inform anyone of his departure. After all, he was the master of Qingxian Temple and a cultivator. Little did Li Qingxian know that shortly after he left the temple, several carrier pigeons soared from within, heading in a singular direction, the South Mountain Temple. The South Mountain Temple. A few young monks were playing when they spotted the sudden arrival of the carrier pigeons. Hastily rushing to the back courtyard. In the back courtyard, the monk of South Mountain was in meditation. Upon hearing the report from the young monks, he instantly sprang to his feet. Has Qingxian finally departed from the temple? I have awaited this opportunity for far too long. With that, the South Mountain monk instructed several young monks to keep watch over the temple and swiftly made his way outside. Shortly after leaving the South Mountain Temple, he affixed a talisman of swift travel to himself, racing towards Qingxian Temple. The South Mountain master arrived at Qingxian Temple with remarkable speed, and several young disciples rushed out to greet him. The other disciples did not intervene but pretended not to notice. After all, they were merely ordinary individuals, unable to obstruct cultivators. Moreover, as long as they cleaned up before Qingxian returned, who would know the South Mountain master had been there? Upon entering Qingxian Temple, the South Mountain master quickly roamed around, soon locating the area suffused with rich spiritual energy. Where is this? The South Mountain master surveyed a small courtyard and inquired of a nearby disciple. The disciple promptly replied, Master, this is the place where Master Qingxian cultivates. Upon returning to Qingxian Temple, he will always remain here. The South Mountain master's eyes brightened, and he eagerly pushed open the courtyard door. Stepping inside, upon entering the small courtyard, the South Mountain master couldn't help but smile. Guided by the intensity of the spiritual energy, he directly arrived outside the secret chamber where Li Qingxian was in seclusion. This is it, the South Mountain master's heart raced as he swiftly began searching for the entrance to the secret chamber, for to cultivators like them, places of seclusion were exceedingly well guarded. The abode of the Qingxian for cultivation must surely be akin to this. It requires meticulous searching. Soon Master Nanshan opened the secret chamber, and a dense aura of spiritual energy surged forth to greet him. Without hesitation, he stepped inside, where he beheld the spiritual eye at the chamber's center, igniting a surge of excitement within him. He hastily approached the spiritual eye, but upon observing its condition, his expression darkened. The spiritual eye here had withered, completely devoid of spiritual energy, leaving Master Nanshan's heart in despair. In truth, the Buddhist path of cultivation can harness the power of faith. Master Nanshan established Nanshan Temple to garner the faith of the people of Dafu City. However, faith cannot be directly absorbed or refined, it requires a vessel, and that vessel is the spiritual eye. His reason for coming here was the presence of a spiritual eye at Qingxian Temple. Yet now, it appeared that the spiritual eye had run dry, rendering it utterly useless. Though he had found the spiritual eye, a withered one was of no use to him, driving Master Nanshan to the brink of madness. He could not accept the reality of the spiritual eye's depletion at Qingxian Temple, as it directly impacted his future path to immortality, forcing himself to suppress the fury swelling within. He cast one last glance at the desiccated eye, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. After a brief moment, Master Nanshan retrieved a jade box and, performing a series of hand seals, absorbed the spiritual eye into it. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Finding his spiritual eye was exceedingly difficult, and he could only hope it might still serve a purpose. Once he regained his composure, a bitter glimmer crossed his eyes. He was left with no choice but to utilize this withered spiritual eye, uncertain of its efficacy. Having secured the spiritual eye, Master Nanshan hastily departed Qingxuan Temple, making his way toward Nanshan Temple. Just as he left, several young acolytes entered, intent on restoring all items to their previous state. Upon entering the Ajar secret chamber, a chill gripped their hearts, and they fled without hesitation, exchanging fearful glances. They were filled with trepidation. What shall we do? How will we explain this to Qingxuan SNRN upon his return? We must run. We cannot remain here. Indeed, it is best to flee quickly. Qingxuan SNRN is not one to be trifled with. That cursed bald donkey Nanshan has severed our celestial opportunities. They had come here as acolytes in hopes of one day becoming disciples of Qingxuan SNRN. After all, Qingxuan SNRN had been here for so long, and his demeanor had gradually softened. If they exerted themselves a little more, they surely had a chance to be accepted as his students. Now, however, that bald donkey had created such a significant breach in the place where Qingxuan SNRN secluded himself. They were convinced that Nanshan had not acted without reason. Something of great value must have been taken away by him. Upon Qingxuan SNRN's return, they would undoubtedly have no explanation to offer. That was a treasure of Qingxuan SNRN. And they would likely have to pay with their lives. After a brief discussion, the young acolytes left Qingxuan Temple without hesitation, heading towards Dafu City. Chapter 8, the Xiao Yuntai Market. Standing outside the Xiao Yuntai Market, Li Qingxuan gazed at the cluster of houses comprising the market, and his lips involuntarily twitched. Were it not for the rich spiritual energy within the market, he might have believed he had come to the wrong place. Indeed, the founder of Xiao Yuntai Market was merely at the 6th level of qi refining. Should the market grow larger, he might lack the ability to safeguard it. As Li Qingxuan entered the market, he observed the scattered cultivators without much concern. Such was the nature of Xiao Yuntai Market. Many cultivators only appeared when they sought to purchase resources. He made his way to the herbal shop. Navigating it with ease, the shopkeeper, upon seeing Li Qingxuan, greeted him with a smile. It is you, Taoist Qingxuan. What brings you here today? Are you looking to part with something? Li Qingxuan smiled in response. Taoist JNLI, I have a 70-year-old spiritual herb, with a concentration of spiritual energy reaching 75 years. Please take a look. As he spoke, he patted his storage pouch, and a jade box materialized before the shopkeeper. JNLI. Upon examining the spiritual energy emanating from the jade box, JNLI realized Li Qingxuan spoke the truth. He quickly opened the box, retrieving the herb and inspecting it closely, his face lighting up with delight. Indeed, this is a 70-year-old spiritual herb, and its energy has indeed reached 75 years, based on market value. I can offer you 110 spirit stones. What do you think? Li Qingxuan felt a surge of joy in his heart, replying, I trust your integrity, Taoist JNLI. I accept your offer. JNLI stored the jade box, placing 110 spirit stones on the counter. Please check them. Taoist. Li Qingxuan did not pick them up. Instead, he produced 4 more jade boxes, neatly arranging them on the table. You are an old acquaintance of mine, and I trust you won't deceive me. Here are 4 50-year-old herbs, all with exceptionally rich spiritual energy. Please have a look. JNLI's heart soared with joy. Clearly, cultivating good relations with loose cultivators yielded substantial benefits. Rest assured, Taoist, you know my character, and given that the herbal shop is backed by the Herbal Valley, I would never jeopardize its reputation. Li Qingxuan chuckled. Indeed, Taoist JNLI has a commendable reputation among us loose cultivators, and I naturally place my trust in you. A look of happiness spread across JNLI's face as he hastily opened the jade boxes. Upon seeing the herbs inside, his delight deepened. Taoist, it seems you are favored by fortune, encountering such abundant resources. Truly a cause for celebration. Li Qingxuan shook his head. It is merely a small fortune. Nothing to speak of. JNLI laughed. For these 4 50-year-old herbs, I will offer you 220 spirit stones. How does that sound? Li Qingxuan nodded in satisfaction. Very well, let it be as you say. In the blink of an eye, the spirit stones in Li Qingxuan's possession swelled to 330, filling him with a sense of having struck gold. With 330 spirit stones, and adding the 96 he already had, he possessed a total of 426 spirit stones. Such a sum could purchase a fine top-grade magical artifact. JNLI inquired, do you require anything else? I have an abundance of elixirs and spiritual talismans. Liq Nxuen smiled and asked, how much for a first-grade premium spiritual talisman? JNLI replied, that would be expensive, each one costs at least 50 spirit stones, and for the top grade, a top-grade spiritual talisman is 25 spirit stones each. After a moment's hesitation, Liq Nxuen said earnestly, I will take 4 top-grade spiritual talismans, 2 for offense and 2 for defense. These 4 first-grade top-grade spiritual talismans would be more than sufficient, enabling him to navigate Xiao Yuntai market with ease. JNLI presented the talismans, stating, here are 2 golden body talismans and 2 firecrow talismans. Will that suffice? Liq Nxuen nodded, yes, and I would also like 500 pounds of spiritual rice. JNLI promptly replied, 10 pounds of spiritual rice costs 1 spirit stone, so 500 pounds will require 50 spirit stones. Liq Nxuen nodded, also please include a quality DN that can sustain me for 10 days. The DN was a common elixir for cultivators, with varying durations of efficacy based on their quality. Each DN could last 3, 5, 10 days, or even half a month, depending on the ingredients used. It was not that Liq Nxuen was unwilling to purchase a higher quality DN, rather, the best available in Xiao Yuntai market was the one that lasted for 10 days. JNLI chuckled. 1 bottle costs 1 spirit stone for 15 pieces. Liq Nxuen nodded, I'll take a bottle. The DN was inexpensive, primarily made from ordinary grains that could be easily purchased with mundane gold and silver. The reason for using spirit stones lay in the inclusion of spiritual rice in the mix. Though the quantity was minimal, the time and labor involved in refining the DN justified the price of 1 spirit stone for 15 pieces. JNLI laughed, very well, Taoist, do you need anything else? Liq Nxuen hesitated before saying, please get me 10 stalks of 10-year-old malt grass. JNLI asked, are you planning to concoct a malt DN? Liq Nxuen nodded, indeed, I intend to attempt alchemy and see if I possess any talent for it. JNLI's eyes sparkled with delight as he quickly responded, then I wish you success. 10 stalks of 10-year-old malt grass will cost 130 spirit stones. This is the best price I can offer. Liq Nxuen nodded, thank you, Taoist. Malt grass is the primary ingredient for crafting malt DN. 1 stalk can be divided into 10 portions, enough to produce 10 batches of malt DN. If the success rate is at least 25%, one can break even given that the value of spiritual rice is not high. The other ingredient for malt DN is spiritual rice. JNLI laughed heartily, Taoist, you are quite bold, aiming to tackle the most challenging art of alchemy among the myriad skills of cultivation. Liq Nxuen shook his head, alas, I am growing older and wish to take a chance. If I succeed in becoming an alchemist, perhaps I will have a chance to break through to foundation establishment. If not, I can always return home, marry, and establish a family of cultivators. JNLI nodded thoughtfully, indeed, it is time to take a risk, otherwise one may live in regret. When I joined the Herbal Valley many years ago, it was precisely to take that gamble, and now, I am in my 40s, nearly at the 6th level of qi refining, and I wonder if I will ever have the chance to achieve foundation establishment. Liq Nxuen sighed, indeed, cultivation is a difficult path, akin to ascending to the heavens. He did not intend to discourage JNLI, who was already 60 years old and merely at the 6th level of qi refining. Without a significant opportunity, it seemed unlikely that he would achieve foundation establishment in this lifetime. JNLI laughed, so do you need anything else, Taoist? Liq Nxuen shook his head, that will be all. Please help me settle the account. Jinlei swiftly calculated the figures and soon remarked with a smile, the spiritual herbs sold for 330 spirit stones, the premium talismans are priced at 120 spirit stones. While 500 pounds of spiritual rice cost 50 spirit stones. A vial of the fasting pill is merely 1 spirit stone, and 10 stalks of 10-year-old maltgrass are valued at 130 spirit stones. In total, that amounts to 301 spirit stones. I shall provide you with an additional 29 spirit stones along with these resources. What do you think? Li Qingxian nodded in agreement. Saying, let it be as you propose. Jinlei, still smiling, produced all the resources and the 29 spirit stones, cheerfully stating, please check for yourself. Li Qingxian waved his hand dismissively, replying, I trust you, my friend. After collecting the resources and spirit stones, Li Qingxian expressed his gratitude. Thank you kindly, I shall take my leave now. Jinlei nodded in acknowledgement, adding, should you possess any fine items in the future, feel free to visit the spiritual herb shop for sale. I am sure you are aware of my reputation for fairness. If you have any century-old spiritual herbs, I will certainly offer you no less than 350 spirit stones. Li Qingxian chuckled wryly. Such treasures are beyond my reach. Jin Lei grinned. You may be fortunate enough to acquire something valuable, just remember me, and I assure you, I will not treat you poorly. Li Qingxian waved his hand again. Understood. I must return to alchemy now. We shall speak later. Jin Lei nodded. Until we meet again. This time, he had made a significant profit and undoubtedly hoped Li Qingxian would return with valuable items. If Li Qingxian were to become an alchemist, cultivating a good rapport now would yield immeasurable benefits in the future. Li Qingxian nodded farewell. With that, he turned and departed from the spiritual herb shop. Making his way toward the Scattered Cultivator Plaza. Chapter 9, The Barrier Mountain Range and Acquiring Spiritual Herbs. The Xiao Yuntai Market is divided into the shop area and the Scattered Cultivator Plaza. The shop area is where the spiritual herb shop is located, while the Scattered Cultivator Plaza is where itinerant cultivators set up stalls. Many scattered cultivators, upon acquiring treasures, are reluctant to sell them at a loss and thus head to the plaza to peddle their goods. The selling prices here are relatively lower, though not as low as the purchasing prices in shops. Many scattered cultivators also prefer to buy resources in the plaza, although the selection is limited and the quality somewhat inferior. The prices are more affordable for scattered cultivators. The resources available here are still quite commendable. In addition, near the center of Xiao Yuntai Market, there are 3 cultivation rooms built upon the remnants of a spiritual vein. The spiritual energy is relatively abundant, making it a suitable place for cultivators below the 7th level of qi refining to enhance their cultivation. Both spiritual veins and spiritual eyes are categorized by ranks, with the cultivation world dividing them into 5 levels. The first level being the lowest and the 5th the highest. Beyond the 5th level, there are also broken spiritual veins and spiritual eyes that do not rank. Each level is further divided into inferior, average, superior, and extraordinary grades. The non-ranking spiritual veins and eyes possess slightly more spiritual energy than ordinary ones, while the first level veins are suitable for qi refining cultivators. The second for foundation building cultivators, and so forth. The spiritual veins within Xiao Yuntai Market are severely degraded, and similarly, the spiritual eyes of Qingxian Temple are also unranked, within the entirety of the Qingyu mountain range. Only the Qingyu sect possesses a second-level spiritual vein, while other factions primarily rely on first-level veins. Qingyu Mountain is merely a minor branch of the Barrier Mountain Range, also known as the Qingyu Mountain Range. Its proximity to the Barrier Mountain Range leads to barren resources and thin spiritual energy, rendering it an unsuitable locale for cultivation. Nevertheless, the entire Qingyu Mountain Range still hosts a fair number of cultivators. The Barrier Mountain Range is situated in the northern part of the cultivation world, isolating the boundless desert from the realm of cultivation, thus only the southern regions are conducive to human habitation. The south itself is divided into hundreds of smaller mountain ranges, collectively termed the Southern Mountain Range of the Barrier Mountains. The northern expanse is dominated by the endless desert, perpetually afflicted by storms. Even powerful cultivators may struggle to survive within its confines. Abundant resources lie within the endless desert, particularly countless treasures swept in by the winds. Despite the dangers of the endless desert, every 10 years, there is a year when the storms subside, allowing a steady influx of cultivators to scour its resources. The wealth of the endless desert is vast, offering an array of artifacts, cultivation techniques, and even ancient elixirs and spiritual veins. This wealth is precisely what makes the Barrier Mountain Range so vibrant and populous with cultivators. Even in smaller ranges like Qingyu Mountain, there exists the foundation building faction of Qingyu sect. Let alone the other larger branches. Xiao Yuntai Market is but a diminutive establishment, frequented primarily by cultivators below the 6th level of qi refining. Consequently, having a broken spiritual vein is not particularly noteworthy. However, for Li Qingxian to possess a non-ranking spiritual eye is indeed a sign of profound fortune. After all, when Li Qingxian first traversed here, the wandering hermit Qingxian had only achieved the 2nd level of qi refining. To possess a spiritual eye at that level is a considerable stroke of luck. Upon arriving at the Scattered Cultivator Plaza, Li Qingxian noted only 12 stalls with scattered cultivators selling resources and approached to examine them. He quickly discerned that most of these cultivators were offering materials from first-level inferior beasts. Such materials hold little value, as they are only suitable for crafting first-level inferior artifacts. Soon, Li Qingxian spotted 2 stalls selling spiritual herbs. The herbs displayed were sourced from the mundane world, lacking in spiritual potency, yet perfectly suitable for Li Qingxuan's needs. The cheap spiritual herbs were welcomed by the little yellow duck, as any spiritual herb would suffice. Li Qingxian approached one stall where 12 spiritual herbs were laid out, the highest quality being 50 years old and the lowest merely 10 years. He inquired how much for this 50-year-old herb, under normal circumstances. A 50-year-old herb would be valued at over 60 spirit stones. However, the herbs at this stall were unlikely to fetch such a price, having been sourced from the mundane world and poorly preserved. They had lost a significant portion of their spiritual energy, thus rendering them more affordable. As anticipated, the stall owner, noticing a potential buyer, eagerly introduced, "My friend, this is a 50-year-old spiritual herb, you know its worth." Li Qingxian nodded. Indeed, it is a 50-year-old herb from the mundane world, but it has lost nearly half of its spiritual energy. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, the stall owner replied, "Please do not focus on that. A 50-year-old herb is quite rare. Although it has lost some potency, it still holds value. How about 50 spirit stones for you to take it away?" Li Qingxian shook his head. "That simply won't do. With so much spiritual energy depleted, you expect me to pay 50 spirit stones? I am not a fool. How about I offer 30 spirit stones?" the stall owner exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. "You are more merciless than Jean from the spiritual herb shop. 48 spirit stones, and not a penny less," he insisted. Li Qingxian chuckled. "I will give you 35 spirit stones. I cannot go higher, especially since your 50-year-old herb has less potency than a 30-year-old one." The stall owner quickly countered, "Friend, just add a little more, 40 spirit stones. What do you say? We scattered cultivators have it tough too." Li Qingxian rolled his eyes. "You think it's tough for you? It is even tougher for me. I will take it for 36 spirit stones. 38 spirit stones. 36 is far too low. Very well, 38 it is, but you must sell me the remaining herbs at half price." "Friend, you are asking too much. Even if these herbs lack potency, they are still herbs. You must not be overly greedy. Then name your price, but do not be absurd, or I will not buy. Please, 50 spirit stones for 2 of the 50-year-olds and 90 spirit stones for 3 of the 40-year-olds. How does that sound? Wait, that is too expensive. I cannot afford that. 60 spirit stones at most. No, my friend, allow me to earn something. You are pressing too hard." After a lengthy negotiation, Li Qingxian finally managed to purchase 2 50-year-old spiritual herbs, 2 40-year-olds, and 2 10-year-olds for a total of 120 spirit stones. The last 2 were essentially a bonus, had Li Qingxian not needed to buy spiritual charcoal for alchemy. He might have spent all his spirit stones on these herbs. The 2 10-year-old herbs would suffice for a single day, the 2 40-year-olds for 4 days, and the 2 50-year-olds for approximately 6 days. Totaling 11 days' worth of sustenance, coupled with the herbs he already possessed, he would have enough for 13 days, ample for nurturing several spiritual herbs. After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Qingxian made his way toward a nearby stall selling spiritual charcoal. Inquiring how much for the spiritual charcoal per pound, 1 spirit stone for 3 pounds, it's fair and honest, came the reply. This price was reasonable. While crafting elixirs, 1 pound of spiritual charcoal could typically yield 2 batches of elixirs. If he were to buy from a shop, 1 spirit stone would only buy him 2 pounds, making this external purchase far more advantageous. Li Qingxian nodded in agreement, producing 5 spirit stones to acquire 15 pounds of spiritual charcoal. Leaving the market feeling quite satisfied. As Li Qingxian exited Xiao Yuntai Market, several individuals at the stalls looked up in his direction. However, upon noticing the premium first-level talisman in his possession, they instinctively lowered their heads. A cultivator capable of affording a first-level premium talisman was certainly not to be trifled with, especially by those who had yet to reach the 7th level of qi refining. They understood that should they attempt to pursue and rob Li Qingxian, it would be their own demise, for the first-level premium talisman he possessed was no trifling matter. No one wished to gamble with their life, particularly those whose lifespans extended far beyond those of ordinary humans. As the saying goes, the longer you live, the more you fear death, which seemed to aptly describe their situation. Li Qingxian strode out of the Xiao Yuntai Square with an air of confidence, a testament to the experience he had garnered over the years. Upon exiting the market, he swiftly made his way towards Qingxian Temple. Given the necessity of travel, the use of a spirit movement talisman was, of course, indispensable, although merely a low-grade talisman of the first tier. It significantly expedited his journey. Li Qingxian was equipped with numerous spirit movement talismans, allowing him to traverse various markets with ease. Chapter 10: Useless Techniques Exchange for Spiritual Herbs. Qingxian Temple. Li Qingxian had returned. After 3 days of travel, his expression darkened upon witnessing the state of the temple. To his dismay, his once cherished abode had fallen to such disarray, it was truly beyond tolerance. Suddenly a glint of cunning flickered in his eyes, and a smile crept onto his face. Esteemed patrons of the canine households, your disciples have failed to safeguard my Qingxian temple. it appears the time for you to suffer considerable losses has arrived. As he spoke, a cruel smile played at the corners of his mouth. Without lingering at Qingxian Temple, Li Qingxian hastened towards the great city of Dafeng, located beyond the Qingyu mountain range, a prominent city within the secular realm. He arrived swiftly at Dafeng, standing before the doors of several noble households. The guards at the entrance, upon spotting him, hurriedly bowed and said, "We humbly greet the immortal master. Please, esteemed immortal, step inside while I notify the master." Li Qingxian nodded and proceeded into the Huang household, a well-known apothecary in Dafeng City. His first visit was deliberate. He wished to prevent any opportunity for the other party to conceal their spiritual herbs. Moments later, the head of the Huang family appeared, bowing respectfully before Li Qingxian. "I pay my respects to the immortal master." Li Qingxian smiled and inquired, "Old Master Huang, can you enlighten me on the current state of my Qingxian temple? What has become of my significant spiritual eye?" Old Master Huang hurriedly responded, "Esteemed immortal, it was the immortal master of Nanshan Temple who visited Qingxian Temple. The acolytes were incapable of defending it." Li Qingxuan's tone turned cold. "Oh, is that so? Then how did news of my departure manage to escape?" "Old Master Huang, you best think carefully before answering." Under Li Qingxuan's piercing gaze, Old Master Huang quickly replied, "Immortal Master, might I propose a resolution?" As he spoke, he produced 2 jade boxes from his sleeves and carefully placed them on the table. Li Qingxuan's eyes fell upon the jade boxes, sensing the spiritual energy within. And he couldn't help but smile. Indeed, Old Master Huang was quite adept at navigating such matters. After gently opening the jade boxes, Li Qingxian enveloped himself in a protective aura, for he was merely a cultivator. Not a true immortal, mundane weapons could still pose a threat to him. Upon confirming no imminent danger, his gaze was captivated by the spiritual herbs within. How splendid! An 80-year-old spiritual ginseng, a 50-year-old yellow essence, quite satisfactory. Yet regrettably insufficient. That is a spiritual eye of the immortals, which you have allowed to slip through your fingers. I fear these 2 herbs might not suffice. As he spoke, he stowed the 2 herbs away. A frigid expression overtaking his face, Old Master Huang hastily interjected, "Immortal Master, please specify how many more spiritual herbs would suffice to spare us from your wrath." It was evident to him that Li Qingxian had come to extort them. Li Qingxian chuckled. "In truth, if Old Master Huang can present me with herbs that truly entice me, I possess a cultivation technique that I can impart to your Huang family. As for whether you can successfully cultivate it, that is beyond my concern. At this moment, Li Qingxian remained oblivious to the nature of his own spiritual root, rendering him uncertain of the Huang family's potential for cultivation. Old Master Huang's eyes widened in astonishment. "Immortal Master, is what you say true?" Li Qingxian nodded. "Indeed, how could I speak falsely? This is a technique." As he spoke, a small booklet materialized in his hand, inscribed with the thick earth formula, obtained from a storage bag within a bird's nest. Upon seeing the booklet, Old Master Huang's excitement was palpable. It was precisely what he had sought for many years, and the opportunity had finally presented itself, filling him with joy. In the vicinity of Dafeng City resided 3 cultivators, Li Qingxian, the monk of Nanshan, and the black-winged demon. Even though they were subservient to these figures, they still could not attain immortality. If he could obtain the cultivation technique for himself, he would finally achieve the life he desired. "Please, Immortal Master, wait here while I fetch something." Old Master Huang quickly stood and made his way to the rear courtyard. A faint smile graced Li Qingxuan's face. It seemed the little yellow duck would not be lacking in sustenance any longer. Moments later, Old Master Huang returned, bearing 4 jade boxes. "Immortal Master, these are the reserves of my Huang family. Since you have presented the technique, I shall not withhold anything." With that, he opened the 4 jade boxes. As they were unveiled, the fragrant aroma of the spiritual herbs wafted into the air. Old Master Huang beamed. 1 century-old spiritual herb, 1 80-year-old spiritual herb, and 2 50-year-old spiritual herbs. What do you think? Immortal Master, after a brief moment of hesitation, Li Qingxian tossed the thick earth formula to Old Master Huang, collected the jade boxes, and turned to leave the Huang household. Once Li Qingxian departed, Old Master Huang clutched the technique. Laughing maniacally with excitement, whether he could cultivate it was no longer Li Qingxuan's concern. The transaction was settled. Subsequently, Li Qingxian repeated the process, sweeping the spiritual herbs from over a dozen households before departing in high spirits. Meanwhile, at Nanshan Temple, the monk's expression darkened upon hearing of Li Qingxuan's return. That he had stolen Li Qingxuan's spiritual eye. Although it was withered, he felt an unsettling guilt akin to that of a thief. After much deliberation, the monk set off towards Dafeng City. Confrontation was inevitable. If it came to a battle, he was also at the 3rd layer of qi cultivation and had achieved his breakthrough earlier. However, upon arriving in Dafeng City, he discovered that Li Qingxian had already left. Most of the spiritual herbs from the noble households had fallen into Li Qingshuan's possession. Naturally, the noble households would not divulge their acquisition of the cultivation technique. Especially not to the monk of Nanshan. The noble households of Dafeng City United could never divulge the news of their possession of the cultivation technique. As for Li Qingxian, they branded him a swindler. Having extorted numerous valuable herbs from them, upon hearing this news, the monk was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Li Qingxian would not seek revenge on him but would instead target the noble households. Confiscating a substantial amount of spiritual herbs, this revelation darkened the monk's countenance. The spiritual herbs held by the noble households were rightfully his, and he had not expected Li Qingxian to outmaneuver him. Upon learning of this, the monk, his face ashen, made his way toward Qingxian Temple. However, he was unaware that Li Qingxian had no intention of returning to the temple, with the acolytes already dispersed and the spiritual eye plundered. There was little for him to reclaim. It would be wiser to seek out a new place of cultivation. As for the noble households in Dafeng City, Li Qingxian remained indifferent. He had harvested enough from them, and it was unlikely they would yield further. It was better to depart now and search for another avenue for cultivation, as he was, after all, a solitary figure. At Qingxian Temple, gazing at the desolate state of the temple, the monk's expression turned grim. He had not anticipated that Li Qingxian would not return. It seemed that after he had seized the spiritual light, Li Qingxian was wary of any contact. After all, their cultivation levels were comparable, and should a battle ensue, the outcome was uncertain. It was wiser to avoid confrontation, especially since the spiritual eye had already withered. Little did the monk know that the spiritual eye he had taken contained remnants of the little yellow duck's droppings. Although the energy had been absorbed by the spiritual herbs, the impurities remained. The monk was oblivious to this fact, nor could he fathom the consequences should he become aware. Li Qingxian journeyed eastward, heading towards the Zhaoyantai Square. The square was not his ultimate destination. His sights were set on a valley he had long coveted. The valley was vast, home to a serpent demon beast. However, this was not his final objective. Behind the expansive valley lay a steep cliff, where a narrow crevice approximately 30 meters high allowed passage for two individuals. The gap was not extensive, but traversing about 50 meters led to a small valley of 500 acres, from which rich spiritual energy emanated. The serpent demon beast thrived on the energy radiating from the crevice, highlighting the potency of the spiritual energy within the valley. As for why the serpent did not enter, Li Qingxian was uncertain. However, he had previously ventured inside and encountered no danger. Thus, his purpose for this journey was to subdue the serpent demon beast and seize the valley as his new place of cultivation. Chapter 11, The Faith Orb, Superior Spiritual Ground. At Nanshan Temple, the monk returned with a grim expression. Observing the throngs of people visiting to pay their respects, his dismal countenance lightened somewhat. As long as these individuals continued to offer their prayers, he would have a steady supply of faith energy, making his breakthrough to the fourth layer of qi cultivation a matter of time. With this in mind, a cold glimmer appeared in the monk's eyes as he declared, "Li Qingxian, you shall await your reckoning. I will ensure you pay dearly." No sooner had he spoken than an elderly man approached, bowing respectfully. "Thank you, Master. The great Buddha of Nanshan is truly remarkable." The monk observed streams of faith energy merging into the image of the great Buddha within the temple, causing a smile to bloom on his face. "Amitba, my Buddha is merciful. The sincerity of the devotee has merely touched my Buddha's heart." The smile in the monk's eyes grew more pronounced. As long as faith energy continued to flow, he could rapidly enhance his cultivation. As for which Buddha the great Buddha of Nanshan represented, the monk believed it was undoubtedly himself. The so-called Buddha is merely a practitioner who has reached a higher level of cultivation. Every practitioner has the potential to become a Buddha, except for the statues of Buddhas enshrined in the major sects, which represent the masters of those sects and are indeed their Buddhas. As for the wandering practitioners of Buddhism, their only Buddha can be themselves, as they do not propagate faith for others. Nanshan Temple may have young monks and monks, but it must not harbor any practitioners of Buddhism. Nor should they be privy to the methods of cultivating the power of faith, lest they compete with the monks of Nanshan for that faith. The city of Dafeng is quite small, and with a limited population, the emergence of numerous practitioners would lead to a dispersion of faith, preventing any individual from achieving a profound level of cultivation. The elder gazed at the gentle and kind Nanshan monk, bowed in gratitude, and swiftly descended the mountain. The monk of Nanshan smiled faintly, disregarding him, and proceeded towards the rear of the temple's grand hall. Upon entering the back of the hall, he formed a hand seal. drawing the power of faith from the image above into the withered spiritual eye on the ground. Dots of faith cascaded from the image into the dried spiritual eye, rapidly coalescing into a grayish bead. The bead was no larger than a fingernail, appearing dim and quietly resting at the center of the spiritual eye, precisely where the little yellow duck would relieve itself. The Nanshan monk's heart surged with joy as he swiftly picked up the bead. Laughing heartily, a bead of faith, truly a bead of faith, it's done, it has truly succeeded. Subsequently, the Nanshan monk, with a dignified demeanor, proclaimed, Amitba, the great Buddha of Nanshan has come to fruition. As his words fell, a faint golden light emanated from his body. Without hesitation, he swallowed the bead of faith. What is this peculiar taste? He mused. Oh well, it must be related to the dryness of the spiritual eye. I should hasten my cultivation. After consuming the bead of faith and savoring the strange flavor lingering in his mouth, the Nanshan monk earnestly immersed himself in his cultivation. Meanwhile, Li Qingxian was tirelessly on the move, soon arriving at the vicinity of Xiaoyuntai Fengshe, but this time he did not venture into the market. The resources in his possession were ample, having acquired enough spiritual herbs from the wealthy dog owner to feed the little yellow duck for several years. After all, a century-old spiritual herb is not something the little yellow duck dares to overindulge in. One single herb can last quite a while. Recently, Li Qingxian had been nourishing the little yellow duck with a century-old spiritual herb. The duck's eating pace was slow, yet the frequency of its droppings remained unchanged. This indicated that the higher the grade of the spiritual herb, the longer it would sustain the little yellow duck. Unfortunately, the little yellow duck refused to consume the spiritual herbs he cultivated himself. Otherwise, a cycle of resource utilization could have been established. This time, he had harvested a total of 3 century-old spiritual herbs, one of which was 150 years old. Li Qingxian had no intention of selling these herbs. He could easily cultivate century-old herbs himself. As for the 3 century-old spiritual herbs, having lost a considerable amount of spiritual energy, they were not as valuable as those he cultivated, but would suffice as sustenance for the little yellow duck for a long time. 5 days later, Li Qingxian halted outside a valley, cautiously leaping onto a large tree to peer into the depths of the gorge. There, he encountered a colossal python, impressively large, measuring half a meter in thickness and 6 to 7 meters in length. It stood upright, its head inching closer to a crevice, greedily inhaling the spiritual energy wafting from it. Li Qingxian furrowed his brow. If he were to seize the valley within the crevice, he would have to address the issue of the spiritual energy leakage. Without hesitation, he cast a casual glance at the python beast and retreated decisively. The python was not particularly formidable, merely a mid-stage first-level beast, and Li Qingxian was certain he was no match for it. However, armed with talismans and a clear strategy, he had a significant chance of success. Moreover, not far from the python, he spotted several storage bags, piquing his curiosity to see what they contained. Li Qingxian departed, for before the formation that concealed spiritual energy, he had no intention of claiming the valley. The presence of the python ensured a degree of safety for the valley. As for why the python did not venture into the crevice, Li Qingxian had discerned the reason. The cliffs were steep, making it nearly impossible for the python to ascend. As for Li Qingxian, he could explore methods to navigate the cliffs, coupled with the lightness technique. While entering the crevice might not be easy, it was certainly not insurmountable. Li Qingxian arrived at Xiaoyuntai Fengshe in 2 days, padding his storage bag. This time, he had prepared only 4 spiritual herbs. Cultivated during his journey to Dafeng City, they were all of the same type, grown from roots. The return journey from Xiaoyuntai Fengshe to Dafeng City took 3 days, and he remained in Dafeng City for 5 days. The journey from Dafeng City to the valley consumed another 5 days, followed by 2 days to reach Xiaoyuntai Fengshe, totaling 15 days. The little yellow duck produced droppings twice a day, thus managing to cultivate a 300-year-old spiritual herb from nothing. Li Qingxian understood that a 300-year-old herb was certainly not viable for him to present publicly. Therefore, he divided the 300-year herb into 7 portions, successfully cultivating 4 herbs, 2 of 80 years and 2 of 70 years. Upon entering Xiaoyuntai Fengshe, Li Qingxian did not linger but hastened towards the spiritual herb shop. In the shop, Jin Lei's eyes lit up upon seeing Li Qingxian's return. Welcome, fellow cultivator. What may I assist you with today? Li Qingxian replied, Greetings, fellow cultivator. Might you have a gathering formation and a locking formation here? Jin Lei inquired, puzzled. What is your intention, fellow cultivator? Li Qingxian sighed, Alas, a bald monk has come to my vicinity, slightly stronger than I, and has taken over my domain. I have nowhere else to turn, so I must purchase a gathering formation and a locking formation to establish a new domain. Hearing this, Jin Lei sighed slightly. Alas, do not be disheartened, fellow cultivator. The world of cultivation is one where strength reigns supreme. as long as your cultivation improves, you can certainly reclaim your place. I have both the gathering formation and the locking formation. Though they are merely mid-stage first-level formations that if you wish I can offer them to you for 300 spirit stones, this is already a very low price. Indeed, it was so, both formations were related to cultivation, making their higher value perfectly reasonable. Many wandering practitioners could not afford gathering and locking formations, as 300 spirit stones were not something everyone could readily provide. Li Qingxian nodded. Very well, thank you. Fellow cultivator Jean Lei then asked, do you require formation plates or formation flags? The formation plate requires spirit stones to activate, and maintaining a mid-stage first-level formation would cost 100 spirit stones annually. Formation flags do not require such costs, but you must arrange them yourself. Naturally, if you purchase formation flags, they should be placed in areas rich in spiritual energy, allowing the gathering formation to harness that energy as the formation's power. Do not worry about the arrangement, there will be corresponding jade slips, and you need only follow the instructions. To activate the formation, simply input your spiritual energy into the formation flag, and the gathering formation will commence, continuously drawing in surrounding spiritual energy to operate both formations. If you require other offensive and defensive formations, you will need spiritual veins or spirit stones. The energy gathered by the gathering formation cannot be utilized to power other formations. Li Qingxian understood. What he sought was precisely this kind of formation. As for the offensive and defensive formations mentioned, he could find a larger market to purchase them later. Xiaoyantai Fengshe was too small, and the formations within could not possibly contain anything of quality. In that case, I will purchase the formation flags. Fellow cultivator, I believe you also trade in spiritual herbs. As he spoke, he produced 4 jade boxes and placed them on the counter. Jean Lei's eyes brightened as he eagerly accepted the jade boxes for inspection. Indeed, 2 herbs of 80 years and 2 of 70 years. The spiritual energy is quite rich. How about I offer you 320 spirit stones? Li Qingxian nodded. Agreed. Let it be as you say, and with the remaining spirit stones, please procure 2 bottles of malt pills for me. The malt pills were priced at 1 spirit stone each, making 2 bottles a total of 20 spirit stones, perfectly exhausting the spirit stones he earned from selling the herbs. Jean Lei quickly retrieved the formations and 2 bottles of malt pills, smiling thus, may our collaboration be a pleasant one. After receiving the resources, Li Qingxian, with a hint of regret, remarked, every time I come to your place, I leave having spent all my spirit stones. Will you not give me a token of goodwill? Jean Lei chuckled. What would you like, fellow cultivator? Speak your desires. Li Qingxian's eyes gleamed as he quickly replied, fellow cultivator, could you spare me some spiritual charcoal? You know well that it is essential for alchemy. Jean Lei sighed with a wry smile. It seems you are indeed preparing to embark on alchemy. As we are old acquaintances, I shall support you with 5 spirit stones worth of spiritual charcoal. I hope you can become a true alchemist. Li Qingxian's eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, thank you very much. To receive 15 jin of spiritual charcoal without cost was already a significant boon for him. With this charcoal, he could attempt to refine 30 batches of malt pills. Contemplating this, Li Qingxian's smile grew even broader. Jean Lei waved his hand. Fellow cultivator, do not forget me when you have spiritual herbs in the future. But why do your herbs lack roots? Li Qingxian sighed. Alas, leaving roots for spiritual herbs may grant others the chance to acquire them decades later. Jean Lei nodded in agreement. You are right. Indeed, it is essential to leave roots for spiritual herbs. Otherwise, they will become increasingly scarce. Although the spiritual herb valley requires rooted herbs, many herbs cannot be cultivated even there, leading to root loss. Thus, the practice of intentionally leaving roots has gradually become an unwritten rule in the cultivation world. Of course, many cultivators do not adhere to this, as many are quite selfish, particularly those who have no hope of ascending to immortality, who typically do not leave roots for their herbs, believing that if they cannot ascend, they should not let others benefit. Upon hearing Jean Lei's words, Li Qingxian merely smiled before bidding him farewell. As Jean Lei observed the direction in which Li Qingxian had departed, he let out a soft sigh, remarking, if only your fortune had arrived a decade earlier, you might have genuinely aspired to establish your foundation. What a pity, everyone possesses their own unique opportunities, akin to how an ordinary person embarks on the path of immortality, or how a low-level cultivator acquires abundant resources. However, seizing such opportunities is also contingent upon timing. For instance, Li Qingxian has received his chances too late. To leap from the 3rd level of Qi training to the foundation establishment stage in just over a decade is undoubtedly a fanciful dream. especially in a remote locale like Qingyu Mountain, where few Foundation establishment cultivators reside. Unbeknownst to Li Qingxian, Jin Lei's lamentation would have drawn nothing more than a dismissive smile from him. The latter was unaware that the cultivation method Li Qingxian practiced would allow him to live for 150 years during the Qi training phase. With the peak of his life only passing after 80. Having exited the Xiao Yuntai marketplace, Li Qingxian had barely taken a few steps when he sensed someone trailing him. A faint smile graced his face as he quickened his pace. Behind him, a 5th-level Qi training cultivator cautiously followed. Engaging in combat around the marketplace was prohibited, as the owner would not consent. Should he dare to act, he would be the next to meet his demise. Li Qingxian moved swiftly, soon vanishing into the nearby forest. The pursuer hastily followed into the woods but failed to catch sight of Li Qingxian. After searching fruitlessly for a considerable time, he muttered in frustration, "Damn it, that bastard runs so fast, I better not see you again." The cultivator cast a fierce glance into the depths of the forest before reluctantly turning to leave. Just as he turned, a fishing net descended from above, ensnaring him instantly. Before he could even struggle, several fireball talismans fell from the sky, crashing down upon the net. Boom, boom, boom. The fireball struck the net, igniting both the net and the cultivator within it. Although he was a 5th-level Qi training cultivator, the low-tier fireball talismans were unlikely to kill him outright. Hence, Li Qingxian jumped down from the tree, wielding a superior-grade flying sword, channeling his spiritual energy. He plunged it fiercely into the inferno. Sizzle! A scream erupted from the cultivator, who had not cried out even when hit by the fireballs. The superior-grade weapon was far beyond the fireball talisman's capabilities. However, a single strike was insufficient. Li Qingxian swiftly withdrew the flying sword, stabbing repeatedly until the screams ceased, and the cultivator's struggles came to an end. Observing the figure engulfed in flames, Li Qingxian paid little heed. Merely using the flying sword to lift the storage pouch from the cultivator's waist before turning to leave. As for the charred remains, he could not afford to concern himself with them. Time was of the essence. He had to escape before other cultivators arrived. After Li Qingxian departed, the flames did not last long, and the body was reduced to ashes. After all, the cultivator was dead. Devoid of protective spiritual energy, and the fireball technique burned rapidly. As for the fishing net, Li Qingxian was indifferent. It was not a magical artifact, and he could acquire as many as he desired. It was a tool specifically designed for ambushing foes, proving highly effective. Once Li Qingxian had run a considerable distance, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. A 5th-level Qi training cultivator attempted to rob me. Thankfully, I was cautious enough. He quickly sought a safe spot, seated himself, and consumed a malt pill to restore his cultivation. For Li Qingxian, at the 3rd level of Qi training, wielding a superior-grade artifact was still quite taxing. After half a day, his spiritual energy was finally replenished, and he even experienced a slight increase. Taking out the storage pouch, he swiftly opened it and emptied its contents. First were the spirit stones. Li Qingxian could not help but curl his lip in disdain upon discovering that the 5th-level Qi training cultivator possessed a mere 85 spirit stones. How pitiful! Next, his gaze shifted to the spiritual herbs, and a smile spread across his face. While the quantity of herbs was limited, it would still suffice to feed his little yellow duck for nearly 2 months. The most troublesome aspect for Li Qingxian was the feed for his little yellow duck, which required spiritual herbs. Even spiritual rice was rejected by the little creature. The price of spiritual herbs was relatively reasonable. Even the ones Li Qingxian sold, rich in spiritual energy, were only slightly more valuable than herbs of the same level. Ordinary spiritual herbs often deteriorated due to improper storage, losing much of their spiritual energy, thus becoming significantly cheaper. A rather good deal, though how many ordinary herbs could one find? Fortunately, he had acquired these herbs from the wealthy families in Dafeng City. Otherwise, raising his little yellow duck would have posed a considerable challenge. Next came the elixirs, 2 bottles of malt pills, and 2 bottles of yellow tooth pills suitable for those above the 4th level of Qi training. One bottle contained only 2 pills, while the other was filled with rejuvenating pills for healing. These elixirs would indeed be beneficial for Li Qingxian. The malt pills could enhance his current cultivation, while the yellow tooth pills would aid in breaking through the 4th level of Qi training. As for the rejuvenating pills, who could guarantee that a cultivator would not sustain injuries? After inspecting the elixirs, Li Qingxian turned his attention to the magical artifacts. There were not many: 1 mid-grade attacking artifact, a flying sword, and 1 low-grade defensive artifact, a protective shield. Both artifacts were quite commendable, as the value of a low-tier defensive artifact was not less than that of a mid-grade artifact. After examining the artifacts, Li Qingxian glanced at the refining materials, estimating they could fetch about 20 spirit stones. If sold at the scattered cultivator market, they might reach 30 spirit stones. These materials were of little concern to Li Qingxian. He could always sell them later. Finally, Li Qingxian focused on the two most precious jade boxes. Carefully opening one, he revealed its treasure, a jade talisman inscribed with a flame. Upon seeing this flame talisman, Li Qingxuan's face lit up with delight, for he recognized the talisman. It was the Spirit Fire Talisman, specifically designed for alchemists in the Qi training stage before reaching the foundation establishment stage. Cultivators lacked true foundation fire and required spiritual charcoal instead. However, spiritual charcoal is a consumable, and controlling the flame is quite challenging. Thus, the Spirit Fire Talisman was born, sealing a spirit fire within. This spirit fire burns on spiritual energy. As long as sufficient energy is channeled, the spirit fire will ignite. Moreover, its intensity can be adjusted at will, making it extraordinarily convenient. Li Qingxian did not expect to obtain such a valuable item. It was truly a delightful surprise. Following that, he opened the other jade box, and upon seeing the treasure within, his eyes widened in astonishment. The treasure inside the box was actually Yulan grass, the primary ingredient for refining foundation establishment pills. An exceedingly precious spiritual herb in the cultivation world. This herb exists only in the spirit herb gardens of powerful factions with nascent soul experts or in various secret realms. Li Qingxian was astounded that a mere act of slaying someone had yielded him Yulan grass. Although this particular grass was less than 100 years old, its root system remained intact, still displaying vitality. As the primary ingredient for refining foundation establishment pills, Yulan grass must be at least 800 years old. But for Li Qingxian, it was merely a matter of time. Considering the daily growth of 20 from the little yellow duck's droppings, an 800-year spiritual herb could be cultivated in just 40 days. The joy on Li Qingxuan's face grew ever more pronounced, for this Yulan grass was not merely the main ingredient for foundation establishment pills. If taken to certain prosperous locations, it could be exchanged for such pills from major powers. Of course, foundation establishment pills could be traded for, as long as one possessed 800-year Yulan grass, but whether one could leave safely remained uncertain. The foundation establishment pills were scarce among the major sects. And if scattered cultivators were to exchange them, it would not be long before the corpses of scattered cultivators were discovered. Thus, even if scattered cultivators obtained Yulan grass, they would not dare to trade for foundation establishment pills. Li Qingxian took a deep breath. This was a precious item, yet it could also be a deadly treasure, so it was best to store it away securely. In the future, if time permitted, he could nurture it. Even if he could not exchange it for foundation establishment pills, he would still seek to gather enough spiritual herbs for their refinement. Having stowed away the Yulan grass, Li Qingxian turned his attention to the cultivation methods. To his surprise, the storage pouch contained a considerable number of cultivation techniques, indicating that the previous owner had robbed many scattered cultivators. Most of the techniques were elemental, with two pertaining to mutated spiritual roots. However, all the cultivation methods could only be practiced up to the 10th level of Qi training, rendering them of little use to Li Qingxian. As for the remaining basic spells, apart from the object control technique, Li Qingxian already possessed the others and had learned them all. This was the result of the cultivation methods of the Qingxian hermit. After all, his innate talent for cultivation was rather poor. Yet he could manage to cultivate these spells. Since he could cultivate these basic elemental spells, there was no doubt that Li Qingxian must have 5 spiritual roots. However, he was unaware which one was more prominent. He had never tested his spiritual roots, so he did not know the specifics of his abilities. After gathering the techniques, Li Qingxian sighed softly, lamenting that there were no other useful items left within. Had he acquired insights on alchemy or talisman crafting, it would have been perfect. Once he had collected his spoils, Li Qingxian stood up, affixed a movement talisman, and swiftly made his way toward the valley. Finally, after more than a day, Li Qingxian arrived at the valley's entrance. He did not act impulsively. His current strength was insufficient to confront the serpent demon beast within, and he needed to rely on talismans to eliminate it. Although he possessed 4 high-tier first-grade talismans, he only had 2 genuine opportunities, for he had only 2 first-grade high-tier attacking talismans. Li Qingxian waited outside the valley for the serpent demon beast. Knowing that before it reached the 2nd tier, it would require sustenance, many demon beasts consume the flesh and blood of others to enhance their cultivation, especially 2nd-tier demon beasts, which typically yield demon cores. All their demonic energy concentrates within the demon core, making it highly coveted among demon beasts. Many human cultivators also desire these demon cores, as they can be used for alchemy. The barrier mountains are inhabited by demonic beasts. With nearly half of the range claimed as their territory, after all, once a demonic beast breaks through to the third tier, it can partially transform. Li Qingxian took out a seedling of medicinal herb and began nurturing it. This seedling, left behind in the storage bag of the wandering sage Qingxian, was specifically prepared to combat a particular python. However, this seedling was of too low an age to effectively deal with the demonic beast. Named drunken dragon grass, it is the most favored spiritual herb among serpent-like demonic beasts. While its consumption could enhance the bloodline of the python, it would also induce a 3-day slumber, not to mention a 3-day sleep. Even a mere 3 breaths' time would suffice for Li Qingxian to slay it. Utilizing the feces of a little yellow duck, he cultivated the drunken dragon grass, and merely 3 days later, the fragrance emitted by the 60-year-old herb had already wafted through the surroundings. Only the python demonic beast was present nearby, with all others being ordinary animals. Li Qingxian quickly concealed himself in a nearby tree, masking his presence, and cautiously observed the python and the drunken dragon grass not far away. Shortly after he hid, the python demonic beast caught the scent of the drunken dragon grass and swiftly made its way out of the valley. As it exited the valley, it detected the aroma of the herb. Heading towards that secluded direction. Li Qingxian held his breath, his eyes fixated on the python demonic beast, excitement flickering in his gaze. The python itself was a significant resource, its flesh could serve as sustenance. Containing a wealth of energy, although it lacked a demonic core, the python's gallbladder was still a prized treasure. The gallbladder could be consumed directly or used in alchemy, both excellent for enhancing cultivation. While Li Qingxian mused over this, the python had already approached the drunken dragon grass, cautiously surveying its surroundings. Confirming there was no danger, it swiftly swallowed the herb and darted back towards the valley. Once the python had departed, Li Qingxian hurried to the spot where the drunken dragon grass had been, only to feel a pang of heartache upon seeing the uprooted plant. He hadn't anticipated that the creature would consume the entire root. Demonstrating its utter lack of wastefulness, without lingering, Li Qingxian quickly set off in pursuit of the direction the python had taken. In the valley, the python had just returned, collapsing into a deep sleep. Li Qingxian followed closely behind but did not directly enter the valley. Gripping a stone in his hand, he unhesitatingly threw it near the python. Clang, swish, as if hearing a sound, the python jolted awake. Although its gaze was still hazy, it turned towards the source of the noise. Li Qingxian seized another stone, throwing it towards the opposite side without hesitation. The python immediately turned its head, collapsing to the ground in the process. Gritting his teeth, Li Qingxian affixed a first-tier superior defensive talisman to himself, brandishing a superior-grade flying sword, and charged towards the python. At its 7-inch mark, Li Qingxian pierced the sword into the python without regard for whether it was truly asleep. Then sliced horizontally, severing the creature into 2 segments. Having accomplished this, Li Qingxian gazed at the motionless python, unable to suppress a smile. He had successfully subdued the python, and now it was time to reap the rewards. He swiftly extracted the gallbladder, skinned the python, and retrieved its venomous fangs. After completing these tasks, he took out the little yellow duck from his bosom and gestured towards the python meat on the ground. Asking, "Would you like to eat?" the little yellow duck leapt from his hands and quickly began devouring the python flesh. Seeing this, Li Qingxian chuckled, "Since you enjoy this, I shall save some for you. If left out too long, it will spoil." The little yellow duck ignored him, continuing to feast on the python meat. Li Qingxian smiled and began tidying up, leaving a portion for the duck while storing the rest in a storage bag. This bag had been acquired after he defeated a 5th-tier chi practitioner, offering ample space. Otherwise it would have been insufficient to contain the python meat. The little yellow duck glanced up at the python meat that Li Qingxian had stored away, seemingly attempting to memorize the bag. Before resuming its meal, Li Qingxian produced a clump of barley grass with a few roots, detaching the roots and burying them underground. "Little yellow duck, this will be your spot for future business," he remarked, pointing to the recently buried roots. The duck glanced at the designated area before continuing its feast on the python meat. Li Qingxian paid it no mind and swiftly made his way to a nearby pile of storage bags. Smiling as he picked one up, the owner of these bags had undoubtedly been consumed by the python, but the bags themselves would not be digested. They would either be regurgitated or excreted. Regardless of how they came to be here, Li Qingxian harbored no disdain, for they contained high-quality resources. As he surveyed the 6 storage bags in his hands, Li Qingxian's smile deepened, for the contents were all free bounty. Chapter 14. Bountiful Resources. The spirit spring of the valley. Gazing at the 6 bags he had acquired, Li Qingxian quickly collected them, settling beside the little yellow duck to sit cross-legged. He opened all the storage bags, pouring out their contents. Lacking spiritual consciousness, he could not directly inspect them, so he had to count the resources manually at the resources from the 6 storage bags spilled onto the ground, forming a heap of low-tier materials. First were the spirit stones. Although each bag contained only a few, collectively, they amounted to a decent sum. The 6 cultivators possessed a total of 154 spirit stones, averaging just over 20 stones per cultivator, which was indeed quite meager. This aligns with the state of the Qingyu Mountain cultivation world, where low-tier cultivators with any resources would certainly use them to purchase elixirs and talismans, while magical artifacts were seldom acquired. For low-tier cultivators, talismans served as their best combat tools, whereas magical artifacts were less significant. Even low-tier magical artifacts required considerable expenditure of spiritual energy, and typically, practitioners below the 3rd tier of Qi would not utilize them. Upon reaching the 4th tier, with slightly more abundant spiritual energy, they could learn to manipulate objects and engage in combat with magical artifacts, but, at their current level of energy, they could only control low-grade magical artifacts. By the time they reached the 7th tier, their spiritual energy would be substantially greater, yet most could only wield mid to low-grade artifacts. As for superior-grade artifacts, while those above the 7th tier could technically use them, they were too draining on their energy for prolonged engagement. In battles of equal strength, superior-grade artifacts were rarely employed unless one reached the 10th tier, allowing them to fully unleash the artifact's potential. As for premium-grade artifacts, aside from a few Qi practitioners, they were primarily utilized by foundation-building experts. Li Qingxian looked at the 154 spirit stones, his smile growing even broader. After all, this was all free gain. Next came the magical artifacts, of which there were only 3, all low-grade aside from a decent rope. The other 2 were ordinary flying swords and flying daggers, and nonetheless, Li Qingxian was satisfied and swiftly collected these 3 artifacts. He found 5 bottles of elixirs, comprising 3 bottles with a total of 8 barley elixirs, 1 bottle containing 2 condensation elixirs, and another with 3 detoxification elixirs. The remainder consisted of medicinal herbs and refining materials, which were scarce. Aside from materials from demonic beasts, they could hardly find ores, as major mines were beyond the reach of scattered practitioners. As for spiritual herbs, their quality was low, collectively sufficient for the little yellow duck's rations for merely half a month, which was pitifully scant. The cultivation manuals were also subpar, falling far short of the Qing Emperor's eternal spring technique. Beyond these, there was nothing else. Li Qingxian quickly categorized and stored the resources before rising and heading towards the cliff face. Observing the crevice in the cliff, he glanced at the rope artifact he had just acquired, a smile gracing his face. Wasn't this the very essence of serendipity? Noticing the barley grass that had grown for 10 years, Li Qingxian plucked it from the roots and paid it no further heed. This valley was relatively safe, alleviating any fears for the little yellow duck's safety. Li Qingxian sat at a nearby spot and began refining the rope artifact. Refining a low-grade artifact as a 3rd-tier Qi practitioner was no simple task, and this process consumed a full half-month. Upon completing the refinement of the rope artifact, Li Qingxian found that he had produced 30 additional stalks of the 10-year-old barley grass. Each stalk, when divided and combined with spiritual rice, could be used to concoct 10 batches of elixirs, yielding 300 portions of barley elixir as materials for production. After refining the rope artifact, Li Qingxian glanced at the little yellow duck, and amid its puzzled gaze, he unhesitatingly scooped it up and tucked it into his bosom. He then took the rope artifact and swiftly approached the cliff face. Assessing the steep cliff, Li Qingxian wrapped one end of the artifact around his wrist, channeling spiritual energy as the other end instantly shot upwards, securing itself to a protruding rock. He tugged firmly to ensure its stability before activating the light body technique. Rapidly scaling the cliff, upon reaching the protruding rock, he directed the rope artifact to loosen, seeking another target as it coiled around another stone. In this manner, he swiftly ascended. Fortunately, the length of the rope artifact was ample, measuring around 7 to 8 meters, otherwise it would have been quite cumbersome to use. At last, after climbing 30 meters, Li Qingxian found himself at the entrance of the crevice, sensing the rich spiritual energy. He peered inside. 50 meters ahead was an expansive area. Cautiously, Li Qingxian stepped forward into the crevice, which was not particularly wide but sufficient for a single person to enter. After walking 50 meters, he found himself in a vast space, approximately 500 acres in size, quite substantial indeed. The dense spiritual energy exhilarated Li Qingxian. Based on its concentration, this place was at least a first-tier superior spiritual vein. With the first-tier spiritual veins level having reached a commendable height, it is entirely feasible for one to cultivate to the 10th layer of Qi refinement here. Li Qingxian cautiously surveyed the surroundings. The valley was surrounded by sheer cliffs, the summit empty and devoid of any shelter. At this moment, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and swiftly made his way into the valley. Upon entering, he found the spiritual energy to be even more abundant, although it was not condensed and instead dissipated upwards into the sky. Li Qingxian furrowed his brow, decisively retrieving 9 formation flags and swiftly planting them around the valley. Given that there was already a spiritual vein present, the rich spiritual energy could effectively activate the locking spirit formation. After setting up the formation, he proceeded to arrange the gathering spirit formation, which allowed him to relax at last. Next, it was time to explore the 500 acres of spiritual land within the valley. A standard football field measures merely 10.7 acres, thus this valley was equivalent to over 40 football fields. Illustrating its vastness, with such an extensive area, coupled with the dense spiritual energy, it was certain that spiritual herbs would be found here. As Li Qingxian walked, he observed his surroundings and soon became intimately familiar with the valley. Within the 500 acres, he discovered numerous spiritual herbs, and to his surprise, there was even a spiritual spring at the center. What is a spiritual spring, you ask? When a spiritual eye reaches a certain level, its size increases, transforming it into a spiritual spring. The hierarchy goes: first tier spiritual eye, second tier spiritual spring, and third tier spiritual pond, denoting the rank and size of the spiritual eye. The spiritual eye of Qingxian Temple was not tiered. Measuring less than 12 centimeters in diameter and less than 10 centimeters in depth. A first-tier spiritual eye resembles a barrel, with a diameter exceeding 40 centimeters and a depth of over 30 centimeters. A second-tier spiritual spring is significantly larger, with a diameter exceeding 2 meters and a depth of 1 meter. To earn the title of spiritual spring. A spiritual spring emits a rich spiritual energy and produces spiritual liquid. This treasure can even tempt foundational cultivators to seize it. The spiritual spring within this valley was even grander, boasting a diameter of 3 meters and a depth of 1.5 meters. Exuding an even more potent spiritual energy, upon witnessing the spring, Li Qingxian suddenly understood why the spiritual energy here was so dense. The presence of the spiritual spring was the key. Noticing that the spring still contained about half of its spiritual liquid, he promptly retrieved a jade vial and filled it, drinking a mouthful without hesitation. As the spiritual liquid entered his body, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted within him, rapidly replenishing his expended mana. In mere moments, his mana was completely restored, with a significant amount of spiritual energy still remaining. Li Qingxian settled beside the spiritual spring and began to refine the spiritual liquid. After half a day, 1 vial of spiritual liquid was successfully refined, significantly enhancing his cultivation level. He felt an inkling that if he consumed the spiritual liquid for cultivation, he could break through to the 4th layer of qi refinement within 6 months. Indeed, for cultivators, wealth, companions, methods, and resources are all indispensable. At that moment, the little yellow duck nestled in his arms awoke, peering out curiously. A quack, quack, quack. Upon spotting the nearby spiritual spring, the little yellow duck began to chirp excitedly. Li Qingxian gently took it out and said, "That is the spiritual spring, our future source of drinking water. You must not dive in." The little yellow duck quickly nodded, wriggling free from Li Qingxuan's grasp and darting towards the spring. However, upon reaching the edge, it became momentarily frozen. The spiritual liquid in the spring was only half full, and being so small, the little yellow duck was unable to reach it. Li Qingxian prevented it from entering the water, leaving the duck to watch longingly. He then produced a jade box, unhesitatingly scooping out half a box of spiritual liquid and placing it at a safe distance from the spring. "All right, little one. Come over and drink." The little yellow duck's eyes brightened, and without a second thought it dashed over, lowering its head to eagerly sip the spiritual liquid. Chapter 15. 6 months later, Qi Refinement 4th layer. Li Qingxian couldn't help but smile as he turned his gaze towards the 2 fruit trees beside the spiritual spring. Approaching the trees, he examined them intently, and after a moment, his expression lit up with surprise. He recognized that both trees were Zhu fruit trees, each over 100 years old, renowned as precious treasures for foundational cultivators seeking to enhance their cultivation. Each Zhu fruit tree bore 2 green fruits, still far from ripening. The 100-year Zhu fruit is considered a rare treasure, blooming, fruiting, and maturing over a century, requiring 300 years before it can be consumed. However, the effects of the 100-year Zhu fruit are also commendable, as consuming it directly can provide foundational cultivators with 10 years of arduous training. Observing the Zhu fruit trees, Li Qingxian couldn't help but chuckle. These trees had already borne fruit, and they would only need a few decades to mature. Even without the little yellow duck, he could wait for the Zhu fruit to ripen, with the Qing Emperor's eternal spring technique. One can enjoy a lifespan of 150 years during the qi refinement phase, and at merely 40 years of age he still had ample time before reaching his limit. Setting the Zhu fruit trees aside for now, since he had yet to break through to the foundational stage, even if the fruits ripened, he could only look but not partake. Li Qingxuan's attention shifted to the other spiritual herbs. Due to the lack of management, the herbs were rather scattered, and there were not many of high age. Upon tallying, he discovered a staggering 13 varieties of spiritual herbs, with at least 10 specimens of each. The oldest ones had reached 1,000 years, totaling 3, while there were over 50 specimens of 100-year herbs. As for those under 100 years, the quantity was even greater. Seeing this, Li Qingxian couldn't help but mentally chastise the foolish Qingxian recluse. If he had expended significant resources to acquire this place, he wouldn't still be roaming at the second layer of qi refinement. In truth, he blamed his predecessor, who had been seeking to capture the python demon beast but was limited by his second layer qi refinement cultivation and lacked the little yellow duck. With insufficient spirit stones, which had delayed his progress, otherwise how could the recluse have possibly possessed the drunken dragon grass, even if it were merely a seedling? In the days that followed, Li Qingxian began to clear the weeds. The valley, being untended, was overrun with weeds taller than the spiritual herbs. After half a month, he finally cleared all the weeds. Looking at the now pristine valley, a smile spread across his face. This would be his future sanctum. Since it was to be Li Qingxuan's sanctum, he decided to name it Qingxian Valley. Li Qingxian was exceedingly pleased. Cultivating here significantly accelerated his progress. After all, practicing the Qing Emperor's eternal spring technique within his spiritual herb garden would yield even swifter results. With the weeds cleared, he organized the remaining spiritual herbs, grouping each type together around the spiritual spring. As for the periphery, he did not intend to waste it. With such dense spiritual energy, Li Qingxian naturally aimed to cultivate spiritual herb seeds and plant them within the valley. Ensuring the spiritual energy was not squandered, although there might not be a spiritual vein underground, the spiritual energy emanating from the spring was hardly inferior. Therefore, whether planting spiritual veins or spiritual rice, both were viable options. However, for Li Qingxian, a cultivator at the third layer of qi refinement, developing these 500 acres of spiritual fields was still somewhat challenging. For the time being, he didn't need to establish an overly large spiritual herb garden. Enough to facilitate his cultivation and alchemy would suffice. After all, the spiritual herbs required to nourish the little yellow duck were more than adequate, and there were enough for it to feast upon for a considerable time. By the time it finished, new herbs would have sprouted. Having completed these tasks, Li Qingxian approached the spiritual spring, drank a few mouthfuls of the spiritual liquid, and began his cultivation. Here, it would take him merely 6 months to break through to the fourth layer of qi refinement. Once he achieved that, he would be regarded as a mid-stage qi refinement cultivator, capable of wielding low-grade magical artifacts in combat. With this thought in mind, Li Qingxian quickly entered a state of closed-door cultivation. As for the little yellow duck, Li Qingxian planted the Yulan grass nearby the spiritual spring, allowing the duck to feast and relieve itself directly at the roots of the Yulan grass. Currently, Li Qingxian was not lacking in spiritual herbs and could easily cultivate Yulan grass, even storing them away in his storage bag for safekeeping. Moreover, the value of Yulan grass was exceptionally high. Even if not exchanged for foundational pills, it could be traded for thousands of spirit stones. The surrounding spiritual herbs emitted waves of wood attribute spiritual energy, continuously flowing towards Li Qingxian, invigorating the operation of his Qing Emperor's eternal spring technique. He even felt that he could cultivate simply by relying on the spiritual herbs here to stimulate his internal techniques. Unfortunately, that method would be too slow. It was far better to cultivate actively. However, during moments of inactivity, he could harness the wood attribute spiritual energy here to facilitate the autonomous operation of his technique. Time passed swiftly, and in 6 months, while in closed-door cultivation, Li Qingxuan's aura suddenly surged dramatically, and his cultivation level instantaneously broke through to the fourth layer of qi refinement. Over these 6 months, aside from his closed-door cultivation, he had devoted time to feeding the little yellow duck with spiritual liquid and harvesting spiritual herbs. The Yulan grass itself was a 50-year spiritual herb, not particularly high in rank, but for nurturing the little yellow duck, it only required 37.5 days. After all, the little yellow duck relieved itself twice daily, each time enhancing the herb's age by a decade. Over half a year, Li Qingxian acquired 2 specimens of Yulan grass aged over 800 years, as well as 2 specimens aged 1,000 years. Because Li Qingxian spent most of his time in cultivation, the majority of the time was dedicated to nurturing Yulan grass. Following his breakthrough to the fourth layer of qi refinement, Li Qingxian did not pause but began to stabilize his cultivation. For cultivators, the first task after a breakthrough is to solidify their foundation. If their cultivation is unstable, they risk falling back. The little yellow duck raised its head to glance at Li Qingxian. Seeing he showed no signs of awakening, it trotted over to a nearby spiritual herb and began to nibble. For the little yellow duck, the spiritual herbs here were all food, and there was no need for Li Qingxian to feed it. Another half-month passed before Li Qingxian finally awoke, watching the spiritual herbs that had been consumed by the little yellow duck and nurtured with its droppings, and he couldn't help but chuckle. This little creature was clever enough to understand recycling, which was quite impressive. Li Qingxuan's cultivation was firmly established at the fourth layer of qi refinement, and his internal mana had surged significantly, allowing him to wield magical artifacts with ease. Rising to his feet, he observed that the amount of spiritual liquid in the spring had not diminished significantly, filling him with excitement. With the spiritual liquid from the spring combined with medicinal pills, along with the spiritual herb garden in the valley, Li Qingxian no longer had to worry about enhancing his cultivation. Observing the spiritual herbs in the elixir garden, Li Qingxian approached the millennium-old Yulan grass, carefully plucking it while leaving its roots intact in the soil. As long as the root remained, Li Qingxian would have a continuous supply of Yulan grass. His gaze shifted towards a small yellow duck resting nearby. It seemed to sense his attention and wobbled to its feet, making its way unsteadily towards him. Seeing its demeanor, Li Qingxian felt a pang of concern and hurried over upon sensing the little creature's aura. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. The little fellow had already reached the pinnacle of a low-grade spiritual beast and was now on the verge of breaking through to a mid-grade level. No wonder it was tottering towards him. It must have been in a deep slumber or awakening upon sensing his gaze. Li Qingxian swiftly scooped it up, unhesitatingly cradling it in his arms. As if feeling the warmth emanating from him, the small yellow duck drifted back into a deep sleep. Li Qingxian gently stroked its feathers, feeling its reliance on him, and a broader smile spread across his face. He was not afraid of the little creature's dependence. Rather, he feared any distance that might grow between them. The little yellow duck was Li Qingxuan's treasure, pivotal to his future pursuits of the immortal path, and he could not allow any rift to form between them. The duck's innate talent was remarkable. Having only just been born, it was already on the cusp of breaking through to a mid-grade spiritual beast. However, reflecting on the number of spiritual herbs it had consumed over the past period, he couldn't help but chuckle wryly. The vast quantity of herbs consumed to elevate Li Qingxuan's cultivation would likely have raised him to the 6th or 7th level of qi refinement. Yet, he was unperturbed, for he understood that the effort and reward were inextricably linked. Although the little duck had feasted on so many spiritual herbs, it had simultaneously cultivated herbs of even greater value for him. Typically, the value generated by the duck far exceeded the resources consumed. Just the value of the herbs produced daily by the little duck would take Li Qingxian a considerable amount of time to earn. With this in mind, he retrieved a half-box of spiritual liquid from a jade container and placed the little duck within it. The duck, still in a daze, opened its eyes slightly, sensing the rich spiritual energy, and began to drink eagerly. Chapter 16, The Study of Alchemy. Li Qingxian glanced around the elixir garden, noting the overgrowth of weeds after more than half a year without maintenance. Once he had tidied up the garden, he took out the foundational text on alchemy and began to study. Although he could not sell the abundance of spiritual herbs he had gathered, transforming them into elixirs was an entirely different matter. Alchemists were always in high demand, regardless of the location. Once he became an alchemist, Li Qingxian could openly sell his elixirs in various markets. He could also utilize the elixirs he crafted for his own cultivation, ensuring a safer practice. The foundational alchemy text was not particularly difficult to understand, especially since it included the refining steps and insights for the malt essence pill. Holding the foundational alchemy text, Li Qingxian read attentively, committing many details to memory. 3 days later, he set aside the foundational text, took out the alchemy furnace, and retrieved the spiritual fire jade talisman, preparing to attempt the refinement of the malt essence pill. The malt essence pill was the most basic of elixirs, designed to enhance the cultivation of those below the 3rd level of qi refinement, and it was priced affordably. To refine the malt essence pill, only 10-year-old malt grass and spiritual rice were required, making it ideal for practicing alchemy. Li Qingxian took a 10-year-old malt grass, divided it into 10 portions, and set aside 10 pounds of spiritual rice, placing 1 pound beside each portion of malt grass, perfectly aligning for 10 batches of elixirs. He positioned the alchemy furnace before him and cast a water sphere technique to clean it thoroughly. After completing this task, Li Qingxian infused the spiritual fire jade talisman with his energy, igniting the spiritual fire to begin warming the furnace. The first step in elixir refinement was to clean the alchemy furnace, followed by warming it before embarking on the actual refining process. With the 10 portions of malt essence pills ingredients prepared, Li Qingxian awaited the furnace to reach the proper temperature before adding the spiritual rice. After covering the furnace, he formed hand seals, channeling streams of energy into both the alchemy furnace and the spiritual fire jade talisman below. Carefully controlling the fire, he extracted the essence from the spiritual rice, dividing it into 10 portions. Once the essence had been extracted and evenly distributed, Li Qingxian opened the furnace lid without hesitation and added the malt grass. With the prepared malt grass placed into the alchemy furnace, he covered it again and commenced the extraction of its essence. The extraction of malt grass essence proved to be even simpler and was soon completed. Once the essence was fully refined, Li Qingxian divided it into 10 portions, combining it with the spiritual rice essence, while continuously channeling energy to facilitate their fusion. Suddenly a burnt odor wafted from the furnace, prompting Li Qingxian to smile wryly. He realized he had neglected to adjust the fire. The flames were too intense, resulting in the scorching of the herbal essence within the furnace. Refining elixirs required meticulous attention to detail. Any oversight could lead to failure. Alchemy was the foremost of the myriad arts in the cultivation world, demanding the utmost care in its execution. Thus, a single misstep could result in a failed elixir. Although the malt essence pill was considered a simple elixir, few in the cultivation realm could successfully refine even this basic concoction, as substantial resources were required to engage in alchemy, despite the relatively low cost of a 10-year-old malt grass requiring only 10 spirit stones. The value of the spiritual rice was even less. Many cultivators would struggle to produce even one malt essence pill from 10 units of malt grass, rendering it unaffordable for casual practitioners. Li Qingxian, feeling somewhat resigned, opened the alchemy furnace and discarded the scorched herbal essence. Cleaning the furnace once more, he then furrowed his brows in contemplation. After mentally reviewing the details of his recent attempt, he confirmed there were no issues and began the process anew. First, he warmed the furnace again, and once it was sufficiently heated, he added the spiritual rice to extract its essence. This time, Li Qingxian was vigilant about the fire's intensity. Yet during the fusion of the two materials, he experienced another error, resulting in another failed attempt. He couldn't help but chuckle. Alchemy was clearly not a pursuit for the faint-hearted. After 2 unsuccessful attempts, he had wasted nearly 2 spirit stones. This was merely for the lowest grade of malt essence pill. Had he been working with higher-level elixirs, the losses would have been significantly greater. However, as he patted the little yellow duck nestled in his arms, a smile returned to his face. The duck could infinitely enhance the age of the spiritual herbs, meaning he was not lacking in resources for crafting elixirs and could afford to waste a few. Approaching the spiritual spring, Li Qingxian took a sip of its essence and sat down beside it to meditate. Refining elixirs consumed a great deal of energy, and after only 2 attempts, his internal energy was nearly depleted. Half a day later, having restored his energy, Li Qingxian resumed his alchemical endeavors. With access to the spiritual spring's essence, recovering his cultivation was not particularly challenging. It merely took time to refine the essence. Simultaneously, he could enhance his cultivation, achieving 2 objectives with one effort. After cleaning the alchemy furnace again and warming it, this time, Li Qingxian made fewer errors throughout the refinement process. However, upon nearing completion, a moment of excitement led to a slight mistake, resulting in another failure. Having learned from this experience, he finally succeeded with the 4th batch of the malt essence pill. Yet, when he opened the furnace, he was met with the sight of a singular oval-shaped malt essence pill surrounded by 9 pools of black liquid, prompting another wry smile. Although this batch had produced an elixir, it was deemed a failed product, as the toxic components were overly concentrated, making it unsuitable for cultivators. Initially believing that the 4th attempt would be successful, he was met with disappointment yet again. Nonetheless, this batch had yielded 1 successful elixir, indicating that he was beginning to make progress. Li Qingxian took a moment to restore his energy before continuing with the alchemy process. The 5th batch resulted in failure again, producing only 1 waste elixir. Pondering the situation, he quickly discerned where he had gone amiss. With clarity, he embarked on the next attempt. After completing the 6th batch, he opened the alchemy furnace to find 4 elixirs inside, causing him to smile broadly. Among the 4, 3 were waste elixirs, and 1 was a successful malt essence pill. He felt a surge of excitement at having achieved a successful refinement. Although the sixth batch yielded only one successful product, it signified that Li Qingxian was on the right track. After swiftly restoring his energy, he resumed his attempts. Unfortunately, his excitement led to failure with the seventh batch. However, the eighth batch succeeded again, producing another elixir, which brought him great joy. Shortly after, the ninth batch also yielded success, resulting in one elixir. Although 5 waste elixirs accompanied it, a sign of progress, the 10th batch was likewise successful, producing one elixir, and Li Qingxian had finally refined his first malt essence pill. This endeavor consumed 1 10-year-old malt grass, 10 pounds of spiritual rice, and a total of 14 spirit stones. Ultimately, he had produced 4 malt essence pills, which, if sold at market price, would net him 4 spirit stones. This endeavor in alchemy was undoubtedly a loss, but as long as he could achieve success, it marked the best possible beginning. As for the materials for alchemy, Li Qingxian was far from lacking, for with the little yellow duck by his side, he could harvest 2 10-year-old malt grasses each day. Storing the malt essence pills, Li Qingxian focused on recovering his energy. Perhaps due to the successful refinement of the elixirs, he felt as though his cultivation was progressing at an accelerated pace. In truth, this was not entirely accurate. He was practicing the Qing Emperor's eternal spring technique, and during the alchemical process, he inadvertently absorbed the essence of the herbs, contributing to his cultivation, an aspect he remained unaware of. After restoring his energy, Li Qingxian wasted no time in commencing the 11th batch of elixirs. The 11th batch was successful, yielding 1 elixir. However, in the 12th batch, he astonishingly produced 2 elixirs. This was a promising start. If he could consistently produce 2 elixirs moving forward, Li Qingxian would no longer have to worry about incurring losses. Though the thought was optimistic, reality often proved otherwise. As Li Qingxian attempted to concoct the 13th furnace, he faced yet another setback. Although the elixirs within the alchemical furnace had taken shape, they were nothing more than worthless dross. With the 14th furnace, he successfully produced 1 elixir. The 15th furnace yielded another. By the time he reached the 20th furnace, he once again obtained a single elixir. It became apparent that the 2 elixirs produced in the 12th furnace had merely been a stroke of luck. Li Qingxian remained undeterred. From the second batch of barley grass, he successfully crafted 10 elixirs. Though he still incurred a loss, it represented significant progress. Subsequently, he embarked on his journey of alchemical mastery, the barley elixir. While the most rudimentary of potions, was ideally suited for Li Qingxian's practice in alchemy. From the third batch of barley grass, he produced 10 barley elixirs, and the 4th batch yielded the same result. Li Qingxian was puzzled. Every time he aimed to produce 2 elixirs, his efforts would fail. It appeared that some things could not be forced to In the 17th chapter, as a low-tier alchemist, the 5th batch of barley grass fared better, producing 11 elixirs. The 6th batch surpassed this, yielding a full 12 elixirs. The 7th, 8th, and 9th batches, however, continued to result in losses, producing only 12 or 13 elixirs. It was not until the 10th batch of barley grass that Li Qingxian finally broke even, crafting 14 barley elixirs. He felt quite satisfied. Fortunately, he had an ample supply of spiritual herbs, or else he would have faced losses from these 10 batches. With 10 batches of barley grass, combined with 100 pounds of spiritual rice, Li Qingxian produced a total of 110 barley elixirs. The market value of these elixirs reached 110 spiritual stones, yet the worth of the 10 batches of barley grass and the 100 pounds of spiritual rice was also considerable, amounting to 140 spiritual stones. Thus, in this round of alchemy, Li Qingxian faced a loss of 30 spiritual stones. While this was inconsequential to him, it represented a substantial loss for an ordinary loose cultivator. Ordinary loose cultivators lack such a wealth of spiritual herbs for alchemical endeavors. With that many spiritual stones, they would be better off purchasing elixirs directly to enhance their cultivation. For loose cultivators, the simplest avenue of cultivation lies in talisman crafting, which entails lower costs and yields decent profits. Although it does not compare to the earnings of alchemists or artifact crafters, the difference is negligible. Li Qingxian aspired to become an alchemist because he possessed the necessary conditions, including the ever-replenishing spiritual herbs from his little yellow duck. Selling spiritual herbs could easily attract unnecessary trouble. However, becoming an alchemist and selling elixirs would not draw undue attention. After all, alchemists command respect wherever they go and are often quite wealthy, leading many cultivators to target them for robbery. Therefore, alchemists typically employ elixirs and spiritual stones to enlist powerful protectors when venturing outside, as they would not easily stray from secure locations. At this moment, Li Qingxian felt a stirring from the little yellow duck nestled in his arms and promptly took her out, observing that the little yellow duck had broken through to the mid-stage of the first tier. He gently patted her small head and said, "Little one, congratulations on your breakthrough. Have something to eat first." With that, he pointed to the nearby spiritual herbs, yet, the little yellow duck stared intently at the spiritual liquid in the spiritual spring. Not blinking an eye. Li Qingxian chuckled. "Alright, you can drink." Afterward, he dipped a jade box into the spiritual spring, filling it halfway, and placed it on the ground, setting the little yellow duck nearby. The little yellow duck gleefully rushed towards the jade box and began to drink eagerly. Li Qingxian took out other jade boxes, pouring half a box of spiritual liquid beside the little yellow duck. "I know you just broke through and need abundant spiritual energy to stabilize your realm. So drink well. By the way, come over here when you need to relieve yourself." He pointed to the barley grass not far away. The little yellow duck tilted her head, glanced at him, and continued drinking. Li Qingxian knew she had taken note and moved closer to the little yellow duck to handle the barley grass. Since he was committed to alchemy, he certainly could not abandon it midway. The little yellow duck watched as Li Qingxian processed the barley grass, scampering over to take a look. Just as she was about to nibble, Li Qingxian quickly blocked her. "This is for my alchemy. You see, this is what your droppings have nurtured. Are you still going to eat it?" The little yellow duck sniffed the spiritual herbs with her tiny nose, wrinkled it in disdain, and scampered away. Li Qingxian laughed. "See, I knew you wouldn't eat it. Go eat those over there." He pointed to the nearby spiritual herbs, which had not been cultivated by the little yellow duck's droppings. The little yellow duck nodded enthusiastically and dashed towards those spiritual herbs. Upon reaching the jade box, she hesitated, torn between eating the spiritual herbs or continuing to drink the spiritual liquid, confusion evident in her little eyes. Li Qingxian took out a spiritual herb and placed it in a jade box beside the spiritual liquid box. "Alright, no need to be conflicted now. You can have a sip of the spiritual liquid and a bite of the spiritual herb." The little yellow duck's eyes sparkled, and she quickly lowered her head to consume the spiritual herb. Alternating between a bite and a sip of the nearby spiritual liquid, clearly relishing the experience. Li Qingxian merely smiled as he resumed organizing the alchemical materials. Before long, he had sorted out 10 portions of materials. Watching the little yellow duck enjoy her meal, he began to concoct barley elixirs. He prepared the furnace, added the materials, and commenced the alchemical process, having already crafted over 100 batches of barley elixirs. This round proceeded without any unexpected occurrences, concluding swiftly. As he opened the alchemical furnace and beheld the 2 elixirs inside, a look of joy spread across Li Qingxian's face. To his astonishment, he had directly produced 2 elixirs. If he could maintain this success rate, he would ascend to the rank of a low-tier alchemist. The success rate required for alchemists must exceed 20%, otherwise losses were inevitable. Soon Li Qingxian began crafting the second batch of elixirs. And once again, he achieved the production of 2 elixirs, which filled him with immense joy. The next 8 batches of elixirs all succeeded without fail, each maintaining the 20% success rate. This allowed Li Qingxian to amass 20 elixirs, yielding a profit of 6 spiritual stones. One should not underestimate the value of 6 spiritual stones. Given Li Qingxian's current cultivation level, he could produce at least 4 batches of elixirs daily. Completing 10 batches would only require 2.5 days. In just 2.5 days, he could earn 6 spiritual stones, a considerable sum for many, especially for loose cultivators. Earning 6 spiritual stones could take a month or even longer at their level. Li Qingxian was overjoyed. At least now he could rely on barley elixirs to earn spiritual stones. With this thought, he felt exhilarated and continued crafting elixirs. With the spiritual herbs available here, the little yellow duck would never lack food, allowing Li Qingxian to focus on his alchemical endeavors and cultivation. For a cultivator at the 4th layer of qi refinement, prolonged seclusion was unnecessary, as long as he focused on alchemy and cultivation. He could swiftly enhance his realm. Despite the advantageous environment and abundant elixirs, it would still take Li Qingxian 2 to 3 years to break through to the 5th layer of qi refinement. For him, this pace was already rapid. After all, his previous incarnation had only reached the 2nd layer of qi refinement by the age of 40, having only traversed to this realm for about a year. He had already advanced to the 4th layer of qi refinement, leaving him with 39 more years for cultivation. Even if he were to advance a layer every 5 years, reaching the 10th layer of qi refinement would only require 30 years. At that point, he would still have 10 years left to break into the foundation establishment stage, leaving him with no cause for concern. In the span of 2.5 days, Li Qingxian gathered 5 more batches of 10-year-old barley grass. His alchemical skills had yet to reach a success rate of 30%, and he had no intention of using 20-year-old barley grass for crafting mid-tier barley elixirs. While mid-tier barley elixirs required 20-year-old spiritual herbs, their efficacy far surpassed that of those crafted from 10-year-old barley grass. Thus, Li Qingxian continuously sought to enhance his alchemical skills. Finally, after half a month, Li Qingxuan's alchemical proficiency improved to 30%. Of course, he could only craft barley elixirs, thus qualifying him as a low-tier alchemist. Over this half-month period, he had accumulated 120 barley elixirs, valued at 120 spiritual stones. Throughout this time, Li Qingxian had utilized 6 batches of barley grass and 60 pounds of spiritual rice, totaling an expenditure of 84 spiritual stones. By calculating the profits, Li Qingxian had gained 36 spiritual stones in merely half a month, with his alchemical skills further refined and the success rate of crafting barley elixirs reaching 30%. He could now produce 30 barley elixirs from each batch of barley grass and 10 pounds of spiritual rice, resulting in a profit of 16 spiritual stones. Li Qingxian couldn't help but smile. He was finally able to earn spiritual stones without selling spiritual herbs. With just the barley elixirs, he could earn 16 spiritual stones in 2.5 days, undeniably showcasing the power of an alchemist. In the days that followed, Li Qingxian did not prioritize alchemy but instead devoted the majority of his time to cultivation. After all, for a cultivator, the primary focus must be on enhancing their realm. Only by doing so could one achieve immortality. For instance, with Li Qingxuan's Qing Emperor's longevity technique, after establishing his foundation, his lifespan would extend to 300 years, surpassing the typical 250 years of ordinary cultivators by 50 years. Should he break through to the golden core stage, his lifespan could reach 600 years. Regrettably, the cultivation method Li Qingxian possessed only allowed him to reach the early golden core stage. With no information on subsequent techniques, perhaps only by elevating his cultivation level could he obtain the Qing Emperor's longevity technique, as the name itself suggested the power inherent in this cultivation method. In the 18th chapter, as time swiftly passed, Li Qingxian awoke from his seclusion over 2 years later, his face alight with joy. The aura emanating from him was palpable. After 3 years of traversing this realm, he had finally broken through to the 5th layer of Qi refinement. In the span of 3 years, I have transcended 3 realms, although I arrived at the peak of the 2nd layer of Qi cultivation. Achieving 3 consecutive breakthroughs within such a short time is no small feat. Numerous factors contributed to this remarkable progress. Firstly, the abundance of elixirs at my disposal has been instrumental. Since becoming an alchemist, I have never lacked for medicinal potions. Additionally, the Qingdi Changchun Gong requires cultivation within the spirit herb garden to expedite advancement. Coupled with the nourishing essence of the spiritual spring, my cultivation has progressed with relative ease. Compared to other cultivators, I lack nothing in terms of resources, save for companionship. As I rose to my feet and surveyed the verdant valley, a smile unfurled across my face. The valley, apart from its outer ring populated by the little yellow ducks I had nurtured, was filled with cultivated spiritual herbs. These herbs were either consolidated from the previous bounty of the valley or procured from various bustling markets thereafter. I named this sanctuary Qingxian Valley, favorably situated amidst 3 bustling markets: the Zhaoyantai Market, the Dayantai Market, and the Qingshan Market. Among these, Zhaoyantai Market is the smallest, followed by Qingshan Market, with Dayantai Market being the largest. The most formidable cultivator in Zhaoyantai Market stands at the 6th layer of Qi, while the strongest in Qingshan Market has reached the 9th layer. Dayantai Market, a venture of several Qi families, is guarded by cultivators at the 10th layer. Over the course of 2 years, I traversed these 3 markets, utilizing the sale of spiritual herbs to foster the growth of Qingxian Valley. My array of formations, mystical arrays, offensive arrays, and defensive arrays, are all of high quality. It is not that I cannot afford superior formations. Rather, acquiring them necessitates a journey to Qingyu Market, which is a considerable distance from Qingyu Gate and even farther from Qingxian Valley. Hence, until I attain sufficient cultivation, venturing far is not in my plans. Upon breaking through to the 5th layer of Qi, I glanced at the little yellow duck nearby. Though it appeared unchanged, its aura rivaled my own. I approached the little creature, affectionately patting its head. "Ah, little one, you seem quite at ease." The little yellow duck rolled over and nuzzled my fingers, chirping cheerfully. "The seclusion has concluded," I chuckled. "With this breakthrough, I shan't need to retreat for a prolonged period. Come, let us retire to the cave." I scooped up the little duck and made my way to a nearby cliff face, where I had carved out an entrance leading into a vast cave. Within, apart from a resting chamber, there were alchemy and artifact forging rooms. Although I do not plan to engage in forging in the immediate future, it remains essential to learn the craft eventually. Upon reaching the golden core stage, crafting my innate treasure becomes imperative. Relying on others for such tasks is not something I would trust. The perils of the cultivation world are abundantly clear to me. Settling onto the stone bed, I unfurled my bedding and soon succumbed to restful slumber. The little yellow duck, noticing my repose, scurried to its own small bed to sleep as well. As I am not yet a golden core cultivator. Neglecting rest would lead to a depletion of my vitality, which is detrimental to any practitioner. Thus, prior to achieving the golden core stage, occasional sleep is necessary. During the Qi cultivation phase, one may rest every few days. While in the foundation establishment stage, a sleep every month and a half suffices to maintain optimal condition. As for the practice of abstaining from food, cultivators in the foundation establishment phase can absorb spiritual energy. But this requires an ample supply, otherwise elixirs remain essential. The tranquility of Qingxian Valley enveloped me as both I and the little yellow duck drifted into deep slumber. Meanwhile, in Dafeng City, the 2 years that had elapsed allowed the wealthy families to exchange teachings, resulting in some progress in their cultivation. Among the numerous affluent families in Dafeng City, only 3 have ascended to prominence, as their members have successfully become cultivators, even though certain disciples have merely begun to harness their magical powers. They are sufficiently capable of handling ordinary folk. Thus, beneath the watchful gaze of the monk from Nanshan Temple, these 3 families conspired to seize control of Dafeng City, along with its surrounding villages. From this point forward, the affluent families of Dafeng City need only submit their offerings to Nanshan Temple, while the remainder belongs predominantly to these 3 families: the Tai family, the Long family, and the Morong family. With a steady supply of spiritual herbs and knowledge of Xiao Yuntai Market's location, they finally bridged the gap with the cultivation world. However, their family members remain at the first layer of Qi. Oblivious to the harsh realities of cultivation, the 3 families' cultivators ventured to Xiao Yuntai Market, and fortune favored them. Perhaps due to the demise of the rogue cultivator at my hands, they encountered little danger. As a result, they established a connection with the cultivation world. Other families, not wishing to be outdone, imparted teachings to their members, ensuring no bloodline connection was overlooked. Ultimately, 2 more families, the Qin family and the Shangguan family, produced cultivators, bringing the total to 5 in Dafeng City. Remarkably, these affluent families maintained a veil of secrecy to prevent the monk from Nanshan Temple from discovering their advancements. In truth, the monk was indifferent. Even if these individuals became cultivators, they posed no threat to him. He was more engrossed in expanding his following, viewing the tributes from the affluent families as inconsequential, however, as currency in the cultivation realm. No one would refuse an abundance of wealth. The offerings from the affluent families were gladly accepted, while the demonic cultivators on the other side of Dafeng City posed no challenge to him. Since the arrival of the monk from Nanshan, demonic cultivators have not dared to enter Dafeng City, nor do they venture near the surrounding villages. This was a marked improvement compared to the time of the recluse Qingxian, who was barely a match for the demonic cultivators. Had they not been unable to deal with him, he might have long since met his demise. At this moment, in Nanshan Temple, the monk gazed at the liquid spiritual essence within the spiritual eye, his expression radiating delight. At last, after more than 2 years, I have gathered enough belief power to cultivate to the 4th layer of Qi, he proclaimed. But let us commence cultivation without delay. The monk, though younger than the recluse, was now 33 years of age. Should he fail to establish a foundation by 60, the prospect would be grim, regardless of how much belief power he accumulated. Thus, without hesitation, he consumed the liquid belief power. Savoring its familiar flavor, once imbibed, the monk settled to meditate, the belief power within him gently enhancing his cultivation. As time passed, a serene smile graced his face. Within just half a month, he had completely refined all the belief power within him. At this moment, he opened his eyes, feeling the peak of the 4th layer of Qi, and erupted into hearty laughter. Ha! I have reached the pinnacle of the 4th layer of Qi. With just one more dose of belief power, I shall breach the 5th layer, perhaps even advancing further. Truly, the potency of belief power is profound. The monk was astonished that a single dose had propelled him to the pinnacle of the 4th layer within merely half a month. Had he relied on elixirs, who knows how long the process would have taken. Chapter 19, The Monk's Aspirations. After breaking through to the pinnacle of the 4th layer, the monk turned his gaze towards the direction of Qingxian Temple. Qingxian recluse, I have ascended to the apex of the 4th layer of Qi. Only one step remains before I breach the 5th layer. Given your lackluster talent, you are likely still struggling at the 4th layer. Just wait, once I find you, I shall ensure your proper guidance. A flicker of cruelty danced in his eyes, betraying a semblance of malice unbefitting a monk. Having vented his emotions, he then cast his gaze back to the liquid belief power within the spiritual eye. At that moment, a thin layer of belief power had accumulated once more. Observing the rapid accumulation, he felt a surge of excitement. At this rate, it would not take long before the spiritual eye was full again. Rising to his feet, the monk hastened towards the grand hall of Nanshan Temple. Amitabha, countless blessings from Nanshan Buddha. All who believe in my teachings shall attain liberation in their next life. As he spoke, he directed his energy towards the Buddha statue, causing it to emanate a gentle golden light, as if the Buddha himself were manifesting. The devotees in the hall, witnessing this spectacle, widened their eyes in awe, their expressions transforming into fervent devotion as they bowed before the image of the Buddha. The monk, satisfied by the continuous flow of belief power from the statue, nodded in approval and infused more energy. The Buddha's image glowed softly, dispersing spiritual light towards the devoted followers in the hall. In the grand hall, the devotees began to feel a sense of comfort wash over them, as their ailments vanished in an instant. The Buddha has manifested. The Buddha has manifested. I am healed, truly healed. Amitabha, may the Buddha's compassion shine upon us. Compassionate Buddha of Nanshan, I beseech you to bless my daughter-in-law with a healthy and robust child. May the merciful Nanshan Buddha ensure my son returns home soon. Observing their fervent expressions, the smile on the monk of Nanshan grew even more pronounced. This image was not a powerful relic but rather a simple object used by the practitioners of Buddhism to deceive the unwary. While it could be classified as a low-grade magical artifact, it held no real power. As for the radiance of the Buddha, it was merely an illusion. Ultimately, the transformation that occurred was merely a manifestation of the power of faith, providing temporary relief from suffering rather than genuine healing. The devotees' physical conditions had not improved. Instead, their pain was merely suppressed by the power of belief, offering relief for a mere 2 to 3 days, somewhat superior to painkillers. Even so, for ordinary individuals, this was a considerable boon. In 3 to 5 days, they would be compelled to return to Nanshan Temple to pay their respects, for any recurrence of pain would indicate a lack of sincerity in their hearts, rendering them unworthy of the Buddha's protection. Thus, they would again flock to the temple, generating an abundance of faith energy. However, the monk of Nanshan understood the significance of his followers and would ensure their safety. For the loss of even one believer would diminish his reservoir of faith energy. For him, each fragment of faith was invaluable. Consequently, whenever a devotee faced hardship, the monk would offer assistance without hesitation, earning him the esteemed title of a wise and virtuous monk. As such incidents proliferated, the impoverished populace of Dafu City began to revere the monk of Nanshan. Many took it upon themselves to spread his teachings. The wealthy merchants merely observed, choosing not to intervene, unaware that the monk sought faith energy for his cultivation, while quietly nurturing their own cultivators' advancement. Meanwhile, several cultivators returned from the small Yuntai market with various attribute-related techniques, and the 5 families began to exchange knowledge and experiment with these practices. To their astonishment, several new cultivators emerged, prompting discontent among the other wealthy merchants, fearing that the other merchants might reveal their possession of cultivators. The 5 families formed an alliance known as the Dafu City Commerce League. The wealthy merchants, true to their nature, were astute in trade, utilizing their accumulated resources to procure various materials beneficial to cultivators from other cities. Thereby gradually expanding their influence, they deftly avoided any mention of cultivation resources in front of the monk of Nanshan, and even leveraged his reputation to deter rogue cultivators from interfering with their dealings. As for the common bandits and thieves, the wealthy merchants had little concern, for most of them were cultivated by their own hands. Any foolhardy enough to attempt to rob their commerce would likely find themselves eradicated by the following day. The affairs of Dafu City bore no relevance to Li Qingxian, who was presently examining 3 types of spiritual fruits and herbs: vitality flower, spirit-absorbing fruit, and fusion spirit flower. The 3 items Li Qingxian had procured were essential materials for crafting a mid-tier first-grade elixir known as spirit-absorbing pill, beneficial for cultivators at the 4th layer of qi refinement and above. The vitality flower was the most valuable, with a 30-year-old bloom fetching 33 spirit stones. The spirit-absorbing fruit was the least expensive, costing 3 spirit stones for purchase and approximately 2.5 for sale. The fusion spirit flower, while not particularly valuable, served a common purpose and was priced similarly to ordinary herbs, requiring only 10 years for crafting first-grade elixirs. Moreover, only a minuscule amount was needed during the refining process. Its purpose was not to create elixirs but to enhance the spiritual affinity among various herbs. One vitality flower could yield 6 batches of spirit-absorbing pill, while 2 spirit-absorbing fruits were necessary for preparation, and only a trivial amount of fusion spirit flower was required. Thus, the total cost for the necessary herbs for these 6 batches of elixirs amounted to approximately 42 spirit stones. Li Qingxian aimed to achieve a success rate of at least 25%. For 6 batches, that equated to 15 successful elixirs. 83 spirit stones each. This totaled 45 spirit stones, with a cost of 42 spirit stones. His profit margin was a mere 3 spirit stones, hardly a substantial gain. To ensure profitability from the spirit-absorbing pill, a success rate of at least 30% was essential. Presently, Li Qingxian had achieved a 50% success rate in crafting malt pills and a 40% rate with spirit-absorbing pills, qualifying him to attempt making spirit-absorbing pills. The spirit-absorbing pill was the most affordable mid-tier first-grade elixir, favored by ordinary cultivators for its rapid sales. After preparing the herbs, Li Qingxian retrieved his alchemical furnace. Glancing at the low-grade artifact with a wry smile, he had forgotten to bring a more suitable furnace, for though the low-grade artifact could still refine mid-tier first-grade elixirs, the success rate was suboptimal. However, having gathered the necessary herbs, he could not afford to halt his progress. After thoroughly cleaning the alchemical furnace several times, he commenced his refining process, although the spirit-absorbing pill was merely a mid-tier first-grade elixir. Its creation posed some challenges, particularly in merging the essences of the 2 herbs. Even with the fusion spirit flower as a medium, the task remained daunting. Consequently, the first batch of spirit-absorbing pill met with complete failure. In the following 6 attempts, Li Qingxian effectively paid his tuition, as none succeeded. After his failures, he refrained from further attempts at alchemy, opting instead to sit nearby and reflect on his mistakes, recording his insights in a small booklet. Many valuable lessons in alchemy were derived in this manner, and the experiences of high-level alchemists were often quite valuable, though he could not compare with them. Having his notes to revisit and analyze his errors proved beneficial. Once he had documented his thoughts, Li Qingxian stood up and picked up a small yellow duck nearby, asking, "Little one, I plan to visit the market. Would you care to join me?" The little yellow duck eagerly nodded and quickly nestled into Li Qingxian's embrace. He gently patted the duck and set off towards the entrance of Qingxian Valley. Chapter 20. The Artifact Pavilion and the Alchemical Furnace. Over the past 3 years, Li Qingxian had become quite familiar with the route from Qingxian Valley to the 3 major markets. Even with his eyes closed, he could effortlessly navigate to any of the 3. This time, he intended to visit the Dayantai market, which was not far from the Zhaoyantai market and boasted shops selling superior-grade artifacts. Accompanied by the little yellow duck, Li Qingxian set off for the Dayantai market, which previously required 5 days for him to reach, but with his current advancement to the 5th layer of qi refinement, he could now manage the journey in 3.5 days. Upon arrival, Li Qingxian found Dayantai market to be 10 times larger than Zhaoyantai market, bustling with activity and teeming with people. His presence attracted little attention, as cultivators at the 5th layer were not uncommon in Dayantai market. It was not unusual to encounter several at the 10th layer and even more at the 7th layer and above. As for those at the 5th layer, they could be found in abundance throughout the market. Entering the Artifact Pavilion, Li Qingxian marveled at the array of artifacts displayed on the shelves, true to its reputation as a prominent merchant association. The Artifact Pavilion spanned 3 floors, each showcasing a different category of artifacts. The first floor was dedicated to low-grade artifacts, the second to mid-grade artifacts, and the third to high-grade artifacts. As for superior artifacts, the pavilion possessed them, but they were not displayed, as most visitors were cultivators who could not afford such items. Should there be a demand, the pavilion could readily procure them. Upon seeing Li Qingxian enter, a staff member promptly approached. "Esteemed guest, may I inquire what type of artifact you seek? Our pavilion offers a diverse array of treasures." Li Qingxian inquired with a smile, "How much for a mid to high-grade alchemical furnace?" The staff member's excitement was palpable. The inquiry indicated that the visitor was a practitioner of alchemy. Realizing this, the staff member's demeanor became more respectful. We have mid-grade and high-grade alchemical furnaces, even superior-grade ones." Li Qingxian's eyes brightened as he asked, "Oh, pray tell, what is the price of a superior-grade alchemical furnace?" The staff member replied, "Our superior-grade alchemical furnace is priced at a minimum of 700 spirit stones. But rest assured, the quality is exceptional." Li Qingxian shook his head slightly. "My friend, you jest. I cannot afford such a price. What about the high-grade alchemical furnace?" The staff member, undeterred by Li Qingxian's reluctance, cheerfully stated. The high-grade alchemical furnace is 350 spirit stones, and its quality is equally excellent, capable of refining second-grade low-tier elixirs. Li Qingxian chuckled. Could you perhaps reduce the price a bit? If it's reasonable, I shall purchase the high-grade alchemical furnace. Since the high-grade furnace could refine second-grade elixirs, it was a sensible choice for Li Qingxian given his current cultivation level. It was not that he lacked the means to buy a superior-grade furnace. Rather, his cultivation was too low, and acquiring such a furnace might draw unwanted attention from opportunists. The staff member quickly responded, I cannot make that decision, but if you wish to acquire the high-grade alchemical furnace, I can escort you to the manager on the third floor. Li Qingxian nodded slightly. Very well, let us proceed to meet the manager of the third floor. The artifact pavilion was divided into 3 levels, each managed by a different steward, with the overarching manager supervising the entire establishment. Naturally, each steward possessed varying levels of cultivation. The main manager was a formidable practitioner at the 10th layer of qi refinement, while the stewards on the 3 floors were at the 9th, 8th, and 7th layers, respectively. Each steward was a member of the artifact pavilion, while the staff were either external or newly recruited members. Nevertheless, their commissions and monthly salaries are quite substantial. Consequently, these attendants display an excellent demeanor, offering assistance regardless of whether customers seek high-grade or low-grade magical artifacts, as they earn commissions for both. There is no hint of snobbery. No one wishes to quarrel over spirit stones. Li Qingxian remarked with a smile. Very well, let us proceed. The attendant led Li Qingxian to the 3rd floor, directly to a shelf where the alchemical furnaces were stored. Please take a look here to see if any of these alchemical furnaces pique your interest. I shall fetch the manager. Li Qingxian nodded slightly, his gaze shifting to the alchemical furnaces, all of which were high-grade magical artifacts. Only 5 alchemical furnaces graced the shelf, yet each appeared quite impressive. This would be a furnace he would utilize for a considerable time, thus Li Qingxian felt it prudent to select carefully. The 4 alchemical furnaces were of similar size, conforming closely to standard specifications, while the last one was notably smaller, capable of refining only a single item at a time. Upon observing this smaller furnace, Li Qingxian sensed a formidable aura emanating from it. It seemed this furnace was not ordinary, yet he was perplexed as to why it was placed here. Before long, the attendant returned, accompanied by the manager of the 3rd floor. Noticing Li Qingxian selecting an alchemical furnace, the attendant smiled and said, Esteemed guest, this is our 3rd floor manager. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to discuss them with him. Li Qingxian regarded the manager, a middle-aged man significantly taller than himself, obscuring his specific cultivation level. I have encountered esteemed seniors before, and I am seeking a quality alchemical furnace. Might you be able to provide a recommendation? The manager replied with a smile. In truth, aside from that smaller one, the other alchemical furnaces are quite similar. Though not crafted by the same artificer, their efficacy is largely comparable. As for the smaller one, it too is a high-grade alchemical furnace, but due to its diminutive size, it can only refine one item at a time, thus its price is lower. Therefore, aside from the small furnace, the others are priced at 350 spirit stones. Li Qingxian sighed with a wry smile. Esteemed senior, could you perhaps offer a discount? And what is the price of this smaller alchemical furnace? He sensed the extraordinary nature of the smaller furnace. Surely others could perceive it as well, yet he was baffled as to why it remained unclaimed. Nonetheless, he yearned to purchase this furnace for further study, as it might be something of higher grade. The manager chuckled. The small alchemical furnace is priced at 300 spirit stones. Regardless, it is still a high-grade magical artifact. Even if used for combat, it far surpasses a medium-grade artifact. As for the other 4 alchemical furnaces, I can only reduce the price by 5 spirit stones at most, so you may acquire them for 345 spirit stones. Li Qingxian shook his head. Alas, it is too expensive. I shall take that small alchemical furnace. He feigned a sense of resignation as he opted for the smaller furnace. In reality, his spirit stones were more than sufficient to purchase a premium alchemical furnace. But such an overt transaction was out of the question. With his cultivation limited to the 5th layer of qi refinement, should he purchase a furnace of such high caliber, he would likely be ambushed shortly after leaving the market. The outcome would only lead to 2 possibilities, either being detained to refine elixirs for others or being killed outright, with no alternatives. Moreover, as a first-tier low-grade alchemist, his likelihood of being slain was even greater. Although Li Qingxian was tempted to acquire one of the other alchemical furnaces, he ultimately decided against it, realizing that the spirit stones he would spend would be nearly equivalent to purchasing a premium alchemical furnace. Since he could not buy both simultaneously, he would settle for the smaller one. After all, high-grade alchemical furnaces were ubiquitous, but this smaller one was singular. Upon hearing Li Qingshuan's decision, the manager smiled and remarked, "Are you also planning to study this alchemical furnace, my friend? Though it may exude an extraordinary aura, many have explored it, and it is simply a standard high-grade magical artifact, with a relatively low success rate for refining." Li Qingxian smiled wryly. "I see, however, my alchemical skills are rather humble. I can start with this furnace for practice. Might you be able to grant me a further concession? 300 spirit stones is rather steep." The manager nodded slightly. "In truth, this alchemical furnace serves little purpose to me. If you desire it, you may have it for 290 spirit stones. However, do note that once you purchase this furnace, our shop will not accept returns." He had previously examined this alchemical furnace but found nothing of particular merit. It appeared to be merely an ordinary high-grade artifact, thus, he felt it necessary to clarify that returns would not be accepted. As this small furnace had little utility in his possession, Chapter 21, Acquiring the Alchemical Furnace. Li Qingxian understood that this was the most favorable price he could negotiate, and he refrained from further bargaining. After all, it was still a high-grade magical artifact. "Very well, I shall abide by your words." With that, Li Qingxian produced 290 spirit stones and placed the alchemical furnace into his storage pouch. Observing the spirit stones before him, the manager inquired with a smile, "Is there anything else you require?" He was well aware that an alchemist's wealth was never modest, even if Li Qingxian was merely a first-tier low-grade alchemist. His accumulation over the years would not be insignificant. Li Qingxian asked, "Esteemed senior, does your shop possess any flying magical artifacts?" The manager chuckled, "Indeed, we do have flying magical artifacts, but they are predominantly high-grade, with prices approaching those of premium artifacts. Do you require one?" Li Qingxian hesitated for a moment and replied with a wry smile, "Alas, they are beyond my means." It was not that he could not afford them. Rather, flying magical artifacts were exceedingly expensive, and acquiring one would easily draw unwanted attention. Furthermore, the high value of such artifacts made them impractical. It would be wiser to wait until his cultivation had improved before making such a purchase. The manager nodded slightly. Indeed, flying magical artifacts are prohibitively expensive, and possessing low cultivation makes one susceptible to theft. It is unwise to purchase one before reaching the 7th layer of qi refinement. The manager expressed this to leave a favorable impression on Li Qingxian. Understanding that Li Qingxian would not be making further purchases at that moment, he continued to speak amicably, hoping to foster a positive rapport. After all, Li Qingxian would likely return for future acquisitions. Despite being at the 5th layer of qi refinement, he was an alchemist who would not lack for spirit stones. What he truly needed were protective artifacts for his safety. While the manager could indeed ambush Li Qingxian, doing so would jeopardize a potential long-term client relationship, which would be an unwise trade-off. If Li Qingxian remained alive and continued to frequent the shop, although the profits would be modest, a steady flow of business would be the more prudent choice. Li Qingxian nodded slightly. "You speak wisely, esteemed senior. I shall take my leave now." The manager smiled. "My name is Zhang Gui. When you return next time, I shall prepare a protective artifact for you. Considering you are an alchemist, it is wise to remain cautious while procuring medicinal herbs." Li Qingxuan's eyes brightened. Zhang Gui's words resonated with him. As a protective artifact was indeed necessary, although he possessed a high-grade flying sword, his current cultivation level prevented him from wielding it. To utilize a high-grade flying sword, one must attain the 10th layer of qi refinement. "Oh, a protective artifact. I appreciate your kindness, esteemed senior." Li Qingxian recognized that the manager was eager to cultivate goodwill, especially since he was an alchemist who would not be lacking in spirit stones. The manager's cultivation was above the 8th layer of qi refinement, and as the shop's manager, Li Qingxian felt it appropriate to show respect. "Rest assured, once I have accumulated enough spirit stones, I will certainly return to your shop for further purchases." The Qi Treasure Pavilion was already well regarded, and it stood as the largest magical artifact store in the surrounding markets. As long as he remained within Qingyu Mountain, he would undoubtedly return to this establishment for his magical artifact needs. Seizing this opportunity to build rapport with Zhang Gui was wise, especially since he was the manager of the 3rd floor. Zhang Gui beamed with satisfaction, pleased to engage with someone so astute. It was refreshing to communicate with someone who grasped matters swiftly without requiring extensive explanation. Before long, Li Qingxian bid farewell to Zhang Gui and exited the Qi Treasure Pavilion, observing the bustling activity of the Dayun Terrace Market. He hesitated for a moment before making his way toward the Loose Cultivator Square. He intended to see if he could find an alchemical furnace there, hoping to purchase at least a medium-grade furnace. Having just left the Qi Treasure Pavilion, acquiring a medium-grade furnace at the Loose Cultivator Square would allow him to feign lack of capability to purchase from the Qi Treasure Pavilion, thus necessitating a purchase from this location. Of course, he would need a stroke of luck to encounter an alchemical furnace. Before long, Li Qingxian arrived at the Loose Cultivator Square. As he surveyed the numerous stalls, he could not help but recall the small Cloud Terrace Market. In contrast to the mere 10 or so loose cultivators operating stalls there, the square boasted dozens, while the small Cloud Terrace Market had few loose cultivators purchasing items. The majority of stalls here were bustling with activity. Observing the throng of cultivators, Li Qingxian realized that the Dayun Terrace Market's reputation as the second best market in Qingyu Mountain was well deserved. Aside from Qingyu Market, the largest market was undoubtedly the Dayun Terrace Market, established through the collaboration of several cultivation factions boasting cultivators at the 10th layer of Qi refinement, thanks to the combined protection of these factions. The market was notably secure. Unlike other markets, which lacked patrolling cultivators, the Dayun Terrace Market featured several powerful individuals from various factions patrolling its periphery, ensuring a level of safety that surpassed even that of Qingyu Market. As Li Qingxian wandered through the Loose Cultivator Square, he began searching for an alchemical furnace among the various stalls. It wasn't long before he spotted 3 alchemical furnaces displayed at one of the booths. "Esteemed friend, might I inquire about the prices of these alchemical furnaces?" The vendor raised his head to glance at Li Qingxian, smiling as he remarked, "I have encountered a fellow cultivator before. These 3 alchemical furnaces are quite extraordinary. Their previous owners were all masters of alchemy. Allow me to elaborate, fellow cultivator, please pause for a moment, let us discuss their quality and pricing instead. The identities of their former owners are irrelevant to the furnaces." "Are they not?" Li Qingxian interjected, somewhat exasperated by the vendor's lengthy introduction. The vendor, feeling a bit awkward, replied, "There are 3 alchemical furnaces, 2 low-grade magical tools and 1 mid-grade magical tool, all in fair condition. About 50% new. Should you be interested, the low-grade furnaces are priced at 80 spirit stones, while the mid-grade furnace is 180 spirit stones. This is the lowest price I can offer." Li Qingxian shook his head and prepared to depart. The vendor hastily said, "Fellow cultivator, please wait. Surely you must present a price. We ought to negotiate at the very least." Li Qingxian chuckled, "My friend, I see no necessity for that." The vendor quickly continued, "If you believe my prices are too steep, we can discuss it further. There is no need for such haste to leave." Li Qingxian shook his head once more. "The mid-grade furnace has internal damage. It appears to have exploded during use. Such a furnace is of no practical use to me, and I have no need for low-grade furnaces." Upon hearing this, the vendor's expression soured. He had not anticipated that Li Qingxian could discern the flaws of his alchemical furnaces so quickly. Was it possible that any alchemist could easily identify the shortcomings of his wares? If that were the case, selling alchemical furnaces here would be a waste of his stall. Li Qingxian smiled. "Although the furnace has exploded, it is not entirely without value. A skilled artifact refiner could restore it for a modest sum, and then it could likely fetch around 100 spirit stones." Noticing the vendor's distressed expression, Li Qingxian offered this piece of advice: the mid-grade furnace, while it had indeed exploded, was not beyond repair. It could be fixed and put back to use. The vendor's face brightened at this revelation. "Thank you, fellow cultivator, thank you indeed. As long as the furnace can be repaired, my losses will not be too severe, which is quite fortunate." Li Qingxian said nothing further and turned to leave. His intentions were not rooted in kindness. Rather, he wished to avoid unnecessary trouble. The vendor's gloomy demeanor suggested that if he were to harbor ill intentions, it could lead to complications for Li Qingxian upon his departure, since a few words could mitigate potential problems. There was no reason for him to seek out trouble. Li Qingxian strolled leisurely until he paused at another stall. The vendor there had his eyes closed and did not speak. Li Qingxian's gaze fell upon a superior alchemical furnace displayed at the stall, prompting him to inquire, "My friend, how much for this superior alchemical furnace?" The vendor's eyes flew open at once, regarding Li Qingxian with interest. "Are you interested in this furnace?" Li Qingxian nodded slightly. "Indeed," the vendor replied. "This furnace is my pride and joy. If you wish to purchase it, it is yours for 480 spirit stones." Li Qingxian smiled. "Very well, but I would appreciate a detailed explanation of this alchemical furnace." The vendor nodded in acknowledgement. "Of course." Thus, the vendor began to elaborate on the features of the alchemical furnace. Li Qingxian listened attentively and verified the information, ultimately nodding in satisfaction. The quality of the furnace was unquestionable. It was indeed a superior model. What particularly captivated Li Qingxian was the built-in earth fire chamber, which though small, could harness the earth fire for alchemical processes. As Li Qingxian regarded the vendor, he noted that he could not discern the vendor's cultivation level, which filled him with a sense of reverence. Chapter 22, Return to Qingxian Valley, Refining Magical Tools. Li Qingxian remarked, "Senior, I find this alchemical furnace quite appealing." The vendor waved his hand dismissively, "No need for such titles. I am but a useless individual. If you truly desire this furnace, simply present 480 spirit stones and it is yours." Though the price was substantial, Li Qingxian felt it was worth it, especially given the high value of the earth fire. He could tell that the vendor had a story to tell, but it was of little concern to him. The world of cultivation was rife with tales, and he had no inclination to pry into every detail. Carefully, Li Qingxian produced a small storage pouch and handed it to the vendor, saying, "Once you retrieve the spirit stones, please return my storage pouch." Though it was merely a small pouch, it held considerable value, worth several spirit stones, beyond the means of many casual cultivators below the 4th level of qi refinement. The vendor, however, was unconcerned. He could sense the aura of medicinal pills emanating from Li Qingxian, indicating that he was merely a low-grade alchemist. It was reasonable for such an alchemist to be wary about a low-grade storage pouch. In truth, Li Qingxian possessed a fair amount of spirit stones, and he did not lack for a storage pouch. He merely wished to convey that he had limited resources, thus discouraging any prying eyes from scrutinizing his possessions. The vendor returned the pouch to Li Qingxian, smiling. "Is there anything else that has caught your eye? I also have some life-saving treasures, please take a look." As he spoke, he produced a small box. Observing the vendor's sudden cheerfulness, Li Qingxian paid it no mind and shifted his attention to the treasure presented. The vendor opened the box, revealing 3 slender needles, as fine as a strand of hair. "These are my crafted flying needles, a low-grade magical tool. While they may be simple, once infused with spiritual energy, they become nearly undetectable to enemies. What do you think? Would you like to purchase them?" Li Qingxian examined the 3 delicate needles, recognizing their merit. "Senior, what is the price?" The vendor replied, "For a low-grade magical tool, the price is modest, only 100 spirit stones." Li Qingxian felt a pang of regret. Although the vendor's wares were impressive, they came at a steep cost. "Senior, this is rather expensive. I have just acquired an alchemical furnace and do not possess that many spirit stones." The vendor quickly retorted, "If you lack spirit stones, we can trade for other resources. I accept anything, no need to be picky." Li Qingxian produced 2 low-grade magical tools from his possession, placing them on the stall. "Their values are comparable. What do you think, senior?" The vendor's expression turned strange as he regarded the 2 low-grade magical tools. Though their combined worth exceeded that of the flying needles, as a craftsman himself, he held little regard for such items. "Well, fellow cultivator, I would also consider trading for elixirs. As a craftsman, I cannot be seen with these inferior magical tools. It would tarnish my reputation." Li Qingxian couldn't help but chuckle, reclaiming the magical tools and instead presenting 10 bottles of barley elixirs. "I am but a low-grade alchemist. Surely this will suffice." The vendor nodded vigorously. "Yes, absolutely, I'll take them." Seeing the elixirs, the vendor finally relaxed. As long as the items he acquired were not of poor quality, he would be content, ensuring his reputation as a craftsman remained intact. After concluding the transaction and bidding farewell to the vendor, Li Qingxian left the scattered cultivator market. In the days that followed, Li Qingxian chose not to rush his departure from the marketplace but instead settled in for a few days. On the 5th day, confirming that no one was tailing him, he finally exited the market. Though the Dayuntai marketplace was safe, Li Qingxian preferred to exercise caution, for in the realm of cultivation, it was always wise to be vigilant. After approximately 5 days, Li Qingxian returned to Qingxian Valley. Upon his return, he felt the spiritual energy within the valley was significantly denser than outside. Indeed, this was true. Even the most powerful sect, Qingyu sect atop Qingyu Mountain, boasted only a second-tier spiritual vein, comparable to the level of a spiritual spring. However, the second-tier spiritual vein was expansive, allowing more cultivators to practice within its bounds. Li Qingxian stretched, inhaling deeply the rich spiritual energy of the valley. "Ah, how comfortable it is to be back in Qingxian Valley. It is a pity that it is somewhat desolate and lacks liveliness." Upon entering his cave dwelling, Li Qingxian retrieved the little yellow duck. Gently patting its head, the little yellow duck opened its eyes, glanced at Li Qingxian, chirped a few times, and then shifted positions to resume its slumber. Li Qingxian placed it on his bed before lying down on his stone bed. Drifting into a deep sleep, Qingxian Valley was relatively safe, with few disturbances, allowing Li Qingxian to sleep as long as he wished without concern. When he finally awoke, 3 days had passed, roused by his hunger. As for the little yellow duck, it had long since ventured outside to feast on the spiritual herbs, quenching its thirst by sipping the spiritual liquid at the spring's edge. Now, the little yellow duck had reached the mid-stage of the first tier. Possessing spiritual power and capable of absorbing spiritual liquid, watching its lazy movements, Li Qingxian couldn't help but laugh upon noticing Li Qingshuan's presence. The little yellow duck waddled over quickly, flapping its little legs. Chirp, 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 Li Qingxian chuckled. When did you awaken? However, you need not sleep long since you were nestled in my embrace. Alright, I am about to begin my alchemical work. Would you care to join me? The little yellow duck shook its head. Lazily lying on the ground, Li Qingxian then took out the superior alchemical furnace and commenced the process of refining it. Such magical tools required refinement to be better controlled during alchemical processes. His greatest gains from this trip were 3 magical tools: a small alchemical furnace, a superior alchemical furnace, and the low-grade flying needles. Refining all 3 magical tools would take some time, and the first one he focused on was the superior alchemical furnace, which was designed for use with the earth fire, making the alchemical process significantly more convenient. Although he possessed the spiritual fire talisman, it could not compare to the earth fire. By refining it, his alchemical endeavors would become considerably easier. Li Qingxian channeled his magical energy and began the process of refining the alchemical furnace. As he gradually refined the furnace, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that this earth fire alchemical furnace could be employed not only for alchemy but also for combat. The earth fire was exceptionally powerful. Although it was but a wisp, when propelled by magical energy, its might was undeniably formidable. Moreover, a high-grade magical artifact like the alchemical furnace could serve as an effective weapon or a shield against adversaries' magical tools. When utilized for alchemy, its capabilities were even more impressive, as controlling the furnace allowed for better management of the flames. After 3 months, Li Qingxian finally paused, gazing at the alchemical furnace with a look of satisfaction. His magical energy was rather feeble, preventing him from quickly refining high-grade magical artifacts, thus taking him a full 3 months. The subsequent refinement of 3 flying needles proved to be significantly easier. Considering they were merely low-grade artifacts, for someone like Li Qingxian, who was at the 5th level of Qi refinement, utilizing low-grade artifacts was perfectly suitable. After half a month, he completed the refinement of all 3 flying needle artifacts. However, when it came to the small alchemical furnace, Li Qingxian found himself at an impasse. Despite refining it for half a month, there was no sign of progress. It appeared similar to a high-grade magical artifact but remained impossible to refine. Li Qingxian widened his eyes in disbelief. Could it be that this object was a treasure? The mere thought of it made him shake his head. This could not possibly be a treasure, as it would have been discovered long ago. Helpless, Li Qingxian placed the small alchemical furnace on the ground and began to observe it intently. Suddenly, a little yellow duck waddled over and circled the small alchemical furnace. Quack, quack. Li Qingxian looked at the little yellow duck with confusion and asked, "Are you saying this thing is a treasure?" Quack, quack. The little yellow duck nodded vigorously, continuing to circle the small alchemical furnace. Its tiny eyes fixated on the furnace, occasionally tilting its head in curiosity. Li Qingxian hurriedly inquired, "Little yellow duck, since you know it's a treasure, what kind of treasure is it?" Quack, quack. The little yellow duck chirped a few times, then spat at the small alchemical furnace. Chapter 23, The Incomplete Semi-Divine Alchemical Furnace. Observing the little yellow duck spitting at the small alchemical furnace, Li Qingxian couldn't help but chuckle. Wasn't this little creature just claiming that the furnace was a treasure? Why was it now spitting at it? Just as he was contemplating this, his expression changed dramatically. At that moment, the small alchemical furnace underwent a transformation. A layer began to peel away. Li Qingxian stared intently at the small furnace, and shortly thereafter, it transformed significantly. The aura that once belonged to a high-grade magical artifact vanished, replaced by a powerful oppressive force. Li Qingxian tentatively infused a bit of magical energy, but the small alchemical furnace showed no signs of change. Quack, quack. Seeing Li Qingshuan's actions, the little yellow duck began calling out. Suddenly enlightened, Li Qingxian bit his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the small alchemical furnace. Immediately, a tremendous suction emerged from the furnace, drawing drops of blood from Li Qingshuan's body into it. He was taken aback. What was happening? How could it transform like this? As he felt his blood being continuously siphoned away, Li Qingshuan's complexion turned pale. "Little creature, what is going on?" Quack, quack. The little yellow duck conveyed that there was no cause for alarm. It was merely a matter of losing excess blood, and there was no danger to his life. Indeed, just when Li Qingxian felt he could endure no longer, the alchemical furnace ceased its blood-sucking simultaneously. A stream of information flooded into Li Qingshuan's mind. Once he processed the influx, a smile emerged on his pale face. The alchemical furnace was, in fact, an incomplete semi-divine artifact. It seems someone had added a layer of concealing material to mask its true aura, causing it to only exhibit the characteristics of a high-grade magical artifact. The reason it was deemed incomplete was that it lacked a lid, and the previous lid was merely a high-grade artifact, utterly useless. Should he find a proper lid, it would become a complete semi-divine artifact. Am I truly lucky? Li Qingxian mused aloud after contemplating the alchemical furnace for a while. Even though the small alchemical furnace was merely an incomplete semi-divine artifact, its power remained formidable, while Li Qingxuan's cultivation level prevented him from fully mastering the furnace. It was still a potent tool for striking adversaries. With this thought in mind, Li Qingxian chuckled. Indeed, a semi-divine artifact for combat would likely be too much for even golden core cultivators to withstand. Witnessing his foolish grin, the little yellow duck quacked in amusement, its tiny eyes reflecting a look of disdain for Li Qingxuan's ignorance, before waddling off to nibble on spiritual herbs nearby. Li Qingxian was amused by the little duck's antics. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the semi-divine alchemical furnace. Unfortunately, his current cultivation was too weak to utilize it for alchemy. Once his cultivation improved, this treasure would be within his grasp. With that thought, Li Qingxian quickly stowed the furnace within his body, as semi-divine artifacts could be stored this way. After securing the alchemical furnace, he swiftly sought out blood ginseng to consume. The little yellow duck looked at Li Qingxian. Its expression filled with curiosity, not understanding why he was eating spiritual herbs like it. It recalled that he had previously never consumed them raw. Furthermore, glancing at the location of the spiritual herb, the little duck's eyes reflected disdain, considering that the herbs were cultivated in its own droppings. Yet Li Qingxian seemed to relish them. Unfazed by the little duck's gaze, Li Qingxian, having lost significant blood, knew that only such restorative herbs could replenish him. With no other options for replenishing his energy, he resorted to consuming the spiritual herbs raw. Although it felt wasteful, Li Qingxian had an abundance of spiritual herbs, allowing him to consume them freely. After consuming a blood ginseng, he promptly began the refinement process. Once he refined the blood ginseng, his complexion improved significantly and a smile graced his face. Cultivation. Saying this, he retrieved Huangya Dan and Na Qi Dan from his storage bag and consumed them together, resuming his cultivation diligently. 5 days later, once the elixirs were refined, Li Qingxian did not continue his cultivation. After all, with 2 elixirs, 5 days was insufficient for complete refinement. He would require additional days to eliminate the residual toxins. Thus, in the coming days, Li Qingxian was far from idle. A high-grade alchemical furnace he had refined appeared before him, and he tossed a water sphere into it, diligently cleaning it. Once the alchemical furnace was thoroughly cleaned, Li Qingxian unhesitatingly infused magical energy into the small furnace beneath it. As soon as he did, a blaze erupted beneath the alchemical furnace, gradually warming it. Subsequently, he took out the prepared medicinal materials and added them to the alchemical furnace, commencing the alchemical process. Remarkably, even a high-grade alchemical furnace proved to be impressive. This batch actually succeeded in producing an elixir. Although only 1 Na Qi Dan was created, a rich smile spread across his face as he gazed at it within the furnace. Soon after, Li Qingxian began to brew a second batch. With the experience from the first batch, the second one quickly yielded 2 elixirs. As Li Qingxian continued to refine elixirs, he soon completed 6 batches. After finishing 6 batches of elixirs, he had produced 12 elixirs. Although it was a slight loss, it was not significant. A subtle smile played on Li Qingxuan's lips. It seemed that with his alchemical skills, quickly profiting from mid-tier elixirs was not an arduous task. At this juncture, Li Qingxian consumed 2 more elixirs and diligently resumed his cultivation. Before he knew it, another 5 days had passed, and after stopping, he began refining Na Qi Dan once again. This time, with 6 batches of elixirs, he successfully produced 16 elixirs, marking the start of his profits. The success rate had reached 2.5 out of 10. Allowing Li Qingxian to spend the ensuing days alternating between refining elixirs and cultivating. As his cultivation level rose, so did his wealth in spiritual stones. A year flew by, and Li Qingxian had been transported to this realm for 4 years. Throughout this past year, he had managed to increase the success rate of Na Qi Dan to 60%, while the success rate for the first-tier mid-grade elixir Zhu Qi Dan had reached 2.5 out of 10. Placing him in a break-even state. Although he had yet to break through in cultivation, with an ample supply of elixirs and the essence from the spiritual spring, Li Qingxuan's cultivation steadily advanced. If one were to categorize the 5th level of Qi refinement into early, mid, and late stages, Li Qingxuan's cultivation would now be considered mid-stage. Aside from enhancing his cultivation, he had spent almost all his time refining elixirs and frolicking with the little yellow duck. It was no wonder Li Qingxuan's alchemical skills had improved so rapidly. He refined 6 batches of elixirs approximately every 8 days. Over the course of a year, he had produced over 270 batches of elixirs. Although most of these were aimed at increasing his success rate and yielded minimal profits, the enhancement in success rate changed the game entirely, with each batch of spiritual herbs generating substantial spiritual stones, thus enriching Li Qingxuan's wealth. Compared to other wandering cultivators, Li Qingxian was nearly armed to the teeth. First and foremost, with a high-grade flying sword in his possession, he had an offensive magical artifact, but lacked defensive ones. Consequently, over the past year, Li Qingxian had acquired 2 high-grade defensive artifacts along with a pair of low-grade artifacts that enhanced his speed. As a result, in terms of both defense and speed, Li Qingxian had become significantly more formidable than his peers. Of course, he could not yet utilize these artifacts. Defensive ones needed to be worn. A piece of inner armor and a robe, even without using magical energy, provided decent protection, ensuring that cultivators below the 8th level of Qi refinement could not break through. The speed-enhancing artifact could now be used, greatly augmenting his swiftness. In addition to artifacts, he had also procured numerous first-tier mid-grade talismans to keep on hand, safeguarding against any potential attacks directed at him. There are 5 exquisite spirit talismans, which is the maximum that Li Qingxian can procure, given that there are only a few markets surrounding Qingxian Valley, and the supply of first-grade superior spirit talismans is quite limited, let alone first-grade supreme spirit stones. One day, while refining pills, Li Qingxuan's brow furrowed slightly as his gaze shifted toward a gap. Distracted, the pill he was concocting failed instantaneously. A cold expression emerged on Li Qingxuan's face. He could have successfully produced at least 3 pills from this batch. 86 spirit stones per pill. He had thus lost 18 spirit stones. Although 18 spirit stones were not a significant loss for him, the waste still stung. Slowly rising, Li Qingxian made his way toward the gap through the array. He clearly observed 3 cultivators at the 5th level of Qi refinement entering a bewildering formation. Chapter 24. The sudden windfall. This must be the right place, but where has it gone? Zhang Shen, are you sure you remembered correctly? This place is so desolate, and the spiritual energy is sparse. How could there be any spirit veins here? Indeed, perhaps we should withdraw. Zhang Shen hurriedly suggested. Impossible. When I came here previously, I distinctly recall seeing a massive python. How could it simply vanish? Wait, what if someone else has arrived before us? The other 2 individuals' expressions shifted, and they cautiously surveyed their surroundings, their eyes filled with wariness. We must have entered some kind of formation, and it appears to be a first-grade superior formation. Let us hope that its master is not present. Otherwise, we would surely perish here. To be able to afford a first-grade superior formation, it seems at least a cultivator of the 7th level of Qi refinement is involved. We should leave quickly. Zhang Xian, unwilling to concede, responded, not necessarily. It is quite possible that the cultivators within obtained the spiritual herbs here and used the proceeds from selling them to set up this formation. If we can find a way to break this formation, we could claim this spirit vein, and establishing our own sect would be a trivial matter. Upon hearing his words, the other 2 felt a surge of desire. They had been trapped in the formation for quite some time without encountering anyone. Perhaps the formation's master was indeed absent. If the master were not present, even if they were a formidable cultivator of the 7th level of Qi refinement, they need not fear. At worst, they would seize the treasures here and leave swiftly. The cultivation world is vast, and finding the owner afterward would be a challenge. Alright, let us work together to break the formation. Li Qingxian narrowed his eyes, forming a gesture with his hands, and coldly declared, activate the greenwood arrow formation. As his words fell, outside the illusory formation, numerous greenwoods emerged, interspersed with countless arrows that rained down upon the 3 individuals within the formation. This was indeed the first-grade superior killing formation, the Greenwood Arrow Formation, which Li Qingxian had acquired at great expense. A sense of danger enveloped them, and the expressions of the 3 cultivators attempting to decipher the formation turned pale. Unfortunately, they were ensnared within the illusion and could not perceive any attacks, thus failing to detect the incoming greenwoods and arrows. By the time the assault was upon them, it was far too late to evade. Beware, someone is activating the formation, they cried, but by then, caution was of no avail. Their cultivation was merely at the 5th level of Qi refinement, unable to withstand a first-grade superior formation. This formation had been purchased by Li Qingxian at a hefty price. Even cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refinement would struggle against it, let alone 3 minor cultivators. No, spare me. I am from the Zhang family of cultivators. If you dare to kill me, The Zhang family will not let you go. As he faced imminent death within the formation, Zhang Xian cried out desperately. Li Qingxian shrugged with resignation. This fellow's pleas came a bit late, as the attack was already upon them. Even if he were to halt the formation, the current onslaught would not dissipate. Moreover, since they dared to provoke trouble here, there was no reason to show mercy. Unmoved, Li Qingxian watched as countless arrows pierced them, reducing them to a bloody pulp. A faint smile gracing his face. It was unexpected that trouble would come knocking at his door. Now he would see what resources these intruders possessed. Li Qingxuan's eyes brightened as he swiftly approached the formation. The three cultivators had been reduced to mere remnants, their auras entirely extinguished. Li Qingxian felt no apprehension regarding any sudden attacks from them, as they were merely cultivators in the qi refinement stage. Not formidable nascent soul or divine transformation experts. Gazing at the ground strewn with what remained of them, he shook his head with a smile, saying, Qingxian Valley is indeed commendable, but it belongs solely to me. Those who dare to intrude will be met with no mercy. As he spoke, a murderous aura emanated from him. Collecting the 3 storage bags, he cast a fireball spell, turning the remnants into ashes before entering the valley. Upon returning to his cave abode, Li Qingxian opened the 3 storage bags and extracted all the resources within. Before long, a small pile of resources appeared on the ground. First and foremost were the spirit stones. The 3 5th-level Qi refinement cultivators had amassed a decent fortune, totaling over 200 inferior spirit stones. Li Qingxian was not particularly concerned about the spirit stones, as he was an alchemist, and earning spirit stones was not a challenge. His gaze shifted to other resources, 5 inferior-grade magical artifacts, which he found unimpressive. There were enough spiritual herbs to sustain his little yellow duck for 2 to 3 months, which was acceptable. As for the refining materials, Li Qingxian disregarded them. He was not a refiner and had no need for such items. Skirting around these items, his attention fell upon the spirit talismans. The 3 cultivators possessed quite a few spirit talismans, all of medium quality, totaling 16. Li Qingxian chuckled in delight as he stored them away. The small booklets and jade slips he examined contained minor spells or cultivation techniques that could reach the pinnacle of qi refinement. However, not a single technique for advancing to the foundation establishment stage was found among them. There were, however, 2 intriguing jade slips. One detailed the map of Qingyu Mountain and its surrounding minor ranges, while the other recorded the conditions of the mountains surrounding Qingyu Mountain. Without hesitation, Li Qingxian picked them up to investigate, discovering that Qingyu Mountain was situated on the fringes of the Barrier Mountain Range, surrounded by several similarly barren ranges. Beyond 2 minor mountain ranges lay a medium-sized range, also part of the Barrier Mountain Range. This medium-sized range, known as the Qingyu Mountain Range, was the largest in the vicinity. Centered around the Qingyu Mountain Range, dozens of mountains collectively formed what was known as the Qingyu Ridge. The most powerful sect in Qingyu Ridge was the Qingyu sect, reputed for having an ancestral spirit beast, a Qingyu, said to be a peak 3rd-tier demon beast, still alive to this day. Moreover, the Qingyu sect possessed several Golden Core experts who maintained order over the entirety of Qingyu Ridge. As for further details, the jade slip offered no more information. Finally, his gaze rested upon a set of 5 jade boxes. Li Qingxian paid little mind to their previous owners and opened the first box. Inside lay a slightly larger spirit stone, gleaming with a radiant luster, captivating to behold. Li Qingxian was taken aback, his eyes lighting up as he broke into a smile. A medium-grade spirit stone. Li Qingxian had not anticipated acquiring a medium-grade spirit stone. Neither his past self nor his current self had ever encountered one. Now, he had come across a medium-grade spirit stone, a stroke of good fortune indeed. Medium-grade spirit stones are rich in spiritual energy, approximately 100 times that of inferior-grade spirit stones, and their energy is purer, making them excellent for both cultivation and recovery. Typically, medium-grade spirit stones do not come into the possession of qi refinement cultivators. Even with sufficient inferior-grade spirit stones, there are few avenues for exchange. Most medium-grade spirit stones are held by Golden Core cultivators, as the energy within is also of significant use to them. As for foundation establishment cultivators, they might possess a plethora of medium-grade spirit stones, but only by sheer coincidence. Many large factions even restrict the flow of medium-grade spirit stones, leaving loose cultivators to trade primarily in inferior-grade spirit stones. As Li Qingxian contemplated the medium-grade spirit stone, he thought of Zhang Xian and shook his head. Although he claimed to hail from the Zhang family, possessing supreme spirit stones was equally implausible. It seemed these 3 had stumbled upon this treasure, which now fortuitously benefited Li Qingxian. After sealing the jade box, he turned his attention to the second box, opening it without hesitation. Inside was a pill, and upon seeing it, Li Qingxian couldn't help but smile. He quickly sealed the box and applied a sealing talisman to it. The pill within was none other than the renowned minor breakthrough pill. A favorite among Qi refinement cultivators, this minor breakthrough pill holds considerable value, particularly useful for breakthroughs at the 7th or 10th levels of Qi refinement, boasting excellent effects. Li Qingxian stored the box away. Recognizing that this item could greatly assist him in swiftly breaking through to the 10th level of Qi refinement, should he acquire more such pills in the future, this minor breakthrough pill could be preserved for his breakthrough at the 7th level. The Qi refinement stage comprises 3 minor bottlenecks and 1 major bottleneck. The minor bottlenecks occur during breakthroughs at the 4th, 7th, and 10th levels, while the major bottleneck arises when attempting to advance to the foundation establishment stage. Li Qingxian found the transition to the 4th level of Qi refinement to be quite smooth, encountering no bottlenecks. However, breaking through to the 7th level would likely be more challenging, hence, he placed great value on this minor breakthrough pill. After storing the second box, Li Qingxian eagerly opened the third box. Chapter 25, 6th level of Qi refinement. The third box contained a 90-year-old spiritual herb obtained from the mundane world, and its spiritual energy had mostly dissipated. Li Qingxian carelessly tossed it aside, finding it of no appeal to him. The 4th and 5th boxes were opened simultaneously. One contained a jade slip, while the other housed 3 flying knives. Li Qingxian observed both items with interest. First picking up the jade slip to examine its contents, the jade slip contained records of refining techniques, but alas, neither alchemy nor refining is a pursuit for the ordinary, without sufficient spirit stones. One cannot possibly become an alchemist or a refiner. The art of weapon forging mentioned above is quite remarkable. Li Qingxian swiftly stored it away, contemplating the opportunity to practice it in the future. Both alchemy and weapon forging are lucrative endeavors, and should he find the time, he would certainly like to attempt them. A glimmer of joy flickered in Li Qingxuan's eyes as he picked up 3 flying daggers to examine them. The daggers were nearly identical in size and were surprisingly a complete set of exquisite magical artifacts. Regrettably, Li Qingxian was currently unable to utilize them. Exquisite magical artifacts are rare even within the entirety of Qingyu Mountain. Perhaps they may be found in the Artifact Treasure Pavilion, albeit in limited quantities. Yet, why do I feel that these exquisite flying daggers seem incomplete? Never mind, I have no need for them at the moment. Li Qingxian shook his head and quickly put away the 3 daggers. Since he could not use them now due to his insufficient cultivation, it would be wiser to save them for when he breaks through to the foundation establishment stage. In the first 3 levels of Qi refinement, one cannot utilize magical artifacts. In the middle 3 levels, only inferior artifacts can be used. In the latter 3 levels, one may employ medium-grade artifacts, and by the 10th level of Qi refinement, one can wield superior artifacts. Although cultivators at the 10th level can use exquisite artifacts, their internal magical power is too weak, and a full force attack would deplete their energy within 2 or 3 strikes, leaving them vulnerable to demise. Thus, exquisite artifacts are typically reserved for foundation establishment experts. Li Qingxian smiled as he gathered these resources. These 3 individuals have certainly encountered good fortune: medium-grade spirit stones, weapon forging techniques, exquisite artifacts, and barrier-breaking pills. Each item is a treasure, and Li Qingxian felt quite satisfied. Not far away, a little yellow duck waddled over leisurely, glancing at Li Qingxian and sniffing him with its tiny nose. Quack, quack, quack. Li Qingxian looked at the little yellow duck with curiosity and asked, "Little one, are you suggesting that I possess something you desire, and that it is rich in spiritual energy?" The little yellow duck nodded vigorously, gazing expectantly at Li Qingxian. After pondering for a moment, Li Qingxuan's eyes suddenly brightened, and he quickly inquired, "Are you referring to medium-grade spirit stones?" As he spoke, a jade box appeared in his hand. Upon opening it, the spiritual energy within wafted out. The little duck immediately began to quack excitedly, its eyes brimming with anticipation. Without hesitation, Li Qingxian placed the jade box before the little yellow duck. "Here, little one, you must want this, please, take it." The little duck gazed at the jade box in delight and pecked at the medium-grade spirit stone without hesitation. Soon, a powerful suction emanated from its beak, rapidly drawing the spiritual energy into its body. In no time, the medium-grade spirit stone was reduced to powder, its energy completely consumed. As the stone disintegrated, the little yellow duck collapsed onto the ground nearby, fast asleep. Li Qingxian understood that it had absorbed too much spiritual energy and needed to sleep to refine it. He picked it up and carried it to his cave dwelling, gently placing it on its bed. "Rest well. It seems you truly enjoy medium-grade spirit stones. I shall find more for you when the opportunity arises." With that, Li Qingxian rose and headed outside, observing the spiritual herbs in Qingxian Valley. He began to organize them. Over the past year. Aside from practicing cultivation, he had been busy with alchemy and had not taken the time to sort through the herbs. This was the perfect opportunity to do so. He gathered the little duck's food and collected the cultivated spiritual herbs in one area, primarily near the spiritual spring, as the spiritual energy within the herbs was beneficial for Li Qingshuan's cultivation. The Qing Emperor's eternal spring technique was particularly suitable for him. With the little yellow duck, he could cultivate a plethora of spiritual herbs. It was best to practice this technique in areas abundant with spiritual plants. This was Li Qingshuan's herb garden, where cultivating here would allow his cultivation to progress rapidly. Once organized, Li Qingshan approached the spiritual spring and noticed that the amount of spiritual liquid had not diminished significantly. He sat down to meditate, for the spiritual liquid was an excellent resource, especially when one was close to the spring, as its rich spiritual energy compelled him to cultivate. Time passed as Li Qingshan immersed himself in his practice. And 2 years later, he broke through to the 6th level of qi refinement. Had he not been concerned about accumulating too much Dan poison, he would have made this breakthrough much sooner. Even so, from the moment he crossed over until now, it had only taken him 6 years to progress from the 3rd level to the 6th level of qi refinement. Now, at the age of 46, Li Qingshan understood that, according to standard cultivation practices, one must break through to the foundation establishment stage by the age of 60, or risk losing the chance altogether. However, with the Qing Emperor's eternal spring technique, the lifespan during the qi refinement stage is 150 years. He only needs to reach the foundation establishment stage before the age of 80, leaving him with 34 years. Opening his eyes, Li Qingshan felt his internal magical power had surged several-fold, a faint smile gracing his face. Excellent, excellent. At the 6th level of qi refinement, coupled with the unique properties of my technique, I can quickly recover from both magical power depletion and injuries. It was now time to enhance his alchemy skills, to inquire about the recipe for the foundation establishment pill and the whereabouts of various spiritual herbs. Li Qingshan could easily find recipes for various qi refinement pills, but the foundation establishment pill was unlikely to be found in the markets of Qingyu Mountain. The foundation establishment pill is a strategic resource. The more remote the area, the scarcer it becomes. Therefore, major factions are sure to keep the recipe for the foundation establishment pill under their control, preventing it from falling into the hands of rogue cultivators. As for the materials needed to refine the foundation establishment pill, while they are rare in the cultivation world, they do exist. Should the recipe for the foundation establishment pill fall into the hands of a rogue alchemist who unexpectedly acquires the main ingredient, they could concoct the pill and ascend to the status of a foundation establishment practitioner, alarming various factions. After all, the cultivation world is rife with powers being annihilated daily, while new ones emerge, creating chaos. Those major factions are reluctant to leak the recipe for the foundation establishment pill, fearing the rise of rival powers. Nonetheless, a few main ingredients for the foundation establishment pill have circulated, such as the Yulan grass and the mandrake flower. Because these spiritual herbs are nearly extinct in the cultivation world, major factions might spread rumors about them to see if rogue cultivators can acquire them, subsequently trading for the foundation establishment pill. For ordinary rogue cultivators, the allure of the foundation establishment pill is immense. If they possess either of these two herbs, they would undoubtedly trade them for the pill without hesitation. At that point, whether or not they receive the foundation establishment pill would be entirely at their discretion. Li Qingshan paid little heed to such matters. As long as he had roots and the little yellow duck, he could continuously cultivate spiritual herbs without fear of failing at alchemy. In due time, he could concoct the foundation establishment pill himself, negating the need to trade with those major factions. However, gazing at the empty Qingshan Valley, Li Qingshan frowned. Without bees, these spiritual herbs could not produce seeds. It seems he must find a way to acquire some bees. Ordinary bees would not suffice. He needed spiritual bees, but where would he find them? Li Qingshan sighed in exasperation. To cultivate spiritual herbs into seeds, he must have spiritual bees, yet he did not know how to obtain them. What a predicament, while he could perpetually cultivate spiritual herbs using their roots. His herb garden could not expand indefinitely. As his cultivation level increased, this herb garden's efficacy for practicing the Qing Emperor's eternal spring technique would diminish. Therefore, it was crucial to enlarge the herb garden as soon as possible. With so many spiritual fields in the valley, it would be a pity not to plant spiritual herbs. However, the question of where to find spiritual bees remained, as he had not discovered any vendors selling spiritual honey in the nearby markets. To purchase spiritual bees, he would need to visit other markets, but such creatures are difficult to tame, and it is likely that no one would be willing to sell them. Li Qingxian felt quite helpless. Unable to devise a solution, suddenly an idea sparked in Li Qingxuan's mind as he recalled the formations he had set up. While arranging the formations, he seemed to have overlooked something. He remembered that upon entering the valley, the spiritual herbs, though few in number, grew in clusters. This suggested that before his arrival spiritual bees must have been present to pollinate the herbs, but his formations prevented them from entering. Realizing this, Li Qingxian slapped his forehead. If that were the case, then spiritual bees must still exist nearby. If he could tame and cultivate a queen bee, the rest would be manageable. However, obtaining a queen bee is no simple feat. Yet if he succeeded, it would be a tremendous boon, and he could also enjoy spiritual honey. The thought of spiritual honey made Li Qingxuan's mouth water. He must acquire spiritual bees, otherwise, the spiritual herbs would not yield seeds. Of course, I am not doing this for the sake of honey, absolutely not. Li Qingxian quickly exited the formation and began searching the mountains. Upon reaching the summit of the mountain where the valley lay, he sensed something was amiss. What is going on? Why can't I find the location of Qingxian Valley? To his astonishment, Li Qingxian discovered that from the mountain's peak, Qingxian Valley was nowhere to be seen. Unwilling to accept this, he continued to search, scouring the mountaintop directly above the valley, but there were only sheer cliffs all around, with no sign of the valley. This left him deep in thought. Why could he see the sky and the cliffs from within the valley, yet not find it from atop the cliffs? Is it a formation? This is certainly not one of my own making. But why does it behave this way? If the valley cannot be seen from outside, how did the spiritual bees gain access? Should I attempt to climb from the valley up the cliffs? Once this thought emerged, it became irresistible, and he could not help but consider giving it a try. Li Qingxian swiftly returned to Qingxian Valley, surveying the surrounding sheer cliffs with a resolute demeanor. Without a moment's hesitation, he produced a rope from his magical artifacts, utilizing it as a safety line, and began his ascent up a relatively unremarkable precipice. In truth, for an immortal cultivator like Li Qingxian, such cliffs posed little challenge, and he soon reached the summit. However, upon observing the scene below, an unusual expression crossed his face. Despite having climbed from the cliff, he found himself unable to discern anything within the valley. Determined, Li Qingxian attempted to descend, and in no time, he found himself within Qingxian Valley. Gazing at the marks he had left above, a smile broke upon his lips. To his surprise, he discovered that a natural formation had emerged here, effectively safeguarding the valley from the outside. The valley was invisible, yet those within could see the world beyond. Should any adversary attempt to invade from the summit, they would find it nearly impossible, incapable even of locating the valley. Amused by this revelation, Li Qingxian chuckled to himself. Indeed, a natural formation. Alas, it lacked both offensive and defensive capabilities, leaving him unable to control its essence. What a pity, with no means to manipulate this natural barrier. He resolved to seek out spiritual bees, hoping they might be present. With that thought, he ventured through a narrow crevice. Continuing his search outside, the surrounding mountains loomed large, yet they were predominantly filled with ordinary flora and stones. He found not a single medicinal herb. In such circumstances, locating the spiritual bees seemed an arduous task. As he scoured the area, he eventually stumbled upon a beehive, though it was regrettably not one inhabited by spiritual bees. Pondering this, Li Qingxian questioned whether he had erred in his assumptions. Could there truly be no spiritual bees here? Casting his gaze upon the ordinary bees, he hesitated briefly before decisively enveloping the hive with his magical energy, transporting it towards Qingxian Valley. The spiritual energy outside was far too thin. If they could not thrive in such conditions, why not cultivate them into spiritual bees himself? A faint smile graced Li Qingxuan's face at this notion. Upon returning to Qingxian Valley, he hung the hive on a nearby cliff, retracting his magical energy. As the bees emerged from their confinement, they hesitated, sensing the aura emanating from the cultivator nearby, drawn by the allure of the spiritual herbs within the valley. They fluttered towards the surrounding blooms. Li Qingxuan's attention was drawn to a slightly larger bee, and a gentle smile formed on his lips. Could this be the queen bee? To his astonishment, it radiated a faint aura of spiritual energy. Li Qingxian had not anticipated the queen to possess such an essence, and he couldn't help but chuckle. As if sensing his gaze, the queen bee darted back to her nest in fright. Caressing his chin, Li Qingxian murmured to himself, I still lack a technique for insect control. A visit to the market is in order. The Xiaoyuntai market would surely not suffice, for it would lack techniques such as insect control. Thus, he resolved to head to the Dayuntai market, confident that even if he could not find it himself, Zhang Gui would be able to assist him. With this thought, Li Qingxian scooped up the slumbering little yellow duck and tucked it into his embrace. Making his way towards the valley's exit, outside Qingxian Valley, he surveyed the crevice now sealed by an illusionary formation and nodded in satisfaction. Unless faced with a foundation-building cultivator, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to discover this place. Only those of the foundation-building stage could perceive it, yet it was unlikely they would take the time to investigate a sheer cliff of content. Li Qingxian proceeded towards the Dayuntai market, feeling no urgency to utilize a teleportation talisman. Meanwhile, at Qingxian Temple, unbeknownst to Li Qingxian, a young beggar had entered the now desolate temple. With no one around, it had fallen into a state of abandonment. After taking residence, the beggar spent his days either begging for food or resting. Diligently polishing the altar of the Green Emperor, the temple's remote location deterred visitors, and even other beggars refrained from staying as the distance from Great Wine City rendered it impractical. The place had been thoroughly scavenged. Leaving only the structure itself, for reasons unknown, the young beggar sometimes chose to go hungry rather than leave. The wild beasts of Qingxian Peak had largely been dealt with by the Qingxian recluse. So he felt little concern. Each night, he would lay in the temple's grand hall, as if finding solace in the presence of the Green Emperor's altar, undeterred by fear. One evening, after polishing the altar, he glanced towards the door and murmured, "Will you ever return?" No one knew to whom the beggar referred, but his gaze was filled with anticipation, yet after speaking, his expression dimmed. "It has been so long since your departure. Surely you will not return," he lamented, "yet I truly need you." The beggar lay on the tattered blanket in the corner, covered by a thin worn quilt, continuing his soliloquy. In the pitch-black hall, his murmurs echoed, and anyone who overheard would undoubtedly flee in terror. Chapter 27, Lu Ruyan. Outside the Dayuntai market, Li Qingxian gazed at the familiar surroundings with quickened steps as he entered the Qingyu General Store. Established by disciples of the Qingyu sect, offered a plethora of assorted goods. Stepping inside, he perused the eclectic items on the shelves, leisurely browsing. "Is there something you seek?" a melodious voice chimed from behind him. Turning around, Li Qingxian was met by the sight of a girl around 17 or 18, her smile bright and inviting. Though her beauty was not exceptional, she exuded a fresh and innocent charm, akin to a pure white lotus. Li Qingxian, however, was not so easily deceived. To enter the realm of cultivation at such a young age and reach the 6th level of qi refinement was no small feat. Retracting his gaze, he smiled and inquired, "Fellow cultivator, do you possess the technique for insect control, as well as a pill that can transform ordinary insects into spiritual ones?" The girl paused, her eyes widening in surprise. "You seek a pill that can transform ordinary insects into spiritual ones?" Li Qingxian nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, that is precisely what I seek." She grinned. "Such a pill exists. The Qiling pill is what you require. However, if an ordinary insect consumes one, it may very well explode. You can dissolve it in water and have them drink it slowly for it to be effective. Li Qingxian nodded slightly in understanding. "Thank you, fellow cultivator, and what of the insect control technique?" The girl produced a small booklet, smiling as she presented it. "This is the most basic technique for insect control, sufficient for commanding ordinary insects and first-tier spiritual insects. Moreover, once ordinary insects are nurtured into spiritual ones under your guidance, they will develop a fondness for you. As long as you cultivate a bond with them, the need for the technique will diminish." Li Qingxian nodded, recognizing that the initial purpose of the technique was to control the spiritual bees. Later, it would become unnecessary. In that case, how much for the Qiling pill and the basic insect control technique? The girl replied, "Since you desire them, I shall offer you a discount. The Qiling pill is 5 spirit stones each, while the basic insect control technique is 50 spirit stones." Li Qingxian pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. "I will take 30 Qiling pills and the basic insect control technique." The girl appeared slightly taken aback. For a cultivator at the 6th level of qi refinement to casually produce such a sum of spirit stones indicated considerable wealth. "Very well, here is what you requested." With that, she tapped her storage bag, retrieving 3 jade vials along with the booklet and handing them to Li Qingxian. After inspecting the items to ensure their authenticity, he produced 200 spirit stones and presented them to her. As she accepted the spirit stones, a glimmer of excitement lit her eyes. "I am Lu Ruyan, an inner disciple of the Qingyu sect. May I ask how to address you? Are you an alchemist?" Li Qingxian smiled in return. "I am Qingxian Sanrun, indeed an alchemist." "How did you discern this?" Lu Ruyan covered her mouth and giggled softly. "Your aura carries a faint scent of medicinal herbs, a fragrance only those who have long practiced alchemy possess." Li Qingxian felt a revelation dawn upon him. No wonder cultivators from major sects recognized him as an alchemist. "Is there a way to conceal this scent?" Lu Ruyan considered for a moment before responding. "This is a unique aura of alchemists. Typically, it is not concealed, as it signifies their identity. Rest assured, under normal circumstances, Few would trouble an alchemist, however. If you wish to mask it, I have a cleansing technique that can eliminate the scent. Cleansing technique was a basic spell for purification, yet the addition of the word spiritual elevated its significance. The cleansing spiritual technique could not only cleanse oneself but also remove any marks left by others. Many rogue cultivators employed various methods to leave traces on alchemists, using them to track them. If Li Qingxian possessed the cleansing spiritual technique, he would have no fear of being pursued. With this in mind, Li Qingxian inquired, "How much for the cleansing spiritual technique?" Lu Ruyan shook her head. "Do you possess any first-tier superior pills? If so, you may purchase it for 30 of those." Li Qingxian nodded slightly and retrieved 3 bottles of qi-gathering pills from his storage bag. "For the time being, I can only concoct qi-gathering pills. Would you be interested in a trade, fellow Taoist?" Lu Ruyan responded with a nod, saying, "Although qi-gathering pills are the most common, they are also the most practical elixirs. Do you have any more on hand? I can purchase them with spirit stones." After pondering for a moment, Li Qingxian replied, "Very well, I have 2 more bottles here. If you wish to buy them, I will charge you 6 spirit stones for each. How does that sound?" Lu Ruyan nodded slightly and said, "Agreed, as you proposed." A first-tier low-grade elixir is worth at least 1 spirit stone, a first-tier mid-grade elixir is worth at least 3 spirit stones. A first-tier high-grade elixir is worth at least 6 spirit stones, and a first-tier supreme-grade elixir is worth at least 10 spirit stones. By this calculation, 2 bottles of elixirs would require 120 spirit stones. Li Qingxian quickly obtained the resources he needed, and Lu Ruyan acquired the elixirs she sought, resulting in mutual satisfaction. Lu Ruyan smiled and asked, "Do you have any desire to join the Qingyu sect? With your alchemical skills, entering the Qingyu sect would undoubtedly allow you to become an elder in the outer sect." In her view, since Li Qingxian was growing older, the prospect of establishing a foundation was unlikely. It would be better for him to join the Qingyu sect, become an outer elder, find a partner, and have children, perhaps giving them a chance at success. Most wandering cultivators skilled in various arts would pursue such a path. Joining the Qingyu sect as guest elders, thus ensuring their descendants could enter the sect, although the chance of achieving foundational establishment was slim, there remained a glimmer of hope. However, how could Li Qingxian agree to such a proposition? He possessed the little yellow duck, which could infinitely cultivate spirit herbs, a secret that must not be uncovered, lest it invite lethal peril. "Thank you for your kind offer, but I have grown accustomed to my freedom and shall not join the Qingyu sect." Lu Ruyan was not surprised. Many wandering cultivators, particularly alchemists, refrained from joining any sect. They possessed alchemical skills and were not in need of spirit stones, so they paid little heed to the meager resources of the Qingyu sect. "Such a pity, indeed." Li Qingxian chuckled. "Since that is the case, I shall take my leave." Lu Ruyan replied cheerfully, "If you ever have elixirs in the future, you may come here to sell them to me. My purchasing price is higher than elsewhere." "With that, I shall not detain you any longer." "Very well, farewell." Li Qingxian nodded slightly and turned to exit the shop. Lu Ruyan watched his departing figure, a glimmer of excitement flashing in her eyes. A first-tier high-grade alchemist, indeed, if only he could be of service to me. Chapter 28. Return to Qingxian Valley. Upon exiting the shop, Li Qingxian did not linger in the market but swiftly made his way towards Qingxian Valley. Just as he was nearing Qingxian Valley, he came to a halt. "Why do I feel such an impulse to return to Qingxian Temple? What is this sensation?" Li Qingxian furrowed his brow, overwhelmed by a compulsion to rush back to Qingxian Temple. Fearing he would regret it if he did not after so many years without a visit, what harm could there be in going back? Moreover, my cultivation has reached the 6th layer of qi refinement. Far beyond what that bald monk from Nanshan could contend with. With this thought, Li Qingxian took out a swift movement talisman, affixed it to himself, and in an instant, he surged forward at an astonishing speed. Qingxian Temple is not far from Nanshan Temple, but after Qingxian Temple fell into disrepair, no one has visited since. The monk from Nanshan, upon realizing Li Qingxuan's departure, ceased to concern himself with the situation at Qingxian Temple. Without Li Qingxian, Qingxian Temple was nothing of value, unworthy of his attention. On this day, the monk from Nanshan finally broke through to the 5th layer of qi refinement and was preparing to exit his seclusion when a young monk rushed in. Master, a little beggar has taken residence in Qingxian Temple. What should we do?" The monk from Nanshan chuckled. "How surprising! Has Qingxian Temple fallen so low? Let us not concern ourselves with it, even if Qingxian Temple has become a den for beggars. What does it have to do with us?" The young monk quickly nodded. "Yes, master, I understand." The monk from Nanshan shook his head. "Qingxian Temple has already become a waste. You need not keep an eye on it. I wonder if you would like to become my disciple." The monk from Nanshan was quite pleased with this young monk. He could always think of him first and report matters promptly. demonstrating absolute loyalty. Thus, he deemed it appropriate to take him as a disciple to assist in gathering followers, sparing himself the trouble. As long as the young monk was unaware of the cultivation methods of faith power, he would pose no threat to him. For this reason, the monk from Nanshan decided to accept the young monk as his disciple. The young monk was overjoyed. "Master is willing to take me as a disciple. Does this mean I can also become a celestial master in the future?" "I am willing. I pay my respects to my esteemed teacher." The monk from Nanshan, with a benevolent smile, replied, "Very well, since you are my chief disciple, you must have a Dharma name from now on. Your Dharma name shall be Wufang." The young monk quickly responded, "Yes, Wufang. Thanks, master, for bestowing a Dharma name." The monk from Nanshan chuckled, "All right, go now and arrange for those devotees. I shall teach you the methods of cultivation tonight." Wufang respectfully nodded and quickly departed. The monk from Nanshan gazed in the direction of Qingshan Temple, a hint of disdain evident in his eyes. In his view, the wandering cultivator would not dare to return, otherwise, he would not have abandoned his own temple. Yet, when he recalled how Li Xuanjun had taken away so many spirit herbs, he could not help but feel a pang of regret. "Qingshan wanderer, should you dare to return, I shall certainly kill you. Those spirit herbs are mine." Although most spirit herbs were of little use to him, they could be exchanged for spirit stones, which could then be traded for resources beneficial to him. Regrettably, Li Qingshan had taken away 80% in one go, and he had acquired very little of what remained. The wealthy patrons had ceased their support, leaving him with scant offerings, were it not for the need to attract more followers. He would have wiped those patrons out long ago. Over 3 years had passed, yet the monk from Nanshan remained oblivious that those wealthy patrons had begun to harbor cultivators, with at least one in each household. Though these cultivators were not particularly powerful, their numbers were substantial. If the monk from Nanshan dared to act against them, they would certainly resist. In truth, these wealthy patrons had little interaction with the world of cultivation and were somewhat misinformed about the strength of cultivators. They believed that their numbers would enable them to overcome the monk from Nanshan, thus losing respect for him. Eventually they realized that their offerings of spirit herbs were met with silence from the monk, which only bolstered their confidence. In reality, the monk from Nanshan sought to utilize them to gather followers, otherwise, he would not have tolerated their behavior. After all, the monk from Nanshan had reached the 5th layer of Qi refinement, a level far beyond what the cultivators from the wealthy patrons could compare with. At Qingshan Temple, the little beggar rubbed his stomach and murmured, "I am so hungry, why haven't you returned yet? If you don't come back soon, I might not be able to wait for you." With that, he lay down on a tattered mat nearby and fell asleep. Outside Qingshan Temple, Li Qingshan gazed at the dilapidated Taoist temple, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. Though his stay here was brief, the fusion of his being with that of the Qingshan wanderer had fostered a deep emotional connection to this place. Witnessing its current state brought a pang of sorrow to his heart. Alas, it has been so long, I might as well take a look while I am here. With that thought, Li Qingshan stepped inside Qingshan Temple. As he reached the main hall, he paused, his gaze sweeping across the interior. He spotted a filthy little beggar lying on a tattered mat, beside whom stood a clean and well-maintained altar dedicated to the Qing Emperor. Upon seeing the little beggar, Li Qingshan felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "What is this? Why do I feel this way?" Wait a moment, the Qingshan wanderer was also named Li Qingshan, and he had relatives in this world. A fleeting realization crossed Li Qingshan's eyes. If the little beggar truly is a relative of the Qingshan wanderer, then the feeling of kinship would indeed make sense, having inherited the body of the Qingshan wanderer and merged with his residual soul. It was only natural for him to bear the consequences of the Qingshan wanderer's fate. "Very well, if you are indeed his kin, then I shall look after you, as a means of repaying the karmic debt for occupying your body." With that, Li Qingshan stepped further into the main hall. Beside the altar of the Qing Emperor, the little beggar's complexion had turned pale, his breath weakening to its nadir. Li Qingshan furrowed his brow and waved his hand, producing a nourishing pill, which he administered to the little beggar. Then, placing his hand on the beggar's shoulder, he channeled his energy into him to help refine the nourishing pill. As the pill was absorbed, Li Qingshan retrieved a small jade bottle, extracted a drop of spiritual spring liquid, and cast a water sphere spell, filling a cracked bowl nearby with water. With a gentle flick, the drop of spiritual liquid plunged into the bowl, instantly dispersing. Seeing the diluted spiritual liquid, Li Qingshan nodded slightly, lifting the bowl to feed a mouthful to the little beggar. He was cautious not to give too much, otherwise the overwhelming energy might overwhelm the little beggar. After administering a mouthful of the spiritual liquid, Li Qingshan sat down beside the altar of the Qing Emperor, waiting for the little beggar to awaken. Half an hour later, observing the little beggar's complexion growing rosier, Li Qingxian finally felt relieved. At that moment, the little beggar suddenly opened his eyes. He felt neither hunger nor thirst. Instead, he was brimming with vitality. Am I dead? Is this the underworld? The little beggar slightly stirred. Realizing that his previously frail body had fully recovered, leading him to believe he had died and entered the underworld. Li Qingxian smiled and said, "You are not dead, it was I who saved you. Now tell me, why were you here?" The gaze of the little beggar turned towards Li Qingxian, and upon seeing his appearance, a look of excitement spread across his face. "Excuse me, are you the revered Qingxian Jinren?" The little beggar asked with fervor. Li Qingxian shook his head gently and replied, "I do not dare to claim such a title. I am merely Qingxian Sanren." Upon receiving Li Qingxuan's confirmation, the little beggar burst into tears. Sobbing heart-wrenchingly, witnessing the child's distress, Li Qingxian found himself at a loss. In his previous life, he had no experience in comforting children, and now he was utterly bewildered by this little beggar's tears. Especially after entering the ruthless realm of cultivation, which had hardened his heart, he would not have intervened to save the child had it not been for the possibility that this little beggar was a relative of Qingxian Sanren. Just as he prepared to utter words of consolation, the little beggar ceased her crying. Her eyes filled with newfound determination, she hurriedly approached the altar beneath the Qing Emperor's tablet, rummaging beneath it until she produced a scroll. After confirming the likeness of the figure depicted within, she quickly made her way back to Li Qingxian. As he glanced at the scroll, recognizing the image as his own, his suspicions regarding the little beggar's identity grew stronger. Sure enough, the little beggar rushed to Li Qingxian and, with a thud, knelt before him. This unexpected display left Li Qingxian utterly stunned, unable to prevent the child's actions. Chapter 29. Granddaughter Li Ruoxi. The little beggar respectfully bowed her head 3 times before speaking with a quivering voice. Granddaughter Li Ruoxi pays her respects to Grandpa. Li Qingxian was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this little beggar was a girl. Concurrently, memories of Li Ruoxi began to resurface in his mind. In his previous life, he would return to the secular world every few years, and this little beggar appeared to be around 10 years old, which meant he should have memories of her. Soon recollections of Li Ruoxi flooded his mind. When he last visited, she had only been 2 or 3 years old. Now she should be 10, yet the child before him seemed to be merely 8 or 9. Nonetheless, seeing Li Ruoxi's gaunt and emaciated figure stirred a deep, inexplicable emotion within Li Qingxian. In this world, marriages and childbirth occurred quite early. For instance, Qingxian Sanren had wedded merely 15 and had a son by 16. Li Ruoxi was the child of Qingxian Sanren's eldest son. Logically, with a cultivator like him in the family, they should be well off, so why had Li Ruoxi become a beggar, seeking him out at Qingxian Temple? Contemplating this, Li Qingxian approached Li Ruoxi and gently helped her to her feet, smiling as he said, "Child, rise." After being assisted to her feet, Li Ruoxi quickly implored, "Grandpa, please save my father and the others." Li Qingxuan's brow furrowed as he asked in a solemn tone, "Child, tell me what has happened." Although the Li family was not particularly powerful, they were not weak either, especially with Qingxian Sanren as a cultivator, a figure of some renown. Now that Li Ruoxi was seeking help, it was evident that something dire had transpired. She hurriedly explained, "Grandpa, we used to be well respected in the region, but you have not returned in several years. And surrounding factions have begun to covet our downfall. My father sent me to find you in Dafeng City, but shortly after we set out, we were ambushed, all my companions were killed, and I was the only one to escape. In order to seek your assistance, I had no choice but to beg along the way, and at last, I arrived at Dafeng City and found Qingxian Temple. However, upon my arrival, I discovered that Qingxian Temple had fallen into disrepair. And I had no choice but to wait for you here. Li Qingxuan's expression darkened. Having inherited the body and memories of Qingxian Sanren, he recognized that the family of Qingxian Sanren was now his own. If someone dared to threaten his family, they were clearly courting death. "Ruoxi, come, we shall first change into clean clothes. Those who dare to bully the kin of Qingxian Sanren need not continue to live." With that, Li Qingxian scooped up Li Ruoxi and affixed a movement talisman to himself, swiftly making his way down the mountain. In Dafeng City, Li Qingxuan's arrival went unnoticed by the local elite. This time, he had no intention of seeking medicinal herbs from them, as the resources from Qingxian Valley were more than sufficient. Finding an inn, he produced a few pieces of silver and instructed the attendant to procure clothing and prepare a bath. "Ruoxi, you go wash up and get some rest. Once you are refreshed, we will return home," he said softly. Li Ruoxi nodded eagerly and entered her room. Meanwhile, Li Qingxian retreated to his own quarters to ponder. First, there were the relatives of Qingxian Sanren, who had originally belonged to a small family. However, after Qingxian Sanren became a cultivator, they gradually ascended to a position of local dominance, under the Shield Mountain range. Numerous states existed, with several major nations surrounding the Qingyu Mountains, all of which were vassals of the Qingyu sect. Surrounding these powerful nations were countless smaller states or factions, with the Northern Tang Kingdom being one of them. The Northern Tang Kingdom was quite remote, and due to Qin Shi Sanrun's limited cultivation, the territory he could secure for his family was minimal. Consequently, the Northern Tang Kingdom comprised only 7 or 8 cities. With a population of merely 20,000, such small nations were common, yet their existence was sustained by the backing of a cultivator. Without that support, they would have been quickly annihilated since his arrival in this world. Li Qingxian had not returned home, which had led to others eyeing the Northern Tang Kingdom. Even if Qingxian Sanrun were alive, he was merely a second-level qi refining cultivator, and few would concern themselves with his fate. However, the current Li Qingxian was different. His cultivation had reached the 6th level of qi refinement, and with various talismans and magical artifacts at his disposal, even those at the 7th level would think twice before challenging him. Particularly in the smaller nations surrounding the Northern Tang Kingdom, it was unlikely they had cultivators above the 6th level backing them, so he had no cause for fear. Reflecting on this, Li Qingxian sighed. Qingxian Valley has grown too quiet. If possible, I should select some of the Northern Tang royal family with spiritual roots to cultivate in Qingxian Valley. The troubles of the Northern Tang Kingdom could not be resolved by him alone. If he could nurture a few family members with spiritual roots, it would perfectly address the situation. Moreover, with the aid of the little yellow duck, resources would not be lacking, and combined with his alchemical skills, training a few cultivators above the 7th level should present no challenge. With these thoughts, a smile crept across Li Qingxuan's face. Just then, a knock interrupted his musings. "Come in," he called out. As the door swung open, a freshly washed Li Ruoshi stepped inside to Grandpa. "I'm ready." Li Qingxian turned his gaze toward her and was struck by how much she seemed transformed after her grooming, though still pale and thin. She appeared clean and bright, resembling a young princess of the Northern Tang Kingdom. "Well done," Li Qingxian nodded. "Go get some rest. Once you are refreshed, we shall return, and the journey back is long, and we shall need ample time to reach home." As he spoke, he looked at Li Ruoshi, recognizing the difficulty she had endured to reach Dafeng City through begging. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded and returned to her room, collapsing onto her bed in exhaustion. Li Qingxian chuckled softly. "Indeed, it was my error not to return sooner. Rest assured, I will take good care of them. I will guide this little girl onto the path of cultivation." Li Ruoshi's determination to survive on her own and journey to Qingxian Temple demonstrated her strong will. With spiritual roots, she would undoubtedly make an excellent candidate for cultivation. As he contemplated her arduous journey, Li Qingxian felt a deep sense of responsibility for his granddaughter. Not idle, he decided to head towards the southern mountain while Li Ruoshi slept. The monk from the southern mountain had dared to act with impunity at Qingxian Temple, leading to its current state, and he could not allow him to escape unscathed. Li Qingxian was no longer the inexperienced individual who had first arrived in this world. He understood well that the monk had taken advantage of his absence to steal his spiritual eye, seeking the elusive power of belief to elevate his cultivation. Li Qingxian held little regard for the power of belief. While it could hasten one's advancement, breaking through to higher realms later on proved exceedingly challenging. This was a shortcut favored by Buddhist cultivators, yet Li Qingxian, with the little yellow duck at his side, had no need for such means. With the little yellow duck, he could cultivate vast quantities of spiritual herbs, and with his alchemical skills, he could rely on pills for his cultivation, rendering the power of belief unnecessary. Upon arriving at the entrance of the southern mountain temple, Li Qingxian was met with the anxious expressions of the young monks who recognized him. One of them dashed towards the main hall without hesitation. Wufa Xixiang, it's bad, Qingxian Sanrun has come," quickly informed Master Nanshan. Inside the hall, Wufa was attending to the worshippers when he furrowed his brow, turning his gaze toward the breathless young monk who had burst in. The young monk, shrinking back slightly, hurried to Wufa's side and whispered, "Wufa Xixiang, Qingxian Sanrun has arrived. He has already entered the southern mountain temple." Wufa's brow furrowed further, a look of surprise crossing his face as he quickly inquired, "Are you certain? Did he bring anyone with him?" The young monk shook his head vigorously. "I saw no one else. It was just Qingxian Sanrun alone." Wufa nodded. "Very well, I shall remember your diligence. I will go inform the master." With that, Wufa wasted no time and hurried toward the back hall. Since Qingxian Sanning dared to come to Nanshan Temple, he must have made ample preparations. Otherwise, he would never have the audacity to seek trouble with the Nanshan monk so easily. Chapter 30. The Nanshan monk flees behind the main hall of Nanshan Temple. The Nanshan monk was immersed in his cultivation when he noticed Wufang rushing in, panic evident on his face. Causing the monk to furrow his brow, "Wufang, what brings you here in such a state of distress?" Wu Fang quickly replied, "Master, I must report that Qingxian Sanyin has been spotted outside. He has arrived at Nanshan Temple. And his intentions do not appear benign." A faint smile appeared on the Nanshan monk's face as he coldly remarked, "I had not yet sought him out, yet he has come knocking at my door." Wu Fang pressed on, "And master, I believe his boldness in approaching us suggests he possesses some hidden strength. It would be wise for us to proceed with caution." The Nanshan monk regarded his disciple with evident satisfaction. "You speak wisely, however, my current cultivation level is not one he can compare with." He then declared, "Let us go and confront this Qingxian Sanyin." With a notable confidence, the Nanshan monk felt assured in his mastery. Having reached the 5th level of Qi training, far beyond the capabilities of Li Xuanjun, who was merely at the 3rd or 4th level, thus he and Wu Fang made their way outside. Li Qingxian surveyed the bustling scene at Nanshan Temple. Contrasting it with the desolation of his own Qingxian view, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes, had Nanshan monk, "I wonder how you intend to meet your demise." Before long, he spotted Wu Fang accompanying the Nanshan monk as they approached him. With a smile that conveyed both amusement and menace, Li Qingxian greeted, "Master Nanshan, it has been quite some time." Upon seeing Li Qingxian, the Nanshan monk's pupils constricted in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Li Qingxian had broken through to the 6th level of Qi training. Both their cultivation levels were laid bare to one another, and the Nanshan monk's expression turned bitter. How could Taoist Qingxian have ascended to the 6th level in such a short span of time? "This is inconceivable." Li Qingxian narrowed his gaze, coldly addressing the Nanshan monk, "Master Nanshan, you destroyed my Qingxian view. You owe me an explanation." As Li Qingxuan's demeanor shifted dramatically, the Nanshan monk instinctively retreated, leaving Wu Fang in a state of astonishment. He had not expected that his renowned master would exhibit such fear in the presence of Qingxian Sanyin. It quickly dawned on him that his master was decidedly no match for Qingxian Sanyin. Realizing this, he hastily stepped back to stand beside the Nanshan monk. "Master, what shall we do?" As a disciple of Nanshan, he felt relatively secure, but he knew that as the master's disciple, he was at great risk. The Nanshan monk shook his head slightly at Taoist Qingxian. "I acknowledge that the destruction of your Qingxian view was my fault, and I am willing to offer compensation. How many spirit stones would it take for you to withdraw?" Li Qingxian replied nonchalantly, "Spirit stones? Once I kill you, they will naturally belong to me." Suddenly, the Nanshan monk burst into laughter, seizing Wu Fang, the young monk beside him. "Taoist Qingxian, I recognize your prowess, but you cannot harm me." As his words fell, he produced a talisman, igniting it, and a radiant light enveloped both himself and Wu Fang. Moments later, they transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. Li Qingxian watched their disappearance, his brow furrowing in contemplation. A teleportation talisman. I did not expect the Nanshan monk to possess such a valuable item. What a pity. Observing the Nanshan monk's escape, Li Qingxian proceeded towards the main hall. Upon entering, he glanced at the portrait of the Nanshan Buddha adorning the wall and smirked disdainfully. With a casual flick of his wrist, he cast a fireball spell, reducing the portrait to ashes. As for the common folk present, Li Qingxian paid them no heed. By the time he unleashed the fireball, they were already trembling in fear, having perceived him as a deity. The destruction of the Nanshan Buddha portrait was nearly a divine confrontation, and they dared not intervene, even though some might be devotees of the Nanshan Buddha. It was implausible for them to rally in such a brief timeframe. Consequently, upon entering the main hall, the townsfolk did not obstruct him. Venturing into the back courtyard, he found it barren, save for a meditation room. Li Qingxian sensed no spiritual energy emanating from within, and thus chose not to enter. Given his current stature, he cared little for the meager possessions of the Nanshan monk. His purpose here was solely for vengeance. To retaliate against the Nanshan monk for the destruction of his Qingxian view. Had it not been for that act, he would not have departed so hastily, and Li Ruoxi would not have waited so long without a glimpse of him. Had he not felt an inexplicable summon from the Qingxian view, he might not have returned at all. Had he failed to return, Li Ruoxi would have perished, and the Li family of Beitang would face doom. The thought of it alone could birth a heart demon within him. With these thoughts in mind, Li Qingxian expelled the townsfolk and set the entire Nanshan temple ablaze, having completed his vendetta. Li Qingxian made his way towards the direction of Dafan City. With the Nanshan monk having fled, there was no reason for him to linger. As for the temple's followers, they were merely ordinary people, and he paid them no mind. Upon returning to the inn, Li Qingxian found Li Ruoxi still asleep and refrained from disturbing her, retreating to his own room to rest. The following morning, as dawn broke, Li Qingxian awoke and affectionately stroked the still sleeping little yellow duck beside him, chuckling softly. Having consumed mid-grade spirit stones, the little yellow duck had become somewhat lethargic, yet its aura was steadily rising. Li Qingxian, assured of the duck's progress, paid it no further thought. As he stepped out of his room, he was greeted by the sight of Li Ruoxi waiting outside. Li Qingxian frowned slightly. Ruoxi, why are you standing outside my door instead of resting? Li Ruoxi hurriedly responded, grandfather, I have already rested well, we should return home at once. Li Qingxian nodded slightly, sensing her urgency. Although he was unsure of the current state of the Beitang kingdom, it was imperative to return and ascertain the situation. Let us grab a bite to eat before we set off. Regrettably, Li Qingxian lacked a flying artifact, otherwise, they could have arrived within a few days. Of course, given his cultivation level, he was also unable to wield high-grade artifacts, particularly flying ones. In reality, aside from flying artifacts controlled by spiritual energy, there were also those activated by spirit stones. However, such artifacts were prohibitively expensive and beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Even many foundation-building cultivators employed these flying artifacts, as they did not deplete spiritual energy. As the two exited Dafan City, Li Qingxian produced two travel talismans without hesitation, affixing one to himself and the other to Li Ruoxi before propelling them forward towards the Beitang kingdom. With memories of the Beitang kingdom in his mind, Li Qingxian was well aware of the route back. Naturally, along the way, there were various markets where he intended to purchase spirit talismans and spirit testing crystals. The expanse of Qingxian Valley felt vast and empty with only Li Qingxian present. Acquiring spirit testing crystals was not merely to gauge his own spiritual roots but also to assess whether any members of the Beitang royal family possessed spiritual roots. If even 2 or 3 were found, even if they boasted the weakest 5-element roots, Li Qingxian would be able to nurture them. With the little yellow duck by his side, he lacked for spiritual herbs, and coupled with his alchemical skills, cultivating a few Qi training practitioners would be a cinch. After applying the travel talismans, Li Qingxian grasped Li Ruoxi's hand and hastened towards the direction of the Beitang kingdom. By evening, they had covered considerable ground. Li Ruoxi gazed at him in astonishment. Grandfather, is this what it means to be a cultivator? Your speed is truly remarkable. Li Qingxian chuckled, this is merely the pace of a lower-tier cultivator. Once one becomes a higher-tier cultivator, they can soar through the skies on a sword. Hearing about flying on swords, Li Ruoxi's eyes widened, and she murmured, does that mean they truly become immortals? Li Qingxian replied with a smile. While not immortals, they come quite close. Cultivators are categorized into realms such as Qi training, foundation building, and golden core. Qi training is divided into 10 levels, allowing one to live disease-free for up to 120 years. Special techniques can extend life even further. The foundation building stage comprises 4 levels: early, middle, late, and peak, permitting a lifespan of 250 years, with special techniques allowing for even longer life. As for the golden core stage, it too is divided into early, middle, late, and peak levels, granting a lifespan of up to 500 years, with special techniques offering further longevity. Beyond that, I am uncertain. Chapter 31, Purchasing Spirit Testing Crystals. Li Ruoxi gasped in awe. Isn't that comparable to true immortals? Grandfather, can you take me to cultivate? Li Qingxian chuckled. The reason I share this with you is indeed to entertain such thoughts. However, I cannot ascertain whether you possess the aptitude for spiritual roots. Li Ruoxi's heart brimmed with joy, soon followed by anxiety. She was uncertain if she had spiritual roots, and the thought of not having any was daunting. Li Qingxian reassured her, do not worry, once we reach the market, I will purchase a spirit testing crystal, and we will discover your spiritual roots then. That night, the two found a place to rest. While nighttime travel posed no challenge for Li Qingxian, it was taxing for Li Ruoxi, who was already somewhat frail. He could not allow her to endure further hardship. 3 days later, they finally arrived at the outskirts of a small market. This market was modest in size, comparable to Qingshan Market, and its strongest practitioner was likely only at the 8th level of Qi training. Although Li Qingxian had only reached the 6th level of Qi refinement, he was still capable of escaping from an 8th level Qi refinement expert while employing various techniques, all the while escorting Li Ruoxi. Thus Li Qingxian led Li Ruoxi into the immortal cultivation market. Observing the throngs of cultivators, Li Ruoxi quietly inquired, Grandfather, are all these people cultivators? Li Qingxian nodded slightly and replied, indeed, they are all cultivators, though not many possess high levels of cultivation. Come, let us procure a spirit testing crystal. Upon seeing the name of Jibo Pavilion, Li Qingxian entered with Li Ruo 11. As they stepped inside, a young girl approached them with a warm greeting. Welcome, esteemed guest, how may I assist you today? The service was commendable, and Li Qingxian nodded in satisfaction, asking, do you have spirit testing crystals? The girl's eyes brightened. And she quickly affirmed, yes, we certainly have spirit testing crystals, though they are a bit pricey. Li Qingxian chuckled. Do tell, how many spirit stones do they cost? The girl promptly replied, we offer 2 types of spirit testing crystals. The inferior one can only determine if one possesses a spiritual root, costing 150 spirit stones. The superior one can ascertain the properties of the spiritual root and costs 350 inferior spirit stones. Which type would you prefer? Li Qingxian smiled. Since we are purchasing, we shall opt for the superior spirit testing crystal. He then inquired, by the way, do you have any movement charms? The girl eagerly responded. Not only do we have movement charms, but we also possess higher-level soaring charms, though they require considerable mana. Would you be interested? Li Qingxuan's interest was piqued. Soaring charms allowed for flight, albeit not as effective as flying artifacts, and were single-use charms. However, they would be quite suitable for Li Qingxian. If he possessed a soaring charm, he could return to the northern Tang Kingdom at remarkable speed. How far can this soaring charm take me? How long can it last? The girl explained, the distance depends on the user's mana. This charm is not meant for travel, but for escape. Li Qingxian nodded slightly, realizing he had been overly ambitious. Nevertheless, acquiring it as a safeguard was prudent. Very well, how many spirit stones for one? The girl smiled. The soaring charm is reasonably priced at 50 spirit stones each. After pondering briefly, Li Qingxian produced 600 spirit stones and stated, 1 spirit testing crystal, 3 soaring charms, and 10 movement charms. Given that the strongest in this market was merely an 8th level Qi refinement cultivator, Li Qingxian felt no fear in revealing his wealth. The girl was thrilled. Quickly accepting the spirit stones and retrieving the items from her waist pouch, esteemed guest, here are your resources. Li Qingxian was slightly astonished. He had not anticipated that this young girl could produce such an abundance of resources. Soon, however, he noticed something amiss. The girl's aura reached the 7th level of Qi refinement, surpassing his own. Are you a steward of Qibao Pavilion? The girl cheerfully replied, kind of. I manage this Qibao Pavilion. Thank you for supporting my business. However, it would be wise for you to prepare some life-saving treasures, as there are 2 7th level Qi refinement bandits outside the market. Li Qingxian nodded, not overly concerned with his abilities. Dispatching 2 7th level Qi refinement bandits was hardly a challenge. Observing Li Qingxuan's calm demeanor, the girl displayed a hint of surprise. It seemed he possessed formidable means and was untroubled by 7th level cultivators. If he lacked a trump card, his nonchalance would be quite worrisome. Li Qingxian smiled. Since our transaction is complete, I shall take my leave. Until we meet again. The girl nodded slightly. There is no need for formality. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to visit Qibao Pavilion. Li Qingxian smiled, took Li Ruoshi's hand, and turned to exit. Once Li Qingxian had distanced himself, the girl took out a communication talisman and relayed, do not pursue the individual who just left. He possesses formidable backup. Li Qingxuan's composure was striking. Even among the market's denizens, few were unafraid of 7th level bandits. If he was unperturbed, it indicated his strength could easily obliterate 7th level cultivators. The girl was unwilling to risk her companion's safety and deemed it best not to provoke Li Qingxian. Moments later, her companions responded, inquiring about the situation before concluding the communication. Li Qingxian remained oblivious to these exchanges. Even if he were aware, he would not comment. Such was the nature of the immortal cultivation world, survival of the fittest. A brutal reality where only the powerful could remain unscathed. Once outside Qibao Pavilion, Li Ruoshi asked, Grandfather, was that sister a cultivator? Li Qingxian nodded. Indeed, her talent is exceptional. She has surpassed me by a small realm at such a young age. A look of envy crossed Li Ruoshi's face, though she refrained from further comment. Li Qingxian chuckled, you need not envy. Should you possess a spiritual root, I will certainly cultivate you to be even more formidable than her. Cultivation hinges upon both talent and resources. While Li Qingxian could not alter one's innate talent, his resources far surpassed most in the foundation establishment stage, granting him a well-founded confidence. Li Ruoshi quickly nodded. Understood, Grandfather. Li Qingxian smiled, let us find a place to rest for the night. We shall continue our journey tomorrow and assess your spiritual root. Li Ruoshi nodded earnestly. Yes, Grandfather, let us hurry, eager to discover her spiritual root. She felt a surge of anticipation. In truth, Li Qingxian had never assessed his own spiritual root. It was not due to a lack of spirit stones to purchase a spirit testing crystal, but rather because he had been focused on cultivating the Qingdi Changshun Gong, aided by his spiritual herb garden, rendering such tests unnecessary now that he intended to evaluate Li Ruoshi's spiritual root. He thought it prudent to assess his own as well. However, he surmised that his spiritual root was likely mediocre. Otherwise, after 40 years of cultivation, he would not have only reached the 2nd level of Qi refinement. The two soon found an inn. Accommodations in the market were costly, charging 1 spirit stone per room, yet this was a trivial sum for Li Qingxian, who readily paid. After securing 2 rooms, he retrieved a prepared formation plate. Activating it in his room, and took out the spirit testing crystal. Ruwashi, come forth, let us see if you possess a spiritual root. Li Ruwashi, feeling quite anxious, approached him, uncertain of the procedure. Li Qingxian smiled reassuringly. Simply place your hand upon the spirit testing crystal. Upon hearing this, Li Ruwashi extended her hand and pressed it against the crystal. Red, green, and yellow hues illuminated the crystal, with the red being the most vibrant while the other two remained dim. Li Qingxuan's heart surged with joy. This indicated a tri-spiritual root, predominantly of the fire attribute. Meeting Li Ruwashi's eager gaze, he said with a smile, "Fear not, you possess a spiritual root, and not just any, but a tri-spiritual root with fire as the primary attribute. You shall be able to cultivate fire-based techniques." Li Ruwashi's face blossomed with delight. As long as she had a spiritual root, she could cultivate. "Grandfather, does this mean I can practice immortal cultivation?" Li Qingxian replied with a grin. "Indeed, your tri-spiritual root is quite commendable, making it well suited for cultivation." Chapter 32, Arrival at Northern Tang. My esteemed son Li Ruwashi eagerly inquired. "Grandfather, what types of spiritual roots exist?" Li Qingxian explained. Spiritual roots are classified into single, double, triple, quadruple, and quintuple roots, as well as mutated roots. A single root, known as a heavenly root, allows for rapid cultivation. Mutated roots arise from a combination of various roots, commonly manifesting as wind, lightning, or ice roots, which have a slower cultivation speed. Double roots are considered earthly roots, with cultivation speed being further diminished. Triple roots are true roots, not particularly fast but still suitable for cultivation. Quadruple roots are illusory roots, with slow cultivation speed, while quintuple roots are false roots, or merely entering the path is commendable. This is what I currently know. Whether there are other types of roots, I cannot say. Elated, Li Ruwashi concluded that her spiritual root was quite good, providing her with a chance to become a powerful cultivator. Grandfather, when can you teach me to cultivate? Li Qingxian chuckled. Not just yet. We must first strengthen your body, as you are not currently fit for cultivation. Li Ruwashi nodded earnestly. Grandfather, rest assured, I will heed your advice and work on my health diligently. Li Qingxian smiled. Very well. But remember, you cannot consume spiritual meals yet. Take this 1 pill of abstinence instead. With that, he produced a pill from his hand. Li Ruwashi promptly consumed it, feeling a slight fullness in her abdomen before returning to rest. Once alone in the room, Li Qingxian swiftly retrieved the spirit testing crystal to examine his own spiritual root. 4 colors, white, red, green, and black, illuminated, with the green being the brightest, albeit only slightly more so than the others. As expected, his spiritual root was not impressive. He possessed a quadruple root. Though a quadruple root was not ideal, he practiced the Qingdi Changchun Gong, and with the aid of his spiritual herb garden, his cultivation speed would be notably accelerated. After assessing his spiritual root, Li Qingxian couldn't help but chuckle. Ultimately, he was only marginally superior to those with quintuple roots, with the addition of his little yellow duck. Reaching the foundation establishment stage seemed quite feasible. Li Qingxian stored the spirit testing crystal and sat cross-legged to begin his cultivation. With Li Qingxuan's innate talent, it would be futile to rest on his laurels. He resolved to diligently cultivate whenever time permitted. The following dawn, he escorted Li Ruwashi out of the marketplace. Shortly after their departure, Li Qingxian swiftly conjured a divine travel talisman for both himself and Li Ruwashi, propelling them forward at an astonishing pace. Before long, 3 months had elapsed. Li Qingxian traversed numerous nations, ultimately arriving at the Northern Tang Kingdom. At this juncture, the realm of the Northern Tang was reduced to merely a capital city, the rest having been devoured by surrounding powers. Observing the besieged Northern Tang, Li Qingxian furrowed his brow but soon broke into a smile. As long as the royal lineage remained intact, there was hope. Beside him, Li Ruwashi urged, "Grandfather, we must hasten to rescue my father and the others." Li Qingxian nodded slightly, scooping up Li Ruwashi and activating his likeness technique. Soaring towards the city walls, the assailants besieging the Northern Tang capital were momentarily stunned by Li Qingxuan's sudden appearance. How is this possible? Wasn't that old fellow from the Northern Tang already dead? They were left in a state of trepidation. Realizing the impending trouble, quickly inform our backing cultivators, otherwise, we might not make it out alive. Indeed, contact the ancestor at once. The leaders of the factions that had carved up the Northern Tang wore grim expressions, unaware of Li Qingxuan's current prowess. His ability to ascend the city walls clearly indicated he was no weakling. They could not contend with a cultivator of his caliber and could only summon their own backing for assistance. Retreat, withdraw, for the sake of their own lives, they had no choice but to issue the order to fall back. The defenders atop the walls could no longer concern themselves with the encroaching army. Upon seeing Li Qingxian, their eyes gleamed with excitement. We pay our respects to the immortal master, we pay our respects to the immortal master. Whether they were the commanders or the soldiers on the walls, they all bowed reverently to Li Qingxian. Li Qingxian frowned and inquired, "Where is your king of Northern Tang?" The commander of the city hastily replied, "Reporting to the immortal master, our king is gravely injured and has fallen unconscious. In his stupor, he ordered us to hold the city gates at all costs." Li Qingxian nodded slightly. "How many members remain of the Northern Tang royal family?" The commander quickly responded, reporting to the immortal master, "Approximately 500 remain. The rest have perished in battle." A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Li Qingxuan's eyes as he strode towards the royal palace. With Li Ruoxi hurriedly following suit. Upon reaching the palace, they were met with a chaotic scene that made Li Qingxian frown. At this moment, no one aspired to ascend to the throne of the Northern Tang. For the capital was on the brink of collapse. No one wished to become a ruler of a fallen nation, though the Northern Tang once boasted 7 or 8 cities at its peak. It was still a small kingdom now besieged at its capital's gates. Others might surrender, but the royal family could not yield. Li Qingxian entered the palace, encountering no resistance along the way. Those capable of fighting had taken to the walls. Leaving the palace devoid of guards, the Taiji Palace, the residence of the Northern Tang king, was where the remnants of the royal family had congregated. Upon arrival, Li Qingxian observed that among the remaining 500 souls, over 200 were armored men preparing to defend the city. "Second uncle, cousin, what is the meaning of this?" Li Ruoxi exclaimed in excitement upon seeing them. The 2 young men at the forefront paused, their gazes shifting towards Li Ruoxi, and then to Li Qingxian, their eyes brimming with exhilaration. "Father, sixth uncle, you have returned." Li Qingxian acknowledged them with a nod. "Yunhu, it is indeed you have done well. Come, lead me to see Yunwei." At Li Qingxuan's words, the 2 youths could not contain their tears. Yunhu rushed forward, embracing Li Qingxian and weeping, "Father, you have finally returned. I feared I would never see you again." Li Yunhu wiped his eyes, emotionally stating, "Sixth uncle, your return is a blessing. Northern Tang is saved." Li Qingxian snorted, "What is this crying? The sons of the Li family shed blood, not tears. Ruoxi, take me to your father." With that, he shrugged off Li Yunhu's embrace. Li Ruoxi nodded eagerly and led Li Qingxian towards the Taiji hall. Li Yunhu, momentarily rejected, nearly smiled foolishly and hurried to follow them. Upon entering the palace, Li Qingxian surveyed the physicians present, his brow furrowing. "Enough, you may all withdraw," Li Yunhu commanded. These ordinary physicians could not save Li Yunwei, they could only prolong his life. Hearing Li Yunhu's order, the physicians hastily retreated. With their inadequate skills, they could not save Li Yunwei. Should he perish, they would not survive long either, for the Northern Tang's imperial physician was a cautionary tale. Once they had left, Li Qingxian approached the pallid youth lying on the bed, his brow furrowing in concern. He extended his hand, resting it on Li Yunwei's shoulder, channeling the powers of the Qingdi Changchun technique into him. For Li Qingxian, cultivating wood-based techniques endowed him with healing abilities. Thus he infused his energy, continuously mending Li Yunwei's injuries until the latter gradually regained consciousness. Upon seeing Li Qingxian, Li Yunwei's eyes lit up with excitement. "Father, is that you?" Li Qingxian nodded slightly. "It is I. Rest easy, I shall handle the rest." Li Yunwei closed his eyes once more, slipping back into unconsciousness. Li Qingxian continued to channel his energy, only releasing his hand once he had stabilized Li Yunwei's condition. He then produced a nourishing pill for Li Yunwei to consume, recognizing that he had likely gone without sustenance during his unconsciousness. Nutrition was essential for recovery. After ensuring his adopted son was peacefully resting, Li Qingxian turned his gaze towards Li Yunhu. "Yunhu, how many combat-ready soldiers remain in the Northern Tang?" Chapter 33, Slaying Cultivators, Terrifying the Enemy Forces. Li Yunhu was momentarily taken aback before responding. "Father, only 6,000 combat-ready soldiers remain in the Northern Tang, stationed at the 4 city gates." The Northern Tang was modest, with a population of just over 20,000 and an army of 30,000. Now the entire Northern Tang had dwindled to 6,000 troops, nearly 20% of its original strength. Li Qingxian furrowed his brow and inquired, "How many people remain in Chang'an City?" Although the capital of the Northern Tang was Chang'an, it paled in comparison to the Chang'an of the past, yet it was still a commendable capital. Li Yunhu quickly replied, "Chang'an City has approximately 40,000 inhabitants. This is likely all that remains of the Northern Tang's populace." Li Qingxian questioned how many able-bodied youth, adding the 6,000 soldiers, can we muster an army of over 10,000? Li Yunhu assured him, Father, that will certainly be possible. Li Qingxian smiled, then go forth, endeavor to recruit 5,000 soldiers. And prepare for a counterattack. He was acutely aware that the cultivators backing those nations would soon arrive. When that time came, Li Qingxian would be able to deal with them all before retaliating against the neighboring states. Presently, the various cities of the northern Tang had been seized not long ago. If they could reclaim them, they could assemble an army of 30,000. At that point, the northern Tang would be poised to conquer those nations. After all, without their cultivators, those nations would lack the courage to contend with the northern Tang. Once Li Qingxian took action, the royal families of those nations would be unable to survive. Such was the nature of this world, survival of the fittest. Although cultivators could not arbitrarily target ordinary folk, if commoners provoked cultivators, they were exempt from protection. Those nations had grievously injured Li Yunhui, inciting Li Qingshuan's wrath, for Li Yunhui was his son. Li Yunhu promptly affirmed, Yes, father, I shall take my leave at once. With Li Qingshuan's return, the Li family had a steadfast leader, allowing Li Yunhu to breathe a sigh of relief. Just moments after Li Yunhu departed, a guard rushed in from the walls. Immortal Master, dire news, the cultivators from Beirong, Beisong, and Beiyuan have arrived and are currently waiting for you outside the city. Li Qingxian nodded slightly, very well, remain here, I shall return shortly. With that, he activated his likeness technique and swiftly vanished from the royal palace. Outside Chang'an City, the three cultivators exchanged glances, their expressions revealing surprise. What is happening? Wasn't it said that fellow had not returned for many years? Unclear, but he was merely a lowly second-level Qi practitioner back then. At most, he should have reached the third level now. There is no need for concern. Indeed, with our 2 at the 4th level and 1 at the 5th, we need not fear this old fellow. Yes, once we capture the northern Tang, we can sweep through the surrounding nations, and all the resources of this region will belong to us. Indeed, it is absurd to have so many nations dividing such a small area. We should consolidate them to better supply our cultivation. My Beirong has already conquered 2 smaller nations, now possessing 26 cities. What of you? My Beisong has fared similarly, though I have only 24 cities. My Beiyuan boasts 28 cities and provides me with ample resources each year. Otherwise, I would not have advanced to the 5th level so swiftly. Upon hearing this, the other 2 cultivators cast envious glances at their companion. For these free-spirited cultivators, life meant either scraping by in the Shield Mountains or scavenging resources in the secular nations. The larger the secular nations under your command, the more resources they can acquire and the greater the cultivation resources they can exchange. Currently, each of the 3 nations boasts over 20 cities, a significant contrast to the mere 7 or 8 cities of the Bei Tang Kingdom, were it not for their simultaneous engagements on multiple fronts. The Bei Tang Kingdom would have long since been vanquished by you. If Li Qingxian were to overhear their words, he would undoubtedly be filled with exhilaration. The combined strength of the 3 nations amounts to a staggering 78 cities. A considerable force indeed. The region occupied by the Bei Tang Kingdom is relatively small, with all nations combined totaling several dozen, and the number of cities exceeding 300. It is said that centuries ago, this area was unified under a single kingdom, but due to various circumstances, it fractured into numerous smaller nations, each with its own cultivators in command. For ages, these nations have remained at a stalemate, unable to harm one another unless the cultivators backing them were eliminated. Now, with the 3 nations controlling half of the cities, if they could conquer them, the opportunity to unify this region would present itself. As the 3 cultivators gazed into the future, Li Qingshuan's figure materialized atop the city walls. Observing the 3 cultivators below, a faint expression of disdain surfaced on Li Qingshuan's face. With such trifling beings, they dared to covet the Bei Tang Kingdom. As if sensing they were being watched, the 3 cultivators abruptly looked up and beheld Li Qingxian on the city walls. Upon recognizing him, their expressions darkened instantaneously. The 6th level of Qi training, how could this be? This is bad, we must flee. Without hesitation, the 3 cultivators dashed away. Li Qingxian merely smiled at them, producing 3 spiritual talismans in his hand, shattering them without a second thought and hurling them towards their retreating figures. The fleeing cultivators felt an overwhelming sense of danger approaching from behind and hastened their escape. Alas, no matter how swift they were, they could not outpace the talismans, even with their God movement talismans activated. They were no match for Li Qingshuan's superior speed. These 3 talismans were high-grade flying needle talismans, exceptionally powerful, far beyond the capabilities of these 3 individuals to evade. The flying needles depicted by the talismans pierced the necks of the fleeing cultivators one after another. instantaneously claiming their lives. Li Qingxuan's sudden intervention and the unexpected demise of the three cultivators sparked joy among the soldiers on the walls. They were well aware that these individuals were cultivators from the Beiyuan and other nations. With their deaths, the threat posed by these nations had diminished, ensuring the safety of the Beitang kingdom. Majestic master, Li Qingxian paid them no heed, leaping down from the city walls and swiftly severing the heads of the three cultivators. He collected their storage bags and set his course towards the encampment of the three nations' armies. With a plethora of spiritual talismans at his disposal, he feared no assault from the army. Confident in his defenses, he made his way at great speed towards the encampment of the combined forces, intending to use the severed heads of the three cultivators to instill fear in their ranks. The combined armies numbered a staggering 60,000. If he could subdue them, the three nations would be swept away. The key was to intimidate their troops, making them aware of his capacity to annihilate them. Soon he arrived outside the three armies' camp, surveying the sprawling encampment with a smile gracing his lips. He soared into the air, holding the three heads aloft as he directed them towards the respective camps. Hanging them prominently at the gate, "Hear me, summon your commander at once, or I shall unleash a massacre." Though Li Qingxuan's voice was not loud, it resonated in the ears of every soldier, amplified by his magical prowess. In an instant, all soldiers, regardless of their previous endeavors, halted and gazed skyward at Li Qingxian. "This is bad, a cultivator has arrived. Quickly summon the general." "No, that is the head of our national master. How could this be?" It was agreed that the general would be informed of the national master's demise. Chaos erupted in the three camps. Their dread of Li Qingxian was palpable, compounded by the sight of the head hanging at the gate. They recognized it as that of their once exalted national master, and the implication of his death sent shockwaves through their ranks. Due to resource limitations, each nation could only sustain one cultivator. Now that their protector had perished, and faced with an overwhelmingly powerful enemy, the prospect of battle seemed untenable. Before long, the commanders of the three camps emerged at the gate. The three encampments were strategically positioned in a triangular formation to thwart enemy ambushes. Hence their proximity to one another. Upon seeing the head displayed at the gate, the expressions of the three commanders turned grim. They had not anticipated their national master's defeat, much less one so thorough. What course of action remained for their soldiers? Chapter 34. The surrender of 60,000 troops. The commanders of Beirong and Beiyuan were resolute, even with their national master's head displayed at the gate. They remained obstinate. As for the commander of Beisong, thoughts of surrender began to emerge, though he was keen to observe the responses of the other two nations. Li Qingxian scoffed, "Your cultivators have been vanquished. What do you await for your surrender?" He sought to subdue these armies and, in conjunction with Beitang's forces, reclaim the ancestral lands of the Beitang kingdom. However, should these armies choose to resist, he would not show mercy. True to form, the commanders of Beirong and Beiyuan exhibited no intention of capitulation, their gazes filled with ferocity. Do you expect us to surrender? Absolutely not. Archers, shoot him down. These two commanders were indeed fierce. Regardless of Li Qingxuan's status as a cultivator, they commanded an attack. Were it not for Li Qingxian's elevation in the air, they might have ordered their forces to charge. Observing this, Li Qingxuan's brow furrowed as several Fire Crow talismans materialized in his hand. Although the Fire Crow talismans were merely mid-grade, their area of effect was considerable. Li Qingxian had procured these talismans primarily for large-scale combat. As the two commanders issued their assault orders, Li Qingxian casually unleashed a few Fire Crow talismans, transforming them into massive Fire Crows that soared towards the advancing troops. While the Fire Crow talismans might not pose a significant threat to cultivators, they were devastating to ordinary soldiers. Even a slight contact with the flames guaranteed a fiery demise. As the Fire Crows approached, they morphed into dozens of smaller crows, scattering in all directions. The soldiers, who had drawn their bows with the intent to slay Li Qingxian, now displayed expressions of terror. Yet, the two commanders remained unfazed, continuing to issue commands. "Shoot, bring him down. Help me, General." "No, I don't want to. Please, someone extinguish the flames." However, as their words fell, the soldiers who had prepared to strike Li Qingxian began to scream in horror, their bodies engulfed in raging flames. The intensity of the fire was formidable. As soon as it made contact with the soldiers, it rapidly consumed them, reducing them to ashes within mere moments. Witnessing this horrific scene, the remaining soldiers hesitated to act, retreating from the burning figures. They even refrained from approaching their commanders, who had become frantic, urging them to attack the cultivator. The commander of Beisong, witnessing the chaos, shouted, "I, Zhao Feiyan, commander of Beisong, am willing to surrender, having witnessed the cultivator's capabilities firsthand." He understood that resistance was futile, and thus chose to capitulate. As anticipated, with the commander of Baisong's surrender, his soldiers promptly followed suit. To them, survival was paramount, regardless of whom they served. Observing the surrender of Baisong's troops, the hesitant soldiers from the other two nations wasted no time in laying down their arms. Only the two commanders and their loyal guards remained unyielding. Li Qingxian, seeing this unfold, smiled and declared, "Excellent, since you wish to surrender to the Beitang kingdom, seize your weapons and slay these traitors. Should you hesitate, know that I shall not be lenient." As he spoke, several massive fireballs materialized in his palms. These were the most basic fireball spells, yet Li Qingxian had honed them to a formidable level. The fireballs were as large as washbasins, resembling a fire deity. At that moment, the soldiers of Bei Rong, now resolute in their surrender, swiftly armed themselves and unhesitatingly charged towards their commanders. It was now a matter of either the commanders' lives or their own. A dead comrade is better than a dead path. As the soldiers approached with weapons drawn, the expressions of the two commanders darkened to a stormy hue. They understood their soldiers were terrified of Li Qingxian, yet their anger remained. "Brothers, follow me out." The two commanders, along with their few hundred loyal guards, swiftly regrouped and charged towards the camp's exit without a hint of hesitation. Unfortunately, the sheer number of surrounding soldiers proved overwhelming. No matter how fiercely they fought, they could not break through, ultimately perishing amidst the fray. Once all the unyielding soldiers had been slain, Li Qingxian finally exhaled in relief. At his current level of cultivation, he could not maintain his aerial stance for long. Fortunately, the ordeal had concluded. At that moment, the magic sustaining his fireballs dissipated, causing them to vanish instantly. "Well done, Zhao Feiyan. From this day forth, you shall serve as the Grand General of Beitang, leading your 60,000 troops to conquer the Beiyuan kingdom." Zhao Feiyan felt a surge of joy in his heart. With the demise of the cultivators from the Beiyuan kingdom, leading an army of 60,000, he could easily seize control of the Beiyuan realm. These 60,000 soldiers were seasoned veterans forged in the crucible of battle. Even if the Beiyuan kingdom dispatched 100,000 troops, they would hardly pose a threat. "Yes, thank you, immortal master," he replied. Li Qingxian smiled and said, "You have surrendered to the Beitang kingdom, so now lead the high-ranking officers of your army to meet the king of Beitang." He assured them, "Rest easy, the king of Beitang is my son and shall not treat you harshly." In the throes of war, there is rarely a clear distinction of right or wrong. Moreover, this is a time when the Beitang kingdom is in need of capable individuals, and Li Yunwei would have no reason to make things difficult for Zhao Feiyan and his men. Zhao Feiyan and his companions were momentarily taken aback, but then elation flooded their hearts. They had not anticipated that the immortal master of the Beitang kingdom was of royal lineage, which guaranteed that they would not be oppressed. This realization made sense. Li Qingxian was often absent, leading the cultivators of their nation to believe he had perished outside. It was under such circumstances that they dared to launch an attack on the Beitang kingdom. Even so, during their assault, 3 cultivators had still accompanied them. Zhao Feiyan's excitement stemmed from the oppressive conditions they endured in the Baisong kingdom. Although the royal family wielded power, they could not independently decide on military actions or national policies. The commanders faced even greater challenges, as sometimes these immortals would send their soldiers to their deaths. Moreover, in their country there was an annual demand for sufficient heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Failure to provide these could invoke the wrath of the immortals, leading to the king's execution, let alone that of the generals. With Li Qingxian being the father of the king of Beitang, the burden of providing these heavenly materials and treasures would become significantly lighter, as there would be no strict quotas. Additionally, with the Beitang kingdom having conquered 3 nations, it would have ample territory to support Li Qingxian without issue. Unbeknownst to Li Qingxian, they had pondered all of this. Without hesitation, he led them directly towards Chang'an City. The soldiers on the city walls were taken aback upon seeing Li Qingxuan's return, their faces lighting up with expressions of delight. However, their gazes soon shifted to the individuals behind Li Qingxian, revealing glimmers of hatred. If not for them, countless lives in the Beitang kingdom would not have been lost. Observing the animosity in their eyes, Li Qingxian employed a likeness technique to ascend the city wall and reassured them. "Do not be so, my friends. They have surrendered to the Beitang kingdom. I understand that you harbor deep-seated grievances against them, but our nation has need of their services and must accept their surrender. I know some of you may not be pleased, but I assure you that the Beitang kingdom will compensate you. For those who guard the Beitang kingdom, a monument of merit will be erected to commemorate the lives of the fallen soldiers for posterity. Their wives and children will be cared for by the royal family, ensuring their future is secure. As for you valiant protectors of the Beitang, we shall not forget your contributions. Your merits will be doubled." Promotions will be granted where due, and titles will be bestowed. I, as your immortal master, shall not speak in vain. As his words resonated, the hatred in the soldier's eyes dissipated significantly, though some still bore expressions of reluctance. Li Qingxian added, in truth, you need not feel this way. This army of 60,000 shall serve as the vanguard in the campaign against the three kingdoms of Beirong, fighting for the Beidang kingdom. They will be at the forefront, allowing our citizens to suffer fewer losses. Upon hearing this, those who had previously harbored resentment began to display looks of realization. If these individuals were to expand the territory of the Beitang kingdom, retaining them would be advantageous. Li Qingxuan's earlier declaration of conquering three kingdoms would indeed enlarge the dominion of the Beitang kingdom, necessitating more soldiers for its defense, should they execute all these individuals. The subsequent counteroffensive against the three kingdoms would require their involvement. Currently, they had little more than 6,000 men, making the reclamation of the Beitang kingdom a daunting task, let alone the counterattack against the three kingdoms. With this in mind, the soldiers respectfully declared, Immortal Master, you are wise. Li Qingxian smiled and instructed the gates of the city to be opened, allowing Zhao Feiyin and his companions to enter, leading them towards the royal palace. Although the soldiers on the walls still harbored some resentment towards Zhao Feiyin and his fellows, they obediently followed Li Qingxuan's directives. In the royal palace, within the Han Yuan Hall, Li Yunwei sat pale-faced upon the throne. Observing Wang Yunfei and the others below, smiling as he said, Welcome, esteemed ministers, to the Beidang kingdom. I hope we can work hand in hand to unify all the nations. Zhao Feiyin and the others quickly replied with respect. Your Majesty, it is our honor. Having resolved to surrender to the Beidang kingdom, they naturally adjusted their attitudes, especially given that the king of Beitang was the son of the immortal master. Li Qingxian watched them deliberate on state affairs without interjecting. As he was not well versed in such matters, he would leave it to Li Yunwei. Upon returning to the Yingjian palace, he found Li Ruoxi waiting there. By now Li Ruoxi had fully recovered and was ready to begin her cultivation. Seeing Li Qingxuan's return, she hurriedly approached him, her excitement palpable as she asked, Grandfather, has everything outside been resolved? Li Qingxian smiled and replied, Indeed, it has been settled. You must have been eager. Today, I shall teach you the ways of cultivation. Li Ruoxi was overjoyed. Having witnessed Li Qingxuan's prowess upon his return, she had longed to practice cultivation herself, and now her wish was finally within reach. How could she not be delighted? Thank you, Grandfather. Let us begin at once. Li Qingxian expertly led her to the cultivation chamber, with Li Ruoxi following closely behind. He took his seat on his meditation mat and gestured to the mat in front of him, saying, Please find a mat to sit upon. Once they were settled, Li Qingxian retrieved the cultivation method he had purchased for her along the way from his storage pouch. He was not lacking in spirit stones, and acquiring a decent fire attribute cultivation method was a simple task. This is the cultivation method I have prepared for you. See if you can comprehend it. Li Ruoxi picked up the text and began to read. But the contents were beyond her understanding, given her tender age of merely 10. Grandfather, I cannot comprehend this. Li Qingxian nodded slightly, instructing her to memorize the content first, and then he began to explain it to her. Li Ruoxi possessed a trinity of spiritual roots, fire, earth, and wood, making the cultivation of fire attribute techniques highly beneficial for her future. Whether she chose to become a weaponsmith or an alchemist was entirely possible. Especially as an alchemist, given her wood attribute, her talent for alchemy was even greater. As Li Qingxian continued his explanations, Li Ruoxi, being a bright child, quickly grasped the essence of the material and began to attempt her cultivation. Watching her practice, Li Qingxian couldn't help but reminisce about his own beginnings as Qingxian Sanren, feeling a bitter smile cross his face. The difference between having guidance and lacking it was immense. Qingxian Sanren had no mentor and took several years to enter the threshold of cultivation, becoming a first-tier practitioner, and now, with Li Qingxian providing instruction to Li Ruoxi, her initiation into cultivation would undoubtedly be much smoother. The first realm of cultivation is qi refinement, but before refining qi, one must draw spiritual energy into their body and transform it into their own magical power. This is a lengthy process, and the time required varies according to one's spiritual root talent. Li Qingxian himself had taken 3 years, primarily due to the absence of guidance. Even possessing elixirs, he was hesitant to consume them recklessly. Under such conditions, it took him a full 3 years to cultivate a shred of magical power and become a qi refinement practitioner. Li Ruoxi, with her triple spiritual roots and Li Qingxuan's guidance, would require no more than 3 months to reach the threshold of cultivation. After all, Li Qingxian was not lacking in cultivation resources. When drawing in spiritual energy, he could use spirit drawing pills. which do not require a tiered approach. Though he had never crafted them before, it would be a simple task. Once Li Qingxian finished explaining, he moved to the alchemy chamber, retrieved the alchemy furnace, and began crafting spirit drawing pills. These pills were made from spirit drawing grass and were remarkably simple to create, far easier than any other pill Li Qingxian had ever concocted. Before long, he emerged with 18 spirit drawing pills. Although this type of pill was easy to make, achieving a success rate of 90% on his first attempt was commendable. Exiting the alchemy chamber, he saw Li Ruoshi diligently attempting to draw spiritual energy into her body and could not help but smile. Here are the spirit drawing pills. You may consume them and then try to draw on the spiritual energy. Saying this, he tossed 2 jade vials to Li Ruo 11. Li Ruoshi quickly caught the vials, her eyes brimming with joy. Grandfather, thank you, she exclaimed, promptly consuming a spirit drawing pill and resuming her cultivation. Li Qingxian paid her no further mind and stepped outside the Yingzhan Palace. You focus on your practice here. I shall go out and assess the situation. Li Ruoshi quickly replied, alright grandfather, please go ahead. Afterward, she continued her cultivation. Li Qingxian exited the Yingzhan Palace, heading towards Hanyuan Hall. At this moment, Li Yunwei wore a broad smile. With such a large army, they could not only reclaim the territory of the Beidang Kingdom but also seize other nations. Upon noticing Li Qingxuan's arrival, Li Yunwei greeted him with a smile. Father, thank you. Li Qingxian shook his head, saying, there is no need for such formalities. I will remain stationed with the army and devise a plan to take the 3 kingdoms of Beiyuan. Li Yunwei frowned slightly and remarked, Father, even with the addition of those 60,000 troops our forces will barely total 70,000. There are nearly 70 cities among the 3 kingdoms. Can we truly capture them? Li Qingxian gently shook his head. That is of no concern. Once we reclaim the Beidang Kingdom, we can arm the entire populace. We need only defend the cities. As for the offensive, we can easily enlist the surrendered soldiers. With my presence, they will not dare to act recklessly. Li Yunwei looked at Li Qingxian and couldn't help but chuckle. Father, then we shall rely on you moving forward. Li Qingxian chuckled and said, gather all the members of the royal family. I shall assess your spiritual roots. If any of you possess them, I will guide you in your cultivation. A look of astonishment flickered in Li Yunwei's eyes as he eagerly inquired, Father, are you finally willing to lead us on the path of immortality? Li Qingxian paused, a memory surfacing in his mind of the moment when the reclusive Qingxian sages had previously denied Li Yunwei, and he couldn't help but smile. In the past, I refrained from bringing you into the realm of cultivation because I was merely a lowly practitioner at the 2nd level of qi refinement, unable to secure resources even for my own training. Now, however, I have become an alchemist, discovered my own Taoist sanctuary, and advanced to the 6th level of qi refinement. Leading you in cultivation will be a trivial matter. Enough chatter. Go summon the clan members. Whether you can cultivate or not depends on whether you possess the spiritual roots. Li Yunwei, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Father, please wait a moment, I will go at once. Chapter 36, Testing Spiritual Roots. Before long, all the members of the Northern Tang royal family had gathered outside the welcome Immortal Palace. Li Yunwei announced with a grin, Father, all the royal family members are present. There are a total of 586. Li Qingxian furrowed his brow and remarked, it appears our Northern Tang royal family is missing over 300 members. He sighed, very well, let us proceed to test the spiritual roots. Yes, Father, Li Yunwei replied promptly. As they spoke, they arrived at the entrance of the welcome Immortal Palace. Greetings, Supreme King. Since the conquest of the Northern Tang Kingdom, Li Qingxian had been honored by Li Yunwei with the title of Supreme King, a designation they found quite fitting. Li Qingxian waved his hand dismissively, saying, there is no need for such formalities. You are all excused. The royal family members straightened and respectfully replied, thank you, Supreme King. Li Qingxian surveyed the gathered royal family and smiled. Do you know why I have gathered you here outside the welcome Immortal Palace? The royal family members shook their heads, as Li Yunwei had not divulged the reason. Li Qingxian continued with a grin. The purpose of gathering you here is to assess your spiritual root talents and determine your qualifications for cultivation. If you possess cultivation potential, you will follow me into the realm of immortality. If not, you shall remain in the Northern Tang Kingdom and serve it dutifully. Upon hearing this, the royal family members erupted with joy, their eyes filled with anticipation. Cultivation was a dream they all longed for. Li Qingxian produced a crystal and said with a smile, this is the spiritual root crystal. Simply place your hand upon it, and it will reveal whether you possess spiritual roots. Yunwei, you shall be the first. Li Yunwei, filled with excitement, stepped forward cautiously and placed his hand on the spiritual root crystal. After a moment of waiting, the crystal showed no signs of change. He glanced at Li Qingxian, a hint of bitterness in his gaze.
Father, does this mean I lack spiritual roots? Li Qingxian chuckled. Fear not, as the Prince of Northern Tang, you already hold great honor. Spiritual cultivation talent is exceptionally rare. Focus on governing the Northern Tang Kingdom well. Li Yunwei nodded inside. I understand, Father. Li Qingxian frowned slightly. There is no need for such despair. Fulfill your duties as the Prince of Northern Tang. I possess longevity elixirs that can ensure your lifespan. Practitioners in the Qi refinement stage only live to be around 120 years, and they must toil for it. You are the prince, destined for wealth and honor. There is no need to envy. Li Yunwei couldn't help but smile at that sentiment. Indeed, being Prince of Northern Tang had its perks. Li Qingxian, recognizing Li Yunwei's smile, waved his hand. You may go now. Next, Li Yunhu hurriedly stepped up, swiftly placing his hand on the spiritual root crystal, which again showed no reaction. Li Qingxian sighed. Yunhu, it seems you too lack spiritual roots. Go join your elder brother. Li Yunhu forced a smile and nodded. It was indeed tragic that despite having the opportunity now, they discovered they lacked the potential for cultivation. Next, Li Qingxian called. Li Yunhu stepped forward with a grin. Sixth uncle, I shall begin now. Li Qingxian nodded. Place your hand upon it. Li Yunhu did so, but the crystal remained inactive. Without further thought, he walked over to join Li Yunwei. The prospect of cultivation held little allure. Being part of the Northern Tang royal family was already quite satisfactory. One by one, the royal family members approached. Yet none exhibited signs of possessing spiritual roots, until over 300 had passed when a young man stepped forward. Sixth uncle, I am here to test. Li Qingxian smiled. You are Yunxiao, you know what to do? The young man nodded vigorously and quickly placed his hand on the crystal. Instantly, the crystal erupted with flashes of green and black and white light. Li Qingxian's heart leaped with joy as he exclaimed, water, wood, and metal spiritual roots, primarily metal. You can become a sword cultivator. A radiant smile spread across Li Yunxiao's face as he exclaimed, Sixth uncle, can I truly become an immortal master? Li Qingxian nodded slightly. You can indeed become an immortal master. And one of the most formidable sword immortals at that. Li Yunxiao's excitement grew even more intense. The prospect of becoming a sword immortal was simply fantastic. Observing the elated Li Yunxiao, those who had failed to reveal their spiritual roots cast envious glances. Li Qingxian waved his hand. Very well, wait to the side for now. I will finish testing the rest. In truth, after discovering that Li Yunxiao possessed spiritual roots, Li Qingxian had little hope remaining, with only over 500 royal family members. Having two with spiritual roots was already commendable. As expected, no further candidates with spiritual roots emerged. Watching the dwindling number of those yet to be tested, Li Qingxian felt no disappointment. Having two true spiritual root bearers was already quite fortunate. Although he had no intention of establishing a cultivation family, the emergence of more clan members would naturally form one over time, without requiring his intervention. Furthermore, with his own Qingxian Valley Sanctuary, what would it matter even if he did establish a cultivation family? At the end of the line stood two children, a boy and a girl, both around 6 or 7 years old and strikingly similar in appearance. Li Qingxian smiled and asked, What are your names? The young boy replied earnestly, Grandfather, my name is Li Ruojuan, and this is my sister, Li Ruowei. Li Qingxian smiled, a fine young lad. Now let us test your spiritual roots. Li Ruojuan extended his hand and placed it upon the spiritual root crystal, which immediately radiated 5 beams of light, with the red hue being particularly vibrant. Li Qingxian said, Excellent, Ruojuan possesses spiritual roots, and now Ruowei, it is your turn. He refrained from commenting on the quality of the roots, wary of discouraging the boy. Li Ruojuan's face lit up with joy as he encouraged his sister. Ruowei, do not be afraid, you can do it. Li Ruowei, feeling a bit timid, nodded resolutely after hearing her brother's words and cautiously approached. Li Qingxian smiled, extend your hand and place it on the spiritual root crystal. Li Ruowei followed his instructions, her gaze fixed intently on the crystal as it emitted 5 colors of light, with the black shining the brightest. Li Qingxian nodded slightly. Very good. You have spiritual roots as well. Go find your brother. Li Ruowei's eyes brightened, and she timidly said, Thank you, grandfather. With that, she hurried towards Li Ruojuan. Li Qingxian couldn't help but smile. Despite the Li family comprising only a little over 500 members, the number of those with spiritual roots, including himself, now stood at 5, a significant proportion. Everyone else may disperse. Yunxiao, Ruojuan, Ruowei, follow me into the welcome immortal palace. After speaking, he led the way inside. Li Yunxiao and the others eagerly nodded and followed Li Qingxian into the palace, while the other clan members looked on with envy. Li Yunhu chuckled, Elder brother, both Ruojuan and Ruowei have the potential to become cultivators. Ha ha ha. Li Yunwei added, Ruoshi can also become a cultivator, and she can even venture alone to Qingyu Mountain to find father. That demonstrates her determination. Her future achievements will undoubtedly be remarkable. Li Yunhu nodded. Indeed, had it not been for Ruoshi, our northern Tang kingdom might have faced dire straits, and we could have perished in battle.
Ruoshi is a good child. I hope she can become a powerful immortal master. Others echoed in agreement. Suddenly Li Yunwei stated, Cousin Yunio, I have a task for you. Li Yunio responded promptly, Your Highness, please command me. Li Yunwei said earnestly, You shall take command of the 60,000 troops that have submitted to our northern Tang forces. Do you have the confidence to lead them? Li Yunio's eyes brightened. Your Highness, are you truly entrusting those 60,000 troops to me? Li Yunwei smiled. Currently, I trust only my kin. Your martial prowess surpasses that of Yunhu. This time, take him along as well. Li Yunio nodded. Your Highness, I will take command of the 60,000 troops without fail. I will swiftly reclaim northern Tang and capture those three nations at the earliest opportunity. Li Yunwei replied, Now that father is present, we need not fear interference from other cultivators. We can merge those three nations at the quickest pace. Once we have strengthened the northern Tang kingdom, we will be poised to conquer even more nations and potentially unify the realm. Chapter 37, Li Qingshuan's restlessness upon entering the welcome immortal palace with the three. Li Qingshan observed Li Ruoshi attempting to enter a meditative state, and Li Ruowei's eyes sparkled with delight. Its sister Ruoshi. Li Ruojun hurriedly covered her mouth and whispered, Shoo, do not disturb sister Ruoshi's cultivation. Li Ruowei promptly nodded and covered her own little mouth, fearful of interrupting Li Ruoshi. Li Ruoshi opened her eyes and gazed at the four of them. Grandfather, Ruoshi hasn't yet entered the realm. Uncle Yunshao. Ruojun Ruowei, do you also possess spiritual roots? A look of delight glimmered in Li Ruoshi's eyes. Apart from herself, it was truly astonishing that there were others in the Bei Tang royal family with spiritual roots. Li Ruowei cautiously inquired to sister Ruoshi, Did I disturb you? Li Ruoshi quickly approached and affectionately ruffled her little head, saying earnestly, Sister has not yet entered the realm, so you could not have disturbed her. However, you must practice alongside your sister in the future. Li Ruowei nodded eagerly, Yes, Sister Ruoshi, I want to cultivate with you. Li Qingshan chuckled, You are all members of the Bei Tang royal family with spiritual roots, so from now on unite, support one another, and cultivate the path of immortality together. Do you understand? The four of them nodded resolutely. We understand. Li Qingshan produced a metal-based cultivation method and said, Yunshao, this cultivation method is for you. While it is not a sword cultivation method, it will allow you to enter the realm. As for the sword cultivation method, I will procure one for you in due time. Li Yunshao promptly replied, Yes, Uncle Lu, thank you very much. Li Qingshan waved his hand, saying, Simply focus on your cultivation. He then turned his gaze towards Li Ruojun and Li Ruowei, smiling as he presented two cultivation methods, one for water attributes and the other for fire attributes. Ruojun, you shall practice the fire attribute method akin to what your sister Ruoshi practices, and you two can discuss your cultivation together. And now quickly examine your methods. I will assist you with explanations shortly. Li Ruojun and Li Ruowei hurriedly took the cultivation methods and began to study them earnestly. Meanwhile, outside, under Li Yunwei's arrangements, the grand battle commenced. Following Li Yunyo's strategy, an army of 60,000 marched forth in three directions. Li Yunyo led 20,000 troops to conquer three cities in the northwest of Bei Tang. Zhao Feiyun commanded another 20,000 from the south to reclaim two cities, while Li Yunhu led 20,000 from the east to retake two more cities. In this manner, they aimed to swiftly reclaim Bei Tang. Once the cities were back under their control, they could rapidly recruit soldiers and swiftly form a garrison army, preparing to conquer the three kingdoms. The news of the extermination of the cultivators from the Bei Yuan three kingdoms had not reached back. Since Zhao Feiyun and others had already submitted, they naturally would not leak any information. Thus, the sudden assault from Bei Tang caught the garrison soldiers off guard, leading to the swift capture of the 7 cities of Bei Tang. With a population of 200,000, Bei Tang quickly conscripted 40,000 new soldiers. Although these new recruits were not particularly formidable, with some training, they would suffice for garrison duties. Most importantly, the 10,000 garrison soldiers who had seen battle were also captured by Li Yunyo. And with the 60,000 troops under his command, they had a total of 70,000 combat-ready soldiers. Li Yunyo's commanding abilities were exceptional, and he quickly integrated the 70,000 troops, marching towards Beiyuan's direction with great momentum. Beiyuan, being the strongest, if conquered, would instill fear in the other two nations, dissuading their soldiers from resisting, thereby facilitating an easier conquest. By the time the army set out for Beiyuan,
Half a month had already passed. Impatient, Li Qingxian could no longer contain himself and swiftly exited the Yingxian palace to join the military. He had not anticipated that instructing others in cultivation would be so arduous.
While Li Ruoxi and Li Yunxiao managed fairly well, the two little ones, Li Ruojun and Li Ruowei, were far too young, and no matter how he explained, they could not comprehend. Thankfully, they could read, so they insisted that Li Qingxian teach them from the beginning, which caused him great vexation. Fortunately, after half a month, he finally managed to teach all four of them. At the very least, they could cultivate independently. Among them, Li Yunxiao and Li Ruoxi performed exceptionally well. With the aid of the spirit-nourishing pill, it would not be long before they could enter the realm and cultivate their powers. Once Li Qingxian departed, Li Ruojun and Li Ruowei sighed in relief. It was not that they feared him particularly, rather, it was their inability to grasp the concepts, which made them overly cautious. Now that Li Qingxian was gone, they would ask Li Yunxiao and Li Ruoxi for clarification whenever they encountered difficulties. With those they were familiar with, the two little ones felt much less apprehensive. Moreover, having spent considerable time together, Li Ruoxi understood how to communicate with them effectively, making explanations significantly easier. Consequently, after Li Qingxian's serious teachings over half a month, the two little ones were still only partially enlightened. Although they could cultivate, their progress was still somewhat stilted. However, not long after Li Qingxian's departure, once Li Ruoxi explained things to them, the two little ones quickly grasped the concepts and their cultivation became much smoother. Had Li Qingxian witnessed this scene, he would undoubtedly be grinding his teeth in frustration, insisting that Li Ruoxi teach them. At this moment, Li Qingxian followed the army towards Beiyuan. As the Grand King, he had his own carriage and would certainly not be walking. Sitting in the carriage, he swiftly retrieved a formation plate, isolating the surroundings before taking out 3 storage bags. These storage bags were obtained from slaying the 3 cultivators, and in his eagerness to instruct Li Yunxiao and the others, he had forgotten to inspect them until now. Quickly opening the storage bags, he poured their contents onto the carriage. Soon a faint smile appeared on Li Qingxian's face as he beheld the spirit herbs. Although their quality was not high, they were excellent nourishment for the little yellow duck. The little yellow duck had been in slumber for over 4 months now, and it would not be long before it awakened. Once it did, it would reach the late stage of the first tier of spirit beasts. So provisions for this little creature were essential. The food for the little yellow duck consisted of spirit herbs, and the quantity obtained this time would suffice for it to eat for 2 to 3 months. Coupled with what he already had, it would be ample to last the little yellow duck for half a year. Quickly storing away the little yellow duck's provisions, Li Qingxian's gaze swept over a small pile of spirit stones, which he casually collected. The spirit stones held by these 3 cultivators, who were at the 4th or 5th level of qi refining, added up to less than 100 pieces, leaving Li Qingxian quite speechless. He soon understood why the 3 cultivators possessed so few spirit stones. It turned out they had purchased quite a number of pills. Unfortunately, those pills were inferior to those he could concoct himself, and Li Qingxian found them unworthy of his attention. Forget it, I'll sell them off when I get the chance. It should fetch a few spirit stones. Swiftly stowing away the ammunition, Li Qingxian's gaze shifted to the magical artifacts. 3 low-grade magical artifacts left him in disbelief. While Li Qingxian did not possess many other magical artifacts, he had quite a few low-grade ones and thought it might be time to sort through his collection of low-grade artifacts. After pondering for a moment, Li Qingxian decided it would be best to keep these magical artifacts, as he needed to nurture future generations of the Li family, and these artifacts could serve as a foundation, rewarding any Li family member who breaks through to the 4th level of qi refining in the future. With that thought, Li Qingxian stored away the 3 magical artifacts, bringing the total number of low-grade artifacts in his possession to over 15. Subsequently, Li Qingxian turned his attention to several refining materials, discovering that among them, 2 were ores suitable for crafting high-grade magical artifacts. These 2 materials, red copper and black iron, left him curious as to how these 3 individuals had procured them. Li Qingxian quickly collected them, recognizing their considerable value. However, he had no intention of selling them. Selling pills was far more profitable, and as for the refining materials, it would be wiser to retain them. Now that Li Yunxiao and the other 4 cultivators had joined, future cultivators would surely increase, and it was possible that a few refining masters might emerge. These refining materials would be perfectly suited for such purposes. After gathering the refining materials, Li Qingxian's gaze fell upon several small booklets and a jade slip. How impoverished! The small booklets contained cultivation methods, all of which were quite common, with 2 of them not even reaching the 6th level of qi refining.
Li Qingxian set aside the booklets and picked up the jade slip to examine its contents. Upon reading the information within, Li Qingxian sat up straight in shock. Chapter 38, Beast Control Talismans. Persuasion. Within the jade slip, Li Qingxian discovered the formula for the Foundation Establishment Pill, which he had long coveted, although he was unsure how this jade slip had come into his possession. He was overwhelmed with excitement. The main ingredients for the Foundation Establishment Pill included Yulon grass, rootless grass, 9-leaf flower, Jiayang sunflower, and mandrake flower. He had already obtained Yulon grass, but he had never heard of the other spirit herbs. No, I must inquire more in the future. Even if I can only find the seeds for these 4 spirit herbs, it will suffice. With that thought, Li Qingxian couldn't help but smile. As he continued to read, he found over 50 auxiliary herbs, many of which he had never heard of before. Taking note of all these herbs, Li Qingxian committed their names to memory, should he encounter them in the future. He must acquire them. As to achieve foundation establishment, he needed to gather all these spirit herbs within 35 years. After memorizing the formula for the Foundation Establishment Pill, Li Qingxian stored the jade slip and turned his attention to the last 2 jade boxes. Casually opening them, he was taken aback and quickly resealed one of them. Rootless grass. Li Qingxian never expected to see the legendary rootless grass. This herb is exceedingly rare and, most notably, lacks roots. He could not fathom how it managed to grow. It is said to form naturally in unique environments, absorbing spiritual energy to thrive. As for the specifics, Li Qingxian was unclear, as this rootless grass was a trophy of his conquest. Not something he had harvested himself. The mature rootless grass bears a striking resemblance to clover, exhibiting a purple hue and potentially boasting up to 9 leaves. Only a single leaf is necessary. For that leaf can serve as the primary ingredient for the foundational elixir. The greater the number of leaves that sprout, the older the plant, and consequently the more foundational elixirs can be concocted. However, should 9 leaves emerge, it signifies something extraordinary, as it would be one of the principal ingredients for crafting the infant consolidating elixir. Naturally, at that point, it would not merely be a single leaf per batch of elixir. Rather, an entire plant of 9-leaf rootless grass would be required to produce a single batch of the infant consolidating elixir, although the rootless grass in the jade box possesses only 1 leaf. It is still capable of yielding a foundational elixir. Perhaps the excrement of the little yellow duck could stimulate the growth of additional leaves. Li Qingxian carefully stored the rootless grass, intending to experiment further once the little yellow duck awoke. Even if the attempt were to fail, it would still serve as one of the essential ingredients for a foundational elixir. Li Qingxian then directed his gaze towards another jade box, within which lay an object that piqued his curiosity. To his surprise, it was a jade talisman, though he did not recognize this particular talisman. What could it be? What purpose does it serve? After scrutinizing it for some time, he finally discerned 2 tiny characters inscribed upon its surface: Beast Master. At that moment, Li Qingxian's understanding dawned upon him, and he gazed incredulously at the jade talisman, murmuring, "Could it truly be a Beast Master talisman? The Beast Master talisman is indeed a prized possession." With the first drop of blood upon the brow of a beast, it allows the beast to acknowledge its master. However, this talisman is only usable once, after which it shatters. Nonetheless, it holds significant value in the marketplace of Qingyu Mountain. Being a coveted treasure, even in the realm of the Qingtian Bull, after all, this item can transcend realms, and it is said to have been obtained from the endless sandy seas beyond the Barrier Mountains. Though the truth of this remains uncertain. In his prior state of limited power, Li Qingxian had never ventured across the Barrier Mountains for exploration. His weakness rendered him vulnerable, and he feared being slain before he could travel far. Thus, the thought of exploring the endless sandy seas had never crossed his mind. A smile of delight spread across Li Qingxian's face as he swiftly stowed away the talisman. Should he encounter a beast that captured his fancy in the future, he could utilize this jade talisman to forge a bond. After assessing his spoils of war, Li Qingxian consumed a pill and commenced his cultivation within the carriage. The army soon reached the borders of the Beiyuan kingdom, and upon witnessing the formidable presence of 70,000 soldiers at their gates, the defenders of Beiyuan were thrown into a state of panic, although they had heard rumors of the restoration of the Beitang kingdom. The sudden appearance of such a vast army left them utterly bewildered. Li Qingxian emerged from the carriage, casting his gaze upon the troops at the border, a faint smile gracing his features. While the forces here were not overwhelming, their capture would undoubtedly bolster the invading army to a total of 80,000. Upon seeing Li Qingxian step forth, the surrounding soldiers hastily saluted him. As for the soldiers atop the city walls, upon observing Li Qingshuan's attire and ethereal demeanor, they recognized his extraordinary status. In no time, they watched as Li Qingxian took flight, soaring directly to the top of the city wall. An immortal, a celestial master? At that moment, the commanding officer at the gate stammered his inquiry. Li Qingxian replied, his tone calm, the celestial master of the Beiyuan kingdom has been vanquished. Will you surrender to the Beitang kingdom and become its subjects? The defender hesitated. Although Li Qingxian claimed their celestial master had fallen, the truth of the matter was uncertain. Surrendering now could spell doom for them should their celestial master reappear. Just then, a general who had defected from Beiyuan stepped forward. Addressing the gatekeeper with urgency, General Wen, surrender. The great commander has perished, and the Beiyuan celestial master is no more. Li Yunyu proclaimed loudly, I am Li Yunyu, a member of the Beitang royal family and the current Duke of Yunghua. The king has decreed that should the armies of Beiyuan surrender and merit recognition in the ensuing battles, they may be granted titles of nobility. General Wen, you are looking at our Beitang kingdom's celestial master. And he is also the supreme king of our realm, unlike the celestial masters of other nations. If you do not surrender now, when will you? Upon hearing this, General Wen regarded Li Qingxian, then turned his gaze to Li Yunyu before ultimately focusing on the defected general from Beiyuan. General Hua, is what you say true? The defected General Hua quickly affirmed. General Wen, when have I ever spoken falsely? General Wen nodded, indeed, I know of your reputation, General Hua. He then turned to Li Qingxian and respectfully stated, Minister Wen, pay my respects to the Supreme King. Hearing this, Li Qingxian could not suppress a smile. Excellent, excellent. Quickly open the gates and allow the army to enter. Upon receiving Li Qingshuan's command, Minister Wen hastily instructed his subordinates to open the city gates and permit the Beitang army to enter. In truth, he had already discerned the situation in Beiyuan upon seeing General Hua. Unless the celestial master had fallen or the commander was dead, the likelihood of surrendering was minimal. Everyone understood that the celestial master of Beiyuan was ruthless, with a merciless attitude towards defectors. In such circumstances, they dared not yield easily unless the celestial master was indeed deceased. To their astonishment, the Beitang kingdom, having been reduced to its capital, managed to turn the tide. Clearly, their celestial master was exceptionally powerful. With this in mind, for the sake of preserving their lives and securing wealth and status, why not surrender to the Beitang kingdom? Witnessing Minister Wen's defection, Li Yunyu could not help but smile. Turning to General Hua beside him, this time, you have achieved great merit. Having said that, he led the army triumphantly into the city. The border of Beiyuan had fallen, and the path ahead would be clear as they marched directly towards the capital of Beiyuan. Once inside the city, Li Yunyu ordered the army to rest and took the others into the city lord's residence. Once everyone was seated, Li Yunyu spoke earnestly. Zhao Fei and Li Yunhu, you two shall lead 40,000 troops southward, capturing cities and lands, pressing towards the capital. I will command the remaining 40,000 troops to advance from the north. We shall regroup outside the capital. Zhao Feiyan and Li Yunhu promptly accepted their orders. Yes, great commander. Zhao Feiyan was filled with excitement. This was a splendid opportunity to achieve merit. Should he seize this chance, the status of the Zhao family within the Beitang kingdom would be firmly established. After assigning the tasks, Li Yunyu instructed Minister Wen to arrange food, and the group began to feast. Li Qingxian, however, did not partake in the meal. A single pill of fasting sufficed for him. Furthermore, the fare provided by the Beitang army was not to his liking. At that moment, he remained within the carriage, refining the medicinal properties of the pill within him. Unaware of the circumstances outside, he felt little difference as long as there were no cultivators present. If an army of 80,000 could not subdue Beiyuan, then Li Yunyu would truly be deemed ineffective. Moreover, it was not just Li Yunyu, Zhao Feiyan and others were also commendable commanders. As dawn broke the next day, Li Yunyu commanded the army to set forth, with Li Qingxian accompanying him. As the route chosen for the assault was particularly challenging, this path was obstructed by numerous troops. Should Li Qingxian successfully subdue them, they would become the finest soldiers of the Beitang kingdom. Chapter 39. Half a year passes, the little yellow duck awakens. After half a month, Li Qingxian, alongside the army led by Li Yunyu, approached the capital of the Beiyuan kingdom. Along the route, wherever the army passed, the defenders of the cities, upon seeing Li Qingxian, surrendered en masse, augmenting Li Yunyu's forces. By the time they reached the capital of Beiyuan, Li Yunyu's army had swelled to over 60,000. Meanwhile, Li Yunhu's contingent, though slightly delayed, had also experienced significant expansion, reaching over 50,000. Had they not left personnel to guard the captured cities, their combined forces would have easily exceeded 150,000. The majority of those left to guard the cities were soldiers who had surrendered from the northern Song and northern Rhone kingdoms, along with reinforcements dispatched from the Baitang kingdom. As long as they did not employ soldiers from the Baiyuan kingdom, there would be no issue. Standing atop the city wall, the king of Baiyuan gazed down at the gathered army, his expression darkening. Over the years, as the Baiyuan kingdom expanded its territory through relentless warfare, his ambitions had grown significantly, yet, when faced with an army of 100,000 at their gates, he could no longer remain composed. Where is the national master? What of our celestial master? Nearby, the prime minister of Baiyuan furrowed his brow and replied, "The national master has marched against the Baitang kingdom and has not returned." Upon hearing this, the king of Baiyuan nearly collapsed in shock, with the Baitang army outside and the national master absent. It implied that their national master had perished in the Baitang kingdom, otherwise how could the Baitang army dare to approach? The prime minister glanced at the king of Baiyuan, and suddenly his eyes brightened. He turned to a nearby soldier and commanded, "Seize the king, we shall surrender to the Baitang kingdom." At that moment, it was evident to all that the capital of Baiyuan could not withstand the siege. To stubbornly resist would only lead to certain death. Moreover, facing the celestial master of the Baitang kingdom, they were ill-equipped to withstand such an onslaught. In this situation, it was far wiser to recognize the changing tides and bind the king of Baiyuan for their own safety. Who knows, perhaps they could even claim credit for delivering the king of Baiyuan and directly secure positions within the Baitang kingdom, thus, with the aid of the prime minister and several generals. The Baiyuan kingdom swiftly fell. The army surged forward with great momentum, and upon capturing Baiyuan, their numbers swelled to 150,000 as they marched towards the northern Rhone kingdom. Time flowed steadily, and over 6 months had elapsed since Li Qingxian joined Li Yunyu on the campaign. The three nations of Baiyuan and others had all been subdued. The majority of civil and military officials had pledged their allegiance, with many receiving titles of nobility for their contributions. For instance, Zhao Feiyan, who had fought valiantly for the Baitang kingdom from the outset, was ultimately awarded the title of first-class earl for his efforts in conquering the three nations. He was but a step away from becoming a marquis. Similarly, General Hua, often jestingly called Huaban by his peers, was granted the title of third-class earl, a commendable rank indeed. Li Yunyu and Li Yunhui are both dukes. After all, Li Yunhui is merely the king of northern Tang, and there have been numerous emperors of northern Tang. At most, he can bestow titles of duke upon his elder and younger brothers, beyond which would lead to chaos. Presently, the kingdom of northern Tang boasts 79 cities and a populace of nearly 5 million, with a formidable army of 300,000, which is indeed substantial. However, after the three kingdoms were recently conquered, Li Yunhui chose not to continue his campaigns, opting instead for a period of recuperation. This decision garnered the approval of Li Qingxian, who recognized that Li Yunhui's refusal to solely focus on territorial expansion and his commitment to restoring stability marked him as a wise sovereign. As the kingdom of northern Tang stabilized, Li Qingxian returned to the Yinxian palace, where he encountered Li Ruoxi and the others. At that moment, Li Ruoxi and Li Yunxiao had successfully advanced to the first layer of qi training, while Li Ruojuan and her companion were still engaged in the process of spiritual integration. This disparity was understandable, as Li Ruoxi and her companion possessed superior aptitude for cultivation, whereas Li Ruojuan and her friend exhibited considerably less talent. Given these circumstances, it was quite normal for the latter two not to have reached the first layer of qi training. Li Ruoxi's progression had been anticipated by Li Qingxian, yet he was pleasantly surprised to learn that Li Ruojuan and her companion had achieved spiritual integration, and were now on the verge of refining it into magical power, which would enable them to break through to the first layer of qi training. Such potential left Li Qingxian somewhat astonished, even leading him to question his own abilities, as he had taken several years to reach a similar stage, while Li Ruojuan and her friend had done so in a remarkably short time. Upon entering the Yinxian palace, Li Yunxiao and the others quickly approached him. "Grandfather, you have returned." "Uncle Lu, I have made a breakthrough." "Grandfather, I am close to a breakthrough." Me too, me too." Li Qingxian beamed at their enthusiasm. As long as they all progressed to the qi training stage, it would signify their suitability for cultivation, and he would certainly devote himself to nurturing their talents. With the little yellow duck around, they would have access to boundless resources. While it might not guarantee success in foundation establishment, reaching the 10th layer of qi training would pose no difficulty. Li Qingxian, in a moment of curiosity, inquired Ruojuan, "How did you and Ruowei cultivate so swiftly? What is the secret to your rapid advancement towards becoming cultivators?" Li Ruojuan quickly shook her head and replied, "Grandfather, I am not sure either. We just followed your instructions." But Sister Ruwashi often guides us as well. Li Qingxian turned his gaze towards Li Ruwashi, his eyes filled with curiosity. Ruwashi, what is the matter? Li Ruwashi promptly explained, Grandfather, it is simply that you are too strict. They feel anxious in your presence, but they relax when they are with me. Truly Li Ruwashi's insight was commendable, and Li Qingxian felt pleased. Very well, in that case, I shall entrust the task of teaching them to you. You must ensure they receive proper guidance. Li Ruwashi eagerly nodded, saying, Grandfather, rest assured, I will impart everything I know without reservation. Li Qingxian smiled, nodding in satisfaction, and then turned his attention to Li Yunxiao, sensing the sharp energy emanating from Li Yunxiao. He could not help but exclaim, truly impressive for a practitioner of metal attribute techniques. Very good indeed. Once we return to Qingxian Valley, I shall personally select cultivation techniques for you, and I hope you can become a formidable sword cultivator. Li Yunxiao's eyes brightened, and he quickly nodded, saying, Thank you, Uncle Lu. I, Yunwu, will certainly cultivate diligently and not disappoint your expectations. The thought of becoming a sword cultivator made Li Yunxiao smile even more radiant. With matters in the kingdom of Northern Tang now settled, Li Qingxian anticipated returning to Qingxian Valley once stability was assured. Suddenly, he felt a movement in his arms, and a small head peeked out. Surveying its surroundings, Li Qingxian retrieved the little yellow duck, gently patting its head. You have finally awakened. Very good, a late-stage first-tier demon beast. Indeed impressive. The little yellow duck affectionately nuzzled Li Qingxuan's fingers. Chirping in delight, Li Qingxian produced a spiritual herb and casually offered it to the little yellow duck. Here, eat up. You must be hungry after sleeping for so long. The little yellow duck's eyes lit up, and it eagerly began to feast. Not far away, Li Ruwashi and the other children watched the little yellow duck with gleaming eyes. Grandfather, what is this? Li Ruwashi, being the closest to Li Qingxian, inquired about the little creature. Li Qingxian chuckled, This little fellow is my companion, a late-stage first-tier spirit beast, even more powerful than I am. Upon hearing this, Li Ruwashi, who had intended to pet the little yellow duck, instinctively took a step back. Having spent the most time with Li Qingxian, she was well aware of the disparity in their cultivation levels. She was merely at the first layer of qi training, while the little yellow duck was a late-stage spirit beast, equivalent to a cultivator at the 7th layer of qi training or beyond. The difference in strength was substantial. Should she dare to reach out, the little yellow duck could easily overpower her. Observing Li Ruwashi's reaction, Li Qingxian reassured her, This little one is a spirit beast, very gentle. As long as you do not provoke it, it will pose no threat to you. However, do avoid watching when it relieves itself, as it may become displeased. He emphasized this to protect the little yellow duck's secret. Although he intended to guide Li Ruwashi and the others in their cultivation, it did not mean they were entitled to know the little yellow duck's secrets. The cultivation realm is inherently a survival of the fittest. If someone harbored ill intentions or leaked this information, the one most affected would be Li Qingxian himself, for his cultivation was not yet at a high enough level to safeguard the little yellow duck. Hearing Li Qingxuan's words, the little yellow duck chirped in agreement, continuing to peck at the spiritual herb without lifting its head. Captivated by the little yellow duck's adorable demeanor, Li Ruwashi and the others gathered around once more. Li Qingxian stated, Very well, Ruwashi, since you have both reached the first layer of qi training, the spirit-inducing pill is no longer suitable for you. This is the malt pill I concocted, specifically for cultivation purposes. Each of you shall receive 2 vials. As he spoke, Li Qingxian produced 4 jade vials, handing 2 to Li Ruwashi and her companion. Their eyes sparkled with surprise as they eagerly accepted the vials. Thank you, Uncle Lu. Thank you, Grandfather. Li Ruwajuan and her companion gazed at Li Qingxian, their eyes filled with longing. Li Qingxian chuckled, Once you both break through to the first layer of qi training, I will give you more. For now, focus on your cultivation and strive to advance as soon as possible. Chapter 40. The little yellow duck seeks a storage. Li Ruwajuan and her companion exchanged determined glances, filled with resolve. Grandfather, we will work hard. At this moment, they were eager to break through to the first layer of qi training so they could receive the elixirs Li Qingxian promised. Li Qingxian nodded with satisfaction, telling them to continue their training, and then he made his way to the backyard with the little yellow duck. Li Ruwashi wished to follow, but seeing that Li Qingxian did not intend to take them along, she refrained from doing so. Li Yunxiao chuckled, Alright, Uncle Lu has been out for quite a while, he must be tired, let him rest well. Li Ruwashi nodded slightly, You are right, Yunxiao, let us go meet second uncle and the others. Li Yunxiao laughed heartily. Now that the territory of the Northern Tang has expanded more than tenfold, as long as we strengthen our cultivation, we will have the opportunity to unify the lands.
They might be hosting a celebration feast now. Let us go join the festivities. The eyes of Li Ruoshi and the other children sparkled with excitement as they nodded in agreement. Let us go and join in the fun. With that, the four of them made their way outside, quickly arriving at the Imperial Garden. There, they found the garden bustling with people, all wearing expressions of exhilaration. The Northern Tang Kingdom now possessed 79 cities. Marking an unprecedented level of strength, this region consisted of over 300 cities, and the Northern Tang had already seized one-fifth of them, creating opportunities for further conquest. Upon their arrival, the members of the Li family expressed great enthusiasm and warmth towards the four of them. For each of them possessed the talent for cultivation and were destined to become cultivators in the future. Li Yunwei approached quickly, smiling as he asked Yunxiao Ruoshi, "How is your cultivation progressing?" Li Yunxiao replied, "Your Majesty, Ruoshi and I have become cultivators, and as for Ruojuan and Ruowei, they are close behind." Given the presence of numerous outsiders, Li Yunxiao could not openly declare that they were cultivators, opting instead to refer to themselves as cultivators. Li Yunwei's smile widened further upon hearing this. Excellent, excellent. If this is the case, my Li family is about to have 5 cultivators. Heaven bless my Li family. His excitement was palpable, as any family would be thrilled to have so many cultivators. Especially for those near the borders. If the royal family possessed a multitude of cultivators, the potential for unification was immense. After all, this world belonged to cultivators. Without a sufficiently powerful cultivation force, even the mightiest nation would be rendered insignificant. For cultivators, a few talismans could allow them to traverse through legions, rendering sheer numbers ineffective. Subsequently, he glanced behind the four of them with a hint of confusion, asking, "Where is father? Why hasn't he come?" Li Ruoshi quickly answered, "Grandfather must be tired. He went to rest after returning." Hearing this, Li Yunwei did not comment further, merely nodding slightly. Whether Li Qingxian was indeed tired remained unclear to him, but he could see that the recent battles had worn out Li Yunyu and the others. If it weren't for the need to host a celebration feast, they would have been sent to rest long ago. Now, the people of Northern Tang no longer harbored animosity towards Zhao Feiyin and the others. Having become one with their own, even having contributed to the vast territory of Northern Tang, thus Li Yunwei's celebration feast was a gathering they were naturally required to attend. Upon hearing the words of Li Yunwei, astonishment was etched upon their faces. They had not anticipated that the North Tang Kingdom harbored 5 immortal masters. While the lesser immortals may not possess formidable prowess, their status as immortals undoubtedly conferred significant strength. And they should not be underestimated. In that moment, their loyalty to the North Tang royal family intensified. After returning to the rear hall, Li Qingxian resolutely unearthed a root of spiritual medicine and buried it in the ground. Addressing the little yellow duck, "You understand?" The little yellow duck nodded its adorable head and hurried toward the designated spot. Shortly thereafter, Li Qingxian witnessed the spiritual medicine rapidly sprouting from its roots, achieving the appearance of 10 years' growth. This sight elicited a smile from Li Qingxian. Ignoring the little yellow duck, he produced an alchemical furnace and began concocting pills. This time, he was refining malt pills. Although Li Qingxian had no use for them, they would be beneficial for Li Yunxiao and the others. Seeing Li Qingxian commence alchemical work, the little yellow duck scurried to his side, chirping incessantly. Li Qingxian, taken aback, inquired, "Are you saying you can now use a storage bag? Shall I provide you with one to store some spiritual medicine?" The little yellow duck vigorously nodded, chirping nonstop. Realizing that the little yellow duck had gained the ability to utilize a storage bag after its recent advancement, Li Qingxian promptly selected a small storage bag, perfectly sized for the little yellow duck. "Would you like me to find a string to hang it around your neck?" The little yellow duck shook its head slightly, continuing to chirp. Li Qingxian suddenly understood. "You mean just giving you the storage bag will suffice?" The little yellow duck nodded eagerly, its eyes sparkling with anticipation. Li Qingxian chuckled, "All right, since you need it, I shall bestow it upon you." With that, he tossed the storage bag to the little yellow duck. The subsequent scene left Li Qingxian wide-eyed and incredulous. The little yellow duck opened its beak, and a force of suction emanated from it, causing the storage bag to vanish into its mouth. Li Qingxian hurriedly seized the little yellow duck, channeling a strand of spiritual energy into its body, yet he could not detect the presence of the storage bag. "Where has it gone?" Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little yellow duck continued to vocalize, wriggling in Li Qingxian's grasp. In disbelief, Li Qingxian exclaimed, "Are you saying you have created a small space within your body? A space that can accommodate the storage bag?" Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little yellow duck nodded rapidly, freeing itself from Li Qingxian's grip and elegantly moving aside, subsequently regurgitating the storage bag. Li Qingxian quickly retrieved several roots of spiritual medicine and placed them into the storage bag.
Can you take out the spiritual medicine on your own? The little yellow duck nodded slightly and, using its claw, grasped the storage bag, then inserted a paw inside, extracting a root of spiritual medicine. This display astonished Li Qingxian, who had not anticipated that this little creature possessed such capabilities. Nonetheless, this would certainly prove convenient, alleviating the need for him to constantly provide sustenance. An idea sparked in Li Qingxuan's mind: if he could not detect the existence of the space within the little yellow duck using his spiritual energy, did that imply that others could not either? With this thought, his eyes gleamed with excitement. If this were indeed the case, he could take the little yellow duck into various secret realms or caverns to scavenge for treasures. All he would need to do was purchase a substantial storage bag and, upon departing, simply insert it into the little yellow duck's space, leaving no trace for anyone to uncover. With that in mind, Li Qingxian seized the little yellow duck and produced 2 jade boxes. One is for storing spiritual medicine, and the other for your waste. Understood. Since it was thus, he resolved to make the arrangements more convenient. Whether it be for eating, drinking, or relieving itself, Li Qingxian would leave it to the little yellow duck. The little yellow duck glanced disdainfully at one of the jade boxes but ultimately nodded. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Li Qingxian laughed. All right, I understand, just keep the two separated when the time comes. How peculiar that such a little yellow duck could be so fastidious. The little yellow duck rolled its eyes, disregarding Li Qingxian, and began to play with the storage bag. Noting the little yellow duck's indifference, Li Qingxian refrained from further observation and swiftly returned to his alchemical furnace to continue crafting the malt pills. As the materials were added to the furnace, Li Qingxian formed hand seals and commenced the alchemical process. The malt pill was the first type of pill he had ever refined, and his current success rate had risen to 80%. After watching a batch of pills come to fruition, he stored them in a jade vial and began the next batch, with his cultivation having reached the 6th layer of qi refinement. His speed in pill refinement had significantly increased. In no time, 4 vials of pills had materialized before him. From 5 batches, 40 pills had been produced, and the success rate was commendable. He pressed on. Chapter 41, the 7th layer of qi refinement. Following the North Tang Kingdom's overwhelming defeat of the North Yuan Tri-Kingdoms, the neighboring nations felt a palpable sense of dread, particularly after news spread of North Tang's cultivators slaying those from North Yuan. Cultivators from surrounding nations were gripped by terror. Consequently, the North Zhou Kingdom, bordering North Tang to the south, in a state of panic, began to forge alliances with neighboring states, forming a defensive coalition. The North Zhou Kingdom was itself formidable, boasting 30 cities, making it a significant power in the region. Behind the North Zhou Kingdom stood a 6th layer qi refinement cultivator who, due to the kingdom's considerable size and resource-rich territory, had rapidly advanced in strength. This cultivator, known as the Blazing Fire Wanderer, wielded a particularly domineering fire-based technique, compelling surrounding cultivators to unite in resistance. Yet, the situation had shifted dramatically. North Tang's vigorous ascent, especially their ability to eliminate the 3 cultivators from North Yuan in a coordinated strike, had become a source of deep-seated fear. The cultivators of North Yuan were formidable 5th layer qi refinement experts. Even the Blazing Fire Wanderer might struggle against them. Moreover, the 3 cultivators from North Yuan had joined forces, and even the Blazing Fire Wanderer might not stand a chance against them. North Tang's emergence loomed over them like an insurmountable mountain, stifling their breath, particularly when the North Zhou King learned that North Tang commanded a force of over 300,000 soldiers poised to march south at any moment. He could not help but feel a surge of panic. He hastily contacted the national advisor, the Blazing Fire Wanderer, urging him to devise a strategy to deal with North Tang's cultivators. The Blazing Fire Wanderer shared this sentiment. Without eliminating North Tang's cultivators, he could hardly sleep soundly. Thus, he sought allies, persuading those who had initially been wary of him. Although they could unite against the Blazing Fire Wanderer, they could not withstand the might of North Tang's cultivators. 12 nations, great and small, quickly assembled an army of 300,000. 6 months later, this massive army stood poised at North Tang's border, bolstered by 12 cultivators behind them, exuding tremendous strength. However, upon reaching the North Tang border, they refrained from launching an immediate assault. Instead, the 12 cultivators appeared at the edge of North Tang, issuing a challenge to Li Qingxian. Among them, the most powerful, the Blazing Fire Wanderer, was a 6th layer qi refinement cultivator, while the weakest among them was at least a 3rd layer, with 2 at the 4th and 5th layers. Such formidable strength meant that even if North Tang's cultivators had reached the 7th layer of qi refinement, they might not be their equals. In the capital of North Tang, at the immortal welcoming palace, Li Yunwei paced anxiously. Why hasn't father emerged? The situation is dire. If he does not come forth soon, North Tang may face its doom, but Li Ruoshi gently shook her head. Father, please do not fret, grandfather is currently in a critical stage of seclusion, we must not disturb him. What preparations have been made on father's side? With 30,000 troops from 12 nations, how many can we muster from North Tang? Li Yunwei responded confidently. 6 months is ample time for North Tang's 300,000 soldiers to fully integrate and develop formidable combat capabilities. Of course, we cannot deploy all 300,000, we must retain 100,000 to guard the other borders and prepare to send forth 200,000 as long as father can address those cultivators. The opposing army of 30,000 will be nothing more than a disorganized rabble. Seeing Li Yunwei's unwavering confidence, Li Ruoshi nodded. Then let us first dispatch our army, grandfather is on the verge of a breakthrough. Li Yunwei promptly inquired, is there a specific timeline? I feel uncertain. Li Ruoshi was at a loss for words, as she too did not know when Li Qingxian would emerge from his seclusion. In that moment, Li Qingshuan's voice resonated in their ears. In no more than 3 days, I shall emerge. Yunwei, you may proceed with the arrangements for the army's deployment, but remember, do not seize too much territory. Capturing only the North Zhou Kingdom will suffice, until my cultivation reaches a sufficiently powerful realm. North Tang must not become overly dominant, nor unify this region. Although this area is relatively resource-poor, unification would undoubtedly attract the attention of formidable cultivators. Li Yunwei felt a surge of joy and quickly affirmed, yes, father, I understand. I shall not expand recklessly without your command. Then I will now go to consolidate the army and prepare for deployment. Li Qingshuan's voice fell silent, but Li Yunwei felt reassured and swiftly made his way outside. In the rear hall of the Yinxian Palace, Li Qingxian sat cross-legged, the verdant wood attribute mana circulating around him. Exuding an aura of sanctity, only Li Qingxian was aware that this was a characteristic of cultivating the Qingdi Changchun Gong, allowing him to continuously absorb the surrounding would attribute spiritual energy through this flow of mana. Unfortunately, this place was not his Qingxian Valley, devoid of a medicinal garden, thus his cultivation speed was rather slow. Li Qingshuan's rapid breakthrough was a result of years of consuming elixirs and accumulating sufficient energy. Furthermore, his experiences accompanying Li Yunyu in various campaigns had refined his state of mind, leading to a natural advancement in his cultivation. After consuming a small breakthrough pill, the mana within him flowed ceaselessly, swiftly forming a 7th mana vortex within his body. This vortex served as a standard for the classification of the Qi refinement stage, with each vortex representing a distinct realm. Initially, Li Qingxian possessed 6 mana vortices. But following the ingestion of the small breakthrough pill, the count instantly rose to 7. After breaking through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement, Li Qingxian chose not to emerge from his meditation. He needed to stabilize his newfound power. Not far away, the little yellow duck observed Li Qingxian, its eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. It had not anticipated that Li Qingshuan's cultivation had caught up to its own. Indeed, this master of his was quite formidable. The little yellow duck, nearly 5 years old, possessed remarkable talent, capable of consuming spiritual herbs to enhance its cultivation. Although most of the spiritual energy was transformed into waste, even that small portion was sufficient for its advancement. The little yellow duck was puzzled. Despite its desire to retain that part of the spiritual energy, it inexplicably vanished into excrement. Fortunately, this waste proved beneficial to Li Qingxian. Otherwise, the little yellow duck would have been heartbroken over the daily squandering of such precious energy. Witnessing Li Qingshuan's breakthrough, the little yellow duck hastily waddled over to his side and soon fell asleep nearby. Outside the palace, as Li Ruoshi watched Li Yunwei depart, she suddenly sensed a powerful aura emanating from within. Her gaze immediately shifted towards the palace, her face lighting up with delight. Had her grandfather made a breakthrough? Now Li Ruoshi understood the classification of cultivation realms. The Qi refinement stage had 10 layers, followed by the foundation establishment stage, and further divided into early, mid, late, and peak stages, since Li Qingxian was initially at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. His recent breakthrough must mean he had ascended to the 7th layer. The 7th layer of Qi refinement belonged to the late stage, a formidable realm indeed, with few rivals in the vicinity of the northern Tang Kingdom. Even the renowned Liehua Sanrun, as Li Qingxian had mentioned, was merely a cultivator of the 6th layer. Now that Li Qingxian had advanced to the 7th layer, he would undoubtedly be able to overwhelm Liehua Sanrun. Simultaneously, Li Ruoshi recognized that the little yellow duck was a late-stage spirit beast, its combat prowess rivaling that of the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Together, they would pose a significant challenge to any gathering of cultivators. With this in mind, Li Ruoshi quickly glanced towards the other side of the Yinxian Palace. There, she saw Li Yunxiao and Li Ruojuan hastily emerging, their eyes fixed intently on the rear hall. Ruwashi has sixth uncle broken through. Li Ruwashi nodded vigorously, exclaiming, Uncle Yunxiao, it's grandfather, he has reached the seventh layer of qi refinement. A smile spread across Li Yunxiao's face, although they were merely cultivators of the first layer of qi refinement. They understood the immense strength of the seventh layer. Upon reaching this level, one could wield mid-grade magical artifacts, far surpassing the capabilities of a sixth-layer cultivator. Li Ruwajuan quickly inquired, Sister Ruwashi, could you tell us more about the cultivation realms? Li Ruowei eagerly added, Yes, Sister Ruwashi, I would like to hear as well. Li Ruwashi replied with a smile, Very well, I shall elucidate the classifications of cultivation realms for you. Anyone who stepped into the world of cultivation knew that the realms were divided into qi refinement, Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, and so forth. Chapter 42, Cultivation Realms. The army marches forth observing the attentive faces of Li Ruwajuan and the others. Li Ruwashi continued, the qi refinement stage is divided into 10 layers. While the Foundation Establishment and Golden Core stages are further split into early, mid, late, and peak levels, each realm has specific characteristics. For example, the qi refinement stage consists of 10 layers, each represented by a corresponding mana vortex formed in the Dantian. Once 10 vortices condense to a certain degree, they coalesce into liquid mana, marking the transition to the Foundation Establishment stage. However, achieving the Foundation Establishment stage requires not only the cultivation of liquid mana but also the development of spiritual consciousness. Without the latter, one cannot be considered a true Foundation Establishment cultivator. Typically, both liquid mana and spiritual consciousness must emerge simultaneously to classify as a genuine Foundation Establishment practitioner. Next comes the Golden Core stage. Said to be characterized by the solidification of mana into a golden core, though the specifics remain unclear to me. In our region of the Northern Tang Kingdom, there are scarcely any Foundation Establishment cultivators. Let alone those at the 10th layer of qi refinement. You should not aim too high, focus on diligently cultivating alongside grandfather, and you will undoubtedly reach the 7th layer of qi refinement in the future. Li Yunxiao chuckled softly, not voicing his thoughts. His aspirations were not limited to the 7th layer of qi refinement. He sought to become a true sword immortal. Li Ruwashi, still young, might not grasp the significance of longevity, but he was acutely aware of it and placed great importance on it. Li Qingxian had previously mentioned that practitioners at the qi refinement stage have a lifespan of 120 years. Unless they possess special techniques or longevity treasures, in which case they may exceed that age. Foundation Establishment cultivators enjoy a lifespan of 250 years, while Golden Core practitioners can live for 500 years. And those beyond the Golden Core possess even longer lifespans. With special techniques or longevity treasures, these lifespans can be further extended. Now that he had become a cultivator, Li Yunxiao naturally aspired to achieve immortality. After Li Ruwashi finished speaking, Li Ruowei quickly asked, Is it possible for grandfather to become a Foundation Establishment cultivator? Li Qingxian had previously informed them that most cultivators in the cultivation world remained at the qi refinement stage. Especially those who had practiced for decades, very few had successfully transitioned to the Foundation Establishment stage. Now that Li Qingxian had broken through to the 7th layer of qi refinement, did that mean he had a chance at the Foundation Establishment stage? Li Ruwashi shook her head, saying, I cannot say for certain. After all, grandfather is nearing 46, he has 14 years until 60. If he cannot break through within those 14 years, the possibility of achieving Foundation Establishment will diminish. Ruowei, we must diligently cultivate and accumulate more resources to assist grandfather in achieving Foundation Establishment. Li Ruowei quickly responded, Sister Ruwashi is right, we need to work hard to help grandfather. Upon exiting the Yinxian Palace, Li Yunwei immediately commanded Li Yunia to organize the army, ensuring the integration of 200,000 capable warriors. As orders were issued, the Northern Tang Kingdom's 200,000 strong army swiftly assembled. In fact, after the Northern Tang Kingdom conquered the three nations, the common people and officials of those nations enjoyed a significantly improved life, as Li Qingxian did not permit the Northern Tang Kingdom to plunder cultivation resources. Naturally, should any resources be discovered, they were to be presented. Li Qingxian also established a rule: anyone who offered cultivation resources or materials for refining weapons would receive generous rewards. These rewards included longevity elixirs, which held great significance for ordinary people but were ineffective for cultivators. For many commoners, these longevity elixirs were treasures more valuable than high positions and wealth. After all, every individual in a position of power yearns for longevity. The common folk were no different. If they could acquire any resource and sell it to the royal family or high-ranking officials, they would enjoy endless riches and glory, especially the royal family of the Northern Tang Kingdom. which exchanged various titles for a plethora of cultivation resources. These titles, though largely meaningless, represented an opportunity for commoners to ascend to nobility. However, the Northern Tang royal family did not coerce them to seek rare herbs and treasures, nor did they require local officials to offer tributes. This approach inspired both the common people and officials to work enthusiastically. Of course, many commoners remained skeptical, content to live peacefully in this relatively tranquil environment. Thus, the citizens of the three nations fully integrated into the Northern Tang Kingdom. With most harboring no dissent, even those with misgivings found themselves powerless as the populace sought stability. Once settled, who would wish to incite rebellion? Outside Chang'an City, Li Yunniu, Li Yunhu, and Zhao Feiyun stood at the forefront. Accompanied by the generals of the Northern Tang Kingdom, behind them, an army of 200,000 was assembled, brimming with martial fervor. For them, every campaign yielded substantial rewards, with many generals emerging from the crucible of battle. This time, the Northern Zhou and allied nations dispatched 300,000 troops. Although this number appeared formidable, they were merely a hastily assembled rabble. To these seasoned warriors, the 300,000 disorganized throngs posed no threat at all. On the city walls, Li Yunwei proclaimed loudly, "You everyone, we know what to do next, no need for me to elaborate." "Correct," Zhao Feiyun shouted, "kill the enemy." Behind him, the 200,000 troops echoed, "Kill the enemy, kill the enemy." Kill the enemy. Li Yunwei was immensely satisfied with the army's morale and raised his hand to signal for silence, declaring, "Excellent, I am very pleased with your spirit. Our next task is to send those nations back to their homes. You are aware they have deployed 12 cultivators, but we fear them not. We have the Supreme King, who is invincible in battle. I end this fight, victory is assured." As his words resonated, Li Yunxiao approached from behind. Exuding a sharp and formidable presence, nodding at Li Yunwei, he stated, "My lord, sixth uncle has commanded me to accompany the army into battle." Hearing this, Li Yunwei was momentarily taken aback, incredulously asking, "Yunxiao, you have just become a celestial master. Is it not dangerous to follow them into battle?" Li Yunxiao produced over 10 spirit talismans and remarked, "These are given to me by my sixth uncle. Whenever danger arises, I can ignite them with my magical energy to vanquish our foes. Rest assured, I will be fine." His confidence in the talismans was unwavering. He had witnessed the awe-inspiring spectacle of Li Qingxian using talismans to launch attacks, although the first-tier superior talismans in his possession were limited. They sufficed for dealing with cultivators like the Fire Disperser. The reason Li Qingxian had provided him with several superior talismans was to ensure his safety, while Li Qingxian would emerge from seclusion in 3 days. The absence of cultivators accompanying the army might pose some challenges. Upon hearing Li Yunxiao's words, the soldiers outside the city were filled with delight. They had initially believed that the old immortal master would take 3 days to arrive. But now they learned that the young immortal master would accompany them to the border, which greatly eased their worries. For ordinary people, immortal masters were invincible. Only they could defeat one another, since the young immortal master dared to come. It indicated that the old immortal master had bestowed upon him means of survival, ensuring their protection. They feared not the clashes between armies, but the unreasonable strikes from those immortal masters. It was thanks to Li Qingshuan's intimidation that the current state of the Northern Tang Kingdom had been established. Li Yunniu inquired, "Yunxiao, are you truly capable?" Li Yunxiao nodded confidently, saying, "Elder brother, you need not worry, I am absolutely fine, just focus on commanding the army. I will handle all the cultivators." Li Yunniu nodded in agreement. "Very well." Finally, his gaze turned to Li Yunwei, and he clasped his hands respectfully, saying, "Your Majesty, give the order to deploy the troops. Those wretched beings have been boasting for so many days. If we do not respond, they may think we fear them." Li Yunwei smiled and replied, "Good, then let the army march forth to crush the enemy." Li Yunniu and the others, their expressions grave, responded respectfully, "Yes, we shall obey the royal decree." With that, Li Yunniu swiftly turned around, facing the army behind him, and commanded, "The army shall march towards the southern pass." As his words fell, the grand army departed from the outskirts of Chang'an City. Li Yunxiao affixed a lightweight talisman to himself and soared gracefully towards the center of the army's convoy. The lightweight talisman, akin to the lightweight technique, was employed by cultivators for travel, granting only a brief ability for low-altitude flight. Li Yunxiao utilized it splendidly to display his prowess. Chapter 43. Emerging from seclusion, Yunxiao intimidates. After the army's departure, Li Yunwei hastened towards the welcome immortal palace, feeling anxious to ascertain when Li Qingxian would emerge from seclusion. "Ruoshi, how is father? How could he allow Yunxiao to go?" he fretted. "Yunxiao has never battled a cultivator. What if he gets injured?" Li Ruoshi gently shook her head. "I wish to join as well, if not for grandfather believing I am still too young to go. I would certainly contend with Uncle Yunxiao. Li Yunwei sighed. Perhaps it would be best if you refrained. When I sent you to find your father, you suffered greatly for a long time. I do not wish for you to endure further hardship. Li Ruoxi quickly responded, that was no hardship. It was a chance to battle cultivators, an excellent opportunity to gain practical experience. What a pity. Li Yunwei rolled his eyes, pondering how his daughter could think that way. Desiring to engage in such perilous endeavors, yet he refrained from voicing his concerns. Perhaps this was the path a cultivator must tread. Li Qingxian had once remarked that while cultivators were immensely powerful, they were also incredibly ruthless. The weak were but ants, and even the strong had to proceed with caution. In such circumstances, possessing sufficient combat experience was essential for survival in the world of cultivation. Li Yunwei asked Ruoxi, how has your cultivation alongside Yunxiao been progressing? Did not your talents allow for rapid advancement, which is why father permitted Yunxiao to lead the expedition? Li Ruoxi shook her head. Not quite. Father is unaware. Cultivation is arduous. Even grandfather has only reached the first realm of cultivation. Though Uncle Yunxiao and I possess decent talents, we have merely just begun to step into the first realm. Far inferior to those seasoned cultivators. The reason Uncle Yunxiao is so confident is due to grandfather providing him numerous talismans, both formidable in offense and defense. Li Yunwei listened, somewhat bewildered, as a non-cultivator. He was unfamiliar with talismans and cultivation levels. However, since Li Ruoxi had spoken so, he felt reassured. As long as he is safe, I shall take my leave for now. Notify me when father emerges from seclusion. Li Ruoxi nodded. Understood, father, take care. With that, she settled into a meditative posture to commence her cultivation. Although Li Ruoxi was protecting Li Qingxian, the Northern Tang Palace posed little danger, thus requiring no excessive caution. Moreover, she had voluntarily taken on the role of protector. With Xiao Huangya by Li Qingshuan's side, he needed no additional guardians. As for Li Ruojuan and Li Ruowei, their innate talents were not on par with Li Ruoxi's, and they too were diligently cultivating in seclusion. Their training was progressing well, even edging closer to Li Ruoxi's level. Li Qingxian speculated that they might possess spirit bodies. Unfortunately, as a wandering cultivator, he lacked the means to test for spirit bodies, rendering him unable to ascertain the nature of the two. Typically, spirit bodies were significantly stronger than spirit roots. Even those of the lowest grade could match the cultivation speed of a 3-spirit root. Should one possess a superior spirit body, their cultivation speed could rival that of a heavenly spirit root, and if trained in specific techniques, their combat prowess would be tremendous. Yet, individuals with such constitutions were exceedingly rare. Once discovered, they would be fiercely contested over by major factions. After all, even a low-grade spirit body would not lag behind a 3-spirit root in terms of cultivation speed, thus meeting the recruitment standards of major sections. Regrettably, the means to test for spirit bodies were all controlled by powerful factions, with few available in the outside world. Even within the Qingyu sect of the Qingyu Mountains, there were no means to test for spirit bodies. Perhaps the Qingyo sect in the Qingyo region might possess such methods. 2 days later, Li Qingxian emerged from seclusion, exiting the welcome immortal palace. He produced a soaring talisman, and after channeling his magical energy into it, the two ascended into the air, swiftly soaring into the distance. Although he could not fly with his sword, the possession of the soaring talisman afforded him the ability to take flight. The soaring talisman enabled rapid movement. As long as Li Qingxian continued to channel his magical energy, they would not halt. However, once he ceased channeling, the talisman would become ineffective. Had Li Qingxian not broken through, even with the magical energy within him, he would not have been able to reach the border at maximum speed. And now, however, the situation was different. He had taken a medicinal pill in advance, and by the time they reached the border, the effects of the pill would be fully realized, restoring his magical energy. The Grand Army was nearing the border. Although Li Yunxiao had displayed no signs of cowardice while showing off, the prospect of facing 12 cultivators now made him somewhat apprehensive. After all, he had never fought against cultivators before. Even with the talismans prepared by Li Qingxian, he felt a surge of nervousness. Elder brother, how far are we from the border? Li Yunyi replied with a smile. Yunxiao, not far now. We shall arrive by noon at the latest, yet it has almost been 3 days. I wonder how my 6th uncle is faring. Li Yunxiao shook his head slightly. I cannot say, but he should be emerging soon. Li Yunyi chuckled. With his strength, he can certainly eliminate those wretches. His confidence in Li Qingshuan's prowess was firm. After all, since Li Qingshuan's return, the Northern Tang Kingdom had experienced a resurgence. Yet, glancing back at the convoyer, realizing that the person inside was not Li Qingxian but his cousin Li Yunxiao, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Yunxiao, do you have confidence? Li Yunxiao smiled. Rest assured, they are certainly no match for me.
Despite the tension gnawing at him, he did not allow it to show. With just moments remaining before the 3-day mark and Li Qingshuan's imminent arrival, he felt a sense of relief. Moreover, he could not afford to unsettle the morale of the army. Otherwise, their combat efficacy would be compromised. Upon hearing Li Yunxiao's words, Li Yunxiao could not help but laugh. Indeed, how could the sixth uncle fail to provide you with means of survival? I firmly believe that we shall emerge victorious in this battle. As the two conversed, the front of the convoy came to a halt. Li Yunxiao's gaze turned forward, where 12 individuals of varying attire had appeared on the path the army must traverse. Before they could inquire, a middle-aged man with golden hair stepped forward. Jing Xian, you have finally arrived. We have awaited you for quite some time. This man was none other than the fire disperser, whose hair had gradually turned crimson due to his cultivation of a special fire attribute technique. At that moment, his gaze was fixated on the carriage, wary of any sudden attacks from within. After all, they perceived the occupant of the carriage as Li Qingxian, a practitioner at the 7th level of Qi training. A careless misstep could lead to their downfall. Inside the carriage, Li Yunxiao was on edge, yet he understood that he must not reveal any anxiety at this moment. Even when facing cultivators, he had to fight back. Noticing the silence from within the carriage, the fire disperser's expression shifted to one of confusion, and his demeanor turned frosty. Qing Xian, do not presume that just because you have broken through to the 7th level of Qi training, we are powerless against you. Step forth for a battle. Li Yunxiao let out a soft sigh, quickly applying a superior golden bell talisman to himself, a defensive talisman that could withstand attacks from practitioners below the 7th level of Qi training. After affixing the golden bell talisman, Li Yunxiao exited the carriage, casting a contemptuous gaze at the fire disperser and the other cultivators. My esteemed elder, Qing Xian is not someone you can summon at will. Since you seek your demise, I shall take it upon myself to resolve you on his behalf. As Li Yunxiao spoke, he exuded an air of arrogance, although he was merely at the first layer of Qi refinement. He managed to intimidate the 12 cultivators, including the flame disperser. Despite his seemingly modest cultivation, his audacious demeanor suggested he possessed some hidden card or extraordinary background. Little did they know Li Yunxiao hailed from the royal family of Beitang and had been a duke prior to his cultivation. Radiating an undeniable aura of nobility that left the flame disperser in a state of uncertainty, while cultivators typically exuded an ethereal charm, those who had long resided in positions of power bore a certain lofty demeanor that mere wanderers could never achieve. The flame disperser inquired, friend, who might you be, from which family do you hail, would you dare reveal your name? Li Yunxiao couldn't help but chuckle, the tension within him dissipating in an instant. He had not anticipated that his brashness would so thoroughly unnerve them. Producing several spirit talismans, he sighed, who I am is of little importance, what matters is whether you recognize this. As he spoke, he waved the talismans in the air. The flame disperser's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the talismans in Li Yunxiao's hand. Top-tier spirit talismans, how could they be top-tier spirit talismans? Although first-tier top-tier spirit talismans were not exceedingly expensive, acquiring them in this region was virtually impossible. Each talisman cost over 40 spirit stones, a significant expenditure for cultivators of their kind. Making the purchase of such talismans without necessity a daunting task, yet Li Yunxiao held 5 in his possession, all of which were offensive talismans. A first-tier top-tier spirit talisman equated to an attack at the 10th layer of Qi refinement. A feat even the flame disperser would not dare to withstand. Moreover, Li Yunxiao's extraordinary presence suggested he might well be a scion of some distinguished family, likely possessing other hidden advantages beyond these talismans. The flame disperser quickly stated, young master, may I inquire from whence you come? Li Yunxiao replied with a smile, have you heard of the Yuntai Wang family? Li Qingxian had previously shared tales of the Qingyu mountain range, including information regarding the Grand Yuntai marketplace. Li Yunxiao remembered two powerful families, the Yuntai Wang family and the Yuntai Fong family. Though lacking foundation building experts, both families possessed cultivators at the 10th layer of Qi refinement. For ordinary wanderers, these families were behemoths, particularly in the region where Beitang resided. The emergence of a 7th layer Qi refinement cultivator was remarkable, let alone one at the 10th layer. As anticipated, upon hearing Li Yunxiao's words, the flame disperser's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you claiming to be of the Yuntai Wang family? Li Yunxiao merely smiled faintly, refraining from answering. Just then, a young man approached from a distance. Regarding Li Yunxiao with a smile, pray tell, who might you be? Why do you impersonate a member of the Yuntai Wang family? Li Yunxiao stared at the young man in astonishment. He had not expected to encounter a genuine member of the Wang family. However, he merely retorted, you are a member of the Wang family, how amusing. I have never seen you before. His demeanor was exceedingly arrogant, leaving the flame disperser and others bewildered. The young man frowned and replied,
My Wang family does not permit a mere first-layer cultivator to roam freely, especially without a guardian. Upon hearing this, the Flame Disperser and his companions turned their vicious gazes toward Li Yunxiao. Realizing he could no longer intimidate them, Li Yunxiao sighed. I had intended to play with you for a while, but since you seek death, do not blame me. With that, he bellowed, all soldiers, retreat 10 miles and set up camp. Li Yunxiao, witnessing Li Yunxiao's commanding presence, felt a surge of joy. It seemed the outcome was already decided. He led the army back 10 miles, for a cultivator's battle was not something ordinary mortals could intervene in. Once Li Yunxiao and the army had retreated, Li Yunwei coldly remarked, now it is our turn. The Wang family young man laughed. Do not think that a few top-tier spirit talismans grant you free reign. I would not dare venture forth without some means. As he spoke, he slowly produced a jade talisman and crushed it in an instant. To dare impersonate a member of my Wang family is to court death. Despite his cultivation being merely at the 5th layer of Qi refinement, he had a guardian and 8th layer Qi refinement expert. Given the number of top-tier spirit talismans in Li Yunxiao's possession, it would be troublesome if he were to injure himself. His guardian was a formidable 8th layer cultivator, and a 1st layer cultivator wielding top-tier spirit talismans would find it challenging to land an attack on a late-stage practitioner. Seeing the Wang family's young man take action, Li Yunxiao was startled, but when nothing transpired, he unhesitatingly produced a spirit talisman, infused it with his spiritual energy, and hurled it at him. As soon as the talisman was released, it transformed into a fire dragon. Charging toward the Wang family young man, the young man's brow furrowed as he produced a spirit talisman of his own. Slapping it against his body, with a surge of spiritual energy, he vanished and reappeared behind the Flame Disperser at lightning speed. Boom! The fire dragon struck the ground where the Wang family young man had stood, causing him to retract his neck in fear. Fortunately, he had the talisman to protect him, otherwise, he might have perished beneath the fire dragon's fury. At that moment, a figure raced toward the battlefield with incredible speed. Upon seeing the newcomer, the Wang family young man's face lit up with a delighted smile. Third uncle, you have finally arrived. That brat possesses numerous top-tier spirit talismans. Do exercise caution. The figure, an elder clad in gray robes, came to a halt. Hearing the Wang family young man's words, the elder furrowed his brow and glanced at Li Yunxiao. Upon realizing Li Yunxiao's cultivation was only at the 1st layer of Qi refinement, he let out a sigh of relief. If he was merely at the 1st layer, no matter how many top-tier spirit talismans he had, the elder felt no fear. After all, the opponent's speed could not match his own. Furthermore, with the opponent's cultivation at the 1st layer, their spiritual energy was limited, and they could not utilize many top-tier spirit talismans. With this in mind, the gray-robed elder shot a disdainful glance at the Wang family young man, muttering fool under his breath before charging at Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao quickly unleashed a top-tier spirit talisman in an attempt to fend off the gray-robed elder, but the elder's speed was too great, and Li Yunxiao's talisman was rendered ineffective. Witnessing this, Li Yunxiao's expression changed dramatically. The elder's cultivation was undoubtedly formidable, and he could not reach him. Moreover, with his insufficient spiritual energy, even having top-tier spirit talismans would not allow him to launch a counterattack. Li Yunxiao tossed out a top-tier spirit talisman, managing to slightly obstruct the elder's advance, and lamented, 6th uncle, you never mentioned that there would be cultivators above the 6th layer here. The talisman did not impede the elder, and as he approached Li Yunxiao, a fire dragon surged toward the gray-robed elder. The elder's expression shifted as he quickly evaded the attack, creating distance between himself and Li Yunxiao. At that moment, a middle-aged man appeared beside Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao was momentarily taken aback before feeling immense joy. Li Qingxian had finally arrived. The gray-robed elder regarded Li Qingxian with a grave expression. Li Qingxian was not like Li Yunxiao. He was a genuine 7th layer Qi refinement cultivator and possessed top-tier spirit talismans. The elder, realizing they were members of the Yuntai Wang family, who could not even afford top-tier spirit talismans, felt a flicker of greed in his eyes. You must be the cultivator backing the Beitang royal family. Surrender the top-tier spirit stones you possess and self-destruct your cultivation. I shall grant the Beitang royal family a path to survival. Should you refuse, I will annihilate you, leaving none of the Beitang royal family alive. Li Qingxian laughed heartily. How absurd! Have you ever encountered a cultivator who willingly self-destructs their cultivation? As for the destruction of my Beitang royal family? How laughable! I shall be the one to eliminate you, little one. Do you have a way to deal with that, old man? This last question was directed at the small yellow duck nestled in his arms, for the little creature was also a late-stage 1st-tier spirit beast. Quack, quack, quack. Upon hearing Li Qingxuan's inquiry, the little yellow duck responded. Li Qingxian felt a surge of joy in his heart as he quickly retrieved 100 spirit stones and offered them to the little yellow duck.
The little duck opened its beak, and the 100 spirit stones vanished into its mouth. Then, the little yellow duck gently flapped its wings and charged toward the gray-robed elder, though diminutive in stature. The aura it emanated caused the elder to regard it with caution. Little creature, you are indeed a late-stage first-tier spirit beast, why not join me? The little yellow duck did not respond. Instead, as it drew near, it suddenly opened its beak. Li Qingxian eagerly anticipated the duck's attack, his gaze lingering on it. The gray-robed elder scoffed, little one, since you refuse to join me, prepare to die. He spoke, a mid-grade magical artifact. A flying sword shot forth from his hand, aimed straight at the little yellow duck. The little duck squinted its small eyes, flapping its tiny wings slightly to evade the flying sword. Then, it opened its beak and spat out a duck egg the size of a ping-pong ball. Witnessing this, Li Qingxian was at a loss for words and immediately rushed toward the little yellow duck, fearing for its safety. However, as soon as the duck egg was expelled, it transformed into a streak of light. Hurtling toward the gray-robed elder, the elder's expression shifted as he noticed the small duck egg lacked any spiritual energy fluctuations. With a casual swipe, he attempted to bat it away at Bang, who could have anticipated that as soon as his sleeve brushed against the duck egg, it would instantaneously explode. The overwhelming force of the explosion radiated from the elderly man in the gray robe, leaving him utterly unable to escape. No, the elder's complexion shifted dramatically. He realized he could not flee and could only watch helplessly as the blast engulfed him. Li Qingxian and the others widened their eyes, knowing that the gray-robed elder would not survive this catastrophe. The young man from the Wang family stared dumbfounded at the epicenter of the explosion. A chill running through him. If his clan uncle perished, he too would have no path for survival. As the dust from the explosion settled, the elder, now devoid of life, collapsed to the ground like a ragged sack. To everyone's surprise, the little yellow duck glanced at the elder and opened its beak once more, launching another duck egg towards him. Bang! In that moment, the already lifeless elder was struck again, the residual force of the explosion shattering him to pieces. Satisfied, the little yellow duck flapped its tiny wings and flew over to pick up the storage bag on the ground, completely ignoring the mid-grade flying sword that had fallen behind it. Li Qingxian picked up the mid-grade flying sword and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Little fellow, I never imagined you were this formidable. Had I known earlier, I would have brought you along with Yun Xiao. Quack quack. The little yellow duck looked at Li Qingxian, then nestled into his embrace, burrowing into his clothing. Li Qingxian chuckled wryly, are you implying that the rest is up to me? Very well, once I take them down, all the spiritual herbs shall belong to you. Quack quack. The little yellow duck nodded vigorously, handing over the gray-robed elder's storage bag to Li Qingxian. He accepted the bag and casually hung it at his waist. Turning his gaze toward the young man from the Wang family, your Wang family may be powerful, but this is not your territory. If you wish to kill Yun Xiao, then you shall meet your demise. As those words fell, Li Qingxian tapped the storage bag at his waist, and 3 flying needles appeared in his hand. Seeing Li Qingxian brandishing his weapon, the young man from the Wang family quickly exclaimed, you cannot kill me. I am a disciple of the Wang family, and the son of the second elder. If you take my life, my father will not let you go, Li Qingxian replied coolly. The second elder of the Wang family, he doesn't even reach the 10th level of Qi refinement and dares to threaten me. Do you truly believe my spiritual beast's attack was weak just now? Enough talk, let us deal with you first. With that, the 3 flying needles shot forth in a triangular formation towards the young man. The needles were already fast, appearing before him in an instant. No, please. Unfortunately, with his mere 5th level of Qi refinement, he had no hope of escaping Li Qingxuan's strike. He could only watch in horror as the needles pierced his brow, gradually robbing him of consciousness. The 12 cultivators, including the Flame Fire Wanderer, looked on in terror at Li Qingxian, unable to utter a word. As for fleeing, it never crossed their minds, even with 12 of them, capable of escaping in 12 different directions. They still dared not. A single duck egg from the little yellow duck could easily obliterate them. After dispatching the young man from the Wang family, Li Qingxian turned his attention to the remaining cultivators. What is this? Weren't you all intent on killing me? I'm here, so come at me. Upon hearing Li Qingxuan's words, the Flame Fire Wanderer hastily shook his head. We do not dare. At that moment, he could only lament his naivety. Had he known Li Qingxian was this formidable, he would never have sought trouble with him. Li Qingxian coldly regarded the Flame Fire Wanderer and said, the territory of the Northern Tang Kingdom is rather small. I could use a few more vassals. The hearts of the Flame Fire Wanderer and the others surged with joy as they hurriedly proclaimed, we pledge our allegiance, we wish to serve the Northern Tang Kingdom. Upon hearing Li Qingxian's words, they realized they still had a chance to survive, their hearts brimming with astonishment. Li Qingxian snorted disdainfully, you say this rather easily, I find it hard to believe.
The Flame Fire Wanderer gritted his teeth and replied, "My lord, I am willing to take the Heart Demon oath to serve the Northern Tang Kingdom. Should I break this vow, I shall be plagued by the Heart Demon and have no place to die." His words prompted the other cultivators to react quickly, each expressing their willingness to take the Heart Demon oath. Li Qingxian's expression softened slightly as he nodded, "Very well, take the Heart Demon oath. As for the small territory of the Northern Tang Kingdom, you may decide how to handle it." Initially, Li Qingxian had no intention of further expanding the Northern Tang Kingdom, but if he could win over the Flame Fire Wanderer and the others, the cultivators' strength would significantly increase, allowing them to firmly secure such a vast territory. Should the Flame Fire Wanderer truly submit, he could nurture him into a 7th-level Qi refinement cultivator, for he possessed ample resources. By cultivating a few powerful individuals to oversee the Northern Tang Kingdom, he could return to Qingxian Valley without fear of the kingdom's destruction. Upon hearing Li Qingxian's words, the Flame Fire Wanderer quickly asserted, "My lord, I still hold considerable influence over the Northern Zhou Kingdom. Leave its matters to me." A 5th-level Qi refinement cultivator eagerly added, "My lord, I can easily take control of the Qingmu Kingdom. Indeed, I shall handle the Wind Sand Kingdom, and I will manage the North Forest Kingdom." Soon, the 12 cultivators eagerly expressed their intentions to assist the Northern Tang Kingdom in conquering their respective nations. These individuals were willing to go to great lengths for their survival. Li Qingxian observed their eagerness with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. "Very well, first take the Heart Demon oath, but do not forget that your loyalty is to the Northern Tang Royal. Why must the storm subside before one can enter?" Li Qingxian chuckled. The boundless sea of sand lies on the other side of the Shield Mountain Range, perpetually beset by storms. Even cultivators at the Yuanying or Huashan stages who venture within find themselves lost, never to return. Thus, the endless sea of sand is exceedingly perilous, and no one dares to tread its expanse. However, every decade, the storms abate for a brief period, allowing access for resource gathering. The treasures within are bountiful. Should one procure something of value, reaching the foundation establishment stage would be but a stepping stone, and attaining the golden core stage would not be out of reach. As he spoke, Li Qingxuan's eyes shimmered with longing. After all, the golden core stage promises a lifespan of 600 years, particularly for one who practices the Qingdi Changchun Gong. The thought alone was exhilarating. Li Yinxiao's gaze mirrored that yearning, revealing that the boundless sea of sand was indeed a place of great potential, marred only by the incessant storms that rendered entry impossible. Otherwise, prosperity would surely follow. Soon, his attention turned to Li Qingxian as he inquired, "Uncle Six, will you venture into the endless sea of sand this time?" Li Qingxian, having reached the 7th layer of Qi refinement, was qualified to enter, yet it remained uncertain whether he would choose to go. He replied with a smile, "Of course, I intend to go, with this little fellow by my side. Our combat prowess rivals that of any late-stage Qi refinement cultivator. As long as we avoid those at the 10th layer, we shall be fine. Moreover, there are still 2.5 years left. If I can cultivate this little one into a peak first-tier spirit beast, I shall have no fear of any adversary at the Qi refinement stage. If one wishes to attain the foundation establishment stage, a journey to the endless sea of sand is a necessity, for the likelihood of acquiring foundation establishment elixirs and materials is significantly higher there, having already reached the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Li Qingxian was confident that in 2.5 years, he could certainly break through to the 8th layer. With the addition of the little yellow duck, a venture into the endless sea of sand was entirely feasible. Though time was limited, Li Qingxian knew this was not his only opportunity. The storms in the endless sea subsided every decade, each lull lasting a year. Approaching 46 years of age, he would be only 48 after 2.5 years. He had 3 chances to enter the endless sea in search of foundation establishment elixirs, and he was resolute in his belief that he could succeed. As for cultivating the little yellow duck to peak first-tier spirit beast status in 2.5 years, it was not without possibility. With just a few mid-grade spirit stones, the little yellow duck could indeed ascend swiftly. At that point, even a cultivator at the 10th layer of Qi refinement would pose no threat to Li Qingxian. After all, he had witnessed the little yellow duck's combat capabilities firsthand. Even a careless elder in gray robes could be defeated by a single duck egg, a notion that was beyond his wildest imagination. If he were to prepare more duck eggs, perhaps he could contend with cultivators at the 9th or even 10th layer of Qi refinement. Li Yinxiao, filled with envy, remarked, "Uncle Six, I shall surely accompany you next time." Li Qingxian smiled, offering no further comment, and promptly approached the body of the young man from the Wang clan, retracting his 3 flying needles and collecting the young man's storage bag. "Yunxiao, go inform Yin Niu to prepare to dispatch people to reclaim the territories of those 12 nations." Li Yunxiao nodded vigorously and dashed off. Li Qingxian surveyed his surroundings, then swiftly entered the carriage. He retrieved the array plate, setting it up within the cart to isolate any lingering auras before beginning to tally his spoils. Though not lacking in resources, the thrill of counting his gains was akin to the excitement of unboxing a mystery gift, with surprises awaiting him at every turn. He opened the 2 storage bags, emptying their contents onto the cart. Li Qingxian could not help but admire the wealth of resources. Indeed, the disciples of the Yuntai Wang clan were impressive despite being merely a qi refinement family. Their resources were substantial, far exceeding those of ordinary wandering cultivators. Naturally, they paled in comparison to Li Qingxuan's own resources, as he was a renowned alchemist of the first tier, during his time in the Beitang Kingdom. He had been solely responsible for all resource supplies. Furthermore, with the little yellow duck by his side, he never lacked for spirit herbs for alchemy, significantly reducing his costs. Thus, Li Qingxuan's wealth was considerable. As he examined the resources on the cart, he unhesitatingly collected nearly 300 spirit stones. Low-grade spirit stones held little value. With a few rounds of alchemy, he could easily generate more. The remaining items were primarily cultivation elixirs, including gathering qi pills for late-stage qi refinement practitioners and absorbing qi pills for mid-stage ones. These elixirs were of no use to Li Qingxian. Yet they would be perfect for the Fire Wanderers. If they returned having completed their mission flawlessly, he could reward them with some of these potions. Of course, he would exercise discretion in his generosity, as excessive rewards could complicate future distributions. Yet he could not be too stingy either, for he wished to demonstrate to the Fire Wanderers and the other 12 cultivators that following Li Qingxian was a path to a prosperous future. He collected all the spirit stones and elixirs, knowing they were of no benefit to him. As for the magical artifacts, he noted that there were no top-tier items. The most formidable was the mid-tier flying sword he had picked up. There were 4 low-tier artifacts, which held little value for him. He planned to bestow them upon Li Ruoxi and others or reward the Fire Wanderers after they had made notable contributions. Next, he gathered the refining materials, recognizing their lack of utility for him as he had no interest in refining. The spirit herbs were plentiful, and upon seeing them, Li Qingxian couldn't help but smile. "Little one, your provisions have increased significantly." The little yellow duck poked its head out, surveying the spirit herbs before leaping from Li Qingxuan's arms and rushing toward them. Li Qingxian made no effort to stop it. Watching as the little yellow duck collected the herbs into its storage bag, he had given the little yellow duck a storage bag precisely for this purpose. Once the duck had gathered its provisions, it joyfully hopped back into Li Qingxuan's embrace and promptly fell into a deep slumber. Li Qingxian paid little mind to the rest, picking up 3 jade slips to examine. To his surprise, he discovered 3 slips among the contents of the 2 storage bags. Curious about the knowledge they contained, he pressed 1 jade slip against his forehead, focusing intently as his consciousness delved within. Qiangju, a fire attribute cultivation technique that can be practiced up to the foundation establishment stage. Upon recognizing the technique, Li Qingxian could not help but smile. The Qiangju was undoubtedly one of the principal cultivation techniques of the Yuntai Wang clan. And now it had fortuitously come into his possession. Both Li Ruoxi and Li Rujuan practiced fire attribute techniques, ones that he had specifically purchased for them, yet they could not compare to the Qiangju. After storing the Qiangju, he picked up the second jade slip for further inspection, which left him momentarily stunned. It contained the method for talisman crafting. How intriguing, although he had no personal use for it. It could be beneficial for Ruoxi and the others. Having entered the realm of cultivation, acquiring a skill was imperative. For instance, Li Qingxian had the little yellow duck, which could cultivate spirit herbs, and as an alchemist, he was never short of elixirs or spirit stones. He even purchased high-grade spirit talismans that others could scarcely afford. If one among Li Ruoxi's group were to become a low-tier talisman master, even with a mere 30% success rate, it would be a lucrative endeavor. After setting aside this jade slip, Li Qingxian turned his gaze to the last one. Yanshenju, a technique for cultivating spiritual awareness. Yet it cannot be practiced until the foundation establishment stage, as one cannot manifest spiritual awareness beforehand. It seems I must defer this practice for now. Li Qingxian understood that to reach the foundation establishment stage, one must cultivate their spiritual awareness, and the stronger the awareness, the more formidable their combat prowess. Thus, a technique for refining spiritual awareness was indeed a rare treasure. He furrowed his brow, pondering how the Wang siblings could carry such valuable knowledge carelessly about. Did they not fear being robbed?
Ah, but now that it is in my possession, it is mine. With that, Li Qingxian stored the Yangshanju away. Although this technique could only enhance spiritual awareness at the foundation establishment stage, it was still more than sufficient. There existed a slight chance that a practitioner at the 10th layer of Qi refinement could generate spiritual awareness through diligent practice, though the odds were exceedingly slim. If there were a chance, Li Qingxian would have eagerly sought to cultivate spiritual awareness at the 10th layer of Qi refinement, for doing so would grant him the ability to fly with a sword. Nonetheless, with his current cultivation at the 7th layer of Qi refinement and his status as an alchemist, he was fully qualified to possess a flying magical artifact. Most flying artifacts at the Qi refinement stage were powered by spirit stones. To activate them using magical energy, one must reach the 10th layer of Qi refinement. Otherwise, the magical energy would be insufficient to propel the artifact far. Many smaller factions abstained from utilizing flying artifacts due to the exorbitant spirit stone costs involved. The more passengers carried, the greater the spirit stone consumption. And the flight speed was not particularly swift. Li Qingxian narrowed his eyes, muttering, I must procure a flying magical artifact, otherwise traveling between Qingxian Valley and the Beitang Kingdom will be too slow. With a flying artifact, I could reach Qingxian Valley in just 10 days. Unfortunately, this region lacked vendors for flying artifacts. He would need to journey to the Diantai Fengshe to consult Zhang Gui. Zhang Gui was the proprietor of the Qibao building, and he would undoubtedly possess valuable items. If Li Qingxian could acquire a flying artifact, future travel would no longer necessitate the use of teleportation talismans. As a cultivator, he ought to maintain a semblance of a cultivator's demeanor. Ultimately, Li Qingxuan's gaze settled upon 3 jade boxes. Only 3 jade boxes? How miserly! It seems this clan's cultivators have little of value. As the words fell, he opened 3 jade boxes. Upon revealing the contents of the jade boxes, a smile graced his face. Medium-grade spirit stones, yet another medium-grade spirit stone. It is no wonder they hail from the esteemed Jin Tai Wang family. This was quite realistic. Upon seeing the 3 jade boxes, they were merely paupers, but upon encountering the medium-grade spirit stones, their demeanor instantly transformed. Without hesitation, the little yellow duck lunged towards the spirit stones, swiftly sheltering the jade boxes beneath its body. Li Qingxian couldn't help but chuckle, saying, rest assured, these treasures are meant for you. It would be splendid if you could reach the peak of the first tier within 2.5 years. Quack, quack, quack. The little yellow duck proudly lifted its head, emitting a series of quacks. Li Qingxian inquired, are you suggesting it won't take that long? You can break through in just 2 years. The little yellow duck nodded vigorously, eyeing the medium-grade spirit stones beneath it. Li Qingxian remarked, though medium-grade spirit stones are rare, I shall find a way to procure as many as possible for you. It would be even better if I could nurture you to the 2nd tier. Then I would have no cause for concern. By the way, may I use that duck egg of yours? You know, the one you spit out. If I can prevent it from exploding, I could use it to strike others. The little yellow duck swiftly shook its head, quacking incessantly, as if conveying a lengthy discourse. However, Li Qingxian, who shared a bond of understanding with it, comprehended its meaning. It could only be utilized by the duck itself, and the attack involved condensing the spirit energy from inferior spirit stones into duck eggs to strike the enemy. But can that duck egg hatch into a duck? The little yellow duck nodded quickly, affirming the previous statement, then shook its head, indicating that it could not hatch into a duck. It made sense. The duck egg expelled by the little yellow duck was, in fact, an attack formed from the condensed spirit energy of the spirit stones. When the energy coalesced and was thrown, it would explode instantaneously, exhibiting tremendous power. 100 inferior spirit stones had only yielded 2 duck eggs, indicating the immense energy contained within them. Li Qingxian smiled and said, alright, understood, you must protect me from now on. Understood? Quack, quack, quack. The little yellow duck nodded eagerly, its gaze fixated on the medium-grade spirit stone. Li Qingxian declared, there is no danger at present, you may consume it to enhance your cultivation. The little yellow duck rejoiced in its heart, quickly swallowing the medium-grade spirit stone. Subsequently, it flew into Li Qingxuan's embrace, burrowing into his clothing and falling into a deep slumber. Li Qingxian had never contemplated acquiring a spirit beast pouch. Although such items were commendable, they were not worthy of the little yellow duck, and he could not bear to slight this little creature. He decided to seek other spatial treasures instead. With the little yellow duck fast asleep, Li Qingxian turned his attention to the other 2 jade boxes. The treasures within were quite impressive. A 300-year-old spirit herb, which would serve as sustenance for the little yellow duck, providing nourishment for many days. The other was particularly intriguing, a medicinal pill. However, this pill was not for enhancing cultivation but rather for healing, revitalizing pill.
Note this pill radiated a faint spiritual glow, certainly not an ordinary revitalizing pill. Wait a moment. This is a revitalizing spirit pill, a remarkable find. The revitalizing spirit pill is indeed a treasure, its efficacy far surpassing that of the revitalizing pill. No matter how severe the injuries sustained, as long as the foundational essence remains intact, one can recover to their original state in a short time. Possessing such a life-preserving pill would greatly enhance Li Qingshuan's safety in the future. He planned to enter the Endless Sands 2.5 years later. And with this life-saving pill in hand, he would undoubtedly survive. Quickly stowing away these two treasures, Li Qingxian exited the carriage, casting his gaze towards the grand army behind him. At that moment, Li Yunxiao had already approached the troops. Li Yunxiao promptly inquired, Yunxiao, how did it go? Were all adversaries vanquished? Li Yunxiao chuckled, Brother Niu, it wasn't that simple this time. However, in the end, Uncle Lu arrived and swiftly annihilated the formidable foes, capturing those 12 cultivators. Now, those 12 cultivators have become vassals of our northern Tang kingdom. Li Yunxiao's eyes widened in disbelief, and the generals behind him exhibited expressions of astonishment. Initially, they believed it would be commendable if Li Qingxian could slay them. They never anticipated he would persuade them. Instead, those were 12 cultivators. If they all joined the northern Tang kingdom, it would become immensely powerful. Yunxiao, is Uncle Lu preparing to unify the nation? Li Yunxiao shook his head. It's not that simple. Uncle Lu's strength is insufficient. Unifying the northern Tang kingdom would undoubtedly attract unnecessary troubles. For now, it is wiser to steadily subjugate those 12 nations and establish ourselves as the most formidable power in this region. Li Yunxiao lamented, I had hoped Uncle Lu was preparing for unification. If he could unify the nation, the king could ascend to imperial status. Li Yunxiao shook his head. There's no rush. Uncle Lu has already reached the 7th level of qi training and is not far from the 10th level. Perhaps in this lifetime, he can break through to the foundation establishment stage. Once he achieves that, we can confidently pursue the unification of the world. Li Yunxiao sighed. Well, what should we do next? Li Yunxiao replied. Simply inform you to lead the army in subjugating those nations willing to submit. Upon hearing this, Li Yunxiao glanced at the soldiers behind him and cheerfully proclaimed, the time for us to reap the rewards of our labor has arrived. Brothers, follow me into action. With that, he took the lead towards the border, and the vast army swiftly followed. Li Yunxiao smiled and quickly headed towards Li Qingshuan's location. As a cultivator, by infusing his spiritual power into his legs, his speed surpassed that of ordinary individuals significantly. Chapter 48, 12 nations yield to the northern Tang. The fire scatterer and his companions returned to the border, soon encountering the 30,000 allied forces, who promptly gathered all the generals together. Upon their return, the generals wore expressions of delight, believing they had returned victorious. National Master, how did it go? Did we achieve victory? Indeed, Immortal Master, your intervention undoubtedly ensured that no adversary could withstand your might. Shall we immediately assemble the troops and march against the northern Tang kingdom? National Master, please speak. We await your orders. Hush, wait. The demeanor of the Immortal Master seems somewhat amiss. Could it be that they returned in defeat? As this statement echoed, the entire camp fell silent. All the generals exchanged glances, no longer daring to utter a word. At that moment, the fire scatterer turned his gaze upon all the generals, a faint glimmer of killing intent emanating from his eyes. This time, the cultivators from Hebei Tang Kingdom have suffered defeat. Not only did we lose, but we have also joined the Northern Tang Kingdom, becoming their vassals, and now, with the Northern Tang Kingdom seeking to conquer the 12 nations. What do you propose we do? As he spoke, his aura of killing intent reached its zenith. Not only did the 11 other cultivators surrounding him exude a similar aura, but they also fixed their gazes intently upon the generals. Some even drew their magical artifacts, ready to strike at any moment. Witnessing this scene, the generals understood all too well. The cultivators were demanding a choice. Should they refuse to submit to the Northern Tang Kingdom, they would likely be slain on the spot. The notion that these cultivators were jesting was utterly implausible. They were far too busy for such frivolities. This only indicated the formidable strength of the Northern Tang Kingdom. Having subdued all these cultivators, their only option now was to submit to the Northern Tang Kingdom. The commander of the Northern Zhou Kingdom hastily asserted, Immortal Master, wherever you go, we shall follow. We shall accompany you from now on. The other generals quickly echoed, Indeed, we will naturally follow you. Since you have become a vassal of the Northern Tang Kingdom, it is only fitting that we join you as generals of the Northern Tang Kingdom. Upon hearing their words, the killing intent surrounding the fire scatterer dissipated, replaced by a gentle smile. He turned his gaze towards the other cultivators, eager to see their reactions. In truth, at this moment, refusing to submit to the Northern Tang Kingdom meant certain death. No one dared to hesitate, with the commander of the northern Zhou kingdom submitting. The generals from the other nations followed suit. Observing the yielding generals, the fire scatterer gravely stated, "You must remember, having submitted, you must genuinely serve the northern Tang kingdom and harbor no thoughts of treachery." Recalling the duck egg expelled by the little yellow duck, their hearts sank, realizing that the cultivators of the northern Tang kingdom were not to be trifled with. Upon hearing the fire scatterer's words, the generals were filled with trepidation. They had not expected the notoriously domineering fire scatterer to utter such sentiments, indicating that the northern Tang kingdom was truly exceptional. Suppressing their other thoughts, the generals acknowledged that given the might of the northern Tang kingdom, their submission was undoubtedly sensible, should the northern Tang kingdom combine with the territories of their respective nations. It would become the largest nation in the region. The 12 nations, comprising the largest 30 cities and the smallest 7 or 8 cities, would aggregate to over 150 cities, adding the northern Tang kingdom's territory. They would surpass 200 cities. This region previously existed in unity, but for reasons unknown, it had fragmented into numerous nations. It now appeared that the unification was not far off. With this in mind, the generals nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, we shall undoubtedly serve the northern Tang kingdom faithfully and fight for its supremacy across the realm. Indeed, immortal master, we shall remain united as citizens of one nation, loyal to our kingdom. Henceforth, we shall become citizens of Beitang." Their voices resonate incessantly, expressing their unwavering loyalty to Beitang, assuring the practitioners of the flame disperser that they may lay their minds at ease. Suddenly the flame disperser inquires, "Esteemed comrades, what shall we do if the rulers of our nations oppose our allegiance?" A cruel smile emerges upon the faces of the generals, their eyes brimming with malice. "Is this not an opportunity for us to accrue merit?" they retort. To surrender to Beitang, we must first achieve some notable accomplishments. Indeed, with this understanding, they resolve to seize control of their own nation, offering their king to Beitang as a token of allegiance. Furthermore, none of the royal families shall be spared. We must eliminate any potential threats to Beitang. Indeed, it is far better for us to handle this ourselves, ensuring that Beitang is left without any incriminating evidence. With this consensus, they begin to devise a meticulous plan. "Let us first discuss the means by which we shall capture the capital." Subsequently, these generals convene, exchanging various strategies and tactics. Having resolved to surrender to Beitang, they, being decisive individuals, articulate numerous methods to achieve their goals. Upon hearing their plans, the practitioners of the flame disperser find themselves overcome with dread. They had not anticipated such cunning from these ordinary individuals. Had they been practitioners themselves, they would have been oblivious to the peril that awaited them, particularly the flame disperser, known for his fiery temperament and impulsive actions, had instigated this coalition against Beitang, driven by his desire to take down Li Qingxian. As for the two practitioners from the Wang family, their involvement was merely coincidental. They had fortuitously crossed paths and opted to join. Unfortunately, these two Wang family practitioners became mere pawns in a larger scheme, a fact that elicited both sympathy and regret. Before long, they had formulated their plans and commenced their preparations, and naturally, the practitioners felt compelled to join. For such a splendid opportunity for merit was not to be missed. Li Qingxian had previously stated that those who distinguished themselves would be rewarded, although the likelihood of receiving such rewards was slim. The mere prospect encouraged them to take a chance. During their preparations, Beitang remained remarkably stable, proceeding with its affairs undisturbed. Li Qingxian did not return to Chang'an. Instead, he chose to meditate within his carriage. While his cultivation had stabilized to some extent, preventing an immediate drop in realm, complete stabilization would require no less than half a month, having already subdued the flame disperser and his companions. He was relieved of the need for further intervention, allowing him the opportunity to cultivate diligently. As Li Qingxian engaged in his meditation, Li Yunxiao was not idle either. He found a suitable spot to consume his elixirs and began his own training. Li Qingxian had advised him that to become a formidable force, one must not squander any time and should cultivate whenever possible. Thus, 6 months passed in diligent training, during which Li Qingxuan's cultivation became entirely solidified. And he even made some progress. Though there was no herbal garden in this location, Li Qingxian possessed alchemical skills and was never short on elixirs. Under such circumstances, his cultivation surged forward at an astonishing pace. As for Li Yunxiao, while he too experienced some advancement, he still had yet to break through to the second layer of qi training. After all, he had only been cultivating for just over a year, having reached the first layer of qi training only a year prior. Thus, a breakthrough to the second layer was fundamentally improbable. As for Li Ruoxi and her companions, Li Qingxian was uncertain of their progress. As those three youngsters were in the welcome Immortal Palace, and it was unclear whether they had been diligent in their training, after 6 months, the Flame Disperser and his entourage triumphantly returned to the border. The 12 nations had been successfully subdued. Li Yinshao had already dispatched a large army to maintain order, ensuring that no errors would occur. It was only at this juncture that the Flame Disperser and his companions found their liberation and returned to the border. Upon sensing the presence of the Flame Disperser and his companions, Li Qingxian emerged from his meditation and made his way outside. Not far away, Li Yinshao, having just completed his training, also rose to follow Li Qingxian. The two approached the practitioners of the Flame Disperser, their gazes filled with satisfaction. We have returned, esteemed sir, having successfully completed our mission. Upon seeing Li Qingxian and Li Yinshao arrive, the Flame Disperser and his companions hurriedly bowed in respect. Li Qingxian, noticing the anticipation in their eyes, could not help but smile. You have performed admirably, this time you have achieved great merit, and I shall ensure that you are rewarded accordingly. Chapter 49, 12 Wanderers return to loyalty. Hearing Li Qingxuan's words, the Flame Disperser and his companions became visibly excited, their eyes fixed eagerly upon him. Li Qingxian patted his storage pouch, and 12 elixir vials soared out, heading directly toward the 12 of them. These were elixirs that Li Qingxian had specifically prepared for them, perfectly suited to their levels of cultivation. Each vial contained precisely 10 elixirs, neither more nor less. As the vials approached them, expressions of astonishment illuminated the faces of the Flame Disperser and his companions. They had not anticipated such generosity from Li Qingxian, who had directly bestowed upon them elixirs. The value of elixirs was exceedingly high, even the most basic grain spirit elixir cost a single spirit stone. They quickly grasped the jade vials, bowing deeply as they expressed their gratitude. Thank you, esteemed sir, for your generous gift. Initially, they had assumed that Li Qingxuan's mention of rewards was merely a formality, but the reality of his sincerity left them overjoyed. Although they had yet to examine the contents of the vials, hope had already begun to blossom within their hearts. Li Qingxian waved his hand dismissively. This is what you rightfully deserve of the capital of Beitang. Chang'an has prepared a temple for your cultivation. Henceforth, you shall practice within the temple. Should the royal family of Beitang require your assistance, they shall summon you. The Flame Disperser and his companions nodded vigorously. Realizing that they had been provided with a dedicated temple for their cultivation, indicating that this esteemed gentleman held them in high regard. If the rewards were to improve further, aligning themselves with Li Qingxian would certainly be a worthwhile endeavor. Yes, esteemed sir, we shall return to Chang'an without delay. Li Qingxian nodded slightly, boarding his carriage as they set off toward Chang'an. As for the teleportation talismans, they decided to conserve them. Upon seeing Li Qingxian board his carriage, they hastily summoned their own carriages to follow in his wake, heading toward Chang'an. 14 carriages moved in a grand procession toward the capital, unguarded save for the drivers, yet none dared to challenge them. Even when their carriages passed through the territories of bandits, the brigands would avoid confrontation. After all, this was a procession of 14 practitioners. Who among them would dare to provoke them, even the weakest among them? Li Yinshao could easily obliterate a few bandit camps with a few spirit talismans. Within the carriages, the Flame Disperser and his companions swiftly retrieved their jade vials. As they opened the vials, expressions of delight spread across their faces. Especially for the Flame Disperser, who found 10 nascent chi elixirs, perfectly suited for those cultivating from the 4th to the 6th layers. Such a bounty was unprecedented. With these 10 nascent chi elixirs, the Flame Disperser had a genuine opportunity to break through to the 7th layer of chi training. After all, he had been preparing for this breakthrough for quite some time. The other practitioners shared similar sentiments. As the elixirs they received were equally beneficial, each vial containing a full set, something they had previously only dreamed of acquiring. As wandering cultivators, particularly in this chaotic region, their resources were scarce, and spirit stones were limited. They often purchased elixirs in single or double quantities. Who would dare to buy an entire vial at once? Now, with a full vial of elixirs placed before them, they were utterly astounded. The Qingmu Wanderer produced a communication talisman, infused it with spiritual energy, and inquired, Flame, what did you receive? The Qingmu Wanderer was at the 5th layer of chi training and had also received 10 nascent chi elixirs. The Flame Disperser quickly replied, Qingmu, I received 10 nascent chi elixirs. If I manage to break through to the 7th layer of chi training, and you, my friend, the Qingmu Wanderer laughed heartily, I too received 10 nascent chi elixirs, which will allow me to push toward the 6th layer. The Flame Disperser gave this little thought, as their tasks had been quite similar, knowing that the resources they obtained were sufficient for their next breakthroughs. He wondered if the others had experienced the same fortune. With this in mind, the two quickly communicated with the others, sharing their elixir acquisitions. To their surprise, aside from a few practitioners at the third layer of Qi training who had received grain spirit elixirs, the rest had all received 10 nascent Qi elixirs. They had never anticipated such generosity from Li Qingxian, which solidified their growing admiration for him. Li Qingxian remained unaware of their thoughts, and even if he did, he would not be concerned. After all, his intention was to have them secure Beitang while he returned to Qingxian Valley for his cultivation. Upon Li Qingshuan's return, Chang'an City burst into life. Previously, Chang'an had only hosted Li Qingxian and a handful of practitioners. But now, with the addition of 12 more loyal to the Beitang royal family, it was no wonder that Li Yunwei and others were displeased. The temple had been completed, located on Changqing Mountain just outside the city. The choice of location was deliberate, as the spiritual energy there surpassed that of other areas. In truth, Li Qingxian often cultivated there upon his returns, rarely residing at the welcome Immortal Palace. Upon his return this time, he found the spiritual energy there of little benefit to him. It was more efficient to cultivate with elixirs. Therefore, Li Qingxian chose to remain at the welcome Immortal Palace, now that he had subdued the Flame Disperser and his companions. Integrating them into the Temple of Beitang, it was fitting that the temple be constructed on Changqing Mountain, after allowing Li Yunwei and the others to meet the Flame Disperser and his companions. He instructed them to lead the newcomers to Changqing Mountain. Once they departed, Li Qingxian called out to Li Yunwei, saying, "From now on, they will cultivate peacefully here. When I leave, I shall leave some resources for you. Occasionally reward them to maintain their morale." Li Yunwei inquired with astonishment, "Father, are you leaving?" Li Qingxian nodded and replied, "Indeed, I have been away for quite some time. I fear something may have transpired at the Taoist temple, so I must return promptly." After a moment of hesitation, Li Yunwei ultimately asked, "Will Yunxiao be returning with us as well?" Li Qingxian pondered briefly before stating, "I intend to have Yunxiao remain in the northern Tang Kingdom to assist you. In a few years, I will send Ruoshi to replace him. If Li Ruoshi is nurtured properly over the years, she will undoubtedly be capable of standing on her own. For now, I can only have Li Yunxiao stay in the northern Tang Kingdom." After all, those cultivators are not ordinary people who can be commanded easily. Hearing Li Qingshuan's words, Li Yunwei finally breathed a sigh of relief. His greatest fear was that when Li Qingxian departed, he would take Li Yunxiao and the others with him, leaving him at a loss regarding how to manage the cultivators. Nearby, Li Yunxiao, having heard Li Qingshuan's words, contemplated for a moment before saying, "Sixth uncle, I can stay at home for the time being. However, do not forget about the sword cultivation technique." Li Qingxian smiled and assured him, "Rest assured, I will remember and send it to you when the time comes." After his return, he not only needed to procure Li Yunxiao's sword cultivation technique but also to acquire flying magical tools. With flying magical tools, the journey between the two locations would only take around 10 days. Which is not a significant amount of time. Li Yunxiao felt a surge of joy in his heart and quickly nodded, saying, "Sixth uncle, you need not worry, within a year at most, I will certainly reach the second level of Qi refinement." Li Qingxian replied, "All right, it is settled then. Shortly, I will provide you with the resources, and you shall supply them with a bottle of suitable elixirs each year." Li Qingxian did not comment on Li Yunxiao reaching the second level of Qi refinement. It was already commendable that he could bring Li Yunxiao and the others into the world of cultivation. As for what realm they would eventually attain, that would depend upon their own efforts. Hearing Li Qingshuan's words, Li Yunxiao earnestly said, "Yes, sixth uncle, I understand." Li Qingxian was never short of elixirs. He could casually produce a surplus. After all, he only needed 2 furnaces to refine a bottle of elixirs. Having said that, Li Qingxian proceeded toward the Yingjian Palace. Upon arriving at the Yingjian Palace, he saw Li Ruoshi and the other 2 deeply engaged in their cultivation, all diligently striving, from their auras. It was evident that they were not inferior to Li Yunxiao. Li Qingxian cast a deep glance at Li Ruojuan and the others. If they possessed any special physiques, the Li family would undoubtedly see a rise in talents for cultivation in the future. It was no wonder that among more than 500 individuals for possessed spiritual roots, it was a pity that there were no treasures to test for spiritual bodies, or else they could ascertain whether others had special spiritual bodies. Shaking his head, Li Qingxian chose not to disturb them and swiftly made his way toward the rear hall. Upon entering the rear hall, he quickly retrieved the alchemical furnace, prepared the spiritual herbs, and began refining elixirs. Chapter 50. Return to Qingxian Valley, subdue the Bee King. After spending half a month within the Yingjian Palace, Li Qingxian finally emerged. During this time, he had refined a substantial number of elixirs, including several bottles of gathering Qi elixirs, with the remainder being breathing elixirs. As for malt elixirs and others, he did not concoct them. it was not due to a lack of time, but rather that among the 12 cultivators, the Qi Refinement 3rd level practitioner was on the verge of breaking through to the 4th level, rendering the multi-elixirs unnecessary. The elixirs for Li Yunxiao's cultivation had already been prepared and delivered to him. Whether anyone would join the Northern Tang Kingdom's offerings in the future was a matter for another day. Upon exiting his seclusion, Li Qingxian noticed Li Yunxiao and the other three waiting at the entrance. A smile unconsciously gracing his face. "Have you all been waiting long? Is Yunxiao prepared?" Li Yunxiao replied earnestly, "Sixth uncle, you need not worry, I will surely protect the Northern Tang Kingdom. What shall we do with the spiritual herbs collected each year?" Li Qingxian chuckled, "For now, keep them. Do not sell them, I have my uses for them." His words were, of course, for the little yellow duck, which required spiritual herbs for sustenance and was quite the consumer. However, after consuming the spiritual herbs, it would replenish them, which was acceptable. Li Qingxian glanced at Li Ruoxi and the others, particularly at Li Ruojuan and Li Ruowei, and inquired, "Are you preparing to stay behind? Or will you accompany me to Qingxian Valley?" The two hastily responded, "Grandfather, we wish to follow you. We want to become powerful cultivators and protect the Northern Tang Kingdom." Li Qingxian smiled and said, "Very well, then let us depart." With that, he took the lead and exited the Northern Tang Palace. Just as they stepped out, they saw Li Yunwei along with the Northern Tang royal family waiting outside. "Father, can't you stay a little longer?" Li Qingxian furrowed his brow and replied, "You are now the king of Northern Tang. Govern the kingdom well. Let if there is any danger, have Yunxiao send me a message." Hearing this, Li Yunwei quickly replied, "Yes, father." Li Qingxian nodded slightly and led the three young ones onward. Behind them, the Northern Tang royal family hastily bowed, saying, "We bid farewell to the Grand King. May the Grand King attain immortality soon." Li Qingxian could not help but curl his lip and quickened his pace. Once outside Chang'an City, the four of them took out the Divine Movement Talisman and swiftly headed toward the distance. On the city wall, Li Yunxiao gazed at their departure, a hint of reluctance flickering in his eyes. However, soon his expression hardened with determination, and he turned to head back toward the Northern Tang Palace. 3 months later, Li Qingxian and the others returned to the outskirts of Qingxian Valley. Although Li Qingxian could have arrived more swiftly, the pace was somewhat slowed due to the presence of Li Ruoxi and the other three young ones. Even so, they were a month faster than their return trip, as they were all cultivators. During the return, Li Qingxian had to look after Li Ruoxi, which naturally slowed their progress considerably upon seeing the towering cliffs ahead. Li Ruoxi and the others stood in awe. Subsequently, they surveyed their surroundings, noting the desolation, their eyes reflecting confusion. "Grandfather, are we going to reside within this valley?" Li Qingxian pointed to the cliff face and smiled, saying, "I have concealed the entrance with a formation. Allow me to ascend and help you." As the words fell, Li Qingxian employed his light body technique and soon appeared at the crevice, after assessing the formation and confirming that no one had tampered with it. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. He patted his storage bag and a rope appeared, which he promptly tossed down. Initially, upon witnessing Li Qingxian vanish, Li Ruoxi and the others grew anxious. After all, this area was ensconced within Li Qingxuan's formation, and without its removal, they could not see the situation within. Just as they were becoming agitated, a rope descended from above. Following that, Li Qingxuan's voice echoed, "Grab hold of the rope, I will pull you up." Upon hearing this, Li Ruoxi and the others quickly grasped the rope, and with a gentle tug from Li Qingxian, they were swiftly brought up to the crevice. At that moment, the three of them finally beheld the fissure. They gazed at the formation with curiosity. "Grandfather, is this the formation? Why can we not see it from below? Yet here we can observe everything." Li Qingxian chuckled, "This is an illusion formation I set up. Your cultivation level is insufficient to perceive it. Once you reach the 10th level of Qi refinement, you will be able to see through the illusion." The formation here had cost Li Qingxian a considerable amount, being constructed entirely of high-grade first-level formations. Upon hearing Li Qingxuan's words, Li Ruoxi and the others contemplated, casting glances below before shifting their eyes back toward the crevice. "Grandfather, is this where we will be living in the future?" Li Qingxian nodded. "Indeed, come, there is a hidden world within." With that, he took the lead and stepped into the crevice, quickly entering Qingxian Valley. As they gazed upon the vast expanse of Qingxian Valley, the influx of spiritual energy left the three of them astonished. "Grandfather, is this where you cultivated?" Li Qingxian affirmed with a nod, his gaze drifting toward the nearby King, a hint of delight flickering in his eyes. It had been nearly 2 years since their last encounter, and the little creature was on the verge of becoming a spirit bee. Quite impressive indeed. It seemed worthy of further cultivation. Upon seeing the King, Li Ruoxi and the others instinctively recoiled.
For the Bee King had grown significantly larger, now about the size of an egg. A normal person would be frightened by such a large bee. Li Qingxian reassured them, "Do not worry, it is no match for you. In time I will cultivate it to become our ally." As he spoke, Li Qingxian swiftly approached the Bee King. The Bee King, seemingly startled, hastily retreated, attempting to evade Li Qingxuan's pursuit, yet, no matter how fast it was, it could not outpace Li Qingxian, who had activated his light body technique, and soon enough, he had captured it in his grasp. During this time, he had also studied insect control techniques, intending to subdue this little creature upon his return. Observing the struggling Bee King in his hand and glancing at the other bees approaching from a distance, Li Qingxian did not hesitate to perform a series of hand seals, channeling his spiritual energy into the Bee King's body. In no time, the Bee King fell into a stupor. While it was dazed, Li Qingxian bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon it. Instantly, a powerful formation seemed to manifest around the Bee King, rapidly absorbing the blood. Once the drop of blood was completely consumed, Li Qingxian could not help but chuckle. "Little one, command them to halt." As the swarm of bees drew nearer, Li Qingxian ordered, "Buzz." At that moment, the Bee King and Li Qingxuan's thoughts intertwined. Upon hearing his command, it promptly issued an order. In the distance, a swarm of bees rushed towards them and abruptly halted. Li Qingxian produced a spirit awakening pill and smiled, saying, "Since you have gained spiritual intelligence and are about to become a first-tier initial stage spirit insect, you should consume this and see if it can help you break through." Upon seeing the pill, the Bee Queen's eyes gleamed with anticipation, and without hesitation, she flew up to it. Li Qingxian observed the Bee Queen devouring the spirit awakening pill and then glanced at the nearby swarm. Casually, he retrieved a wooden basin, dissolved 2 spirit awakening pills in water, and said to the Bee Queen, "Let your subordinates partake in this. They too can quickly become spirit bees and extend their lifespans." Understanding Li Qingxuan's words, the Bee Queen swiftly issued a command, directing her swarm to the wooden basin, where they began to absorb the liquid infused with the essence of the spirit awakening pills. Before long, the water in the basin was consumed, and the aura emanating from the bees began to shift. Li Qingxian watched in astonishment as they radiated a faint spirit energy, demonstrating signs of advancing to spirit bees. Not only did their spiritual aura intensify, but their sizes also increased significantly, growing to the size of pigeon eggs. Particularly impressive was the Bee Queen, who had become a true initial stage spirit bee, larger than a chicken. Li Qingxian nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Very well, you shall lead them henceforth, diligently working to produce spirit honey." The Bee Queen, understanding his words, circled around him a few times before soaring back to her swarm. Li Ruoxi and the others watched in awe, never expecting to witness such a marvelous spectacle upon their arrival. Especially the Bee Queen, larger than a chicken egg, was something they had never encountered before. Chapter 51, The Reappearance of Nanshan. Li Ruoxi, astonished, inquired, "Grandfather, is this a spirit insect?" Li Qingxian chuckled, "Indeed, it has just transformed into a spirit bee. With further nurturing, they will prove to be excellent companions." Li Ruoxi nodded slightly and replied, "That is certainly true. If they all mature into spirit insects, even cultivators at the 5th or 6th level of qi refinement may not stand a chance against them." The number of bees was considerable, numbering in the hundreds. If they could all become spirit bees, defeating 5th or 6th level qi refinement cultivators would not be a daunting task. Li Qingxian nodded slightly and agreed, "You are correct, it is indeed so." He then made his way toward his cave dwelling, beckoning Li Ruoxi and the others to follow. "Come with me," he announced as he entered the cave, which had been his resting place while he had been cultivating by the spirit spring. Observing the vast cave and the moonstone within, Li Ruoxi and the others quickly asked, "Grandfather, will we be residing here from now on?" Li Qingxian shook his head and replied, "You will rest here for a while. I will create 3 caves for you. This is my dwelling." Upon hearing Li Qingxuan's words, the 3 nodded eagerly. Since this was Li Qingxuan's dwelling, they could not claim it for themselves, and it was only right for him to prepare separate quarters. Li Qingxian pointed to a nearby bed and said, "You may rest there." With that, he hastily approached the little yellow duck's bed, gently placing the duck upon it. However, as soon as he did so, the little yellow duck opened its eyes, glanced at Li Ruoxi and the others, and instantly leapt into Li Qingxuan's embrace. Witnessing this scene, Li Qingxian couldn't help but chuckle, knowing that the little creature was reluctant to remain there. So he took it with him as he stepped outside. Once outside, Li Qingxian surveyed the surroundings and soon identified a suitable location for the new caves, since the valley belonged to him, and with cliffs surrounding it, he could establish caves wherever he pleased. Nevertheless, Li Qingxian chose not to create the caves too close to each other, as the area was expansive and proximity would render the surroundings somewhat barren.
Before long, 3 caves were established. Although they were not as grand as Li Qingshuan's, their structures mirrored his own. For cultivators, creating caves was a straightforward task. When the caves were completed, Li Ruoxi and the others emerged. Li Qingxian smiled and said, "You have arrived just in time. These are the caves I prepared for you. Come and see which one you prefer." Upon hearing Li Qingshuan's words, the 3 quickly examined the 3 caves. In truth, aside from their positions, the interiors were identical, since they were all the same. Each of them claimed one. Once they were settled, Li Qingxian resumed his cultivation by the spirit spring. Seeing Li Qingxian cultivating by the spring, the 3 hurried over to sit nearby and earnestly began their own training. Li Qingxian opened his eyes and casually tossed them 3 jade vials, saying, "Inside these vials is spirit liquid. Consume a drop while cultivating. And once you have fully refined it, take another." The 3 instantly caught the vials and, upon opening them, were astonished by the rich spiritual energy contained within. They then turned their gaze towards the nearby spirit spring and quickly consumed a drop of the spirit liquid. The energy that entered their bodies was even more potent than any pills they had previously ingested, prompting them to concentrate on their cultivation with great diligence. Li Qingxian smiled slightly and also immersed himself in serious cultivation. In the northern Tang Kingdom, Li Yunxiao was diligently training, acutely aware that the cultivation conditions for Li Ruoxi and the others would be far superior now that they were with Li Qingxian. Unable to travel to Qingxian Valley himself, Li Yunxiao knew his training conditions could not compare, yet he was determined not to fall behind Li Ruoxi and the others. Thus, he dedicated himself to daily cultivation. Meanwhile, in the offering hall, figures such as the fire scatterer commenced earnest training following the resources provided by Li Qingxian. For cultivators, advancing their cultivation level was of utmost importance, even if they held no hope of foundation establishment throughout their lives. Reaching the late stage of qi refinement would still bring great satisfaction. Should they achieve the 7th level or above in qi refinement, they could seek a location to establish a cultivation family. For example, the Yin Tai Wang family, despite lacking any foundation cultivators, still wielded considerable strength. For these scattered cultivators, such families were behemoths. However, the fire scatterer dared not leave the northern Tang Kingdom, having sworn an oath of loyalty to the royal family. Should he betray that vow, he would likely be plagued by inner demons. Others were even more cautious, eagerly anticipating improved treatment from Li Qingxian. In truth, Li Qingshuan's provisions were quite generous, according to his instructions to Li Yunxiao before departing. Each year they would receive a vial of pills based on their cultivation levels. This was significantly better than their previous reigns in the smaller nations, even if they acquired abundant spiritual herbs. They dared not openly exchange them for pills in the markets. For these scattered cultivators, the greatest fear was not a lack of spirit stones but rather the risk of being robbed while attempting to purchase items, potentially losing their lives in the process. Unbeknownst to them, in the south lay a nation called Nanping, not particularly large, with only 15 cities. The cultivators behind it were at the 4th level of qi refinement, which, among the surrounding smaller nations, placed it in the mid-tier. However, one day, a middle-aged monk accompanied by a young acolyte entered the capital of Nanping. The cultivators of Nanping attempted to obstruct them, but they were no match for the monk, who dispatched them effortlessly. Not long after entering the capital, the monk transformed Nanshan Temple into the national temple, venerating the Buddha of Nanshan. From that point onward, the middle-aged monk became the national master of Nanping. Before long, Nanping commenced its conquests, capturing 5 neighboring minor states in rapid succession. The territory expanded significantly, instilling fear in the surrounding states. This monk was none other than the Nanshan monk, who, after seizing control of Nanping, garnered a multitude of followers, rapidly enhancing his cultivation level. This development delighted him immensely, prompting him to urge the king of Nanping to wage war while he dealt with the opposing cultivators himself. At this point, the Nanshan monk had reached the 6th level of qi refinement, and coupled with the Buddhist techniques at his disposal, his combat prowess was formidable. The surrounding nations had cultivators whose levels maxed out at the 5th level of qi refinement, making the conquest of these 5 states a trivial endeavor. However, after subjugating the 5 minor states, the Nanshan monk commanded the king of Nanping to halt, as he needed time to assimilate his new followers. The sudden cessation of Nanping's military campaigns eased the anxieties of the neighboring nations, who united in opposition to Nanping. After all, the monk's cultivation method relied on the power of faith. Should he fully assimilate the populace of Nanping, the ensuing troubles would be considerable. Yet, they were well aware of the Nanshan monk's strength and dared not confront him directly. Consequently, the Nanshan monk continued to develop his realm peacefully. Meanwhile, during his moments of leisure, He would occasionally gaze northward, his eyes betraying a glimmer of murderous intent. Having arrived in this area, he had gathered sufficient knowledge about the situation, recognizing that the northern Tang kingdom was the domain of the Qingxian Scatterer. However, he also understood the strength of the Qingxian Scatterer and was cautious not to act recklessly. He resolved to leverage the national power of Nanping to enhance his cultivation while continuously expanding the kingdom. Ultimately preparing for a confrontation with the northern Tang kingdom, when he fled Nanshan Temple, the escaped talisman had brought him and his disciple to this chaotic region devoid of strong cultivators. Moreover, as practitioners of Buddhist cultivation based on the power of faith, the abundance of people here meant that seizing even a single minor state would yield a significant amount of faith power. Thus, after thoroughly investigating the circumstances of this region, the Nanshan monk promptly seized control of Nanping and simultaneously uncovered intelligence regarding the northern Tang kingdom and the Qingxian Scatterer. Chapter 52, The Exquisite Flying Artifact. Flying crane time flew by, and 2 more years passed. Li Qingxian had been in this realm for 8 years now. In the present day, only half a year remains until the relentless sandstorm of the endless desert subsides. Regrettably, Li Qingxuan's cultivation has yet to reach the 8th layer of Qi training. After breaking through the 7th layer, advancing one's cultivation rapidly becomes a formidable challenge. Had Li Qingxian devoted another 6 months to diligent practice, he might have achieved a breakthrough. However, he finds himself compelled to exit his secluded training, for he must prepare to venture into the treasures of the endless desert. As for the little yellow duck, this creature has made significant strides in its cultivation, reaching the pinnacle of the first tier in just 2 years, far surpassing Li Qingxuan's progress. It is precisely due to the little yellow duck's advancement that Li Qingxian has refrained from forcing himself to break through to the 8th layer of Qi training. With the existence of a creature akin to a 10th layer Qi practitioner, his own potential breakthrough to the 8th layer seems inconsequential. In truth, Li Qingxian has not yet located the 3rd piece of mid-grade spirit stone, and he is uncertain whether his luck has simply run out or if mid-grade spirit stones are genuinely rare. He has embarked on several excursions in search of them, scouring multiple markets, yet still has not found a mid-grade spirit stone. Helplessly, Li Qingxian continues to administer the essence from the spiritual spring to the little yellow duck, hoping to hasten its progress. After 2 full years of effort, the little yellow duck manages to reach the pinnacle of the first tier. As for the others, he is unaware of Li Yinxiao's situation, but he has witnessed the growth of Li Ruoxi in the others. It must be said that Li Ruoxi possesses considerable talent, while Li Ruojuan and the others seem to have some unique constitution that accelerates their cultivation speed. In nearly 2 years, they have advanced from the 1st layer of Qi training to the 2nd layer, and they are not far from the 3rd layer. Observing their rapid progress, Li Qingxian feels a twinge of envy. The once reclusive Qingxian, at the age of 40, had only reached the 2nd layer of Qi training. Had it not been for his reincarnation and the existence of the little yellow duck as a golden finger, he might still be stuck at the 3rd layer. Nevertheless, the swift advancement of Li Ruoxi and her companions can be attributed to the spiritual spring essence and the elixirs crafted by Li Qingxian. Over the past 2 years, he has not tasked them with any activities, allowing them to focus entirely on cultivation. He is uncertain what awaits him in the endless desert, if he were to fall there. He could only leave this place to Li Ruoxi and the others. On this day, Li Qingxian, accompanied by the little yellow duck, exited the Qingxian Valley. From the crevice, Li Ruoxi and the others watched Li Qingxian depart. Tightly clenching their fists, they were acutely aware of his intentions, yet their own cultivation was too weak to offer any assistance. The endless desert is fraught with danger, and should Li Qingxian encounter peril, he may very well perish within. To them, Li Qingxian is akin to a grandfather, having guided them into the world of cultivation, and they wish for his safety, yet they also understand that he must venture into the endless desert. For loose cultivators seeking to break through to the foundation establishment stage, it is essential to find foundation establishment spirit herbs or pills within the endless desert, regardless of whether he will find them. Li Qingxian must embark on this journey, otherwise, he may never have the opportunity to establish his foundation in this lifetime. Unfortunately, the 3 of them are far too weak to assist Li Qingxian. Li Ruowei inquired to Sister Ruoxi, "Will grandfather return?" Li Ruoxi replied with a smile, "Grandfather has gone out to procure sword cultivation techniques for Uncle Yunxiao. He will surely return." And upon hearing this, Li Ruowei could not help but sigh in relief. Beside her, Li Ruojuan asked Sister Ruoxi, "But grandfather must leave, right?" Li Ruoxi nodded, saying, "That is the path grandfather must take. He must continue onward, otherwise, he will never achieve foundation establishment and can only live for a maximum of 120 years. If grandfather can become a powerful foundation establishment practitioner, he will be better able to protect us, and perhaps we too may have a chance at foundation establishment. Alas, we are far too weak to assist grandfather.
Li Ruojuan said earnestly. Sister Ruoshi, I will return to cultivate now. I must strive to reach the foundation establishment stage so that I can assist grandfather in the future. He did not know whether Li Qingxian could break through to foundation establishment, but he understood that without sufficient strength, he could not help anyone. Li Ruoshi nodded and turned to enter the Qingxian Valley. Li Qingxian hastened towards the Dayun platform market, the largest market aside from the Qingyu market. As for the Yun, Li Qingxian felt no fear. His own strength was formidable, and with the little yellow duck having reached the pinnacle of the first tier, he had no reason to fear the Yun. Upon entering the Qibao building, Li Qingxian navigated with familiarity, and the staff, aware of his intent to find Zhang Gui, quickly led him to the third floor. There Zhang Gui was busy calculating the month's earnings and, upon seeing Li Qingxian, promptly halted his work. Li Qingxian is one of his major clients, always spending a considerable amount of spirit stones during his visits. Welcome, Taoist Qingxian. What can I assist you with today? Li Qingxian smiled and remarked, It seems one cannot visit without making a purchase. Zhang Gui quickly responded, I did not imply such, it's just that you only come to find me when you're either purchasing magical artifacts or have some need. Since you are here, it must either be to acquire magical artifacts or to seek something specific. Li Qingxian chuckled, You speak true, I have come this time to purchase a flying magical artifact. Do you have any recommendations? Zhang Gui's eyes lit up, and he laughed heartily. As a renowned alchemist, it is high time you acquired a flying magical artifact. While the divine movement talisman is commendable, it does not suit your esteemed status. Li Qingxian waved his hand, Please, no more flattery. Let us discuss the flying magical artifacts. Zhang Gui promptly presented 3 artifacts, stating earnestly, You likely would not be interested in flying magical artifacts powered by magical energy. Here, I have 3 that operate using spirit stones. You may take a look. The first was the Wulong boat, a man-flying vessel classified as a top-grade magical artifact, capable of accommodating 10 individuals at once. As for the price, top-grade magical artifacts typically start at 500 spirit stones, and this Wulong boat is priced at 650 lower-grade spirit stones. The second was the Qingling boat, also a top-grade magical artifact, designed for a single passenger, yet significantly faster than the Wulong boat, a superb escape vehicle. The spirit stone consumption for both artifacts is comparable, one geared towards carrying passengers and the other towards escape. The price of this artifact is also reasonable, similar to that of the Wulong boat. The third flying artifact, the flying crane artifact, is likewise a top-grade magical artifact, resembling a celestial crane, capable of carrying 2 to 3 individuals. Albeit requiring a greater quantity of spirit stones to activate, this artifact boasts remarkable speed, comparable to that of the Qingling boat. Its price exceeds that of the other 2 artifacts by 50 spirit stones, totaling 700 lower-grade spirit stones. Li Qingxian pondered for a moment, directing his gaze towards the flying crane artifact. It could carry people and was swift, making it precisely what he required. The other 2 flying vessels were also commendable, but he needed spirit stones to purchase sword cultivation techniques, thus could afford only 1 flying magical artifact. I shall take the flying crane artifact. I won haggle over the price, but I do request that you share some information with me. Upon hearing Li Qingxian's words, Zhang Gui could not help but chuckle. He had not anticipated that Li Qingxian would choose the most expensive top-grade artifact in one go. However, considering that Li Qingxian might have disciples or apprentices, he felt at ease. The flying crane artifact is not only capable of carrying individuals but also serves as an escape tool, truly a valuable item. With this thought, Zhang Gui nodded. What information do you wish to know? Feel free to ask. I will share everything I know. Li Qingxian inquired with a smile. Are you familiar with the Dayun platform market? Do you know where one might procure gold element sword cultivation techniques? Zhang Gui's eyes brightened at this question, and he responded with a smile. You've asked the right person. I happen to know where gold element sword cultivation techniques can be found. Are you aware of the Qingyu General Store? Li Qingxian nodded. Of course, I know it well and am acquainted with Taoist Lu Ruoyan who works there. Zhang Gui continued. The Qingyu General Store has gold element sword cultivation techniques, and they are not from the Qingyu sect. As long as you can meet the price, you can certainly acquire them. Li Qingxian questioned with curiosity, Are these sword cultivation techniques very expensive? Zhang Gui replied with a smile, In larger places, gold element sword cultivation techniques are not excessively priced, but in a small area like Qingyu Mountain, they can indeed be quite dear. After all, sword cultivation techniques capable of reaching the foundation establishment stage are quite rare in Qingyu Mountain. Li Qingxian nodded in understanding. Very well, thank you for the information. Now let us finalize the transaction for the flying crane artifact. Zhang Gui promptly handed over the flying crane artifact to Li Qingxian, stating, "Here you go. The flying crane artifact is now yours." Li Qingxian received the artifact and, tapping his storage bag, a small pile of spirit stones appeared on the nearby table. 700 lower grade spirit stones. Please verify. Zhang Gui shook his head. No need for verification. I trust your integrity. You plan to enter the Endless Desert in half a year, correct? If you can return safely, feel free to bring any treasures here. I will offer you the highest price. For loose cultivators, entering the Endless Desert can yield opportunities to break through to higher realms. However, the Endless Desert is also perilous, and one might easily perish within. Li Qingxian smiled. If I come across any treasures, I will certainly think of you, as you are the only one I am familiar with in the Dayun platform market. Hearing this, a delighted smile spread across Zhang Gui's face. Excellent, thank you very much. Zhang Gui was uncertain whether Li Qingxian could emerge from the endless desert sands, yet he remained indifferent, such is the nature of the cultivation world, where the pursuit of opportunities can lead to anyone's demise. As a member of the Qibao Tower, he was assured an abundance of cultivation resources, even those required for breaking through to the foundation establishment stage were not in short supply. After conversing for a while longer, Li Qingxian took his leave from Qibao Tower, gently touching his storage bag, a smile gracing his face. The speed of the Feihe flying artifact was remarkably swift, instilling him with confidence that he could traverse between Qingxian Valley and the northern Tang Kingdom with great expediency. Moreover, this was a top-tier artifact, although it merely utilized spirit stones for activation. It was indeed a valuable asset for escape. Top-tier flying artifacts, classified as special artifacts, could be powered by spirit stones. Should he encounter peril in the endless desert, he could easily use the Feihe artifact to flee. Contemplating this, Li Qingxian felt increasingly eager for his journey into the endless desert. Just as he was lost in thought, he found himself outside the Qingyu General Store. Glancing at the shop, he entered without a moment's hesitation. "Ah, it's you, my friend. What can I assist you with today?" Lu Rian greeted him with a bright smile upon his entrance. Li Qingxian replied with a grin, "It seems you remember me. I've heard that you possess a sword cultivation technique of the gold attribute. Might I inquire if you would be willing to part with it?" Lu Rian chuckled. "Part with it, you say? That is indeed possible, but it depends on the price you are willing to pay." Li Qingxian inquired, "How many spirit stones do you require, or perhaps how many elixirs? Please do not hesitate to speak." Lu Rian shook her head. "My friend, I see you have reached the 7th layer of qi refining. Given your age, you are likely preparing to enter the endless desert, am I correct? I happen to know a bit about the endless desert. Would you be willing to enter it alongside me?" Li Qingxian furrowed his brow and replied, "While I do intend to enter the endless desert, I prefer not to team up with others." With a charming smile, Lu Rian retorted, "Do you doubt my character?" Upon seeing her smile, Li Qingxian felt a shiver run down his spine. After all, she was the legendary Rian Empress, not someone to be trifled with. It wasn't that he doubted her character, he merely believed that should she enter the endless desert, she would undoubtedly attract numerous admirers, and he simply wished to avoid such company. Lu Rian covered her mouth with a laugh and shook her head. "You seem unaware of why I am here and my circumstances within the Qingyu sect. Disciples of the Qingyu sect are divided into outer disciples, inner disciples, and true disciples. Those above the 7th layer of qi refining are all inner disciples, but to become a true disciple, one must reach the 10th layer of qi refining. Originally, there were 6 true disciples in the entire Qingyu sect, but now only 5 remain, all striving for the elusive foundation establishment elixir that appears once every 30 years. At this point, Lu Rian paused, choosing not to elaborate further. Li Qingxian quickly grasped the situation. With 6 true disciples at the 10th layer of qi refining competing for one elixir that surfaces every 30 years, it was evident that they would be fighting for their lives. After all, that elixir was a treasure for establishing a foundation, and no one would willingly relinquish it. The fact that only 5 true disciples remained indicated that one had perished in the struggle. Lu Rian's presence here suggested she belonged to the faction of the deceased true disciple and was likely a significant figure within that lineage, despite her stunning beauty and graceful figure. No one dared approach her, given the risk of incurring the wrath of the 5 true disciples. Had it not been for the ongoing competition for the foundation establishment elixir, it was unlikely Lu Rian would be so carefree in the Dayun Tai market. Li Qingxian jested, "Surely you are not the eliminated true disciple." Upon hearing his words, Lu Rian was momentarily taken aback before laughing. "You are indeed perceptive. Yes, I am the 6th true disciple, but alas, I was jointly defeated and my cultivation was diminished."
Despite my continuous recovery over the years, I have only managed to restore it to the 8th layer of qi refining. However, rest assured, I still possess means of self-preservation and will not burden you. Li Qingxian smiled wryly and shook his head. Why are you so certain that I am formidable? I am merely at the 7th layer of qi refining, far inferior to you. Lu Ruiyan shook her head. This intuition has been my means of survival. The reason I managed to escape their ambush was due to my keen instincts. Every time I see you, I sense a dangerous aura, in a life and death struggle. I would undoubtedly be the one to perish. Li Qingxian slightly shook his head. It is merely intuition, nothing more. Since you wish to enter the endless desert with me, let us proceed together. However, we must establish a vow to ward off inner demons, until we emerge from the endless desert. We shall not scheme against one another. Should we violate this vow, we shall be plagued by inner demons and face heavenly retribution. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruiyan laughed heartily. Fear not, my friend, such a measure of security is indeed prudent. With that, she drew a blade across her palm and swore to the heavens, Heaven bear witness, I, Lu Ruiyan, vow with my inner demons that I shall enter the endless desert alongside my friend Qingxian. And until we emerge, we shall not scheme against one another, sharing both fortune and misfortune. Should I betray this vow, inner demons shall bind me, and heaven and earth shall bring about my demise. After the vow was made, Lu Ruiyan turned her gaze toward Li Qingxian. Li Qingxian smiled and said, In that case, I too shall pledge a vow against inner demons to advance and retreat together with you. Never to scheme against one another. Speaking thus, Li Qingxian made his vow in kind. No sooner had his words left his mouth than a thunderclap resounded from the clear sky, as if affirming the validity of their vow. They exchanged smiles, drawing closer to one another. Li Qingxian then inquired, What of the sword cultivation technique? Lu Ruiyan produced a jade slip and asked, Can you refine the elixirs contained within this? Li Qingxian accepted the jade slip and began to examine it earnestly. It detailed the refining method for the Yugu Dan. Though he was unaware of its effects, he recognized that it was not a second-tier elixir. After a moment of contemplation, he earnestly stated, Give me some time, and I assure you I can refine it. However, there are several rare spirit herbs listed here. Would you be able to procure them? Lu Ruiyan shook her head. I am not only seeking the foundation establishment elixir in my expedition into the endless desert but also the spirit herbs for the Yugu Dan. If you can refine the Yugu Dan, that would be splendid. Should you manage to find those herbs, I would appreciate your assistance. As for the Qi Jin sword technique, consider it my reward for your efforts. Surprise flickered in Li Qingxuan's eyes. Evidently, the Yugu Dan held significant importance for Lu Ruiyan, or she wouldn't offer a sword technique as compensation. Rest assured, I shall also take the matter of the Yugu Dan to heart. However, may I have a look at this Qi Jin sword technique? Chapter 54. The agreement and the stirring. Lu Ruiyan smiled. Of course. With that, a jade slip flew toward Li Qingxian. He grasped the jade slip and began to peruse the contents of the Qi Jin sword technique. This sword technique encompassed both cultivation methods and combat sword techniques, divided into 2 layers. One layer was tailored for those at the 10th layer of qi refining, while the other was for the foundation establishment stage. Li Qingxian was somewhat astonished. This sword technique could indeed be cultivated to the peak of foundation establishment, far surpassing the Qiyang technique, although in terms of content, it did not quite match his Qing Di Chang Chun Gong. It was still superior to the Qiyang technique. However, the more he examined the Qi Jin sword technique, the more he felt it bore similarities to the Qiyang technique, though he could not determine if it was merely an illusion. This sword technique was quite exceptional, and Li Qingxian felt he had gained a significant advantage, yet, lacking knowledge of the Yugu Dan's effects, he could not be sure if he had truly come out ahead. Smiling as he accepted the technique, in that case, thank you, my friend. Lu Ruiyan shook her head gently. There is no need for such formality, should you succeed in locating the spirit herbs for the Yugu Dan. I am willing to purchase them at a generous price. Li Qingxian nodded slightly, glancing around the general store for other items. Is there anything here that can detect special spirit bodies? Lu Ruiyan shook her head. You jest. Such items are not found here, not even within the Qingyu sect. Only the Qingyo sect possesses them, but alas, they do not permit outsiders to use them. Li Qingxian nodded. I merely wished to test my luck. In that case, when and where shall we meet? Lu Ruiyan smiled. Let us convene 3 months hence at this Diyuntai market. How does that sound? Li Qingxian nodded. That works. 3 months should suffice for us to reach the endless desert. The timing was indeed well chosen. 3 months was ample time for them to arrive at the endless desert. After all, arriving too early could lead to encounters with powerful cultivators. They needed to wait until the more formidable practitioners had entered before they could proceed. Lest they attract unnecessary trouble, while they should be safe from righteous cultivators, they would be in peril if they crossed paths with malevolent ones. Arriving in 3 months would coincide perfectly with the opening of the endless desert. Alleviating their concerns, seeing Li Qingxuan's agreement, Lu Ruyan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Very well, I shall await your arrival here in 3 months. Li Qingxian nodded. Good, I must return to make preparations. Having accomplished his goal for this visit and even gained an ally, he felt quite satisfied. After bidding farewell, he swiftly made his way out of the market. At this moment, he no longer feared anyone beneath the foundation establishment stage. Even when faced with a 10th layer Qi refining cultivator, he possessed the Fij artifact and, moreover, the little yellow duck. The little yellow duck could transform spirit stones into eggs to attack foes, although the consumption of spirit stones was considerable. It was undeniably safer, Lu Ruyan murmured. He is quite an intriguing individual, albeit lacking in cultivation. Nevertheless, he must possess some formidable trump card. I felt a sense of trepidation in his presence. Alas, since we've become allies, I shall refrain from overthinking it. My fellow disciples of Qingyu sect, await your turn. The foundation establishment pills are not meant for you. Even if I cannot utilize them, they do not belong to you. Having spoken, a chill flickered across Lu Ruyan's face, and an uncontainable killing intent glimmered in her eyes. After departing from Dayun Taifeng City, Li Qingxian eagerly retrieved the Feiha artifact. The Feiha artifact appeared modest. Crafted in the likeness of a celestial crane, though it was said to accommodate 2 individuals, it merely had space for 2 standing. Li Qingxian leaped aboard, inserting 10 spirit stones into the slot on the crane's neck. In an instant, the Feiha artifact unfurled its wings and began to flap vigorously. Whoosh! Before Li Qingxian could react, the Feiha soared into the sky, carrying him away. The direction is wrong, to the right. Li Qingxian glanced at the 2 pull strings on the crane's neck and gently tugged to the right. Swiftly altering its course, this maneuver was quite effortless, allowing him to easily control the direction of the Feiha without the fear of falling. Guiding the Feiha artifact, Li Qingxian flew at remarkable speed towards Qingxin Valley. At present, he feared no one except for those at the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, the speed of the Feiha artifact was exceedingly swift, far beyond the capabilities of cultivators below the foundation establishment stage. A mere half-hour later, Li Qingxian beheld Qingxian Valley and commanded the Feiha artifact to descend. As for the unused spirit stones, he retrieved them all. Observing the spirit stones, now depleted of considerable spiritual energy, Li Qingxian felt a twinge of distress. After such a short flight, the energy of 10 spirit stones was nearly exhausted. How many would he require for a return to Beidang Kingdom? The adage from his past life rang true: acquiring a vehicle is easy, but maintaining it is difficult. This Feiha artifact was indeed a voracious consumer of spirit stones, beyond his means to sustain. Having concluded his thoughts, Li Qingxian promptly retracted the Feiha artifact and stepped into Qingxin Valley. The trio of Li Ruoxian, upon sensing his return, abruptly opened their eyes, their faces lighting up with smiles. Grandfather, you have returned. Without hesitation, they sprang to their feet and rushed towards Li Qingxian, taken aback by their excited expressions. Li Qingxian was momentarily stunned. Since his arrival in this world, he had been solitary in his cultivation, with only the little yellow duck for company. Over the years, he had brought Li Ruoxian and her companions to Qingxin Valley, and their time for communication had been scarce. Yet, in this moment, he perceived within their gazes a profound concern and joy and anxiety for his safety and delight at his return. In an instant, Li Qingxian understood that he was not alone. With a smile, he said, Ruoxian, Ruojuan, Ruowei, have you diligently practiced in my absence? Grandfather, we have not been idle. We have been earnestly cultivating, they replied. Indeed, indeed, look, Li Ruoxian exclaimed, nodding vigorously, as their auras radiated a noticeable improvement since his departure. Li Qingxian smiled broadly. Very well, splendid progress indeed, Ruoxian. When I departed, I mentioned to Yunxiao that you would return in 3 years to replace him. How do you fare? Are you confident in breaking through to the 3rd layer of Qi refining within a year? Upon hearing Li Qingxuan's words, Li Ruoxian paused, then nodded earnestly. Grandfather, rest assured, I am aware of the challenges of cultivation in Beidang Kingdom, and I cannot allow Uncle Yunxiao to remain there indefinitely. My current cultivation is not far from the 3rd layer of Qi refining. I am certain I will break through within a year. Li Ruojuan chimed in. Grandfather, you need not worry. When Sister Ruoxian returns in 3 years, I shall take charge of Beidang Kingdom. Li Ruowei added swiftly. Me too, me too. When the time comes, I will replace Brother Ruojun. Li Qingxian laughed heartily. Good, then remember your words. Do not go back on your promises. Upon hearing this, the trio nodded vigorously in unison, exclaiming, Grandfather, you may rest assured. Li Qingxian felt immense satisfaction as he gazed at the three children, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Alright, you may continue your cultivation. I will make a trip back to Beidang Kingdom to deliver the techniques Yunxiao requires. Otherwise, he may grow impatient. 2 years had already passed, and Li Yunxiao must be quite restless by now. However, he had little choice. Over the past 2 years, he had focused on cultivating with Li Ruoxian and her companions. With little time for visits to various markets. Li Ruoxian hesitated. Grandfather, you must go to the Endless Sand Sea in half a year. May we familiarize ourselves with the major markets? Li Qingxian was taken aback. Then chuckled. Very well, you indeed need to explore the major markets this year. I will also clarify with Yunxiao that you shall remain in Qingxian Valley for an additional 2 years and return only after my return from the Endless Sand Sea. During this time, strive to enhance your cultivation. If I do not return in 2 years, you will take charge here. Upon hearing this, Li Ruoxian and her companions grew anxious. Grandfather, I do not want anything to happen to you. Grandfather, you will undoubtedly return safely. Yes, grandfather, I await your return. Observing the worry etched upon their faces, Li Qingxian laughed heartily. Do not fret, the Endless Sand Sea is but a minor challenge. I will assuredly return safely. Chapter 55. Confronting Liehua and others. The trio of Li Ruoxian finally breathed a sigh of relief, though their hearts remained heavy with concern. Yet, as cultivators, they understood the necessity of taking risks for essential resources. Li Qingxian, now of considerable age, recognized that if he could not establish his foundation, opportunities would dwindle in the future. While still young, he should seize this chance. After exchanging farewells with them, he turned to depart from Qingxian Valley. Wait for me, I shall deliver the techniques to Yunxiao. As Li Qingxian left, his voice echoed back to Li Ruoxian and her companions. They nodded in agreement and turned towards the spiritual spring. Settling at its edge to continue their cultivation, upon exiting Qingxian Valley, Li Qingxian retrieved the Feiha artifact, inserting 10 spirit stones into the slot without hesitation. Activating it, the Feiha artifact soared into the sky. Heading off into the distance, under Li Qingxuan's control, the Feiha ascended higher, appearing like a small bird from the ground. Only at this point did Li Qingxian pause. He must be cautious, he could not allow any scheming cultivators to discover him. This altitude would render him undetectable even to 10th layer Qi refining cultivators, ensuring his safety. While some were aware of his identity as an alchemist, many remained oblivious, especially those loose cultivators who would not discern the aura of an alchemist emanating from him. In such circumstances, those 10th layer Qi refining cultivators might easily slay him upon spotting the Feiha artifact. For the sake of his own life, Li Qingxian deemed it prudent to soar a bit higher. After a considerable time, Li Qingxian exchanged 10 spirit stones, storing the depleted ones for potential future use. Though rendered useless, they might serve a purpose later. It was wise to keep them. The Feiha artifact was remarkably swift. Taking only 8 days to reach the skies above Beidang Kingdom. This time, Li Qingxian guided the Feiha artifact to land directly upon the Grand Qingshan outside Beidang Kingdom, where a worship hall stood. Serving as a place of cultivation for Liehua and his companions. Li Qingxuan's primary intent in coming here was to give Liehua and the others a stern talking to, although Liehua and his companions might have advanced to the 7th layer of Qi refining. His little yellow duck was no slouch either. As the Feiha artifact descended, the cultivators within the worship hall sensed the unusual occurrence outside and rushed out, gazing at the descending Feiha artifact. 12 cultivators widened their eyes in astonishment. It's a flying artifact. What an extraordinary sight! This is my first encounter with such a thing. I had no idea it looked like this. I wonder which senior has arrived. I hope it's not someone seeking trouble with Beidang Kingdom. At that moment, Liehua shook his head. It is unlikely they are here to cause trouble. It is probably Taisheng Wang. No sooner had he spoken then the Feiha artifact landed before them. Everyone is here, each of you has made a small progression. Splendid, splendid, keep up the good work. Li Qingxian leaped down from the Feiha artifact, stowing it away, and greeted them with a warm smile. Upon recognizing Li Qingxian, the cultivators displayed expressions of surprise, which quickly transformed into excitement. The visitor was none other than the revered Qingxian Sanrun, indicating not only his formidable strength but also his wealth. As long as Li Qingxian possessed ample spirit stones, they would never lack resources for cultivation, provided they remained obediently by his side. A future opportunity to reach the 10th layer of Qi refining might well be theirs. Hearing Li Qingxuan's words, Liehua chuckled. My lord, we owe our rapid progress to the elixirs you provided, otherwise we could not have advanced so swiftly. My dear sir, rest assured that we shall diligently cultivate our skills and steadfastly guard the Northern Tang Kingdom. However, given the formidable strength of the Northern Tang, why do we not seek to unify the world? The likes of Liehua Sanrun and others have grown quite fond of their current lifestyle. where they need not gather resources themselves. The annual supply of elixirs provided by the Northern Tang suffices for their needs, yielding benefits that could last them 2 to 3 years. In the past, they were compelled to scavenge for resources and venture into the marketplace to exchange for cultivation elixirs. Not only was it unsafe, but the quantity of elixirs obtained was also minimal. Now, receiving a vial of elixir each year may seem scant. Yet it is far superior to the arduous task of sourcing resources independently. Li Qingxian smiled and remarked, "Indeed, you may cultivate here at ease, your resources for training will be ample." With that, he bid farewell, stating, "I must make my way to the Northern Tang Palace. Should you require anything, send me a message. I possess a flying artifact that allows for swift travel to the Northern Tang." Upon finishing, he gently patted the small yellow duck nestled in his arms. The duck instantly understood his intention, releasing a powerful aura as it sprang from Li Qingshuan's embrace. Quack, quack, quack. Upon hearing the duck's call, Li Qingxian couldn't help but furrow his brow. "I preferred your previous sounds. This new quack is rather unappealing." The small yellow duck shot him a disdainful glance. That had been its call as a chick, and now that it had matured, naturally, it would quack differently. Nevertheless, since Li Qingxian had expressed his preference, it decided to feign youthfulness. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The duck chirped a few times, though it felt this sound lacked ferocity. However, respecting Li Qingxian's wishes, it voiced no objections. Upon seeing the small yellow duck, Li Sanrun and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. They recalled that 2 years prior, this little creature had merely been a late-stage first-tier beast. Now it had astonishingly advanced to the peak of the first tier. This was no ordinary first-tier beast, but one equivalent to a cultivator at the 10th layer of qi refinement. Soon, delight spread across their faces, for this implied they had a formidable ally behind them. They were well aware of the duck's strength. The potency of its egg-spitting attack was undoubtedly formidable. Now that the little duck had reached the peak of the first tier, its egg-spitting power would be even greater. Besides the egg-spitting technique, this little creature likely possessed other forms of attack. At this thought, Li Sanrun gazed at Li Qingxian with a newfound reverence. To tame such a powerful beast was no small feat, thus affirming Li Qingxian's own strength. Noticing the expressions on Li Sanrun and the others, Li Qingxian chuckled and promptly made his way down the Great Green Mountain. He opted not to use the flying crane artifact this time. He intended to enter the capital of the Northern Tang Kingdom. If he drew too much attention, news of his flying artifact would inevitably spread, potentially attracting unwanted trouble. This region rarely witnessed powerful cultivators, not because such beings never visited, but rather due to the nature of their affairs. Li Qingxian swiftly arrived at the palace gates of the Northern Tang Kingdom and, without hesitation, strode inside. The soldiers stationed at the palace entrance were pleasantly surprised to see him. They recognized him as the prodigy of the Northern Tang. "Hail, Supreme King! Hail, Supreme King!" Seeing the soldiers acknowledge him, Li Qingxian felt a sense of ease and confidently walked into the palace. Upon receiving word of his arrival, Li Yunwei hurriedly approached, his speed unmatched, leaving the palace maids and eunuchs struggling to keep up. "Father, you've returned," Li Qingxian replied with a smile. "Indeed, I have returned. You're doing quite well, becoming ever more dignified." Li Yunwei chuckled sheepishly. "You jest, father." Observing his silly demeanor, Li Qingxian felt a swell of affection for the Li family. Li Yunwei truly regarded him as a father, while Li Ruoshi and the other little ones viewed him as a grandfather. This feeling was rather heartwarming. "Alright, I shall seek out Yunxiao now." "Very well, father, please follow me." Li Yunwei nodded eagerly, leading Li Qingxian swiftly toward the Hall of Welcoming Immortals. Their pace was brisk, and before long, they arrived at the hall's entrance. They did not disturb Li Yunxiao, for someone had already notified him of their arrival. At this moment, Li Yunxiao awaited them outside the hall, visibly thrilled by Li Qingshuan's presence. "Greetings, sixth uncle, you have finally returned." Chapter 56, Yunwei, it's time to expand our family tree. Li Qingxian burst into hearty laughter. "Yunxiao, you must have been quite anxious waiting." "Ah, sixth uncle, you jest." Li Yunxiao awkwardly scratched his head, gazing intently at Li Qingxian with eyes full of anticipation. Li Qingxian presented a jade slip, placing it into Li Yunxiao's hands. "This is what you desired. I hope you will diligently cultivate, aspiring to achieve the foundation establishment stage." Li Yunxiao replied earnestly, "I will strive for it, sixth uncle." In truth, his aspirations reached beyond merely the foundation establishment stage. He yearned for even loftier realms, yet he refrained from voicing this ambition, for he was but a second-layer qi refinement novice. To proclaim grandiose ambitions now would only invite ridicule. Nevertheless, his resolve was unwavering. He was determined to become a higher-level cultivator, and foundation establishment was not his ultimate goal. Gripping the jade slip tightly, he felt reassured that if Li Qingxian could procure such a powerful technique for him, it must indeed be extraordinary now that he possessed both the cultivation method and resources. His path ahead was clear. Li Qingxian smiled. Yunxiao, for the next 2 years, you shall remain in command of the Northern Tang Kingdom. Rest assured, your resources will not be lacking. He added, I must embark on a journey. Ruoshi and the others are still quite young, and I find it difficult to entrust them with the kingdom. Do not worry, I will await your return in 2 years, and I will ensure that I am ready. Upon hearing this, Li Yunxiao felt a pang of concern, for he understood the implications of Li Qingshuan's words. He was fully aware that Li Qingxian intended to venture into the endless Sand Sea. Seeking opportunities there, perhaps one day he too would journey to the endless Sand Sea, yet for now his worries for Li Qingxian remain strong. Sixth uncle, are you truly heading to the endless Sand Sea? Li Qingxian nodded. Indeed, it is time for me to explore. My strength is sufficient now, so there is no need for concern. Moreover, with the little duck by his side, he felt assured of his safety. Hearing this, Li Yunxiao sighed in relief and solemnly stated, Sixth uncle, you must return safely. Li Qingxian assured him with a smile, do not worry, I will return in 2 years without fail. Li Yunwei, observing the exchange, inquired with curiosity, Father, what are you discussing? Why do I sense that you are venturing to a perilous place? Li Qingxian chuckled, I am off to a certain location within the realm of cultivation. A place that possesses a hint of danger, yet is replete with resources. As for safety, rest assured, I will not place myself in harm's way. His face radiated confidence. In truth, he was quite self-assured, with the little duck accompanying him. He felt secure as long as he did not encounter any Foundation establishment cultivators. Moreover, once he entered the endless Sand Sea, the more capable cultivators would have already ventured deep within, leaving those below Foundation establishment mostly at the periphery, thus minimizing the risk of encountering formidable foes. However, the endless Sand Sea itself was fraught with danger. Even without powerful enemies, the inherent risks of the sea could lead to catastrophe. Li Qingxian was acutely aware of his capabilities and would not venture recklessly into perilous territories. Of course, if the allure of resources was compelling enough, he would not hesitate to take calculated risks. Furthermore, with Lu Ruyan, a former 10th layer Qi refinement cultivator, by his side, their combined strength would ensure their safety. Upon hearing Li Qingshuan's words, Li Yunwei felt a sense of relief. The concern expressed by the Li family deepened Li Qingshuan's sense of belonging. Perhaps influenced by his past life, he began to recognize the value of the Li family. Now that he had stepped into the realm of cultivation with the Li family, establishing a cultivation clan was not out of the question. With this thought in mind, Li Qingxian smiled and said, Yunwei, I have a task for you. To expand our Li family's lineage, particularly focusing on direct blood relatives. Our Li family is the royal family of the Northern Tang. Having so few members is simply inadequate. We must ensure that the descendants of the Northern Tang royal line are plentiful. He added, and Yunxiao, you are reaching an appropriate age. If there is someone you fancy, do not hesitate to take her as your wife and carry on our family line. Li Yunxiao shook his head earnestly. Sixth uncle, my goal is to become a formidable immortal. Until I achieve this, I cannot even consider marriage. Hearing this, Li Qingxian rolled his eyes. Very well, suit yourself. Yunwei, you are the prince of Northern Tang, and may one day become an emperor. You must take several consorts to further our family line. Li Yunwei replied with an awkward smile, rest assured, I will handle this matter. Li Qingxian added seriously, remember, my intention for you to ensure the continuation of the family line is not to turn you into a debauched tyrant. Li Yunwei quickly assured him, you need not worry, I will not become a tyrant. Especially with you around. Li Qingxian nodded in satisfaction, smiling as he said, very well, remember your words, otherwise, even if you are my son, I shall not show any leniency. Li Yunwei quickly assured him, rest assured, I will absolutely not disappoint you. Li Qingxian then inquired, what of Yunhu, why have I not seen him upon your return? Li Yunwei promptly replied, he is currently leading troops outside. The southern region is somewhat unstable, and his presence is required for its defense. Li Qingxian nodded slightly, saying, understood. If any issues arise, do not hesitate to communicate with me. Li Yunxiao nodded in agreement, stating, sixth uncle, I understand. Li Qingxian waved his hand dismissively, I cannot linger here for long, I must make preparations for my return. Yunxiao, focus on your cultivation, this technique is exceedingly powerful, and I hope you can become a formidable sword cultivator. As for the matter of continuing our lineage, I entrust that to you, and I sincerely hope you do not let me down. Upon hearing this, Li Yunwei and the others nodded earnestly. Afterward, Li Qingxian produced a storage bag and casually tossed it to Li Yunxiao. Inside were resources for 3 years, sufficient for both his and the cultivation of Li Yunxiao. Do not fear the waste of elixirs. With this technique, the spiritual energy cultivated will expel any toxic residue forcibly, so do your utmost to enhance your cultivation. Li Yunxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly nodded. Sixth uncle, when we next meet, I will surely astonish you. Li Qingxian laughed heartily. Very well, if you can reach the 4th layer of qi refining by our next meeting, I shall gift you a flying sword. At this, Li Yunxiao's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly replied, agreed, sixth uncle, let us make that pact. You must return safely, for I eagerly await my flying sword. Observing Li Yunxiao's confidence, Li Qingxian chuckled, rest assured, your flying sword will not be lacking. With that, Li Qingxian tossed the storage bag to Li Yunxiao and activated his lightness technique, swiftly heading towards the direction of Daqingshan. Witnessing Li Qingshuan's actions, Li Yunwei asked, Yunxiao, is there truly no danger in Father's journey? Li Yunxiao shook his head slightly, I do not know, but seeing sixth uncle's confidence, it should be fine. Moreover, having spent many years in the cultivation realm, he has acquaintances among fellow practitioners. If they enter the endless sands together, it will be quite safe, so there is no need for concern. Li Yunwei finally breathed a sigh of relief, smiling as he said, in that case, I shall go handle the tasks father assigned. Chapter 57. Once again at the Xiaoyuntai market atop Daqingshan, Li Qingxian urged the flying crane artifact at maximum speed, departing the northern Tang Kingdom and returning to Qingxian Valley. Within the valley, Li Ruoxi and the others remained engrossed in their cultivation. Upon his return, Li Qingxian did not disturb them. Instead, he retreated to his cave abode and began to ponder. Given that his current cultivation could not be enhanced any further, he resolved to augment his strength. At the 7th layer of qi refining, one can wield mid-grade artifacts, unleashing their full potential. The 3 flying needles in his possession were merely low-grade artifacts, insufficient for him to exert formidable power, thus necessitating a replacement. With this thought, Li Qingxian rose and swiftly made his way outside. Although he lacked the skill to forge artifacts, he possessed ample spirit stones and elixirs to purchase one. As he exited his cave, Li Ruoxi and the others had finished their cultivation and were practicing spells nearby. Upon seeing Li Qingxian emerge, their faces lit up with surprise, and they rushed over. Grandfather, you have returned. Li Qingxian smiled. Indeed, I have just returned, but I must prepare to depart once more. Who among you wishes to accompany me to the Xiaoyuntai market? Li Ruoxi's eyes brightened as she quickly exclaimed, Grandfather, I wish to go. The other 2 children nodded in agreement, eager to visit the market as well. Li Qingxian chuckled, this time I can only take one person with me. Next time we will go to Qingmu market, and the time after that to Shenyang market. Each time, only one of you can accompany me, as my flying artifact can carry only one person. Hearing this, Li Ruoxi and the others widened their eyes in disbelief, gazing at Li Xuanzhen. Grandfather, do you possess a flying artifact? Li Qingxian nodded. Indeed, for convenience, I purchased a flying artifact, but it can only carry one person. So, who will be the first to go? After a moment of contemplation, Li Ruoxi looked at Li Ruowei and suggested, Grandfather, since we are heading to Xiaoyuntai market, let us take Ruowei first. She is the youngest and should familiarize herself with the market. Li Ruojuan quickly agreed. Yes, Grandfather, let Ruowei accompany you to the Xiaoyuntai market. Li Ruowei hesitated for a moment, gratefully glancing at Li Ruoxi and Li Ruojuan. She understood perfectly why they made this suggestion. With their current strength, venturing into a large market would be daunting. Familiarizing herself with Xiaoyuntai market would enable her to guide Li Ruoxi and Li Ruojuan in the future. Although Qingmu market and Shenyang market were not as formidable as Daqing market, they were significantly more powerful than Xiaoyuntai market. Unless absolutely necessary, it was wiser for them to visit Xiaoyuntai market given their current capabilities, with her siblings offering her this opportunity. She felt compelled to remember every detail of Xiaoyuntai market. Thank you, brother and sister Ruoxi. Seeing their decision, Li Qingxian nodded with a smile. Very good. Once I enter the endless sands, you must remain united and work to elevate the Li family. Li Ruoxi nodded vigorously. Grandfather, you can rest assured, I am aware of this. Observing the spiritual herbs in the valley, Li Ruoxi understood Li Qingshuan's intentions. Since he had embarked on the path of cultivation with them, he could certainly lead other clan members along the same path. Therefore, they first needed to enhance their cultivation levels so that when others with spiritual roots emerged in the family, they could guide them into the world of cultivation. Li Qingxian regarded Li Ruoxi with great satisfaction. If Li Yunxiao's resolve was steadfast, Li Ruoxi was notably independent, making her suitable for the role of family head. The thought of a future family head being a girl brought a subtle smile to Li Qingshuan's lips. Li Ruojuan and Li Ruowei also possessed great potential. While Li Ruojuan was quite independent, she was slightly less so than Li Ruoxi, making her more suited to assist her. Li Ruowei was relatively quiet, having been introverted in her youth and growing into a gentle and mild-mannered individual, which did not lend itself to leadership. However, to label her as weak would be misleading, now that she had stepped into the realm of cultivation. Who would dare provoke her? He recalled the time he had first brought her into the cultivation realm, visiting Xiao Yuntai market for resources, and how they encountered bandits upon exiting the market. To test their courage, he had left several bandits half-dead for Li Ruoxi and the others to deal with. He found that the seemingly weakest Li Ruowei had been the most ruthless. Stepping forward without hesitation to sever the head of one assailant. As for Li Ruoxi and Li Ruojuan, although they had not shown fear, they had acted slightly slower than Li Ruowei, nevertheless, coming from the Northern Tang royal family. They were no strangers to hardship and death. Li Qingxian declared, "Let us depart. We shall head to Xiao Yuntai market." With that, he led Li Ruowei out of Qingxian Valley. As they emerged into the valley outside, Li Qingxian retrieved the flying crane artifact. Observing the artifact, which resembled a celestial crane, Li Ruoxi and the others gazed on with envy. "Grandfather, is this the flying artifact? It looks quite similar to a crane. Albeit larger." Indeed, but how does it fly?" Li Qingxian chuckled. "Our current strength is insufficient to activate the flying artifact with spiritual energy. However, we can utilize spirit stones. Certain special artifacts can be activated with spirit stones, such as this flying crane. Although it is a top-grade artifact, it can still be activated with spirit stones. Just watch closely." Saying this, Li Qingxian inserted a spirit stone into the slot. As the stone was placed, waves of energy emanated from the flying crane artifact. Once Li Qingxian activated it, they would be able to take flight. Li Qingxian helped Li Ruowei aboard the flying crane artifact, taking control as it soared into the distance. Watching the flying crane diminish into the horizon, Li Ruoxi and Li Ruojuan stood in stunned silence. "It truly is a flying artifact. It can fly. I wonder when we will be able to fly." Ruojuan, focus on your cultivation. Once our cultivation reaches a sufficient level, we can earn spirit stones and purchase flying artifacts. Yes, Sister Ruoxi, I shall go cultivate now. I will as well." The two hastily returned to Qingxian Valley, settling by the spiritual spring to practice their cultivation. Behind them, Li Ruowei clutched Li Qingshuan's robe tightly, cautiously observing their surroundings. "Grandfather, is this what flying feels like?" Li Qingxian chuckled. "This does not constitute true flight. Once you reach the foundation establishment stage, you will be able to fly on your sword, and that will be the real experience. Thus, you must cultivate diligently and strive to break through to the foundation establishment stage." Li Ruowei nodded. "Understood, Grandfather. I will certainly work hard. By the way, is your journey to the Endless Sands intended to secure resources for breaking through to the foundation establishment stage?" Li Qingxian confirmed. "Indeed, it is essential for my breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. I must venture into the Endless Sands. Though my age is not particularly advanced, to achieve a breakthrough, I require foundation establishment resources, and the Endless Sands is a necessity. Perhaps once your cultivation reaches the 10th layer of qi refining, you too will enter the Endless Sands. For cultivators, despite the dangers that lie ahead, they must venture forth, continuously refining their abilities to ascend to higher realms. Only in this way can they attain immortality." Li Ruowei nodded thoughtfully, gazing at the swiftly receding scenery below, and remarked, "Grandfather, I shall achieve the foundation establishment stage." Li Qingxian smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further, as he skillfully maneuvered the flying crane artifact at maximum speed towards the Xiaoyuntai Fengshe. Outside the Xiaoyuntai Fengshe, Li Qingxian guided the flying crane artifact to land. Observing the tranquil Xiaoyuntai Fengshe, he couldn't help but chuckle. It was here that he first arrived after his transmigration. Entering this very market, moreover, within Xiaoyuntai Fengshe, Jin Lei from the Spirit Herb Shop was the first cultivator he had befriended, and their relationship was quite amiable, although they had known each other in their previous lives. It was Jin Lei who became his first point of contact upon his arrival. Reflecting on this, Li Qingxian smiled and said, "Ruowei, this Xiaoyuntai Fengshe remains unchanged. Come, let us explore." Li Ruowei closely followed behind Li Qingxian as they made their way into Xiaoyuntai Fengshe. Inside, the atmosphere remained eerily quiet, and the two navigated effortlessly towards the Spirit Herb Shop. Chapter 58, Suspected Big Shot. Entering the Spirit Herb Shop, Li Qingxian spotted Jin Lei dozing off and couldn't resist a chuckle. "Taoist Jin, you are indeed fortunate to spend your days napping here." Jin Lei abruptly raised his head, his expression lighting up with surprise upon recognizing Li Qingxian. Qingxian, what wind has blown you here?" Li Qingxian replied with a smile, "A gentle breeze." "How have you been, my friend?" Jin Lei responded, "Very well indeed. Aside from napping, my days are filled with more napping, unlike you, who has already reached the 7th layer of qi refinement." Li Qingxian assessed Jin Lei's aura. Although it was approaching the 7th layer of qi refinement, he had yet to break through. A thought crossed Li Qingshuan's mind. Jin Lei seemed to be more than just an ordinary cultivator at the 6th layer of qi refinement. The energy emanating from him suggested he was indeed at that level, yet as the proprietor of the spirit herb shop, his resources must be ample. In Li Qingxuan's memories, Jin Lei had always been at the 6th layer of qi refinement. Even 10 years ago, when Li Qingxian first transmigrated, Jin Lei was at that same level. Now, after 8 years, while Li Qingxian had progressed to the 7th layer, Jin Lei's energy had only slightly intensified. This led to two possibilities: either Jin Lei had suffered a setback in his foundation, hindering his advancement, or he was deliberately concealing his true strength, perhaps hiding from enemies. However, Li Qingxian chose not to delve deeper. Since Jin Lei had not taken hostile action against him, there was no need to speculate about his circumstances. You two are progressing. By the way, I noticed a tavern in Shaoyun Taifangshi. Shall we dine together and enjoy a few drinks? Jin Lei glanced at the tavern outside and nodded slightly. Sounds good. It's been a while since I had a drink with old Lu. Let us go. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Li Ruowei behind Li Qingxian. Daoist, who is this? Li Qingxian introduced. This is my granddaughter, Ruowei. Ruowei, this is your uncle Lei. Be sure to greet him. No matter Jin Lei's circumstances. It was beneficial for Li Ruowei to become acquainted with him. After all, once he entered the endless desert, he might need Jin Lei to look after Li Ruowei and Li Ruoxu. Jin Lei observed Li Ruoxu with a flicker of surprise in his eyes. But it was fleeting, unnoticed by either Li Qingxian or Li Ruowei. Li Ruowei promptly said, Ruowei greets Uncle Lei. Jin Lei smiled. Good child, since you call me Uncle Lei, I shall assist you in testing your spiritual physique. Hearing this, Li Qingxian felt a surge of joy. His earlier conjecture had proven correct. According to Lu Ruyan, the treasures for testing spiritual physiques were not typically possessed by ordinary individuals, not even by the Qingyu sect, but only by the Qingniu sect, which boasted golden core stage experts. Did this not imply that Jin Lei was at least a golden core cultivator? Li Qingxian shook his head, unwilling to dwell on that thought. Since Jin Lei was willing to test Li Ruowei's spiritual physique, it was indeed fortuitous. Li Ruowei glanced at Li Qingxian, and upon seeing his nod of approval, she agreed. Jin Lei patted the storage pouch at his waist, and a stone tablet, standing a meter tall, materialized before them. At the same time, the entire spirit herb shop appeared to be enveloped by some kind of formation, such that outsiders could only see Li Qingxian conversing with Jin Lei. Oblivious to the stone tablet on the ground, child, place a drop of your blood upon it. Li Ruowei hurriedly complied, dropping a single drop of blood onto the tablet. The tablet shimmered with 5-colored brilliance, ultimately settling into a faint black hue. Jin Lei smiled and remarked, this child is quite remarkable. A low-grade water spiritual physique, coupled with her water attribute spiritual root, her cultivation resources surpass those with 3 spiritual roots. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Li Qingxuan's face. It was indeed as he had surmised, both Li Ruowei and Li Ruoxu possessed spiritual physiques. With this in mind, Li Qingxian suddenly spoke. Daoist, might you have any spare treasures for testing spiritual physiques? If so, would you consider selling one to me? I am open to any conditions. Since he had decided to transform Qingshan Valley into the Li family of Qingshan, possessing a treasure for testing spiritual physiques was essential. Jin Lei chuckled. Are you planning to venture into the endless desert? If so, bring back a few types of spirit herbs for me, and I shall not only provide you with the stone tablet for testing spiritual physiques but also the true formula for the 5-element spiritual physique. The true formula for the 5-element spiritual physique was a cultivation method that could be practiced all the way to the pinnacle of foundation establishment, even without a spiritual root. Hearing this, Li Qingxuan's interest was piqued. If he truly obtained such a method, then those in the Li family with spiritual physiques could cultivate as well. However, the endless desert was exceedingly perilous, and Li Qingxian fell into contemplation. Jin Lei laughed. You need not worry. The spirit herbs I seek are not particularly rare. Just listen to my request. Li Qingxian nodded slightly. Please go on. Jin Lei stated earnestly. I require the Tianhua golden lotus, the Beihai flower, and the Yugu flower, all of which must be a millennium old. If you can procure these for me, I will not only provide you with the previously mentioned items, but I also owe you a favor. After a moment's hesitation, he continued, even if you can help me find a foundation establishment pill, that would not be out of the question. Upon hearing this, Li Qingxian regarded Jin Lei with newfound respect. Very well. If I encounter these spirit herbs, I shall do my utmost to secure them for you. As for whether I can find them, that depends on fortune. Though he was tempted by the stone tablet for testing spiritual physiques and the true formula for the 5-element spiritual physique, he could not guarantee that he would locate the 3 types of spirit herbs. However, with the presence of the little yellow duck, even if he could not find the millennium-old Tianhua golden lotus, Beihai flower, or Yugu flower, it would not be an issue. He could simply locate herbs of lesser age and utilize the fertilizer from the little yellow duck to enhance their growth. After all, 1 or 2 applications could accelerate the growth of spirit herbs by 20 years, making the cultivation of millennium-old spirit herbs far from impossible. With this thought in mind, Li Qingxian let out a sigh of relief. Jin Lei also chuckled, for he had not anticipated that Li Qingxian would truly find these spirit herbs. Regardless, it was a flicker of hope. As for the stone tablet for testing spiritual physiques and the true formula for the 5-element spiritual physique, neither was particularly valuable. Even if he were to give them to Li Qingxian for free, it would not be a loss. If Li Qingxian could indeed bring back any of those spirit herbs, he would be gaining significantly. After finalizing their agreement, Jin Lei stowed away the stone tablet, and the two engaged in light-hearted conversation as they made their way towards the nearby Yuntai Tavern. Yuntai Tavern was a property of the Lu family from Daeuntai Fengshe, established here to earn more spirit stones. Although Xiao Yuntai Fengshe had few patrons, they welcomed any spirit stones they could acquire. The owner of Xiao Yuntai Fengshe did not dare to charge rent to the Lu family, resulting in a pure profit for them. Upon arriving at the entrance of Yuntai Tavern, an elderly man with white hair approached them. "Oh, if it isn't old Jin, today you've brought a friend to visit me." Jin Lei laughed heartily. "This friend of mine is an alchemist, not lacking in spirit stones. Bring out your best food and drink, especially your finest dishes, and the wine. I remember you have a jar of spirit peach brew," Jin Lei added. The elderly man scrutinized Jin Lei for a moment before bursting into laughter. "You old rascal! Already thinking of my spirit peach brew, are you? Very well, I shall bring it out for you to enjoy." He then turned to Li Qingxian. "Please come in. I am Lu Qingtian. May I know your name?" Li Qingxian promptly replied, "I am Li Qingxian, honored to meet you." Lu Qingtian laughed. "Excellent, let us head inside." As they entered the tavern, Lu Qingtian exchanged a few words before heading off to prepare the meal. Jin Lei remarked earnestly, "Daoist, be sure to savor the dishes prepared by old Lu, and do not miss out on the wine." Afterward, he cast a significant glance at Li Qingxian. Li Qingxian felt somewhat perplexed but nodded. "Rest assured, since it is your recommendation, it must be excellent fare." Just as they were conversing, a small jug of wine was quickly brought to their table. After 3 cups were arranged, Jin Lei said, Come, Daoist, try this spirit peach brew. It is a fine treasure indeed." The little one can only have 1 cup due to her low cultivation. Li Qingxian glanced at Li Ruowei beside him and asked, "Can this little one drink wine?" Jin Lei chuckled, "We are all cultivators, why should there be so many restrictions? Go ahead and taste the flavor of this spirit peach brew." Chapter 59, Lu Qingtian's Transaction. Li Qingxian glanced at Jin Lei and, upon seeing him take a sip, did not hesitate to down a cup himself. After consuming the liquor, a flicker of astonishment crossed Li Qingxuan's eyes. The spiritual essence within this wine surged with vigor yet remained remarkably gentle. Perfectly suited for his cultivation, without a moment's pause, he seized the wine pot and poured himself another cup, which he swiftly drank. Nearby, Li Ruowei noticed Li Qingxuan's actions and, without a second thought, discarded her own cup. After finishing her drink, her gaze grew dreamy, slightly intoxicated. Li Qingxian bellowed, "Ruowei, quickly cultivate and refine the spiritual essence within you, at once. This cannot be squandered. If you can assimilate this wine, your cultivation will undoubtedly break through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement. This is a rare opportunity." Upon hearing Li Qingxuan's words, Li Ruowei swiftly took action, unhesitatingly settling into a cross-legged position to begin her refinement. Meanwhile, Li Qingxian continued to savor the spiritual wine, chuckling as he said, "Friend Jin Lei, this spiritual peach brew is truly remarkable. It is my first experience with such exquisite wine." Jin Lei chuckled. "This is a vintage spirit that old Lu has kept for ages, never daring to indulge in it himself. Now it has fallen into your hands." Li Qingxian poured himself another cup and inquired, "Friend, do you possess the method for brewing this wine? Might I have a glimpse?" Jin Lei was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. "That would require a discussion with old Lu, for this brew belongs to him." Hearing this, Li Qingxian felt a rush of excitement. It seemed there was hope of acquiring the recipe for this spiritual wine. He pondered what Lu would require in exchange for this valuable formula. Jin Lei, deep in thought, remarked, "As far as I know, old Lu's greatest desire is for his family to produce a few foundation building experts. If he could obtain a millennium-old Yulan grass, that would be even better." Li Qingxian frowned slightly at this. While he indeed possessed millennium-old Yulan grass, he knew that the foundation building elixir required only 800 years of growth. "Isn't it true that the Yulan grass needed for the foundation building elixir only requires 800 years? He queried. Jin Lei laughed heartily. "Not quite, if you wish to exchange for more foundation building elixirs. Only millennium-old Yulan grass will suffice." Li Qingxian regarded Jin Lei thoughtfully, wondering if should he procure the millennium-old Yulan grass, Lu would indeed part with the recipe for this spiritual wine. Before Jin Lei could respond, Lu Qingtian strode in, bearing 2 platters of prepared spiritual beast meat. Friend, if you possess millennium-old Yulon grass, not only will I provide you with the recipe for the spiritual peach brew, but I can also share the brewing techniques with you. Li Qingxuan's eyes brightened, and he replied with a smile, then we have a deal. Upon hearing this, both Jin Lei and Lu Qingtian fixed their gazes intently on Li Qingxian. Lu Qingtian asked, do you truly have millennium-old Yulon grass? If so, not only will I grant you the brewing techniques and the recipe for the spiritual peach brew, but once I acquire the foundation building elixirs, I can give you one as well. How does that sound? Of course, if you do not have it now, you may still trade it with me later. This promise remains unchanged. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qingxian responded, as for the Yulon grass, I know where to find it, but I require both of you to pledge a heart demon oath vowing never to harm me. Not even in thought should you fail in this, you will be plagued by heart demons. Doomed to a fate of eternal suffering, Jin Lei burst into laughter, exclaiming, I never imagined you would truly know, old Lu. Congratulations, let the heavens be my witness. I, Jin Lei, pledge the heart demon oath, as long as Qingxian knows the whereabouts of the millennium-old Yulon grass. I shall not harm his life, nor even entertain the thought of doing so, otherwise I shall be forever tormented by heart demons. No one expected him to make the vow so readily. Lu Qingtian followed suit, unhesitatingly pledging the same oath. Once both had sworn their oaths, they looked at Li Qingxian with eager anticipation. Li Qingxian smiled and said, I happen to possess the Yulon grass. Friends, we can proceed with our transaction. Saying this, he patted his storage bag and a jade box materialized before Lu Qingtian and Jin Lei. Sensing the spiritual energy emanating from the box, Lu Qingtian's face lit up with excitement. Friend, is this indeed the millennium-old Yulon grass? He did not inquire how Li Qingxian had come by it, for everyone has their secrets. Noticing Lu Qingtian's focus, Li Qingxuan's lips curled into a subtle smile. Indeed, it contained the millennium-old Yulon grass. Lu Qingtian swiftly opened the jade box and, upon seeing the Yulon grass within, could not contain his exhilaration. Although the millennium-old Yulon grass lacked roots, there was no doubt about its age. Lu Qingtian laughed heartily. Excellent, excellent, this is truly millennium-old Yulon grass. Friend, I shall accept this, and here is what you seek. As for the foundation building elixir, once I procure it, I will certainly provide it to you. Rest assured, within half a month. I will have it ready. As he spoke, he produced 2 jade slips and handed them to Li Qingxian, hastily stowing the Yulon grass away. Li Qingxian smiled as he examined the jade slips, not out of distrust for Lu Qingtian, but because the millennium-old Yulon grass was exceedingly precious, a true spiritual herb. Thus, he needed to verify its authenticity. Sure enough, the slips contained the brewing techniques and the method for creating the spiritual peach brew. Li Qingxian inquired, Friend, do you happen to have more of this spiritual wine? If so, I would like to purchase some without hesitation. Lu Qingtian produced a wine jar and placed it before Li Qingxian. Purchase? No need, take this as a gift. It should help you swiftly break through to the 10th layer of qi refinement. You surely intend to venture into the endless sands, and reaching the 10th layer will afford you greater safety. Li Qingxuan's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing this. Jin Lei chuckled, Friend, it seems you have garnered Lu's favor. Otherwise, he would not have made such a generous offer. If you have the chance, do help him find some rootless grass. Jin Lei added. Li Qingxuan's mind stirred with intrigue as he asked, Rootless grass, isn't that the primary ingredient for the foundation building elixir? Jin Lei shook his head. No, rootless grass is not only the main ingredient for the foundation building elixir. It can also be used to concoct pills that restore one's foundation. At this point, Jin Lei paused, choosing not to elaborate further. Li Qingxian nodded thoughtfully. Very well, friend. If I can locate it, I will certainly assist Lu. He had just reviewed the ingredients necessary for brewing the spiritual peach brew, realizing it would require a considerable expenditure, at least 3 foundation building elixirs worth of spiritual stones, although he was uncertain how Lu Qingtian had acquired it. The fact that he was willing to gift it to him, enabling a swift breakthrough to the 10th layer of qi refinement, was immensely generous. While he possessed some rootless grass, it was meant for cultivation. He hoped his little yellow duck could nurture it. If successful, it would be a remarkable asset. If not, he would have to accept the outcome. The rootless grass was useful to him, and should he find additional supplies, he could offer them to Lu Qingtian. Just then, Li Ruowei emitted a powerful aura, astonishingly breaking through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Had it not been for the spiritual peach brew, it would have taken her at least 6 months to achieve this level. Now, with just 1 cup, she had ascended to the 3rd layer. If she were to take this back, it could potentially elevate Li Ruoxi and others to the 4th layer of cultivation within 3 months. and their consumption would be minimal, leaving enough to stimulate their advancement to the 10th layer. Suddenly Li Qingxian narrowed his eyes, sensing a surge of spiritual energy within him, as if it were on the verge of bursting forth. He quickly closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Lu Qingtian transmitted a thought. Old Jin, do you truly hold such confidence in him? Reflecting on Jin Lei's unwavering heart demon oath, Lu Qingtian could not help but cast a sidelong glance. Jin Lei replied, did you not sense it? This fellow is extraordinary. Setting aside his cultivation, just his ability to produce millennium-old Yulan grass speaks volumes. Now that we have the Yulan grass, you should be able to concoct top-tier foundation-building elixirs. Correct, Lu Qingtian replied with pride. Top-tier foundation-building elixirs are but childless play for me. Alas, without rootless grass, I cannot restore my foundation before breaking through to the foundation-building stage. Jin Lei rolled his eyes. Transmitting, you old fool should be content. Rootless grass is exceedingly rare. Otherwise, foundation-building elixirs wouldn't be reliant on other herbs in its absence. Chapter 60, Spiritual Wine and Spiritual Cuisine, 8th Layer of Qi Refinement. Li Qingxian remained unaware of the duo's telepathic exchange. Nor did he realize that the foundation-building elixir recipe he had obtained was outdated. Due to certain circumstances, many spiritual herbs had become scarce, and the formula had been altered significantly, resulting in diminished efficacy. The recipe Li Qingxian had received was indeed more potent than the current top-tier foundation-building elixirs, but many spiritual herbs had been lost to time, making them impossible to concoct. Nevertheless, Li Qingxian still had a chance to replicate them, so long as he could find seedlings or seeds of these herbs. He could cultivate them. Once he succeeded in producing a foundation-building elixir with such powerful effects, Li Qingxian would undoubtedly break through to the foundation stage even with merely 4 spiritual roots. Lu Qingtian transmitted. Old Jin, do you not intend to venture into the endless sands? Jin Lei shook his head. Not anymore. I will wait until I break through to the foundation stage. With greater strength, I will be safer. Lu Qingtian sighed. Very well, I hope this young man has good fortune in locating the resources we require to restore our foundations swiftly. Jin Lei gently shook his head and remarked, you old rascal have already established a family. After breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, are you preparing to vie for control of Qingyu Mountain with the Qingyu sect? Lu Qingtian shook his head in response. It's meaningless. This insignificant Qingyu Mountain holds no allure. Once I break through, I shall remain here. It is best not to roam about until my foundation is restored. If there were any foundation establishment experts present, they would likely detect the fluctuations of divine consciousness emanating from the two. It was indeed extraordinary that these two fellows, who were merely at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, possessed divine consciousness. At that moment, Li Qingxuan's aura surged rapidly, soon breaking through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement and reaching the 8th layer. Lu Qingtian and Jin Lei exchanged glances, their eyes filled with mirth. As long as Li Qingxuan's cultivation was sufficiently robust, the chances of obtaining the spiritual herbs they required would significantly increase. Before long, Li Ruowei opened her eyes, her aura remarkably stable. Observing Li Qingxian, who was immersed in cultivation, she cautiously regarded Lu Qingtian and Jin Lei, her gaze brimming with vigilance. Jin Lei chuckled. Young friend, do not be overly wary. We have sworn a heart demon oath and will not lay a hand on Taoist Qingxian. Upon hearing this, Li Ruowei did not relax her guard, continuing to scrutinize the two, fearful that they might attack. Jin Lei and his companion could not help but smile, remaining seated as they awaited Li Qingxuan's completion of his cultivation. Otherwise, this young girl might very well launch an assault on them. Half an hour later, Li Qingxian awakened, his aura firmly stabilized at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, with the 8th magical energy vortex fully formed within his Dantian. Thank you, Taoist Lu. Lu Qingtian waved his hand, saying, this is what Taoist deserves. There's no need for excessive gratitude. Jin Lei added with a smile, indeed. Come, let us savor Taoist Lu's culinary skills. This is a rare delicacy indeed. Upon hearing this, Li Qingxuan's interest was piqued, for he held a profound fascination for food. He quickly made his way to the table, glancing at the two covered bowls, and without hesitation, opened one of them. A rich aroma wafted forth, igniting his appetite. Ruowei, come, it's time to eat. There is something delicious. With that, he unhesitatingly picked up some chopsticks and began devouring the spirit beast meat within the bowl. The meat was cooked to perfection, melting in his mouth, the fragrance enveloping his palate. Simultaneously, the spirit beast meat transformed into immense energy that spread throughout his body, being refined by his magical power. Lu Qingtian laughed heartily. Taoist truly has an appetite. Come, let us enjoy this spiritual feast. Hearing this, Li Qingxuan's gaze was drawn to the other bowl containing the spiritual dish. He swiftly picked up a piece of spirit beast meat and placed it in his mouth, his eyes lighting up.
delicious, so delicious is Taoist. Could you impart the method for this spiritual dish? Just let me know what you require. Jean Lei stared at Li Qingxian astonished, and asked, Taoist, do you not think your gluttony might hinder your cultivation?
Li Qingxian waved his hand dismissively. No, my purpose in cultivating immortality is to savor the delicacies of the world. However, if I must speak the truth, nothing surpasses the spiritual dishes of our cultivation realm. As he spoke, his chopsticks did not pause. Li Ruowei joined in, and as she took her first bite, her eyes brightened. It was not merely the exquisite taste of the spiritual dish, but rather the spirit energy within the spirit beast meat that was so easily refined. Li Ruowei realized that the more she consumed, the faster her cultivation progressed. Thus, her pace of eating surpassed even that of Li Qingxian. Lu Qingtian remarked with a smile, Taoist speaks truly. Exquisite cuisine is indeed the finest treasure of this world. Li Qingxian nodded. Taoist, what do you think? Will you teach me? Upon hearing this, Lu Qingtian fell silent for a moment before responding, this spiritual dish is my unique technique, a family secret, and not to be shared lightly. However, I do possess a wealth of recipes for spiritual dishes that are not part of my family heritage, which I can impart to you. If you have the ability, you could even create your own spiritual dishes. Hearing this, Li Qingxian promptly inquired, excellent, what do you require in exchange? I currently do not have any rootless grass. Do you need any other 1,000-year spiritual herbs? Lu Qingtian and Jean Lei's eyes widened in disbelief as they looked at Li Qingxian. Taoist, are you saying you possess other 1,000-year spiritual herbs? Li Qingxian nodded. How about 1,000-year blood ginseng? Upon hearing this, Lu Qingtian quickly replied, indeed, we desire it. I will provide you with 3 recipes for spiritual dishes, along with important notes for their preparation. Should you master them, you too can become a spiritual chef. Li Qingxian nodded eagerly. Wonderful. Thank you, Taoist. I would like 1 recipe for a meat-based spiritual dish, while the other 2 shall be for spiritual herbs. Lu Qingtian nodded, swiftly retrieving a jade slip from his storage bag, pressing it against his forehead to begin inscribing. In truth, he did not need to do so, as inscribing a jade slip was exceedingly simple for someone with divine consciousness. However, he wanted to avoid revealing any flaws to Li Qingxian. Moments later, Lu Qingtian held the jade slip aloft, saying, Taoist, take a look. Li Qingxian grasped the jade slip with his left hand, holding it tightly, while his right hand continued to indulge in the spiritual dishes. Lu Qingtian chuckled, if you wish to eat, feel free to visit me often. Shall we first trade resources? Li Qingxian paused, glancing at the spiritual dishes on the table, then turned to Li Ruowei, saying, hurry and eat, perhaps you can break through to the next realm. Li Ruowei quickly nodded, yes grandpa, and then she buried herself in her meal. Jean Lei chuckled, Taoist, she has just broken through. No matter how much spiritual dish she consumes, it will only accumulate within her body, needing time to be refined. It is unlikely she will break through again in the short term. Li Qingxian frowned. Then does that mean I also cannot break through to the 10th layer of qi refinement anytime soon? Jean Lei shook his head, you are different, as a 7th layer qi refinement cultivator. You can certainly refine the spirit peach brew. Moreover, your cultivation method is of the wood attribute, which harmonizes perfectly with the spirit peach brew, so there should be no issues with refinement. Upon hearing this, Li Qingxian sighed in relief, taking the jade slip to examine its contents. It detailed the methods for preparing 3 spiritual dishes, which did not seem overly difficult, yet crafting spiritual dishes was an art in itself. A single misstep or a slight miscalculation could alter the dish's flavor and spiritual energy. After reviewing the 3 spiritual dishes, Li Qingxian had a newfound objective. Alongside enhancing his cultivation, he now aspired to transform the culinary delights of his past life into spiritual dishes in this world. With this thought, Li Qingxian swiftly produced a jade box, saying, Taoist, please take a look. He then glanced at the spiritual dishes beside him, unhesitatingly indulging once more, since Li Ruowei could not consume too much without risking a buildup of spiritual energy. He decided it best to eat himself. Chapter 61. Those who smile are blessed with good fortune. After satisfying his hunger, Li Qingxian patted his belly and smiled, thank you, Taoist Lu. Should I encounter any rootless grass, I will certainly keep an eye out for you. My luck is quite favorable. Jean Lei and Lu Qingtian remained non-committal, for the fact that Li Qingxian could produce these 2,000-year spiritual herbs was already impressive. Now that Li Qingxian had just broken through to the 8th layer of qi refinement, one could only wonder how many treasures he might acquire by the time he reached the 10th layer or even the foundation establishment stage. With this thought, the two exchanged glances, their confidence in Li Qingxian heightened. In truth, since they had sworn the heart demon oath, Li Qingxuan's wariness towards them had diminished significantly. This was the heart demon oath. Even if their names were false, once the oath was sworn it became binding. Li Qingxian smiled and asked, "Dear friends, does anyone possess a high-quality wood attribute flying sword for sale? Medium quality would suffice." "I need 9 of each quality." Lu Qingtian glanced at Jin Lei and said with a smile, "You have indeed come to the right person. Old Jin possesses quite a few magical tools and can certainly gather a selection of wood attribute flying swords." Jin Lei pondered for a moment before asking, "Do you have any high-grade spiritual herbs on hand? If so, for 3,000-year spiritual herbs I can offer you 9 medium-quality wood attribute flying swords." 9 high-quality wood attribute flying swords and 9 supreme-quality wood attribute flying swords. How does that sound? Li Qingshuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Jin Lei, asking, "Daoist, are you not losing out on this deal?" Jin Lei shook his head. "I forgot to mention, I am a weaponsmith by profession. Selling them to you at a lower price still benefits me." Li Qingxian shook his head. "There is no need for that. For 1,000-year spiritual herb, I will exchange it for 9 high-quality wood attribute flying swords and 9 medium-quality wood attribute flying swords. Would you agree?" Jin Lei laughed heartily. "I knew you would say that." "It has settled then." As his words fell, Jin Lei clapped his storage bag and 18 magical flying tools soared forth, landing on the table before Li Qingxian. Li Qingxian casually retrieved a jade box, tossed it to Jin Lei, and swiftly gathered all the magical tools. You should have mentioned you were a weaponsmith sooner. I wouldn't have purchased magical tools from elsewhere. Your prices are far more reasonable." Medium-quality magical tools typically cost over 200 spirit stones, while high-quality ones fetch 300 to 400 spirit stones. The total for 18 magical tools easily surpassed 4,500 spirit stones. Though the Millennium Elixir is exceedingly precious, it is still valued at over 2,000 spirit stones. Li Qingxian has indeed made a significant profit, retaining 2,500 spirit stones. However, this calculation does not fully capture the reality. While Li Qingxian may not lack for Millennium Elixirs, the entire realm of cultivation is sorely in need of them. Unless one possesses profound fortune, it is challenging for loose cultivators or smaller factions to acquire a Millennium Elixir. Even among the major powers, few possess the means to offer a Millennium Elixir. Unless one stumbles upon a medicinal garden in the boundless desert, obtaining a Millennium Elixir proves to be quite difficult. 2,000 spirit stones represent the baseline price for a Millennium Elixir. While its true value far exceeds this amount, yet does not reach 4,000. Of course, if it were a 2,000-year elixir, its worth would be significantly higher. Li Qingxian remains unaware of the actual value of the Millennium Elixir. In the past, his cultivation was too weak to encounter much. Now that his cultivation has improved, he lacks the time to delve into such knowledge. Moreover, this is his first sale of a Millennium Elixir. He has never sold one before. After putting away these magical implements, Li Qingxian chuckled, saying, "Fellow Taoists, I shall not intrude any longer. Should I encounter any misfortune in the boundless desert, I kindly ask you to look after my descendants." Lu Qingtian's eyes brightened, and he inquired with a grin, "Oh, has the Taoist established a cultivation family?" Li Qingxian shook his head, replying, "I do have such aspirations, but my current cultivation is too feeble, and there are too few cultivators in my family to establish a cultivation lineage for the time being." Lu Qingtian laughed. "That is merely a temporary setback. Once you establish your cultivation family, we two families could form an alliance to seize Qingyu Mountain together. What do you say?" Li Qingxian sighed. "Alas, my innate roots are such that breaking through to the foundation establishment stage is exceedingly difficult. Without that breakthrough, words hold little weight." Jin Lei shook his head, saying, "You jest, my friend. With your strength and fortune, achieving foundation establishment should not pose a challenge. I believe that upon your return from the boundless desert, you will have successfully broken through." Li Qingxian nodded slightly, feeling a measure of confidence in himself. In the past, he would have lacked such confidence, but now, with the Spirit Peach Brew, he is determined to reach the 10th level of Qi refinement at the fastest possible pace. At the 10th level of Qi refinement, Li Qingxian would only be 49 years old, with 31 years remaining until he reaches 80. Well then, my friends, we shall take our leave for now, but we will meet again upon my return from the boundless desert. With that, he waved farewell and swiftly departed with Li Ruohui. After watching the two exit, Jin Lei asked old Lu, "Do you think he can truly find the spirit herbs we need?" Lu Qingtian laughed heartily. "Have you ever seen a Qi refinement cultivator casually produce 3 Millennium Elixirs? If anyone can accomplish this, it is certainly Taoist Qingxian." Jin Lei inquired. "What gives you such certainty, old Lu?" Lu Qingtian replied with pride. "It is simply because he shares my passion for gourmet food. Individuals like that are rarely devoid of fortune." Hearing this, Jin Lei was left speechless, yet he refrained from voicing any objections. He too hoped that Li Qingxian could procure the spirit herbs they required. For acquiring those herbs would restore their foundation. Old Lu, I entrust you with the matter of the premium foundation establishment pills. You must ensure success. Lu Qingtian waved his hand. Rest assured, my friend, this concerns my own ability to achieve foundation establishment. So I will certainly not err. You can count on me to produce a few additional pills beyond our own needs, ensuring that both your son and my descendants will benefit. If we have any surplus, we may even offer a premium pill to Daoist Qingxian. If not, he shall receive a standard foundation establishment pill. Jean Lei nodded slightly. That is the only course we can take from their conversation. It was clear that the premium foundation establishment pill was what they truly sought. They had no need for any pills of lesser quality, and acquiring a single one was not particularly challenging. After departing from the tavern, Li Qingxian felt a sense of unreality. Were it not for his cultivation having already reached the 8th level of qi refinement, he would have thought himself to be dreaming. This journey yielded substantial rewards. Not only had his cultivation advanced to the 8th level, but he had also acquired the resources necessary for a rapid breakthrough to the 10th level, should he manage to reach the 10th level. Combined with his little yellow duck, his power would be formidable indeed. With this in mind, Li Qingxian turned to Li Ruowei and asked, "How do you feel?" Li Ruowei nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Grandfather, I never expected to gain such remarkable rewards this time. I have directly broken through to the 3rd level of qi refinement, and my foundation is remarkably stable. The spiritual energy in that spiritual dish is quite gentle, making it very suitable for refinement. Unfortunately, having just broken through, I cannot rapidly refine that energy, otherwise, I would have progressed to the 4th level at an even faster pace. Li Qingxian laughed heartily. Then you must absorb it slowly, striving to completely refine all the spiritual energy. Li Ruowei quickly responded, "Yes, grandfather, will we be able to enjoy such delectable spiritual dishes again?" Chapter 62, The Little Yellow Duck That Can Foresee Danger. Outside Qingxian Valley, a flying crane magical tool descended, and Li Qingxian, accompanied by Li Ruowei, disembarked swiftly, making their way to Qingxian Valley. This trip felt like a dream to them, although they had exchanged several spirit herbs and promised to seek out additional ones. Their gains were undeniably substantial. This venture had led to a breakthrough in cultivation to the 8th level of qi refinement, as well as the acquisition of the spirit peach brew and its recipe. Along with the recipe for the spiritual dish. In addition, he had successfully purchased all the magical implements he intended to acquire, eliminating the need to traverse from market to market. Li Ruowei felt similarly. She had not anticipated that accompanying her grandfather to a small market would yield such significant benefits, directly allowing her cultivation to break through to the 3rd level of qi refinement. Moreover, the spiritual energy from the dish remained stored within her body, and once fully refined, her cultivation would continue to soar. Li Qingxian shook his head, dismissing further thoughts, and quickly led Li Ruowei into the rift. Entering Qingxian Valley, the cultivators Li Ruoxi and her companion, who were in the midst of their training, sensed the return of Li Qingxian and immediately opened their eyes to greet them upon seeing Li Ruowei. Their eyes widened in astonishment. "Ruowei, have you made a breakthrough? Grandfather, what has happened? Did you encounter some fortuitous opportunity?" Li Qingxian smiled. "Indeed, it was a fortuitous opportunity. Follow me." Upon hearing Li Qingshuan's words, their eyes brightened, and they quickly followed. Li Ruowei, however, did not join them. Instead, she hurried to the spiritual spring, diligently resuming her cultivation. Observing her dedication, Li Qingxian nodded in satisfaction. Although Li Ruoxi and her companion found her behavior somewhat curious, they did not press for answers. Understanding that Li Ruowei likely had not fully refined her newfound opportunity. At this moment, Li Qingxian produced 2 wine cups and the wine jug, pouring a cup for each of them. The jug contained the brew he had specifically set aside for Li Ruoxi and her companion. After all, having reached the 8th level of qi refinement, he knew that further breakthroughs would not be achieved in a short span of time. Nevertheless, Li Qingxian possessed confidence that he would reach the 10th level upon reuniting with Lu Ruoyan. As the spirit peach brew had bolstered his self-assurance significantly. Li Ruoxi stared in disbelief, her eyes wide, and asked, "Grandfather, are you truly offering us wine?" Li Qingxian chuckled. "This wine is called spirit peach brew. The spiritual energy within it is exceptionally gentle and can be rapidly refined into magical power. It serves not only as a resource for cultivation but also aids in the restoration of magical power." Upon hearing this, their eyes gleamed, and without hesitation, they drank from their cups. Though they were still young, they trusted Li Qingshuan's judgment. If he deemed it a valuable substance, it certainly was. As Li Ruoxi and her companion consumed the spiritual wine, they felt a sudden surge of spiritual energy within them, prompting them to swiftly sit down and cultivate. Li Qingxian paid them no mind, knowing that while the spirit peach brew could be refined quickly, It required some time for absorption. He carefully poured a cup and placed it before the little yellow duck. "Wake up, little one. I have something good for you, would you like it?" The little yellow duck suddenly opened its eyes. Its gaze fixing on the wine cup in Li Qingshuan's hand, its eyes widening in excitement. "Quack, quack." Without hesitation, it extended its little beak and gulped down the spiritual wine in one swift motion. Li Qingxian chuckled. "Why did you wake up only now? I thought you didn't enjoy the spirit peach brew." A quack, quack, the little yellow duck quacked in a flurry, and Li Qingxian quickly understood its meaning. The little yellow duck had not intentionally fallen into slumber, rather, it had sensed the aura of danger outside, holding its breath and drifting into a deep sleep to evade it that moment. Powerful beings from the outside world were unable to detect the little yellow duck's presence. No matter how strong they were, they could not sense the fluctuations of its life force. This revelation filled Li Qingxian with delight. The little yellow duck had experienced danger for the first time, and it was a danger that had prompted it to sleep in hiding, indicating that Lu Qingtian and his companion were indeed formidable. This suggested that those two individuals were certainly hidden experts. Of course, it was also possible that their foundations had been damaged and their cultivation had plummeted, forcing them to seek refuge in the small market. The resources he was helping them find were likely treasures for restoring their cultivation. Reflecting on this, Li Qingxian felt immensely relieved. Fortunately, he had compelled those two to make a heart demon vow. Or else he would not have slept soundly. Those old fellows possessed numerous hidden trump cards, and should they have been used against him, he might never have known how he met his end. Now it seemed that those two old men were allies rather than foes, which was quite favorable. After the little yellow duck finished the spiritual wine, its gaze shifted back to the jug in Li Qingshuan's hand. "Quack, quack," Li Qingxian inquired, "are you saying you want more, and that this substance is highly beneficial for you?" The little yellow duck nodded rapidly, its calls filled with an urgent tone. Li Qingxian could not help but widen his eyes, quickly inquiring, "Are you saying that if there are many of these items, they can aid you in breaking through to the initial stage of a second-tier beast?" The little yellow duck eagerly nodded, its eyes shimmering with anticipation. Li Qingxian sighed with a wry smile. "Unfortunately, I do not possess a surplus of spirit peach wine. However, rest assured, I have acquired the recipe for this concoction and shall endeavor to brew a substantial quantity of spirit wine promptly, enabling your ascension to a second-tier spirit beast. What do you think?" Although the second-tier spirit beast was of great significance to the little yellow duck, the spirit peach wine in his possession might not suffice for its breakthrough. If it failed to elevate its status, the combat prowess of the little yellow duck, which had reached the pinnacle of the first tier, would not see a marked improvement. Conversely, should he attain the 10th level of Qi training, his combat strength would be significantly enhanced. Thus, it was time to focus on elevating his own cultivation. "Little one, it is not that I am unwilling to assist you, it is simply that the remaining spirit peach wine should not be used for your cultivation. We are about to venture into a perilous domain. If I can elevate my cultivation to the 10th level of Qi training, it will ensure our safety. Moreover, the spirit peach wine I possess cannot facilitate your breakthrough to the second tier. Once I gather more materials and brew another batch of spirit peach wine, I shall present it to you. How does that sound?" The little yellow duck nodded thoughtfully, glancing at the wine jug, and began to chirp excitedly. Li Qingxian quickly assured, "Very well, I shall make every effort to gather materials for the spirit peach wine and brew it as soon as possible to support your ascension to a second-tier spirit beast." Upon hearing this, the little yellow duck nodded contentedly, leaping from Li Qingshuan's hand back to its resting place, where it promptly fell into a deep slumber. Li Qingxian stepped outside and hesitated for a moment before pouring out a small half-cup. Summoning the spirit Bee King, please drink this. I wish to see if you can leverage it to break through a level. The spirit Bee King's intelligence was limited. It simply understood that Li Qingxian wanted it to consume the spirit wine in the cup and did so without hesitation. In truth, Li Qingxian was its master, and it would have complied without question even if commanded to self-destruct. Unfortunately, Li Qingxian lacked the cultivation methods for spirit insects, otherwise, he could have trained the spirit bee. Nevertheless, as long as there was sufficient spiritual energy and elixirs, he could certainly cultivate a significant number of first-tier spirit bees. Other spirit bees did not share this privilege, but he still possessed a considerable number of spirit awakening pills. He took out 5 of them, dissolved them in water, and instructed the Bee King to summon the swarm to absorb the diluted pills. After completing this, Li Qingxian made his way to the distant spirit spring. Filling his wine jug, once he consumed the remaining spirit peach wine in the jug, he then extracted a wine jar to refill it. After this, he resumed drinking and began his cultivation, while Li Qingxian was engaged in his practice. Li Ruoxi and the others had nearly refined their energies, their auras surpassing the second level of qi training and pushing towards the third. Sensing their cultivation improvement, they could not help but feel exhilarated. Li Qingxian paid them no mind. Within Qingxian Valley, there was no danger, thus he remained undisturbed in his practice. Meanwhile, Li Ruowei's aura was also gradually rising. The spiritual cuisine was exceedingly beneficial for a practitioner of her modest level, proving to be even more effective than elixirs. Of course, crafting spiritual cuisine was no simple task. It was quite rare in the entire cultivation world, which meant few could utilize it for their practice. Li Qingshuan's intention to exchange the 3 recipes for spiritual cuisine was to produce such dishes, facilitating the rapid advancement of the Li family's cultivators. As time passed, Li Ruoxi and her companions rose, their faces brimming with smiles. Their cultivation had successfully broken through to the 3rd level of qi training, and it was exceptionally stable, showing no signs of regression. Feeling the surge of their cultivation, they quickly made their way to the spirit spring. Upon seeing Li Qingxian in meditation, their excitement was subdued, and without hesitation, they settled into their own positions to cultivate. Li Qingxian did not pay them any attention. At this moment, he had yet to refine a significant amount of spirit peach wine, and he could not afford to waste it. Moreover, the spiritual energy accumulated from the spiritual cuisine he had consumed also required gradual refinement. Time flew by as the 4 immersed themselves in their earnest practice. Chapter 63, 9th level of qi training. Half a month later, Li Qingxian opened his eyes, a glimmer of surprise flashing within them. He had broken through to the 9th level of qi training. In merely half a month, his cultivation had surged once more, affirming that the spirit peach wine was indeed a remarkable substance. Given Lu Qingtian's possession of certain items, it was evident that he and Jin Lei were not merely at the 6th level of qi training. A faint smile crept upon Li Qingshuan's lips as he turned his gaze towards Li Ruoxi and the others. The auras of Li Ruoxi and her companions had completely stabilized, and they could continue consuming spirit peach wine for their cultivation. Among the 3, Li Ruowei had the highest cultivation, although she still had some distance to cover before reaching the 4th level of qi training. She was significantly stronger than Li Ruoxi and the others, who had just made their breakthrough to the 3rd level. As Li Qingxian opened his eyes, the 3 little ones also awakened. Grandfather, have you finished your cultivation? Did you break through? They naturally understood that Li Qingxian was preparing to venture into the endless desert. The higher his cultivation, the greater their safety. Li Qingxian met their concerned gazes and smiled. Yes, I have broken through to the 9th level of qi training. It was impossible for him not to feel elated, having reached the 9th level of qi training. If he could acquire foundation building pills or spiritual herbs from the endless desert, he would be able to concoct foundation building pills. At that time, not only would Li Qingxian benefit, but Li Ruoxi and the others would also be able to establish their foundations. Upon hearing Li Qingshuan's words, the smiles on Li Ruoxi and her companions' faces grew even more radiant. Li Qingxian produced 3 wine cups, pouring a serving of spirit peach wine for each of them as he said, "Drink up, cultivate diligently. I must return to the family to leave some for Yunxiao. This substance greatly enhances Yunxiao's cultivation as well. We cannot focus solely on ourselves and neglect him." Now that Li Qingshuan's cultivation was the strongest, Li Ruoxi and her companions could not offer him much assistance. However, should these 4 grow stronger, they would be able to aid him significantly. Cultivators emphasized the importance of wealth, companions, techniques, and land. Here, companions did not solely refer to romantic partners but also included allies who support one another. Although Li Yunxiao and others may not surpass his strength in the future, they could assist him in locating resources, especially the spiritual herbs that Li Qingxian required. As long as Li Yunxiao and the others were capable of finding them, whether high or low in age, they would be equally valuable to Li Qingxian. Thus, it was imperative to nurture Li Yunxiao and the others diligently. Li Ruoxi and her companions quickly drank the spirit peach wine, nodding enthusiastically before settling down to begin refining it. Li Qingxian chuckled and turned to leave. Now that he had just broken through, he needed some time to stabilize his cultivation and acclimate to the new realm. This opportunity was just right for him to return and bring some resources to enhance Yunxiao's cultivation. Though he had provided some previously, they paled in comparison to the spirit peach wine. Li Yunxiao, with his resolute heart, would undoubtedly prove to be a valuable ally if cultivated properly. Exiting Qingxian Valley, Li Qingxian summoned his flying crane artifact, hastening towards the direction of the northern Tang Kingdom. The flying crane artifact was swift, and within 8 days, Li Qingxian arrived at the Great Qing Mountain. This time, he utilized an invisibility talisman, ensuring that he did not disturb the likes of the fire scatterer and other offerings. Stowing away the flying crane artifact, he hastened towards the Northern Tang royal palace. On this occasion, he had no intention of meeting anyone else. He remained concealed as he advanced until he reached the entrance of the welcoming Immortals Palace, where he finally revealed himself. Having become a cultivator, Li Qingxian had established a formidable backup for the Northern Tang Kingdom, and he no longer wished to squander time on mundane matters. Should the Northern Tang Kingdom encounter formidable foes, he might intervene. However, in the absence of necessity, he was reluctant to waste time. Although Li Yunwei and others treated him well, now that he had embraced the path of cultivation, he must prioritize it above all else. Those family members with spiritual roots could certainly be brought along, but for those without, there was little that could be done. Suddenly, while cultivating, Li Yunxiao sprang to his feet, his gaze directed towards the entrance of the welcoming Immortals Palace. Upon spotting Li Qingxian, astonishment flickered in his eyes as he hurriedly approached. "Sixth uncle, you've come." He had not anticipated Li Qingxuan's return. It had only been a few months since his departure. Was there something amiss? Nonetheless, Li Qingxuan's return was a fortuitous event, and he held a deep respect for his sixth uncle, who had guided him onto the path of cultivation. Li Qingxian smiled and replied, "Yes, I have returned. This time, I bring you some resources and a gift for you to study." With that, he produced a storage bag and tossed it to Li Yunxiao. "Yunxiao, you have chosen the path of the sword. Thus, alchemy and artifact forging may not be suited for you, and neither is talisman crafting. However, the item I possess is perfectly suited for you. Take a look." Li Yunxiao, intrigued, examined the contents of the storage bag and curiously retrieved several jade bottles and a jade slip. One of the bottles contained spirit peach wine, which Li Qingxian had poured into it, enough to elevate Li Yunxiao's cultivation to the 4th level of qi training. The others were qi gathering pills, which Li Yunxiao could utilize once he broke through to the 4th level of qi training. Li Yunxiao's attention shifted to the jade slip. Without hesitation, he pressed it against his forehead. Upon reading its contents, a look of surprise spread across his face. After a moment, he removed the jade slip and quickly asked, "Sixth uncle, is it truly possible to create spiritual cuisine for enhancing cultivation? This is almost akin to elixirs. This is simply perfect for me." For the sword cultivator Li Yunxiao, mastering the art of spiritual cuisine would allow him to transform all the resources he scavenged or the demonic beasts he vanquished into exquisite dishes to enhance his cultivation. Truly a tailor-made opportunity. Although Li Qingxian exchanged for the spiritual cuisine primarily for the sake of indulging in delectable food, he nonetheless thought of Li Yunxiao at that moment. "Indeed, this was specially procured for you. It suits you perfectly, does it not?" Upon hearing this, gratitude flickered in Li Yunxiao's eyes. "Thank you, Uncle Sixth. I shall take utmost care after venturing into the endless sand." Li Qingxian waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Rest assured, my strength is quite formidable. By the way, the jade vial contains spiritual peach brew, which you can use to enhance your cultivation. Consume it slowly, a small cup at a time. Remember, do not be greedy." With these words, he concealed his form and departed from the palace of King Baitong. Li Yunxiao hastily inquired, "Uncle Six, will we not meet the others?" Li Qingxuan's voice returned, tinged with a sense of resignation. "Alas, we have become cultivators. If we can break through to the foundation establishment stage, our lifespans will double. I wish to witness fewer farewells and partings." At this, Li Yunxiao's body trembled slightly, and determination shone in his gaze. "Indeed, Uncle Six is correct. We are cultivators, and prolonged residence among mortals may indeed affect our Dao heart." Thus, he decided to firmly close the doors of the Ascendant Palace, unless there were matters of utmost importance. He would refrain from seeing them. After all, the divide between the immortal and the mortal realms is profound. Frequent exposure to farewells and separations could taint one's Dao heart. With a wave of his hand, he forcefully shut all the doors of the Ascendant Palace and turned to stride into the inner sanctum. The guards stationed outside, witnessing this scene, swiftly made their way to Li Yunwei's quarters. Upon learning of this, Li Yunwei refrained from comment. He understood that Li Yunxiao might begin seclusion, yet he never anticipated that Li Qingxuan's words would instill in Li Yunxiao a more resolute Dao heart. After returning to Qingxian Valley, Li Qingxian found that the little ones had completed their training, their auras now reaching the 4th layer of qi refinement. "Excellent, excellent, you have all broken through to the 4th layer of qi refinement. I can now confidently send you to the Zhao Yuntai market. However, larger markets may be out of reach for you, as your strength is still somewhat lacking. Of course, I previously mentioned that upon reaching the 4th layer of qi refinement, each of you would receive a low-grade magical artifact as a reward. A promise is a promise, so here they are." After saying this, he patted his storage pouch and several low-grade magical artifacts flew out. Each of you may choose one. These artifacts were either acquired by Li Qingxian through chance, purchased, or obtained through slaying foes and seizing their treasures. Regardless of their origins, the accumulation over time was substantial enough for the three little ones to select from.
Li Ruowei glanced at Li Ruoshi and earnestly said, "Sister Ruoshi, you choose first." Li Rujuan nodded in agreement, directing his gaze toward Li Ruoshi. Without hesitation, Li Ruoshi began to sift through the artifacts, her eyes lighting up when she spotted 3 flying needles. "Grandfather, I want these 3 flying needle artifacts." Li Qingxian nodded slightly, saying, "Indeed, these 3 shadowless needles are low-grade artifacts, yet their power is quite commendable. They will be beneficial to you." Li Ruowei chimed in, "Brother, it is now your turn to choose." Li Rujuan did not decline and quickly approached, inspecting the artifacts with keen interest. Ultimately, however, he did not select an offensive artifact but instead focused on a pill furnace. The low-grade pill furnace had been used by Li Qingxian before and was now deemed obsolete. Yet it caught Li Rujuan's eye. "Grandfather, you mentioned that I possess a fire attribute spiritual root and practice fire attribute techniques. Can I refine pills?" Li Qingxian nodded, affirming, "You are correct, you can indeed refine pills. However, the art of alchemy is rather complex." "Are you certain?" Li Rujuan replied eagerly. "Grandfather, I have made up my mind our family must develop comprehensively. I choose to pursue alchemy." Li Qingxian expressed his satisfaction with a nod and turned his attention to Li Ruowei. "Grandfather, I shall choose these boots," she declared. Li Qingxian was taken aback. It seemed that all 3 little ones had opted for artifacts that he had previously used. However, this was favorable, as he was well acquainted with their properties, making them a preferable choice compared to other types of weapons. "Very well, since you have made your selections, we shall store the remaining artifacts for now. In the future, should anyone in the family break through to the 4th layer of Qi refinement, they will be rewarded with a low-grade magical artifact." Upon hearing this, Li Ruoshi nodded and looked around, inquiring, "Grandfather, should we not establish a treasure vault, a place dedicated to storing magical artifacts? If possible, they could also create a library to house various texts." Li Qingxian replied, "You may handle these matters as you see fit. I shall not interfere. Furthermore, if you are considering establishing a cultivation family, be certain before proceeding, I will not take on the role of the family patriarch." Li Ruoshi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she asked, "Grandfather, can we truly establish a cultivation family?" Li Qingxian smiled and nodded, "Indeed, my cultivation has now reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement. I believe it will not be long before I reach the 10th layer, thus qualifying me to establish a cultivation family. Of course, I must return safely from the Endless Sand Sea first. Should I fail to return, you all may focus on your cultivation. Once you reach the 10th layer of Qi refinement, you may establish the Qingxianli family." Li Ruoshi implored, "Grandfather, please ensure your safe return. We are eagerly awaiting your arrival to establish our family." Li Rujuan and the others echoed, Indeed, Sister Ruoshi can become the family head." Li Ruoshi shook her head. "No, do not forget about Uncle Yunxiao, you cannot overlook him." Li Qingxian chuckled, "Your Uncle Yunxiao is not suited to be the family head. He has a steadfast Dao heart and is an excellent cultivator, but he is not fit for management. Should a cultivation family be established, Ruoshi should take the lead, with the 2 of you as support, while Yunxiao serves as the family's sharp blade." Li Ruoshi quickly asked, "Grandfather, what about you? Why do you not wish to be the family head?" Li Qingxian waved his hand. "I shall serve as the grand elder, of course. If our family cultivators increase in number, I could also assume the role of an ancestor. How comfortable that would be. It is impossible for me to manage the affairs of the family, as I do not wish to handle so many matters. Once my cultivation has sufficiently increased, I can enjoy the benefits of being the family's elder, intervening only when necessary and focusing on my own cultivation. Having a faction to assist me in gathering resources is quite advantageous, especially for various spiritual herbs." With this thought, a smile spread across Li Qingxuan's face. Now you must adapt quickly to your new abilities. Once you have acclimated to your cultivation, we will venture to Qingshan Market and Xianyang Market together." Li Ruoshi and the others' eyes lit up. They had not expected Li Qingxian to remember this. Initially, they thought that after acquiring these resources, he would likely not take them out, yet it appeared he would still do so. After this, Li Qingxian returned to his cave dwelling, retrieving 9 superior-grade flying swords to begin the process of refining them. The time to reunite with Lu Ruyan was drawing near. He needed to complete the refinement of these artifacts and elevate his cultivation to the 10th layer of Qi refinement before finding a way to conceal his cultivation and enter the Endless Sand Sea. He lacked items to hide his cultivation, but such items could be purchased in the market. Continuously channeling his spiritual power, he began refining the 9 superior grade flying swords. In truth, given his current cultivation level,
The process was not overly difficult, although it required considerable effort. Furthermore, he only needed to perform a simple refinement on the superior grade swords, as the true focus of his efforts lay in thoroughly refining the 9 middle grade flying swords, which would serve as his primary tools for combat. The superior grade swords would merely serve as a means of self-preservation. In the blink of an eye, another half-month had passed. Through relentless refinement, Li Qingxian finally succeeded in refining several artifacts. During these days, aside from refining artifacts, he primarily consumed the spiritual peach brew to restore his cultivation. The remaining brew was limited, yet it was sufficient to elevate him to the 10th layer of qi refinement. After a moment of hesitation, Li Qingxian sat cross-legged and consumed the majority of the brew, leaving only about a dozen sips. Having completed this, he stored the remainder of the spiritual peach brew and began his cultivation. Outside the cave, the little ones had grown anxious, glancing around for Li Qingxian, unsure of what was amiss. Perhaps grandfather has entered seclusion again. This was indeed a possibility, if he could break through to the 10th layer of qi refinement. His safety in the endless sand sea would be greatly enhanced. Indeed, we should focus on our own cultivation, striving to reach the 5th layer of qi refinement by the time grandfather returns. This was true. If they were to establish a cultivation family in the future, they could not rely solely on grandfather as the only formidable cultivator. They too must become powerful cultivators swiftly. Absolutely, compared to other loose cultivators, we lack neither resources nor an environment conducive to cultivation. If we are unable to match other cultivators, it would be quite disheartening. Let us go then, and resume our training. With that, the 3 little ones swiftly made their way toward the spiritual spring. As they prepared to cultivate, Li Ruoxi suddenly asked Rujuan, "Do you truly wish to become an alchemist?" Li Rujuan nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I aspire to become an alchemist. If we are to establish a cultivation family, we must possess skills to earn spiritual stones. What about you? What do you plan to learn?" Li Ruoxi pondered thoughtfully and remarked, "Since you have chosen the art of alchemy, I shall opt for the craft of artifact forging. After all, we are both cultivators of the fire element, and both alchemy and artifact forging are viable paths for us." "Ruowei, what about you?" Li Ruowei smiled and replied, "Since you too have chosen artifact forging and alchemy, I shall focus on formations and talisman crafting. Li Ruoxi furrowed her brow and said, "If you pursue both, it may hinder your cultivation speed. It would be wise to choose just one." Li Ruowei shook her head. "You misunderstand, Ruoxi. I intend to primarily focus on talisman crafting, with formations as a secondary pursuit. To see if I can ultimately create a formation using spirit talismans." Upon hearing her words, both Li Ruoxi and the others widened their eyes in surprise, astonished by the ambitious aspirations of the young girl. Although simultaneously cultivating formations and talisman crafting is indeed a challenging endeavor, should she succeed, her combat prowess would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Thinking along those lines, Li Ruoxi nodded, "Since you have chosen this path, we shall refrain from further discussion. We will do our utmost to assist you in gathering the tomes on formations and the methods of talisman crafting. If you can master them, the family's formations and spirit talismans will be entrusted to you." Li Ruowei swiftly nodded, "Yes, Ruoxi, I will strive diligently." The 3 of them exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with determination. Li Qingxian, oblivious to their thoughts, would surely be taken aback if he were aware of their ambitions. He had only pursued the art of alchemy, relying solely on the spiritual herbs at his disposal, especially with the little yellow duck by his side, ensuring he would never lack for such resources. He had never contemplated formations, artifact forging, or talisman crafting. After all, one's capabilities have their limits, and focusing on alchemy sufficed, supplemented by spiritual cuisine and liquor. Ultimately, all 3 relied primarily on spiritual herbs, so Li Qingxian had no cause for concern regarding their availability. As for Li Ruoxi and the others, mastering the 4 essential arts of alchemy, artifact forging, formations, and talisman crafting might indeed lead to the family's flourishing. Chapter 65, Qi Cultivation Level 10 times swiftly passed. And with merely half a month remaining until Li Qingshuan's rendezvous with Lu Ruoyan, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of delight flashing within. He had finally broken through to the 10th level of qi cultivation. Indeed, Li Qingxian had achieved this milestone. Although his realm remained somewhat unstable, he had nonetheless made the breakthrough. Within him swirled 10 mana vortices, and as he continuously expanded and compressed these vortices into 10 drops of liquid mana, while simultaneously forming his consciousness, he would be poised to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Rising to his feet, he glanced at the little yellow duck sleeping nearby and approached to gently pat its head. "Little one, let us go. Once we fulfill our promise to those 2, we must meet with Lu Ruoyan." The little yellow duck instantly sprang to life, flapping its tiny wings and leaping onto Li Qingshuan's shoulder. He cradled it in his arms, hoping to find a cozy nook for it in the boundless desert ahead. It would not do to keep it nestled in his embrace forever, once it grew larger. That would become unwieldy. The little yellow duck paid him no mind, content to remain still. Stepping out of his cave-dwelling, Li Qingxian observed the trio engrossed in their cultivation, nodding in satisfaction. Li Ruoxi and her companions had inherited his commendable tradition. They would retreat into seclusion at every opportunity to hone their skills. Ruoxi, accompany me to Qingshan Market. Li Ruoxi and the others immediately opened their eyes. They were not in seclusion for a breakthrough but engaged in their usual practice. Unperturbed by interruptions, a grandfather, do you need to take me first? Li Qingxian nodded. Indeed, Qingshan Market is relatively nearby. We shall go there first, and then proceed to the more distant Shangyang Market. Li Ruoxi quickly nodded. All right, thank you, grandfather. Turning to the other two, Li Qingxian instructed, continue your cultivation here. We shall return shortly. This time, Li Qingxian sought to procure treasures that could conceal one's aura, though he was uncertain if such items could be found in the market. Li Ruojuan and the others promptly nodded, resuming their training. Li Qingxian and Li Ruoxi took to the skies aboard a flying crane artifact, hastening their journey to Qingshan Market. The speed of the flying crane was remarkable. Within half a day, they arrived at their destination. Once inside the market, they scoured the area, but treasures capable of concealing one's aura were rare, and Li Qingxian found none. Qingshan Market was significantly larger than Zhaoyantai Market. After wandering for several rounds, Li Ruoxi familiarized herself with the layout before returning to Qingshan Valley. Next came Li Ruojuan, who experienced a similar fate, visiting Shangyang Market only to discover no treasures that could conceal one's aura. Ultimately returning with a sense of resignation, within Qingshan Valley, Li Qingxian sighed. This time, I did not acquire anything useful. However, there is no need to search further. You are now familiar with the market. During my absence, you may venture out on your own. He then produced a storage pouch and handed it to Li Ruoxi. Here are 500 spirit stones. Your cultivation resources should suffice. If you require anything, feel free to make purchases, but remember, once you leave Qingshan Valley, exercise caution, and do not bring other cultivators back here. Should any enemies be drawn to us, you must eliminate them at all costs. Li Qingshuan's admonitions were extensive. He was on the verge of entering the boundless desert, and it was uncertain whether he would secure any foundation establishment elixirs. It was essential to clarify that Qingshan Valley held great significance, and even Qingyu sect might attempt to seize it if discovered. Li Ruoxi and the others resolutely nodded. Grandfather, rest assured, we will heed your words. Li Qingxian smiled. If you encounter formidable adversaries, flee to Zhaoyantai Market to seek out Jin Lei of the spiritual herb shop and Lu Qingtian of the tavern. They are not as simple as they appear. If you face any powerful foes, bring them to them. Ruowei is acquainted with them. Li Ruowei quickly nodded. Grandfather, I understand anyone capable of producing spirit peach wine is undoubtedly a powerful figure. Moreover, my grandfather's good relations with them demonstrate his own strength. Li Qingxian remained unaware of Li Ruowei's thoughts and chuckled. All right, go cultivate. I will stabilize my own cultivation before venturing into the boundless desert. The three of them cast reluctant glances at Li Qingxian as they departed with the storage pouch. In truth, the 500 spirit stones he provided were quite generous. It was up to them how they would utilize them. Should they invest in learning alchemy or artifact forging, even if it seemed a loss, it would still be worthwhile. Li Qingxian was not in want of spirit stones, as he was an alchemist. Whenever he needed them, he could easily concoct some elixirs. Furthermore, he possessed a wealth of spiritual herbs, rendering his alchemy nearly costless. As long as the little yellow duck was well fed and comfortable, there would be no issues. Thus, when the little yellow duck underwent a breakthrough, it would often fall into deep slumber, having expended all its energy for that advancement. It was entirely normal for it not to relieve itself during such times. Typically, it would do so directly into a jade box, which Li Qingxian would collect. Whenever needed, he could utilize it to cultivate spiritual herbs, and when not, he could store it away. In reality, most of the little yellow duck's droppings had been utilized by Li Qingxian. Otherwise, he would not possess such an abundance of aged spiritual herbs. With the little yellow duck around, he could always have it relieve itself whenever he needed to cultivate spiritual herbs upon returning to his cave. Li Qingxian took a medicinal pill and sipped some spiritual liquid before commencing his cultivation. As for the remaining spirit peach wine, it was reserved for restoring his mana, especially with the boundless desert ahead. Fraught with unknown dangers, outdoors, Li Ruoxi and the others deliberated on how to spend the 500 spirit stones. Li Ruoxi suggested, Ruojuan, since you have chosen to become an alchemist, there are plenty of barley grass in this valley. You only need to purchase some spiritual rice to concoct barley pills. Thus, you 1T require many spirit stones. As for Ruowei, who needs to cultivate talisman crafting, we have the necessary resources in Qingshan Valley. We just need to buy talisman paper, talisman brushes, and spiritual ink. Consequently, the remaining spirit stones should be allocated for purchasing foundational formation texts and artifact forging techniques. If we have any surplus, we can acquire some materials for artifact forging. This way, we can simultaneously cultivate and delve into our chosen paths of cultivation. Li Ruojuan nodded in agreement. I have no objections. After all, there are plenty of spiritual herbs in Qingshan Valley. Your grandfather mentioned I could use them freely as long as I don't uproot them. Li Ruowei smiled. It's fine, I can first focus on talisman crafting, and we can address formations later. Ruoshi, you should purchase more materials for artifact forging and concentrate on that craft, whether it be elixirs, artifacts, or talismans. If we succeed, we could amass a significant amount of spirit stones. At that point, I can still pursue the study of formations. Upon hearing this, Li Ruoshi and the others exchanged glances, considering it a viable plan. If their endeavors in alchemy, artifact forging, and talisman crafting bore fruit, they would indeed be able to accumulate a wealth of spirit stones, allowing them to pursue other studies later. With that thought, Li Ruoshi nodded. Ruowei is right. We should first concentrate on cultivating alchemy and talisman crafting. In comparison, talisman crafting is somewhat easier. Thus, we should prioritize nurturing Ruowei first. Once we begin earning spirit stones through talismans, we can then turn our attention to alchemy and artifact forging. Let us establish this order. Ruojuan, you can pursue your alchemy studies, but I will not rush into artifact forging just yet. I will acquire ample talisman paper and the methods for crafting talismans to nurture Ruowei. Upon hearing Li Ruowei's analysis, Li Ruoshi exhibited no hesitation whatsoever and promptly abandoned the notion of a joint development among the three. The Qingshan Valley still had some resources, yet the most pressing concerns were the elixirs and talismans. For the weaker cultivators, talismans held paramount importance, serving as a means of preserving their lives. As for the elixirs, their significance was even more pronounced, as every cultivator required them to enhance their cultivation. Moreover, as the future head of the Li family, Li Ruoshi's role was to oversee the broader strategy rather than delve exclusively into the study of artifact crafting. She could dedicate time to the intricacies of artifact crafting later. For now, her focus must remain on her position as the head of the Li family. Li Ruowei, somewhat taken aback, glanced at Li Ruoshi and remarked with a smile, Sister Ruoshi, then I shall not decline. Li Ruojuan nodded, acknowledging that these matters would not hinder his alchemical pursuits, as Qingshan Valley possessed a wealth of spiritual herbs suitable for potion making. Li Qingshan was indifferent to these herbs, as he could cultivate them at will when needed. Thus, he had previously stated that they were free to use the spiritual herbs, provided they did not uproot them. Li Ruoshi declared, then it is settled. Ruowei Ruojuan, as you continue your cultivation, begin your studies in alchemy and talisman crafting. Striving to become low-tier first-grade alchemists and talismans masters at the earliest opportunity, the two responded solemnly, yes, Sister Ruoshi. When Li Qingshan was absent, they regarded Li Ruoshi as their pillar of support, given her age and her wealth of experience in handling affairs. As well as her designation as the future head of the family, after determining the use of the 500 spirit stones, the group commenced their cultivation. Half a month later, Li Qingshan emerged from his secluded habitation. Observing the trio diligently practicing without interrupting them, he retrieved a storage bag, placing within it resources he deemed unnecessary, and casually discarded it at the entrance of his dwelling. Then, without hesitation, he exited Qingshan Valley. As soon as Li Qingshan departed, the three awakened. They hastily approached the gap, gazing at the already departed flying crane artifact, their expressions rife with concern. As Sister Ruoshi, do you think grandfather will return safely? Rest assured, he is now a 10th level Qi cultivator. He will undoubtedly return unharmed. Yes, I also believe he will return safely. Let us continue our training and see what treasures grandfather has left for us. The trio exchanged glances before turning back into Qingshan Valley. On the flying crane artifact, Li Qingshan shook his head with a smile, remarking, these little ones are quite adept at putting on an act. Aside from the treasures and spirit stones he required, he discarded everything else into the storage bag at his cave's entrance. Subsequently, his gaze hardened. This journey into the endless sand sea was imperative for acquiring the resources he needed to advance beyond the foundation establishment stage. The flying crane artifact was swift, and before long, it arrived at the outskirts of the Dayun platform market. Li Qingshan furrowed his brow and patted the little yellow duck, asking, do you have any means to conceal my aura? The little yellow duck poked its head from Li Qingshuan's embrace and chirped excitedly. A flicker of joy crossed Li Qingshuan's eyes as he understood. the treasure for concealing his aura was indeed upon him. Though he was initially unaware, he then closed his eyes and focused on the semi-divine artifact, the alchemical furnace within him. Brother alchemical furnace, could you assist me in concealing my aura? Li Qingxian, uncertain of how to employ it, resorted to this method. Fortunately, the semi-divine artifact had recognized its master and could comprehend his commands. Merely concealing his aura was well within its capabilities. In an instant, the fluctuations of Li Qingxuan's magical energy vanished, rendering him as inconspicuous as an ordinary person. Witnessing this transformation, Li Qingxuan's heart swelled with delight. He quickly instructed Brother Alchemical Furnace, just maintain my aura at the 7th level of Qi cultivation, there is no need to hide it entirely. No sooner had he spoken than his aura stabilized at the 7th level of Qi cultivation. Satisfied, Li Qingxian appraised the energy emanating from him, nodding in approval. He had not anticipated that the semi-divine alchemical furnace possessed such capabilities. Had he known earlier, he would have utilized it sooner. Nevertheless, it was fortuitous to have concealed himself to the 7th level of Qi, ensuring greater safety, especially considering that Lu Ruyan, whose mere name instilled considerable pressure upon him, would pose a significant challenge if he did not retain some trump cards to avoid being outmaneuvered by her. A subtle smile played upon Li Qingxuan's lips as he made his way toward the Dayun platform market. However, before he could reach the market entrance, he was intercepted by several formidable cultivators. You there, you carry the aura of my Wang family's cultivator, did you kill Xiong'er? Li Qingxian regarded them with confusion. Suddenly recalling something as he queried, you are from the Wang family, the leading cultivator coldly replied, indeed, how dare you lay a hand on my son, you are courting death. Realization dawned upon Li Qingxian. This individual was likely the father of the Wang family youth and the second elder of the Wang family. Observing the second elder's aura, Li Qingxian found himself at a loss for words. This man was barely even at the 10th level of Qi cultivation. It appeared that the Wang family was not particularly strong, with their most formidable members only reaching the 10th level of Qi cultivation. Such a cultivation family dared to act arrogantly before him. Had he not deliberately concealed his aura, he would have undoubtedly eradicated them. Lay a hand on your son, friend, are you jesting? When did I ever do that? Upon hearing Li Qingxuan's denial, the second elder's countenance turned even colder. You dare to deny it, you bear the distinct aura left by my son, and yet you still have the audacity to quibble. Prepare to die. With that, a flying sword shot from his hand aimed directly at Li Qingxian. A glint of cunning flashed in Li Qingxuan's eyes as he prepared to retaliate, when suddenly a white ribbon darted from the market entrance and struck the flying sword. Boom! The sword immediately rebounded, embedding itself in the second elder of the Wang family. The second elder was injured by his own artifact, leaving the onlookers in utter disbelief. How dare you attack my friend Qingxian? You truly do not know the meaning of mortality. Lu Ruyan approached, her expression icy as she advanced towards the Wang family's second elder, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. Her intent was to leave a favorable impression on Li Qingxian, rather than genuinely wishing to slay the second elder. If she had been at her peak, the Wang family would pose no threat whatsoever. However, at present, while her cultivation had recovered to the 9th level of Qi, her combat prowess, though slightly superior to an ordinary 9th level cultivator, still fell short against a 10th level opponent. Lu Ruyan understood that Li Qingxian was not afraid of the Wang family's second elder, and that he could even defeat him. However, doing so would likely expose his trump cards, which would be a costly endeavor. It was far more prudent for her to take action, allowing her to leave a good impression on Li Qingxian while also garnering a small favor. As for the Dayun Wang family, she regarded them with complete disdain. Once she regained her 10th level Qi cultivation, she could single-handedly annihilate the Wang family. Lu Ruyan possessed considerable confidence in her own strength. Thank you for your assistance, friend, Li Qingxian expressed with a smile. Lu Ruyan replied with a grin, since you have come at my invitation, how could I allow anyone to bully you, Wang family of Dayun? Do you wish to oppose my Qingyu sect? As she spoke, a jade token identifying her as an inner disciple of the Qingyu sect manifested in her hand. Upon seeing this token, the second elder's expression shifted to one of panic. Fairy, forgive my ignorance. I did not realize this friend was a guest of yours. If I have offended, I beg for your forgiveness. Li Qingxian sneered disdainfully, yet he gained a general understanding of the Qingyu sect. It appeared that the Qingyu sect wielded significant influence in Qingyu Mountain. Otherwise, a mere inner disciple would not intimidate the second elder of the Dayun Wang family to this extent. This made sense, as the Qingyu sect was a foundation establishment sect with several foundation establishment cultivators. Though the Wang family was formidable, they were merely dominant among Qi cultivators, confronted with the Qingyu sect's foundation establishment experts. They would similarly cower to it. Was not that the Wang family lacked members within the Qingyu sect, it was just that their members' cultivation levels were unimpressive, akin to outer disciples, and could not be compared to inner disciples. Lu Ruyan turned to Li Qingxian and inquired, "How would you like to deal with him?" Li Qingxian shook his head, stating, "I'll leave it to the fairy. I have no preference," although Li Qingxian harbored a desire to eliminate the Wang family's second elder. He was reluctant to reveal his strength, especially not the abilities of the little yellow duck. It was better to let Lu Ruyan decide. Lu Ruyan nodded, her gaze shifting to the other members of the Wang family. At the market entrance, the treasure shop's Zhang Gui observed Lu Ruyan's actions and could not help but chuckle. Lu Ruyan coolly declared, "Since you acknowledge your errors, then I shall impose a fitting punishment, death." With that, she waved her hands, unleashing two white ribbons to eye in the astonished eyes of Li Qingxian. The ribbons swiftly ensnared all the members of the Wang family present, the second elder, unable to believe his eyes as the white ribbons pierced through his chest, revealed an expression of unwillingness before ultimately succumbing to death. No one had anticipated that Lu Ruyan would act so decisively, extinguishing all the Wang family members in attendance with such swiftness. Li Qingxian inwardly marveled, truly worthy of Lu Ruyan. The Empress of Smoke indeed lives up to her reputation. Chapter 67. The extraordinary Zhang Gui. As Lu Ruyan's ribbons trembled, the bodies of the Wang family cultivators were torn asunder in an instant. This gruesome sight sent shivers down the spines of the nearby cultivators, causing them to take several cautious steps back. Eyeing Lu Ruyan warily, Lu Ruyan, seemingly unfazed, cheerfully picked up the storage bags that had fallen to the ground. Smiling as she said, "A friend, it is resolved. Shall we proceed inside?" Li Qingxian nodded slightly and said, "Fairy, please." Given Lu Ruyan's earlier display of skill, he dared not underestimate her in the slightest, even though he had broken through to the 10th level of Qi training and had the assistance of the little yellow duck. He remained cautious. As they chatted and laughed, they entered the bustling market of Dayuntai, and news of their arrival quickly spread beyond its gates. Within the Wang family estate, the patriarch's expression darkened as he listened to the reports from the clan members. The Wang family lacked any foundation building experts, making them considerably weaker against the Qingyu sect. Moreover, the individual who had effortlessly slain the Wang family's second elder was undoubtedly no ordinary foe. I understand. You may leave, he instructed the clan member, who promptly replied, "Yes, elder." Once the messenger departed, the elder's countenance grew grim. "Just a disciple of the Qingyu sect, we have our own," he muttered. "Wait, the white silk artifact. No, could it be her?" The elder's eyes widened in realization, disbelief etched across his face. If it were her, this could prove quite troublesome. After a moment of silence, he concluded that this matter was too complex for him to resolve alone. While eliminating a mere disciple of the Qingyu sect could be accomplished with relative ease, this situation was different. Setting aside whether he could defeat her, it was likely that the Wang family would suffer dire consequences. Despite the fact that the individual had been rendered incapacitated, she remained a disciple of the Qingyu sect, and her master was still a formidable foundation-building cultivator, far beyond the Wang family's reach. "Very well, this matter is beyond my jurisdiction. I shall leave it to the family head," he decided. Such a challenging predicament was better suited for the family head to handle. After all, he was the head. And he was merely the elder. Soon, the Wang family elder arrived at the secluded chamber of the family head. Both were at the 10th level of Qi training and thus did not need to bow in greeting. The family head, upon seeing the elder's arrival, inquired with a hint of confusion, "Elder, what brings you to rouse me from my meditation?" The elder hastily replied, "It was not my intention. A grave matter has arisen within the clan that necessitates your intervention. This issue is beyond my capability to resolve." The family head's interest piqued, he responded with a smile, "What matter could be so significant that you cannot handle it? The second elder has been murdered, and the one responsible possesses considerable influence. Seeking vengeance seems impossible," the elder disclosed. Upon hearing this, the family head's expression darkened, his gaze fixed intently on the elder. "What force could possibly be so formidable that my Wang family cannot contend with?" "It is a disciple of the Qingyu sect, and her background is quite extraordinary. Her master is a foundation-building cultivator," the elder explained. The family head's expression shifted slightly as he processed this information. "If that is the case, then avenging this death will be quite the challenge. For now, let us keep this matter under wraps. The endless sand sea is about to open. What are your plans?" The elder chuckled heartily. "I intend to remain within the family. After all, I have surpassed 100 years of age. Even if I were to obtain a foundation-building elixir, it would be of no use to me. However, you family head are still young and possess the opportunity to break through to foundation building." Indeed, the family head was still relatively young, barely in his 50s. If he were to obtain a foundation building elixir, he certainly stood a chance of advancing. Should the family head achieve foundation building, he would not hesitate to confront even the most esteemed disciples of the Qingyu sect. However, the family head was also cautious about the dangers of the endless sand sea. If he ventured there alone, his chances of survival would be slim, yet, if he were to team up with the elder, their combined efforts would significantly enhance their chances. Nevertheless, given the elder's sentiments, the family head did not wish to push too hard. After all, the elder was his senior uncle. Why not accompany me on this journey? I recall your 18th son has commendable cultivation talent. If I can break through to foundation building, I shall devote myself to nurturing him. He proposed. Rest assured, I will make a solemn vow to uphold my promise. Hearing this, the elder's eyes brightened. His 18th son indeed possessed remarkable talent and had already reached the 7th level of Qi training at just 35 years of age. There was a genuine possibility he could break through to foundation building in the future. If the family head were to achieve such a breakthrough, he could assist his nephew in reaching the same level. Additionally, the family head's commitment to an oath added weight to the elder's considerations. Although he himself might not become a foundation building cultivator, the prospect of his son doing so was enticing. A family head. Are you truly serious? The elder inquired. The family head nodded earnestly. Uncle, I can swear this vow right now. Should I break my promise, may my mind be tormented and my demise be swift. The elder felt reassured and quickly nodded. Very well, since the family head has made such a declaration, I shall accompany you on this venture to the endless sand sea. With that, the family head felt a sense of relief. Entering the endless sand sea with a companion was far safer than going alone. Now let us discuss the matter of the Qingyu sect disciple. Li Qingxian followed Lu Ruyan into the market. Upon entering, he immediately spotted several familiar faces, including Zhang Gui. Zhang Gui smiled and remarked, Fairy, you are as formidable as ever. Lu Ruyan regarded him thoughtfully and smiled. I cannot compare to Manager Zhang. Your skills are equally impressive. Zhang Gui shook his head. I cannot hold a candle to you and Daoist Qingxian. Your strengths allow you to take direct action. While I am left to employ cunning and scheming, rest assured, Fairy, this matter concerning the Wang family does not involve me. Lu Ruyan nodded. I believe in that. I hold your character in high regard. Since there is nothing pressing, we shall take our leave. Li Qingxian smiled and acknowledged Zhang Gui with a nod, appreciating his integrity. After all, he had received valuable information and acquired numerous useful artifacts from him. Zhang Gui continued, as you both have matters to discuss regarding the endless sand sea, I shall not intrude further. I hope to see you both return safely from your journey. With that, he clasped his hands in farewell and turned toward the artifact pavilion. Lu Ruyan watched him depart and remarked, Manager Zhang is indeed a commendable individual. It is a pity he does not enjoy cultivation. If we could befriend him, it would be advantageous for us. Li Qingxian nodded slightly, acknowledging that Zhang Gui's demeanor was indeed exceptional, albeit lacking in cultivation. Since their acquaintance had spanned several years, Zhang Gui had only managed to reach the 9th level of Qi training. Given his age, there was a slim chance he would make it to foundation building. However, considering his affiliation with the artifact pavilion, Li Qingxian chuckled. I suppose I have worried needlessly about him. After all, he hails from the artifact pavilion and is a third-tier manager. Acquiring a foundation building elixir should be much easier for him than for either of us. Li Qingxian smiled and remarked, It seems that Manager Zhang's background is quite remarkable. Lu Ruyan nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is extraordinary. If he wished to break through to foundation building, it would be a simple feat, yet it is unfortunate that he lacks an interest in cultivation. Li Qingxian discerned the underlying meaning in her words. It was indeed a pity. However, Lu Ruyan lamented the lost resources. Had she been able to access those resources for her own cultivation, she would have long since broken through to foundation building. Everyone's aspirations differ. Perhaps Manager Zhang was honing his mental fortitude or seeking enlightenment. Lu Ruyan nodded. That is a valid point. Let us refrain from discussing him further. Are you prepared for our expedition to the endless sand sea? Li Qingxian replied, Rest assured, my friend, I have made all necessary preparations and am ready to depart at any moment. Lu Ruyan acknowledged, Very well, then let us set off now. I have already arranged matters here. As the overseer of the Qingyu General Store in Dayuntai, Lu Ruyan knew well the importance of making arrangements before her departure, lest she be held accountable by the sect. However, given her unique status, few would dare to challenge her. Chapter 68, Little Yellow Duck, Treasure-Seeking Duck. Lu Ruyan nodded. Since you are ready, let us depart immediately. I am unsure if there are any flying artifacts available. If there are, shall we share one? Li Qingxian chuckled. Do you not possess a flying artifact? Lu Ruyan replied somewhat defensively. It is not that I do not have one, rather, it consumes far too many spirit stones. As she spoke, a white jade flying boat appeared in her hand, exuding an exquisite craftsmanship. Li Qingxian recognized it as a high-grade artifact, spacious enough for multiple passengers, although such a flying artifact could accommodate many. The spirit stone consumption would also be substantial. Very well, in that case let us use mine, but we shall share the cost of the spirit stones, he proposed. Lu Ruyan quickly nodded, that is only fair. The journey to the endless sand sea would take considerable time, and naturally it would not be right for Li Qingxian to bear the entire burden of spirit stones. They agreed to split the costs. As neither of them was lacking in resources, after finalizing their arrangements, they swiftly made their way out of the market. Outside the market, Li Qingxian unhesitatingly produced his flying crane artifact. The two of them leaped aboard and soared towards the endless sand sea. The distance from Qingyu Mountain to the endless sand sea was considerable, and while many were making the journey, few could afford flying artifacts. Those unable to utilize flying artifacts had likely set out long ago. Li Qingxian and Lu Ruyan chose to depart at this time precisely because they possessed their own means of flight. It is merely a trivial expenditure of spiritual stones, insignificant for the two individuals involved. Within the serene confines of Qingshan Valley, Li Ruoxi had just concluded her cultivation, her gaze drifting towards the valley's entrance. Surely her grandfather must have set off by now. At this moment Li Ruowei and Li Ruojuan were not by her side. They had returned to their respective abodes to concoct elixirs and inscribe talismans. As for the talisman paper and ink brushes needed for their craft, they could easily procure them at the Zhaoyuntai market. Moreover, Li Ruowei was acquainted with Jin Lei, making it a simple matter for her to obtain low-priced inferior-grade talisman brushes from him. Presently Li Ruowei had ascended to the fourth layer of qi refinement, allowing her to utilize inferior-grade magical tools. Although she was currently employing a talisman brush, it served her well enough, enabling her to inscribe inferior-grade talismans. In her abode, Li Ruowei meticulously sketched the fireball talisman. The simplest of talismans and the least expensive, this talisman paper was also affordable, costing merely 1 inferior spiritual stone for 10 sheets. However, to craft a mid-grade first-tier talisman, one would require mid-grade first-tier talisman paper. Attempting to create such a talisman with inferior-grade paper was nearly impossible. Suddenly, a slight tremor in her hand caused the talisman paper to emit smoke. Alas, another failure. Why was the art of talisman crafting so arduous? Li Ruowei had already tried her hand at 24 sheets, all resulting in failure, leaving her somewhat despondent. In this moment, she even doubted her aptitude for talisman crafting. In the adjacent abode, Li Ruojuan faced similar challenges. He had been diligently refining elixirs, yet had experienced several failures. With a heavy heart, he rose, gazing at the charred aroma wafting from the alchemical furnace, and sighed helplessly. I shall persevere. I refuse to believe I cannot become an alchemist. With that, he seized a jade vial nearby and, without hesitation, consumed the spiritual liquid, swiftly restoring his cultivation. Approximately 2 hours later, Li Ruojuan reopened his eyes, ready to resume his elixir refinement. As time swiftly passed, 3 months flew by. Li Ruoxi observed the excited Li Ruowei, a smile gracing her face. Li Ruojuan had long since succeeded in alchemy, his success rate not particularly high, but at least he had achieved results. With continued practice, his success rate would surely improve. Regrettably, Li Ruowei had yet to find success, but just when she thought she was ill-suited for talisman crafting, she triumphed. Not only did she succeed, but she did so remarkably, inscribing 3 fireball talismans consecutively, achieving a success rate of 30%. Li Ruoxi promptly exclaimed, Ruowei, take advantage of this moment to create more and ascertain your true success rate. Li Ruowei eagerly nodded. Yes, Sister Ruoxi, I shall begin at once. With that, she hurried back to her abode to continue her work on the talismans. Remarkably, Li Ruowei's success rate proved to be quite commendable, netting her 2 spiritual stones for every dozen sheets of talisman paper. Upon becoming a first-tier inferior-grade talisman maker, she was overjoyed. Sister Ruoxi, I can earn spiritual stones to support you all. Li Ruowei's success filled everyone with excitement, as it meant a new source of spiritual stones was on the horizon. Although Li Ruowei's cultivation was still lacking, allowing her to produce only a dozen talismans daily, she would still earn a net profit of 2 spiritual stones each day, amounting to 60 stones in a month. Of course, selling them at major talisman shops would yield lower prices, but even so, earning 50 spiritual stones monthly seemed feasible for her, provided she refrained from cultivating. However, foregoing cultivation was out of the question. Yet recovering her magical energy would only enhance her cultivation speed, a boon for Li Ruowei. Li Ruoxi smiled. Very well, but let us establish some ground rules. Li Ruowei looked at her curiously, uncertain of what these rules might entail. Li Ruoshi clarified, you may craft talismans, but it must not interfere with your cultivation. Unless under special circumstances, you shall only have 5 days each month dedicated to talisman crafting, with the remaining time devoted entirely to your cultivation. Li Ruowei nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Sister Ruoshi, I understand that in the realm of cultivation, one's cultivation level is paramount. Hearing her words, Li Ruoshi felt greatly satisfied. Good, remember this well, they are not lacking in spiritual stones, but rather in cultivation level. Without sufficient strength, even an abundance of spiritual stones cannot guarantee our safety. Li Ruowei quickly acknowledged, yes, my esteemed elder sister, I understand. Li Ruoshi couldn't help but smile, her gaze drifting toward Li Ruojuan's abode. She wondered how he was faring and hoped he wasn't becoming too engrossed in alchemy. Li Ruojuan emerged from his abode, a cheerful smile upon his face. Sister Ruoshi, you need not worry. I assure you I will not become so immersed in alchemy that I neglect my cultivation. Very well, I plan to take a break from alchemy for now, focusing on my cultivation and pondering the intricacies of alchemical techniques before resuming my efforts. Li Ruoshi nodded in approval. Good, splendid, from this moment forth, we shall all dedicate ourselves to cultivation. Over the course of these 3 months, Li Qingxian had been on a journey, alternating the pilotage of the flying crane artifact with Lu Ruyan while the other rested. Eventually, they arrived at the edge of the endless sand sea. Gazing at the vast expanse of yellow sand, Li Qingxian remarked, how are we to search for resources within this desolation? Lu Ruyan cast a surprised glance at Li Qingxian. Incredulity etched on her face as she asked, did you not procure a treasure-seeking compass? Li Qingxian was momentarily taken aback. He had indeed failed to acquire such an item. He had assumed that entering the endless sand sea would suffice for resource hunting, only to discover that it was merely an unending expanse of sand. Noticing Li Qingxian's stunned expression, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but chuckle. It seems you were unprepared. In that case, let us share one, as we are united and shall not separate. Li Qingxian nodded. Indeed, you are correct. Let us hasten to retrieve the treasure-seeking compass and see if there are any valuable items in this vicinity. Without hesitation, Lu Ruyan produced the compass, channeling her spiritual energy into it. The device began to spin rapidly, soon settling on a specific direction. Over there, Lu Ruyan exclaimed. Li Qingxian grinned. Let us proceed. However, just as he prepared to leave, a gentle tug at his clothing from the little yellow duck nestled in his arms caused him to pause. He leaned down and whispered, are you indicating that there is something valuable beneath my feet? The little yellow duck chirped softly, its voice barely audible. This was a prearranged signal between Li Qingxian and the duck, to keep their voices low in the presence of others. Li Qingxian's heart leapt with joy as he quickly inquired, you mean there is something worthwhile just 2 steps to my left? The little yellow duck chirped again, affirming his suspicion. Li Qingxian took 2 steps to the left, drew forth his flying sword, and began to excavate. Lu Ruyan, who had been preparing to follow the compass's guidance, observed Li Qingxian digging and felt a twinge of curiosity. Friend, what are you doing? Li Qingxian replied with a smile. I sense there may be treasures here. Let's see what we can unearth. Lu Ruyan chuckled, shaking her head slightly. In such marginal areas, what treasures could possibly exist? We should press onward into the depths of the endless sand sea. Li Qingxian grinned. Most individuals share your sentiment, which is precisely why they neglect to investigate these edges. Perhaps there truly exists something of value here. As he spoke, his hands did not cease their work, and soon he had unearthed a sizable pit, revealing a small storage pouch nestled within. The pouch was no larger than a thumb, emanating a faint spiritual glow, appearing quite extraordinary. Is this a mid-grade storage pouch? Lu Ruyan's eyes widened in astonishment. She recognized the item, having seen it before with her master. Previously, she had asked her master about the differences between storage pouches. Her master had informed her that storage pouches were categorized into low, mid, and high grades. Low-grade storage pouches, like the ones they currently used, had internal spaces ranging from 1 to 30 cubic units. In contrast, mid-grade storage pouches offered 50 to 100 cubic units. Most importantly, mid-grade pouches required spiritual consciousness to open, rendering them exceedingly secure. While Lu Ruyan was uncertain of the pouch's contents, the mere possession of such an item was already highly valuable. Many foundation establishment cultivators found it challenging to acquire even a single mid-grade storage pouch, and should it be sold, it would command a significant price. For certain foundation establishment cultivators in need, this pouch could potentially be exchanged for a foundation establishment pill. In fact, foundation establishment pills held immense importance for many. Yet for those powerful Foundation Establishment cultivators, acquiring them was not insurmountable. For instance, within the Qingyu sect, several Foundation Establishment cultivators could obtain a Foundation Establishment pill every 30 years. Conversely, forces lacking Foundation Establishment cultivators were entirely oblivious to the existence of such pills. For example, the Yuntai Wang clan, despite having 2 Qi refinement 10th layer cultivators, found it exceedingly difficult to procure a Foundation Establishment pill. Li Qingxian inquired curiously, "Do you recognize this storage pouch, friend?" Lu Ruyan nodded earnestly. "Indeed, this is a mid-grade storage pouch, worth an extraordinary amount. Alas, it requires one to cultivate their spiritual consciousness to access its contents. Once you achieve Foundation Establishment, you shall undoubtedly be able to open this pouch," she added. Li Qingxian chuckled, "It seems fortune is on my side. Too bad I cannot access it yet." Lu Ruyan smiled, "You will surely achieve Foundation Establishment, and opening the pouch will be a trivial matter." Li Qingxian remained silent. While he was uncertain if he could attain Foundation Establishment, he understood that if he could locate the spiritual herbs necessary for crafting the Foundation Establishment pill, he would still have a chance. Let us embark on a journey to explore other locales. To his surprise, after merely taking a few steps, the little yellow duck once again indicated another spot to him. Without hesitation, Li Qingxian strode over and began to dig fervently. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but curl her lip in disdain, yet she too moved to the location pointed out by the compass and commenced her excavation. Before long, a glimmer of joy flickered in Li Qingshuan's eyes. "Ha! What a delightful find! 2 medium-grade spirit stones," Li Qingxian exclaimed, quite elated. Although 2 medium-grade spirit stones were not particularly remarkable, they sufficed to address the little yellow duck's sustenance. Upon seeing the 2 medium-grade spirit stones in Li Qingshuan's hand and glancing at her own withered spiritual herbs, Lu Ruyan sighed and shook her head. My friend, your fortune is truly enviable. It appears you are far more adept at treasure hunting than I. Li Qingxian waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Just minor gains." Merely minor gains. Were it not for the little yellow duck nestled in his arms, he would never have unearthed such valuable items. Contemplating this, he discreetly tucked the 2 spirit stones into his bosom. Lu Ruyan remained oblivious to this action, continuing to observe with the treasure-seeking compass in hand. The little yellow duck, moved by the sight of the medium-grade spirit stones, proceeded to indicate several more locations. Li Qingxian glanced at Lu Ruyan beside him and smiled. "My friend, why not try excavating at those 2 spots?" The little yellow duck had pointed out 5 locations in total, and Li Qingxian casually offered 2 of them to Lu Ruyan, reserving the remaining 3 for himself. Upon hearing Li Qingshuan's suggestion, Lu Ruyan wasted no time in directing her gaze toward the indicated locations. Without a moment's hesitation, she quickly began to dig at one of them. Witnessing Lu Ruyan's unwavering confidence in him, Li Qingxian couldn't help but chuckle. He hastened to the next site and began to excavate with great speed. As the boundless desert had now opened up, most cultivators had already ventured deep within, leaving the outskirts relatively unsearched. Thus, numerous resources remained in this marginal area. Li Qingxian swiftly unearthed a pouch containing 100 low-grade spirit stones, which he regarded with slight disdain. Casually stowing it in his storage bag before resuming his digging at the second location. At that moment, Lu Ruyan exclaimed joyfully, "My friend, I have found something too." Haha! In her hands she held an exquisite artifact, a mere ordinary high-grade shield. Yet still a commendable find. Defensive artifacts are valued higher than offensive ones, as they serve as treasures for protection. Even among high-grade artifacts, offensive ones may not necessarily breach defensive ones. Seeing what she had discovered, Li Qingxian could not help but smile and congratulate her. Afterward, he continued his excavation at the site and soon uncovered another storage bag. However, this bag was of a lower grade, which Li Qingxian casually hung at his waist to inspect later when time permitted. He swiftly made his way to the third location, his exquisite flying sword tirelessly digging until it finally broke through the surface. A look of surprise danced in Li Qingshuan's eyes, but before he could examine the contents, Lu Ruyan joyfully called out again, "Thank you, my friend, I have struck gold once more." The gleam of excitement in Lu Ruyan's eyes was unmistakable as she revealed a pair of white wings. A high-grade flying artifact. Li Qingxian quickly retrieved the items from the pit, discovering a vial of elixir. He eagerly inspected the vial, noting the inscription "Nourishing Spirit Pill." Upon reading those 3 characters, Li Qingshuan's smile could not be contained. This was indeed a prized possession. There were ways to cultivate one's spiritual consciousness ahead of time. With the Nourishing Spirit technique in hand, coupled with this pill, he would undoubtedly be able to develop his spiritual consciousness. Once he could achieve that, accessing the ultimate storage bag would be a breeze. Not only that, but if he cultivated his spiritual consciousness, he could also soar through the skies on a sword. With these thoughts in mind, Li Qingxian promptly secured the vial and glanced toward Lu Ruyan, who was admiring her flying artifact with a hint of envy. Such an artifact was invaluable for escape. Regrettably, it had not been unearthed by him. Since Li Qingxian had already relinquished those 2 spots to Lu Ruyan, there was no reason to reclaim them. Moreover, as allies bound by a vow against treachery, there was no room for deceit between them. However, Lu Ruyan could not yet utilize her flying artifact, as her cultivation was insufficient to control such a high-grade item, and she would need to advance beyond the foundation establishment stage before she could. Contemplating this, Li Qingxian couldn't help but smile. Congratulations, my friend, on acquiring a high-grade flying artifact. Your safety will surely be enhanced. Lu Ruyan chuckled wryly. My friend, while this flying artifact is indeed remarkable, it cannot operate on spirit stones. It relies solely on one's own magical power. As I am currently only at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, flying with it is not feasible in the short term. Li Qingxian replied with a smile. As long as you refine the artifact, short bursts of flight should be possible, at the very least making it a life-saving treasure. Chapter 70. Forceful laborers. Though Lu Ruyan's current cultivation level was somewhat lacking, it did not render her incapable of wielding a high-grade artifact. She simply could not use it for extended periods. Much like offensive artifacts, given Lu Ruyan's current cultivation, she would likely exhaust her magical power after only a strike or 2. Although Li Qingxian felt a twinge of envy, he refrained from voicing it. As long as he could cultivate his spiritual consciousness, the resources in the intermediate storage bag should be plentiful. Lu Ruyan nodded in agreement, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked at Li Qingxian. My friend, could you lend me your guidance once more? Li Qingxian chuckled and shook his head. There should be nothing left here. Let us proceed to the next location. Lu Ruyan promptly nodded and hurriedly followed in Li Qingxuan's wake, both of them swiftly making their way deeper into the boundless desert. No treasure on the outskirts could compare to the riches hidden within the depths of the endless sands. As expected, after traveling several thousand meters, the little yellow duck once again offered its guidance. Li Qingxian pointed to one location while he made his way toward another. Lu Ruyan's eyes sparkled with surprise as she regarded Li Qingxian with a newfound admiration. Quickly she arrived at the spot he indicated and began to excavate. As they dug, they soon uncovered treasures hidden within. They pressed on, and before long, they encountered some cultivators, though these individuals were of little consequence, most being at the 7th layer of Qi refinement or above, while the majority were indeed at the 7th layer or higher. Not a single foundation establishment cultivator was present. At this juncture, those of foundation establishment had likely already ventured deep into the boundless desert and would not linger in these marginal areas. Li Qingxian remarked with a smile, my friend, why not take out your treasure-seeking compass for a look? Lu Ruyan glanced at the cultivators nearby and nodded slightly. You have a point. Thus, the 2 feigned a search, drawing no attention from the nearby cultivators. Suddenly, the little yellow duck in Li Qingxuan's arms pointed toward a nearby cluster. Li Qingxian turned his gaze in that direction, observing a group of cultivators at the 7th and 8th layers gathered closely together. Though they were not digging, they obstructed Li Qingxuan's path. Shall we deal with them? Lu Ruyan inquired, her eyes glinting with a hint of malice. Li Qingxian nodded slightly. Indeed, there may be something valuable in that vicinity. Let us dispatch them first. He did not perceive this as particularly cruel. The world of cultivation was inherently one of survival of the fittest, where the strongest dictated the terms. The most formidable among those cultivators was merely at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. And even if they possessed some means of concealment, Li Qingxian was unperturbed. However, before he could make a move, Lu Ruyan smiled and said, my friend, allow me to handle this. Li Qingxian cast her a glance. Recalling Lu Ruyan's decisive actions against formidable foes outside the market, and chuckled, very well, go ahead. No sooner had he spoken than Lu Ruyan swiftly charged toward the group of cultivators. The 2 white silk artifacts concealed within her sleeves lashed out like whips, ensnaring the necks of 2 of the cultivators. With a deft flick of her wrists, their heads were sent flying. The remaining 3 were taken aback, for Lu Ruyan had eliminated their strongest member in an instant. Catching them completely off guard, spare us, they cried, please spare us. At that moment, their thoughts were not of escape or engaging Lu Ruyan in battle, but rather of seeking mercy, although Lu Ruyan's sudden assault had caught them unawares. Her formidable prowess was indisputable. I in the realm of cultivation, particularly after demonstrating such strength, who would not wish to prolong their existence. Thus, they promptly knelt and pleaded for their lives. Lu Ruyan furrowed her brow, preparing to strike, but Li Qingxian waved his hand and said, my friend, show them mercy. Let us spare them for now. Lu Ruyan looked at Li Qingxian in confusion, uncertain why he wished to intervene. Li Qingxian smiled and asked, do you have a method to control them? It is quite challenging for us to unearth treasures alone. it would be more advantageous to enlist a few helpers. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's face broke into a grin. Not if they could control these cultivators and make them their mining tools, it would indeed be a splendid idea. You are right, with just the two of us. How long would it take to unearth treasures? We certainly need to recruit some assistants. Just then, she added, I also possess a method to control them, one that allows me to dictate their lives and deaths. Should they harbor any treachery, they would surely meet a grim fate. Li Qingxian inquired with a smile. How does that method compare to the heart demon oath? Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes and replied. You underestimate me, my friend. The heart demon oath is but a trivial matter. It pales in comparison to my capabilities. Upon concluding her words, her gaze shifted toward the remaining 3 cultivators. She produced 3 flying needles, which swiftly penetrated the bodies of the 3 practitioners. I can spare your lives, she declared, but from this moment onward, you must obediently comply. If you harbor any thoughts detrimental to us, these 3 needles will instantaneously annihilate you. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, these needles will remain concealed within your bodies, tethered to your minds. The moment any treacherous intention arises, you shall meet your demise without delay. If you doubt this, feel free to test it. The 3 cultivators hastily bowed their heads, pleading, My lord, spare us. We are willing to accompany you to esteemed figures in search of treasures, only asking for our lives to be spared. Li Qingxian cast a glance at Lu Ruyan and smiled. My friend, this item is rather impressive, but are you not concerned about other cultivators uncovering it? Lu Ruyan smiled back. That depends on whether they can summon a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator. My 3 flying needles are formidable. Without a Peak Foundation establishment's divine sense, they will remain undetected. Should they dare entertain such thoughts, they will perish instantly. Hearing this, Li Qingxian nodded in satisfaction. Truth be told, he too desired such treasures, yet felt too shy to voice it. Lu Ruyan continued, This item belongs to a set. I possess only this one. Otherwise, I might have gifted you a piece. Li Qingxian chuckled. Your intention is appreciated. It will certainly enhance their efficiency. Lu Ruyan nodded, her gaze cold as she turned to the 3 cultivators. You shall dig downwards from your current location, and you will not cease until I command you to stop. The 3 cultivators exchanged glances, but upon meeting Lu Ruyan's icy stare, they swiftly began to excavate. Li Qingxian remarked with a grin, Indeed, you are quite formidable. Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes. What choice do I have? It is not as if my friend has pinpointed the treasure's location. I can only lend my strength. Li Qingxian laughed, directing his gaze toward the spot where the 3 cultivators were digging. My friend, do we not care for our spoils? Lu Ruyan suddenly realized, quickly moving toward the 2 corpses to seize their storage bags without examining the contents. One of the bags was tossed to Li Qingxian. To each their share. This belongs to you. Li Qingxian accepted it without demur. I thank you, my friend. Just then, the 3 cultivators exclaimed in astonishment, We found something. We found something. A flicker of surprise crossed Li Qingxuan's eyes. He had not anticipated they would unearth something so swiftly. The 2 hurried over to see what lay in the deep pit. There a palm-sized white jade flying boat appeared before them. Li Qingxian looked at Lu Ruyan, who exclaimed in astonishment, My friend, this is a magical treasure. Although I cannot ascertain its quality, it is undoubtedly a magical artifact. Regrettably, only those at the core formation stage can wield it. With our current strength, we cannot possibly control it. Li Qingxian shrugged, so we have stumbled upon a useless object. Lu Ruyan smiled. If you could cultivate to the core formation stage, this would indeed be a splendid magical artifact. Otherwise, it is indeed of no use. Li Qingxian pouted and swiftly approached the magical flying boat, grasping it in his hand and attempting to channel his spiritual energy. Indeed, as legend foretold, only those above the core formation level could activate such treasures. Li Qingxian sighed. It seems I shall keep this. After all, it is of no use to you. Regardless, it is still a magical artifact. And who knows when it might prove useful in the future? Lu Ruyan nodded. Very well. But now that we have assistance in our treasure hunt, should we not discuss how to allocate our resources? Li Qingxian hesitated before suggesting, Fairy, I shall take charge of resource identification while you oversee the excavation. How about a 70-30 split? Lu Ruyan's heart leaped with joy. This outcome was quite favorable. It would be impossible for her to acquire as many resources merely by utilizing the treasure-finding compass. Lu Ruyan, not being greedy, had not anticipated such a bounty upon entering. It seemed that following Li Qingxian had indeed paid off. That sounds splendid. I thank you, my friend. I shall find more laborers to assist us. Li Qingxian smiled. While seeking resources, do not forget to elevate your cultivation. You must hasten to reach the 10th level of Qi refinement, otherwise, you will be unable to safeguard the treasures we uncover. Lu Ruyan nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Teaming up with Li Qingxian had proven advantageous. had she allied with others, such gains would likely have eluded her. Li Qingxian swiftly moved ahead, with Lu Ruoyan guiding the three individuals under her control closely behind. Venturing deeper into the boundless sea of sand, while the edges contained some resources, they paled in comparison to those found deep within. Not long after Li Qingxian pointed toward three directions, dig there. As his words fell. Without waiting for Lu Ruoyan to respond, the three cultivators rushed out, each heading to a designated spot to commence digging. Li Qingxian was exceedingly pleased with their performance, as was Lu Ruoyan. Well done. Well done, since you have performed admirably, I shall forego claiming the storage bags you possess. Seeing their commendable performance, Lu Ruoyan announced a piece of news that thrilled them: she would not be taking their storage bags, as she deemed them unworthy. Li Qingxian merely smiled, saying nothing, while Lu Ruoyan demonstrated her understanding of utilizing people effectively. Before long, 3 items were excavated, promptly stored in one of the bags, to be divided later during their rest. Otherwise, with only 3 treasures on hand, proper allocation would be impossible. Lu Ruoyan harbored no objections, as Li Qingshuan's resource-seeking abilities were formidable. He might soon uncover even more. In truth, Li Qingxian was not adept at treasure hunting. However, he possessed a small yellow duck. This little fellow was highly sensitive to fluctuations in spiritual energy, making it easy to detect where treasures lay. As evening fell, Li Qingxian and his companions unearthed an impressive quantity of resources. Though their quality was rather low, with few worthy of their attention, the perils of the boundless sea of sand at night prompted them to seek a safe place to set up camp. Lu Ruoyan had long prepared an array. Once they found a suitable spot, she effortlessly produced an array plate and began to operate it. Li Qingxian paid little mind, sitting cross-legged at the center and retrieving a spirit nourishing pill to begin his cultivation. He had long memorized the spirit nourishing technique, and now that he had obtained the spirit nourishing pill, it would be a waste not to utilize it. If he could cultivate his divine sense before reaching the foundation establishment stage, he would be able to access a mid-level storage bag. The thought of the resources contained within that mid-level storage bag stirred excitement within Li Qingxian. The following morning, Li Qingxian opened his eyes to see Lu Ruoyan and the 3 laborers nearby. Engrossed in their cultivation, he stood up, and as he moved, Lu Ruoyan immediately opened her eyes and stood as well. The others swiftly followed suit, cautiously observing Li Qingxian. Despite their cultivation, their vigilance remained strong. Li Qingxian smiled. My friend, let us dismantle this array. We shall continue our journey. Lu Ruoyan quickly nodded, retracting the array as they proceeded deeper into the vast expanse. Although they had trekked for a day, they had not delved deeply into the boundless sea of sand. Li Qingshuan's pace in locating treasures was exceedingly swift. It wasn't long before they stumbled upon something. Under such circumstances, penetrating too deep was nearly impossible. As time passed, half a month had elapsed. The resources accumulated by Li Qingxian and Lu Ruoyan increased, yet they primarily consisted of low-grade materials. Even mid-grade spirit stones were scarce, but according to the little yellow duck, doubling their quantity would allow it to ascend to a second-tier spirit beast. My lord, come quickly, there is something extraordinary here. A voice filled with excitement echoed from a direction. Li Qingxian and Lu Ruoyan exchanged a glance before hastily moving toward the source of the commotion. When they beheld the unearthed item, their eyes widened in astonishment. It was a spirit vein, specifically a first-tier mid-grade spirit vein. Indeed, it is a first-tier mid-grade spirit vein, although it is somewhat small. Li Qingxian widened his eyes in surprise and hurriedly asked, "Fellow cultivator, what is this item? Is there more? Could you spare a few for me?" Lu Ruoyan smiled and replied, "It seems you are unaware of the origins of this object. It is a creation forged collaboratively by weapon artisans and formation masters. The character seal inscribed upon it can bind spiritual veins, hence it is referred to as the Spirit Sealing Jade Box. If you desire one, I have several in my possession, but do bear in mind that each Spirit Sealing Jade Box can only contain a single spiritual vein." Li Qingxian grinned and said, "Rest assured, I would never shortchange you, dear friend. You may select 3 items from today's haul." Lu Ruoyan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she quickly nodded, "Thank you very much, fellow cultivator." As her words fell, 3 spirit-sealing jade boxes flew toward Li Qingxian, who swiftly caught them and stored them in his pouch. After completing this, his gaze drifted toward the other 2 individuals. The pair was digging rapidly, and soon unearthed 2 low-grade storage pouches. Li Qingxian and his companion felt somewhat helpless. The resources contained within were exceedingly scarce, likely remnants left by previous cultivators who had perished in the endless sand sea. As for why they were abandoned here, Li Qingxian had no clear explanation. "Let us examine over there," he suggested, moving toward the right where several cultivators were visible, although their cultivation levels were formidable. Only 2 of them had reached the 10th level of Qi training. After 2 weeks of cultivation, Li Qingxian had made significant progress, and coupled with his little yellow duck, dispatching 2 10th level Qi training practitioners posed no challenge. As for the others, whose cultivation levels were beneath the 10th level, Li Qingxian regarded them with disdain. Lu Ruyan could easily handle them with little effort. Just as Li Qingxian was about to inquire whether Lu Ruyan wished to deal with these individuals, the latter's expression shifted as the group approached them with excitement. Li Qingxuan's expression changed slightly as he asked, "Fellow cultivator, do you feel confident?" Lu Ruyan sneered and replied, "If it were merely one 10th level Qi training practitioner, I could swiftly dispatch him, but there are 2 of them. We should retreat. No need to rush," Li Qingxian urged. "If I can handle one, are you certain you can swiftly resolve the other?" Lu Ruyan replied cheerfully. "They are merely loose cultivators or members of minor factions, significantly weaker than those from established sections. Even if my cultivation has yet to fully recover to the 10th level, I am still more than capable of dealing with one of them effortlessly." "I must ask, fellow cultivator, do you truly believe you can contend with a 10th level Qi training practitioner with your 7th level cultivation?" Chapter 72, Lu Ruyan's Treasure, the White Silk Kokoko. Who would have thought I would encounter such a beautiful female cultivator in the endless sand sea? "Should I not engage in dual cultivation with her?" one of the men exclaimed. "Fellow cultivator, do not meddle, let us swiftly eliminate them," another cautioned. "What is there to fear, after so many days in this endless sand sea? I can barely contain myself. Such a beautiful female cultivator, surely she can be mine. Alas, just remember to strip her of her cultivation." The first man replied, "Fear not, I understand," he assured. The 2 men regarded Li Qingxian and his companions with utter disdain, discussing how to deal with them. Li Qingxian glanced at Lu Ruyan, whose fair complexion had turned ominously dark. These 2 were beyond redemption. There were 9 individuals in total, with the 2 conversing being the 10th level Qi training practitioners. Upon hearing their words, Li Qingxian realized their fate was sealed. Why provoke anyone else when they chose to antagonize Lu Ruyan? That was tantamount to courting death. Even as a time traveler, he would not dare to provoke the legendary Ruyan Empress lightly. These 2 minor practitioners were foolish to speak so brazenly. "You all shall perish," Lu Ruyan declared. As expected, she erupted with power, conjuring over a dozen first-grade top-tier spiritual talismans, infusing them with energy and sending them hurtling toward the 2 men. Their expressions changed drastically as they saw countless talismans raining down upon them. They attempted to evade, but it was far too late. Having underestimated Li Qingxian and his companions, they had not prepared for an assault. Especially not from Lu Ruyan, who possessed such a vast array of spiritual talismans. Set behind Lu Ruyan, 3 other practitioners wore mocking expressions. They had unearthed a significant number of valuable items during their time digging, including numerous talismans of this caliber. Should Lu Ruyan unleash her full might, inundating them with a plethora of top-tier talismans, there would be no escape for these individuals. Boom, Li Qingxian fixed his gaze on the 2 10th level Qi training practitioners, noticing they were gravely injured but not dead, causing him to frown. With a thought, for flying swords materialized in his hands. Channeling his energy, he sent them hurtling toward the 2 men, lacking spiritual awareness. He could not manipulate the swords with his mind. Instead, he utilized the control object technique and the Qing Emperor's long spring technique S9 sword technique. This was the only recorded spell in this technique, akin to a divine ability. Unfortunately, without spiritual awareness, Li Qingxian could not cultivate it fully, and nevertheless, he could still employ it by combining the control object technique with the sword technique, albeit at a significant energy cost. Just as the 2 practitioners began to relax, their defensive artifacts, though of low quality, had saved them. However, as they exhaled a sigh of relief, 2 flying swords appeared before them, their faces paled as they prepared to dodge. But a sense of danger loomed behind them. They had no time to evade, and the swords pierced through their necks. Thus, 2 10th level Qi training practitioners fell. The events unfolded too swiftly for the remaining cultivators to comprehend. Their leader vanquished before their eyes. Li Qingxian inquired, "Fellow cultivator, can you handle the rest?" Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes and retorted, "Given your remarkable strength, how can you ask a weak woman like me to intervene? It seems rather shameless." Li Qingxian chuckled, "Isn't it to ensure you can better control them? If you don't assert your dominance, they may not take you seriously." Upon hearing their exchange, the remaining 7 cultivators wasted no time fleeing into the distance. With their leader slain, there was no reason for them to stay. To witness 2 10th level practitioners dispatched so effortlessly was a dire omen. Moreover, the way Li Qingxian and Lu Ruyan regarded them felt as if they were gazing upon prized treasures. They were not normal individuals. Seeing them attempt to flee, Lu Ruyan scoffed, "I was hoping for more hands to assist us in treasure hunting, yet you wish to escape. Come back." With that, 2 white silks shot forth from her sleeves. Darting toward the fleeing cultivators with incredible speed. Li Qingxian understood her restraint and did not intervene. As expected, the silks traversed the space between the fleeing practitioners, ensnaring them by their shoulders. The artifact, white silk, was indeed a remarkable item capable of maneuvering with precision. Even as the 7 cultivators fled from various angles, they were all ensnared together. Seeing the 7 cultivators bound together, the 3 practitioners behind Lu Ruyan displayed a hint of fear in their eyes. They recognized the 2 silks, which had previously claimed the lives of their companions. Now, they were being used to ensnare other cultivators. How formidable! Lu Ruyan smiled cheerfully and addressed them. Since you have arrived, why rush to leave? We are in need of assistance. Would any of you be willing to join us? The 7 ensnared cultivators exchanged glances, their faces pale but nodding in unison. Better to live than die. Their initial intent to flee stemmed from a desire to survive, but they had not anticipated this woman's impressive abilities to capture them alive. Lu Ruyan continued, if you are willing to serve, will you pledge a new demonic oath of loyalty to us? The cultivators' expression soured at the prospect of binding themselves to Li Qingxian and Lu Ruyan, for doing so would mean relinquishing their freedom. For cultivators, the pursuit of longevity, cultivation, and freedom was paramount. Now, Lu Ruyan sought to constrain their liberty. It was utterly unforgivable of Fairy. I submit. I wish to follow you, one declared. Among those desiring freedom, there were also wise individuals who understood that non-compliance meant death. Soon 1 by 1 5 of the 7 cultivators submitted, while the remaining 2 hesitated. However, Lu Ruyan granted them no opportunity. Sensing their indecision, she flicked her white silk, and the 2 exploded, dead beyond recovery. Li Qingxuan's gaze shifted to the white silk, and he inquired, fellow cultivator, this white silk is truly an exceptional item. May I ask which weapon artisan crafted it? Lu Ruyan chuckled lightly and replied, this was a gift from my master. I do not know which artisan created it. Li Qingxian nodded slightly, refraining from further questions as he allowed Lu Ruyan to secure the allegiance of the remaining cultivators, without needing to exert his full strength or call upon his little yellow duck. He had resolved the matter effortlessly. It seemed talismans were indeed quite effective. Li Qingxian possessed several talismans himself, which could be utilized in battle, allowing him to conceal his true cultivation level. With that thought, he couldn't help but smile. Just as Lu Ruyan was implanting flying needles into the bodies of the cultivators, she noticed Li Qingxuan smile and curiously asked, what is it that makes you laugh? Fellow cultivator, Li Qingxian smiled as he remarked, I have contemplated your recent combat techniques, and during these past days, we have acquired quite a number of exquisite spiritual talismans that could prove useful in battle. Although it may seem a tad wasteful, safety is paramount. Lu Ruyan nodded slightly and replied, what you say holds merit, but isn't it rather extravagant? Li Qingxian rolled his eyes and countered, extravagant? No, I believe that life takes precedence. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, when a problem can be resolved with a talisman, there is little need to engage in a fierce battle with others. You speak wisely. I have learned much from you. She acknowledged. Li Qingxian waved his hand dismissively and said, no need for such formality. Do you see that area over there? Have them dig deeper. As he spoke, he pointed to a specific location, a glimmer of excitement shining in his eyes. Just moments ago, the little yellow duck had informed him that the spiritual energy in that vicinity was particularly dense, likely concealing valuable treasures. Upon hearing Li Qingxuan's words, Lu Ruyan quickly urged, you all, don't just stand there. Dig in that direction, and do so with vigor. Behind her, 3 cultivators dashed forward without hesitation, drawing their flying swords to commence digging at the indicated spot. The 5 newly subdued individuals exchanged glances of confusion. But seeing the determination in the 3, they too rushed forward. With 8 people surrounding the area, the space became a bit cramped, prompting Li Qingxian to designate 3 more locations, thus releasing 3 individuals to assist. Consequently, only 5 remained at the original site. Chapter 73, Discovery of the Cave Dwelling. The 5 continued to excavate tirelessly, laboring for 3 full days and nights, until a vast pit emerged before them. Suddenly, a rich wave of spiritual energy surged forth, enveloping the cultivators in a sense of comfort and elation. We've unearthed something, we've uncovered it, the 5 cultivators exclaimed in exuberance, only to be met with a cold glare from Lu Ruyan. They quickly silenced themselves, cautiously averting their eyes from her. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Qingxian and Lu Ruyan rushed forward, unable to suppress the smile spreading across their faces as they peered into the pit. Let us descend, he commanded, casting a glance at the 5 cultivators. At that moment, the other 3 returned as well. Lu Ruyan coldly instructed, all of you, descend and clear the path. With that, the 5 cultivators leapt into the pit without hesitation. After all, they had been digging there all along, and having discovered something of value, they naturally knew there was no danger below. The 3 cultivators followed suit, their intelligence having brought them this far in their cultivation. Once all 8 cultivators had descended, Li Qingxian and Lu Ruyan felt no apprehension of danger and followed suit. Upon entering the pit, they were greeted by a dark, foreboding cave entrance, with 8 cultivators leading the way. Li Qingxian and Lu Ruyan felt assured of their safety. As they stepped into the cave, their eyes widened in astonishment. This was indeed a cave dwelling, and at its center lay a spiritual spring. This spring was significantly larger than that of Qingxian Valley, appearing a full circle more expansive. If the spiritual spring in Qingxian Valley was of high quality, this one was of exquisite quality. Lu Ruyan quickly inquired, "This must be the cave dwelling of a powerful cultivator, right? I never expected such a treasure to be hidden beneath the endless desert." Li Qingxian shook his head, saying, "I cannot say for certain, but let us investigate this place promptly." Lu Ruyan nodded eagerly, commanding the 8 cultivators to begin their search. As expected, the efficiency of the cultivators was remarkable. It didn't take long for Li Qingxian and Lu Ruyan to ascertain the situation. This was indeed a retreat of a formidable cultivator, and the spiritual spring was merely one of its features. In a nearby chamber, there was another spring, albeit smaller. The chamber was dedicated to the cultivation of spiritual herbs. And upon entering, Li Qingxian and Lu Ruyan were left in awe by the sight of the spiritual herbs within. The endless desert sea was truly a repository of treasures, teeming with various resources. Although the number of spiritual herbs in this chamber was limited, their quality was exceptionally high. Moreover, the absence of spiritual bees meant that the herbs could never propagate, resulting in a finite quantity. The lowest age of these herbs was at least 1,000 years, indicating they had been buried here for quite some time. Li Qingxian declared, "We shall each take one of the spiritual springs." "I desire the larger one." Lu Ruyan nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall take the smaller one. However, how shall we divide the spiritual herbs?" After a moment's contemplation, Li Qingxian replied, "The growth of these herbs is remarkable. But sadly, there are only 8 varieties. I recognize merely 3 of them, leaving 5 unknown to me. Let us harvest them, and I propose a division of 7 for me and 3 for you. What do you think?" Lu Ruyan nodded eagerly. "Agreed. It is settled then. I seem to have gained an advantage over you." In truth, she felt quite satisfied with the abundance of treasures they had acquired. Had she not partnered with Li Qingxian, she would not have had access to these spiritual herbs, let alone the spring itself. Li Qingxian nodded in satisfaction, sensing that Lu Ruyan was indeed reasonable and devoid of selfishness. At this moment, he found himself appreciating her even more. They swiftly gathered the spiritual herbs and extracted the spiritual springs, sealing them within a spirit-sealing jade box. This jade box was capable of sealing not only spiritual veins but also springs. Naturally, it could only contain first and second tier spiritual veins and springs. Anything of the third tier or beyond would exceed its capacity. Upon emerging, the 8 cultivators hurriedly approached. "Master, we have made further discoveries over here." "Master, there is more to uncover this way." Before long, they had unearthed a pill refining chamber, an artifact forging chamber, a resting area, and even a study. The pill refining chamber contained no elixirs, merely a refining furnace and a spiritual fire jade talisman resting beneath it. Li Qingxian chuckled, saying, "My dear friend, as a pill refiner, I shall claim this furnace." Lu Ruyan nodded in agreement. "Very well, but the artifact forging furnace shall be mine. After all, it is a top-quality magical tool." Li Qingxian nodded slightly, refraining from contesting her claim over the forging furnace, knowing there would be future opportunities to trade for other resources, should the Li family develop into a sect of cultivators. Both the pill refining furnace and artifact forging furnace would serve them greatly. Particularly, a top-quality pill refining furnace would be invaluable if they could acquire several more, once they had settled their allocations. They proceeded towards the resting area. Upon seeing the skeletal remains sprawled across the jade bed, both of them grimaced, surprised to discover that the owner of this cave dwelling had met his demise here. However, the storage bag at his waist caused their faces to light up with excitement, especially since it was a mid-tier storage bag. Lu Ruyan's gaze was fixated on the storage bag, unable to look away. Li Qingxian smiled and said, "Allow me to take this storage bag. I shall strive to open it within half a month, and then we can divide the resources within. Rest assured, the storage bag is yours." Lu Ruyan replied, her eyes widening with curiosity, "Can you truly open a mid-tier storage bag? Have you cultivated your divine sense?" Li Qingxian shook his head, "Not yet, but I am quite close. At most, it will take me half a month." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruiyan laughed joyfully. Very well, if that is the case, I shall leave it in your care, but you must not open it without me. Li Qingxian rolled his eyes. How could I possibly do that when we are together? I have no opportunity to open the storage bag alone. Lu Ruiyan nodded, acknowledging his point. Given that he had no chance to open it alone, they ignored the skeletal remains and hastened toward the study. Upon entering the study, they were met with a shelf brimming with various tomes. Unfortunately, the books had succumbed to decay, crumbling to dust at the slightest touch. However, on the topmost shelf lay 4 jade slips. Their presence here undoubtedly indicated their significance. Without hesitation, Li Qingxian seized one and pressed it to his forehead. Lu Ruiyan did likewise, examining the 4 jade slips. After both had reviewed 2 slips each, they paused to friend. The 2 I possess pertain to pill refining and artifact forging, detailing several methods for concocting elixirs and crafting magical tools. The pill refining techniques include insights into pill crafting, even for second-tier top-quality elixirs, while the artifact forging techniques encompass the crafting methods for 2 inferior-grade treasures. My slips contain cultivation methods and techniques for refining spiritual fire. The cultivation method is fire attributed, called the Purple Gold Profound Flame Formula, capable of advancing to the peak of the golden core stage, while the spiritual fire refinement technique is for nurturing one's innate spiritual fire. After exchanging the information gleaned from the jade slips, both of them inhaled sharply in astonishment. Whether it be the cultivation methods, pill refining, artifact forging techniques, or the spiritual fire refinement methods, they were all exceedingly rare treasures. Lu Ruiyan quickly stated, "Friend, I will make a copy of these jade slips." Li Qingxian smiled. "I had the same intention, however, I intend to teach the cultivation method to my family. If you were to hand it over to Qingyu sect, it may invite unnecessary trouble." Lu Ruiyan rolled her eyes. "Such a powerful technique, of course, I intend to cultivate it myself. The Qingyu sect lacks any method capable of reaching the peak of the golden core stage." Li Qingxian chuckled upon hearing this, surprised that the Qingyu sect did not possess such a technique. However, given that Lu Ruiyan was cultivating a fire-attributed method, the Purple Gold Profound Flame Formula was indeed a perfect match for her. Lu Ruiyan nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Her spiritual root possesses the dual attributes of gold and fire, making this cultivation technique particularly well suited for her. Were it not for her sharing the method with Li Qingxian, she would have preferred to keep it all to herself. Chapter 74, Jade Bone Flower, Jade Bone Body. After organizing the cultivation techniques, Li Qingxian surveyed his surroundings and confirmed that there was nothing left to collect before heading towards the cave entrance. Once they exited the cave, they found themselves directly on the surface. Li Qingxian exchanged a glance with his companion, and a look of delight illuminated their faces. Their haul this time was significant. Not to mention other treasures, the spiritual spring alone was undoubtedly a valuable asset. If brought back to Qingxian Valley, it would certainly elevate the quality of the spiritual springs within. In addition to merging spiritual veins, spiritual calculations could also be enhanced, and once the levels were upgraded, the aura would become even more potent. Unlike spiritual veins, spiritual springs have the advantage that the essence within can be consumed, yielding effects comparable to various elixirs. A look of astonishment also graced Lu Ruiyan's face, particularly because this operation had yielded 8 kinds of spiritual herbs, each with a high age. Among these was the primary herb for the jade bone pill, the jade bone flower, which she had sought tirelessly and found effortlessly. Li Qingxian, being familiar with the jade bone flower, had also acquired this spiritual herb, ensuring he could produce as many jade bone pills as he desired in the future. Unfortunately, he was unaware of the specific effects of the jade bone pill. "A friend, now that you possess the primary herb for the jade bone pill, could you enlighten me on its effects?" "Rest assured, I will handle the alchemy," he inquired. Lu Ruiyan hesitated for a moment before replying. In truth, the jade bone pill allows one to manifest a superior spiritual body, the jade bone body. However, to achieve the superior jade bone body, an excessive number of jade bone pills is required. Even if all these herbs are successfully refined, it may not yield sufficient jade bone pills. In reality, my cultivation talent is not lacking, and should I refine the jade bone physique, even if it is merely of low quality, it would enhance my chances of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. If I were to refine the herbs I have into jade bone pills with a success rate of 50%, I could cultivate to a mid-grade jade bone physique. Might I ask if you would consider parting with any of your jade bone flowers?" Li Qingxian narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded. "In truth, I have no need for these, as I lack the cultivation method for the jade bone body. If you wish to trade, I can offer all of my jade bone flowers, but there are 2 conditions." Lu Ruiyan felt a surge of joy. as long as Li Qingxian mentioned conditions it was surely agreeable. Please do tell. Li Qingxian smiled and said, I am interested in the cultivation method for the jade bone body and the exquisite artifact refining furnace you possess. If you are willing, I will give you all 8 of my jade bone flowers. Lu Ruyan hurriedly responded, very well, as you say, the cultivation method for the jade bone body was an unexpected acquisition. Not part of the Qingyu sect's teachings. As for the refining furnace, I am not an artifact refiner, so you may have it. What is your second condition? She inquired. Li Qingxian chuckled, I require the roots of the jade bone flowers. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but laugh. You may take them as you wished. You need to refine the jade bone pills, so even without your request, you could have taken the roots, since you mentioned it. I have no objections. Li Qingxian sighed in relief. He had finally acquired what he needed. However, he had one lingering question that he felt compelled to voice. Friend, might I inquire if the jade bone flower has any other uses besides refining the jade bone pill? Lu Ruyan pondered for a moment before replying. If one's foundation is damaged, the pills crafted from the jade bone flower can also restore it. As for the specific pills, I am uncertain. However, I came across this information while searching for the jade bone flower. Upon hearing this, Li Qingxian nodded thoughtfully. He had already located the jade bone flower among the spiritual herbs requested by Jinlei, and it was of 1,000-year age. As for giving it to Lu Ruyan, he was indifferent. As long as he had his little yellow duck, he could produce 1,000-year jade bone flowers at will. This was not a challenge for him. As for the other spiritual herbs, he had yet to find them. Perhaps they were in the 2 storage bags, or perhaps not, who could say. However, it was indeed feasible to refine jade bone pills and cultivate the jade bone body. What he lacked most were spiritual herbs. Once he refined the jade bone pills, he could fully cultivate the jade bone body to a superior spiritual physique. Given the opportunity, he could stack the jade bone pills to directly enhance his physique to the highest level. With this thought, a smile spread across Li Qingxuan's face as he glanced at Lu Ruyan. Having her by his side was indeed fortuitous, for she possessed a method capable of altering one's talent. Friend, might I ask if you possess the primary herb for the foundation establishment pill? He queried. Lu Ruyan shook her head. I do not have that on hand. If I did, I would have long since traded it with those major factions. Her cultivation talent was inherently strong, but she had fallen victim to treachery, resulting in a significant decline in her abilities. However, she had a master who was at the foundation establishment stage. As long as he intervened, he could certainly ensure the safe retrieval of a foundation establishment pill. Unfortunately, Lu Ruyan lacked the necessary spiritual herbs, otherwise she wouldn't need to compete with other true disciples for the foundation establishment pill. Li Qingxian nodded slightly and chuckled, what a pity. Let us hasten to continue our search for resources. Perhaps we may find a foundation establishment pill in this endless desert, and then you won't need to compete upon your return. Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes. Why don't you suggest that the storage bag might contain a foundation establishment pill? Wouldn't that be even better? Li Qingxuan's eyes brightened, and he quickly nodded. You are correct. Indeed, it is possible. Since it is a high-level cultivator's cave, there should be a foundation establishment pill, right? Please wait half a month. Once I cultivate my divine sense, I will be able to open the storage bag. Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes again but said nothing further. She did not believe that a foundation establishment pill could be so easily found. If that were the case, there would be no need to compete for that pill. No, she must compete. Those individuals had dared to plot against her, and that foundation establishment pill was now beyond her reach. Li Qingxian grinned. Alright, let us continue our search. With that, he swiftly moved toward the distance. Lu Ruyan, accompanied by her 8 helpers, followed closely behind at the fastest pace. Before long, Li Qingxian paused again, beginning to direct them on where to dig. At this moment, not only Lu Ruyan, but the other cultivators also held great admiration for Li Qingxian. For wherever he pointed, treasures seemed to abound. Li Qingxian sat cross-legged, consuming a spirit-nourishing pill, diligently cultivating. For him, the priority was to cultivate his divine sense as quickly as possible. Once he achieved that, alchemy would become significantly easier, and breaking through to the foundation establishment stage would also be much simpler. Lu Ruyan watched Li Qingxian as he cultivated, a hint of envy flickering in her eyes. This was a method for cultivating divine sense, an exceedingly rare treasure, yet it was not hers to possess. Chapter 75, Cultivating a Fleeting Divine Sense. The excavation continued as Li Qingxian earnestly focused on cultivating his divine sense. His cultivation had already reached the 10th layer of qi refinement, and with some careful honing, he could attain the peak of that level. Lu Ruyan observed with envy but refrained from speaking. Though she yearned for the method of cultivating divine sense and the spirit-nourishing pills, she had nothing to offer Li Qingxian in exchange. At that moment, a laboring cultivator nearby suddenly whispered,
We've unearthed something. Lu Ruyan's heart leaped with joy, and she rushed over upon seeing the resources inside. Her eyes gleamed with excitement. Spirit nourishing pills. It's actually spirit nourishing pills. Haha. Li Qingxian, who had been deep in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes and glanced toward Lu Ruyan's direction. Oh, have we unearthed more spirit nourishing pills? Lu Ruyan looked at the newly awakened Li Qingxian and hesitated for a moment before suggesting, how about you take 7 and I take 3? Li Qingxian nodded, agreed. 7 for me and 3 for you. Lu Ruyan quickly added, since you possess the method for cultivating divine sense, would you consider trading it with me? I will exchange this for it. With that, she revealed a jade slip in her hand. Li Qingxian accepted the jade slip and examined it carefully. After perusing its contents, his eyes widened in disbelief. You truly wish to trade this for the spirit nourishing technique? The spirit nourishing technique is merely the most basic method for cultivating divine sense. Lu Ruyan nodded. It is indeed worth trading for. What you may not know is that even the most ordinary method for cultivating divine sense is a rare treasure to come by. In our Qingyu sect, there exists only one technique for cultivating divine sense. Li Qingxian nodded and produced a jade slip, tossing it to Lu Ruyan. This is yours. It contains the spirit nourishing technique, which I obtained from a cultivator of the Yuntai Wang clan. I'm not certain how they acquired it. With that, Li Qingxian fell silent. Returning to his examination of the jade slip, Lu Ruyan excitedly took the jade slip and began to scrutinize it intently. As the two of them examined the jade slips, the other cultivators continued their efforts to excavate resources. Li Qingxian and Lu Ruyan did not instruct them to cease. Halting was not an option for them. Before long, a broad smile spread across Li Qingxuan's face as he clutched the jade slip tightly. As if afraid it might be snatched away, the slip contained methods for merging spiritual veins and spiritual springs, precisely what Li Qingxian had been seeking. Furthermore, it also included techniques for nurturing spiritual veins and springs, enabling the continuous cultivation of high-grade spiritual veins or springs. Li Qingxian could merge spiritual veins into a spiritual spring, thereby enhancing its quality, and the methods outlined in this jade slip were undeniably valuable. Lu Ruyan had successfully obtained what she desired, and the smile on her face was impossible to suppress. Fellow Daoist, let us hasten to distribute the nourishing spirit pills, she suggested. Li Qingxian nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, it is best to cultivate our divine consciousness as soon as possible. The two quickly extracted the pills from within and allocated them between themselves. There were 10 pills in total, with Li Qingxian receiving 7 and Lu Ruyan 3. Gazing at the nourishing spirit pills in her hand, Lu Ruyan hesitated for a moment before saying, fellow Daoist, may I trade a few of these pills for other resources? 3 is simply insufficient. I fear I won't be able to cultivate my divine consciousness. Li Qingxian chuckled. There is no need to rush. Let us continue seeking resources. We may yet discover more nourishing spirit pills. For now, both of us possess enough for cultivation, so you should begin your practice. Although Li Qingxian was on the verge of cultivating his divine consciousness, the nourishing spirit pills could still be used to expand the radius of his awareness. In this situation, he was reluctant to share them. However, if Lu Ruyan could offer high-grade resources, he would consider a trade. Lu Ruyan nodded slightly, understanding his intent. Without further comment, she cast her gaze towards the diligent cultivators nearby. Nodding in satisfaction, Li Qingxian resumed his seated meditation, refining the nourishing spirit pills within him. Lu Ruyan, not to be outdone, began her own cultivation efforts. Naturally, at the outset of her practice, she would refrain from consuming any pills, as they were exceedingly precious. With a limited supply of pills, she was determined not to waste even a single one. Li Qingxian, on the other hand, was less concerned and continued his cultivation with the pills. Time passed swiftly, and half a month later Li Qingxian had refined an entire bottle of nourishing spirit pills. One day, after directing others to excavate in 4 locations, he unhesitatingly consumed 2 of the pills. As the potent medicinal energy surged into his soul, he suddenly opened his eyes, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze before he closed them once more. With his eyes shut, he could perceive everything within a 20-centimeter radius, including the spiritual energy, with crystal clarity. Even the intricate patterns on the gravel were vividly discernible. This divine consciousness, truly marvelous. At this moment, Li Qingxian had successfully cultivated his divine consciousness, not far away. Lu Ruyan opened her eyes and glanced at Li Qingxian with a mix of helplessness and envy. If only this fellow could trade me some nourishing spirit pills, she mused. My lord, we have discovered a storage bag, and it is of intermediate grade, came a voice. Lu Ruyan's heart leaped with joy as she hurried over to retrieve the bag. Li Qingxian stood up, a smile gracing his face as he approached.
An intermediate storage bag. How many do we have now? Lu Ruyan shook her head, replying, since entering the endless sand sea, we have only found 3 intermediate storage bags. Li Qingxian chuckled, then why not take a guess? Fellow Taoist, what treasures might be contained within? Lu Ruyan glanced at it and ultimately shook her head, stating, how would I know? I won't guess. Li Qingxian seized the storage bag, his divine consciousness sweeping through it as he swiftly opened it. Upon entering the 50 cubic meter space, he was met with disappointment. There was so little inside. What a pity, he sighed, quickly extracting the meager resources and shrugging. It is what it is. Lu Ruyan examined the few jade vials before her. 2 exquisite magical artifacts, and 2 second-tier mid-grade spirit talismans, her eyes widening in astonishment. You have actually cultivated your divine consciousness, she exclaimed. Li Qingxian nodded. Indeed, but my divine consciousness is still too weak. It requires considerable nurturing. Lu Ruyan shook her head. That is still quite impressive. Cultivating divine consciousness before reaching the foundation establishment stage means you are already half a step into it. The primary condition for breaking through to the foundation establishment stage is having divine consciousness and liquid mana. The latter must be compressed. Unlike divine consciousness, which is notoriously difficult to cultivate, achieving it early is akin to being halfway into foundation establishment. Li Qingxian waved his hand dismissively. I wish to break through to foundation establishment as well. But with my subpar aptitude, it requires a significant number of foundation establishment pills. With 4 spirit roots, even possessing divine consciousness, breaking through to foundation establishment still necessitates at least 5 pills. Lu Ruyan refrained from inquiring about Li Qingshuan's spirit roots and instead began inspecting the resources available. There were no spirit stones, 3 vials of pills, 2 exquisite magical artifacts, and 2 second-tier mid-grade spirit talismans. Quite simple indeed. Lu Ruyan quickly examined the 3 vials of pills, and upon seeing one, her eyes brightened. The vial bore the inscription Foundation Establishment Pill, which not only captivated Lu Ruyan but also drew Li Qingshuan's attention. A Foundation Establishment Pill? What a surprise! Hearing Li Qingshuan sigh, Lu Ruyan swiftly opened the vial and poured out its contents, only to reveal a single pitch-black pill emitting a faint burnt odor. Her expression shifted as she bitterly smiled. Alas, it is merely a waste pill. What a shame. Li Qingxian chuckled. A waste pill is just one with stronger toxicity. It is not entirely unusable. For those approaching the end of their lifespan, it could be a valuable item, perhaps even a chance to break through to foundation establishment. Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes. That would only be done as a last resort. While this waste pill has some effect, breaking through to foundation establishment afterward would fundamentally ruin one's cultivation foundation, though it has some utility. Using it to reach foundation establishment would exhaust one's potential, leaving no possibility for further cultivation. Of course, if one could obtain resources to reconstruct their foundation, it would not be impossible to cultivate anew. But such resources are exceedingly rare and far beyond the reach of mere foundation establishment cultivators. Li Qingxian snatched the pill, grinning. Since the fairy looks down upon it, I shall take it. I could use it. Though Li Qingxian himself had no use for it, he believed it could benefit those like the Fire Scatterer and other loose cultivators. They had little chance of breaking through to foundation establishment. But if he could offer them a glimmer of hope, they would surely be more loyal to the Li family. As for whether they would consume the waste pill, that was a matter of personal choice. Lu Ruyan glanced at Li Qingxian but chose not to comment further. Knowing that she herself did not value the pill, she also understood that Li Qingxian would not consume it, given his age. Her gaze shifted to the other 2 vials, labeled Nurturing Essence Pill and Nourishing Source Pill, both designed to enhance foundation establishment cultivation. The Nourishing Source Pill was for early-stage foundation establishment, while the Nurturing Essence Pill could be used throughout the entire foundation establishment period. The disparity between the 2 was significant, as were their effects and prices. Li Qingxian smiled. Let us split these 2 vials 4 to 6. After all, I have taken the Waste Foundation Establishment Pill. He allocated 60% to himself, recognizing that, regardless of its efficacy, the waste pill was still of some value to most loose cultivators. Lu Ruyan did not object, considering these pills merely an unexpected boon. Uncertain if they would even lead to her breakthrough, quickly stowing away the pills, her gaze drifted back to the 2 exquisite magical artifacts. One was offensive, and the other defensive, both appearing quite impressive. Lu Ruyan inquired, fellow Taoist, I desire the defensive artifact. You may take the offensive artifact and the second-tier mid-grade talismans. How does that sound? Li Qingxian had no objections. After all, a defensive artifact was merely one item. And there were likely others in the storage bags. Lu Ruyan eagerly collected the defensive artifact, turning her attention back to Li Qingxian. Shall we open the other storage bags to see what treasures they might hold? Without hesitation, Li Qingxian retrieved 2 intermediate storage bags, probing their contents with his divine consciousness. The resources within these bags were far superior to those in the previous one, as they contained spirit stones. Including mid-grade spirit stones, pouring all the resources onto the ground before them, Li Qingxian quickly picked up 5 mid-grade spirit stones. These are mine. You may select from the remaining resources first, having already inspected the contents. Li Qingxian noted the absence of foundation establishment pills or primary ingredients for crafting them, thus, he allowed Lu Ruyan to choose first. Lu Ruyan covered her mouth with a smile. Mid-grade spirit stones did not particularly excite her. But she was very interested in the spiritual herbs present. Fellow Taoist, since you are taking the mid-grade spirit stones, I will take the 3-century-old spiritual herbs. Without hesitation, she claimed the herbs. Li Qingxian couldn't help but frown. Fellow Taoist, you can only take 30% of these resources. Are you certain you want those spiritual herbs? Lu Ruyan nodded slightly. Indeed, I will take these herbs. In her view, Li Qingxuan's furrowed brow indicated he was lamenting the loss of the spiritual herbs. Given that they were important to him as an alchemist. Li Qingxian said nothing further, shifting his gaze to the other resources, 6 vials of pills, 2 of which were for healing, while the others were aimed at enhancing foundation establishment cultivation. He gathered all of them together, finally focusing on the refining materials. Would you like these refining materials, fellow Taoist? Lu Ruyan shook her head. I do possess some knowledge of refining techniques, but my goals lie elsewhere. You may have them. I only require 2 magical artifacts. Upon concluding his words, he seized 2 exquisite magical artifacts, disregarding the remaining resources. Li Qingxian smiled faintly, unhesitatingly gathering all the resources at hand. Among them were 2 jade boxes, which contained precious items. However, Lu Ruyan, fixated on the spiritual herbs, overlooked these 2 boxes. Having cultivated his divine sense, Li Qingxian probed into the jade boxes, his smile growing ever more radiant. As for the other resources, even if Li Qingxian had no use for them, he could certainly take them back for others in the Li family. With satisfaction, Li Qingxian remarked, "Let us proceed." Lu Ruyan nodded slightly, casting her gaze towards several individuals who were digging. Those treasure seekers had long since stopped. The treasures had already been unearthed. Without hesitation, Li Qingxian and Lu Ruyan approached, swiftly allocating the resources found here. Subsequently, the 2, accompanied by 8 laborers, continued deeper into the boundless sea of sand. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, they had been in the endless sea of sand for half a year, during which Li Qingxian had made considerable gains. Not only him, but Lu Ruyan, who had entered the endless sand sea alongside him, was also beaming with joy. At this moment, Lu Ruyan's cultivation had restored to the 10th level of qi refinement, and she too had cultivated her divine sense. Albeit with a radius of only 10 centimeters, even so she was exceedingly thrilled. Li Qingxuan's divine sense was more formidable, having reached a radius of half a meter, although it could not compare to that of an initial stage foundation establishment cultivator. It was still commendable. During this period, they encountered numerous foes, yet their bountiful harvest made it easy to overcome their adversaries. Presently, the number of laborers following them had increased to 30. With these 30 laborers, Li Qingxian and Lu Ruyan felt remarkably at ease, yet regrettably, they had not discovered any spiritual herbs related to foundation establishment pills, which left them quite vexed. One day, as Li Qingxian opened his eyes, he noticed Lu Ruyan frowning in the distance. "Fairy, has something occurred? Why do you appear troubled?" Lu Ruyan replied with a wry smile. "Friend, we have yet to encounter any primary ingredients for foundation establishment pills, and half our time has elapsed." Li Qingxian shook his head with a smile. "The primary ingredients for foundation establishment pills do not simply appear at our beck and call. Moreover, our gains thus far have been substantial. Even if we were to purchase foundation establishment pills, that would not be out of reach." Chapter 77, Foundation Establishment Battle. Underground Cavern. Spirit Gathering Pearl. Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes, saying, "Purchase foundation establishment pills? How is that feasible? Those auction houses sell foundation establishment pills, but we may not be able to take them away. Furthermore, with my dual spiritual roots, I may not even be able to successfully establish my foundation with a single pill, let alone for you, my friend." Li Qingxian pondered for a moment before asking earnestly, "If you were to attain a superior jade bone body, what would be the probability of establishing your foundation?" Lu Ruyan shook her head. "I am uncertain. However, one foundation establishment pill would certainly guarantee a breakthrough. Even without a superior spiritual body, achieving a mid-grade spiritual body would suffice for one foundation establishment pill. If I were to attain a superior spiritual body, I might not even need a foundation establishment pill." Li Qingxian nodded slightly, preparing to speak when 2 figures streaked across the sky, one behind the other. Heading into the distance, Foundation establishment cultivators, Li Qingshuan's expression changed, and he transmitted to Lu Ruyan, quickly evade. As soon as he spoke, they both fled at their utmost speed in the opposite direction. The 30 laborers behind them also sprinted at their fastest pace. This was a battle between Foundation establishment cultivators. Even the residual energy of the conflict was beyond what ordinary cultivators could withstand, yet, as they attempted to escape, it seemed as though the two battling Foundation establishment cultivators were specifically targeting them. Appearing not far away once again amidst their skirmish. Li Qingshuan's expression darkened. He realized he could not use the flying crane artifact. If he did, he would undoubtedly become a living target. The two Foundation establishment cultivators fought further away. Quickly vanishing from sight, underground, Lu Ruyan suddenly exclaimed, digging with great urgency into the earth. Li Qingshan did not hesitate to join her, and the 30 laborers followed suit, understanding that only by sticking with Li Qingshan could they hope to survive. Otherwise, should they be targeted by the two Foundation establishment cultivators, they would have no chance of escape. Seizing the moment, the two Foundation establishment cultivators had distanced themselves from their location, making it prudent to dig downwards. Perhaps they could still escape with their lives. As Li Qingshan and the others continued to dig, a dark tunnel revealed itself below. Hurry, the group rejoiced, hastening towards the inky passage just as they departed. Li Qingshan gathered his energy, striking the sides of the pit. With a thunderous roar, the sand swiftly buried the hole. Only then did Li Qingshan breathe a sigh of relief, swiftly advancing through the tunnel until he caught up with Lu Ruyan and the others. Gazing into the seemingly endless tunnel, faint smiles graced their faces. We have finally escaped. Indeed, it is perplexing how those two individuals kept converging towards us. Never mind, let us delve deeper and hope for valuable finds within. The group advanced through the tunnel at their fastest pace, unafraid of the darkness, being cultivators of the immortal path. Half an hour later, they emerged into a vast cavern. This cavern appeared natural, not man-made. It was not unusual for such a place to exist within the endless sea of sand, given that anything could potentially emerge from it. After countless years of transformation, the endless sea of sand had long since taken on its current form. Li Qingshan surveyed the surroundings, furrowing his brow. What weak spiritual energy! The spiritual energy within the cavern was exceedingly thin, comparable to that found in the mortal realm's Beidang kingdom. Lu Ruyan nodded in agreement. Indeed, while the spiritual energy in the endless sea of sand is not overly dense, it is still far superior to that of Qingyu Mountain. But why is the spiritual energy here so scant? It is utterly unsuitable for cultivation. The others remained silent, merely acting as tools for Li Qingshan and Lu Ruyan. Following their lead without question, the two exchanged glances and proceeded in a specific direction. This cavern was expansive, seemingly interconnected in all directions. They quickly advanced towards a smaller cavern where they discovered a skeletal remains. The aura emanating from the bones instilled fear in the two. Is this the skeleton of a Foundation establishment cultivator? No, it is certainly not. Its cultivation level surpasses that of a Foundation establishment. The bones had existed for many years, yet the aura surrounding them remained potent, still resonating at the Foundation establishment level, indicating that the individual was undoubtedly not a mere Foundation establishment cultivator. Lu Ruyan's brow furrowed, her gaze scanning the body until she quickly spotted a broken sword. Indeed, as you said, my friend, that broken sword is certainly not a magical artifact. Li Qingshan nodded slightly. Let us not dwell on it for now. Let us search for any storage bags in the vicinity. They hastily scoured the area, but regrettably found no storage bags. It appeared that the cultivator who had slain this individual had taken them. With no other options, Li Qingshan and Lu Ruyan pressed on through the cavern, soon arriving at a hidden chamber. Is this chamber man-made? Look at the dust here. It seems no one has been here for quite some time. Indeed, let us search thoroughly. There may be valuable items within. The two quickly began to search the chamber, yet unfortunately they uncovered nothing of value. The 30 cultivators outside dared not make a sound, fearful of disturbing Li Qingshan and Lu Ruyan. They held no fear of Li Qingshan, but Lu Ruyan's Chapter 78. The late stage of the second-rank fire spirit bird acknowledges its master. Lu Ruyan had not been concerned about the gathering spirit pearl. Not only had Li Qingshan provided her with ample resources, but she had also obtained a spiritual spring, rendering the gathering spirit pearl unnecessary. Lu Ruyan was unaware of the specific functions of the gathering spirit pearl. Had she known it could elevate the spiritual spring's level, her thoughts might have differed. After Li Qingshan stored the gathering spirit pearl, he swiftly made his way in another direction, although the little yellow duck did not guide him on the path. This underground cavern was undoubtedly a remarkable place. Li Qingshan pressed onward, and before long he came to a halt. Lu Ruyan, puzzled, inquired, "Friend, what seems to be the matter?" Li Qingshan gestured ahead, saying, "Take a look for yourself." As Lu Ruyan gazed into the distance, she was taken aback to see a volcano. Let us retreat. We cannot venture into a volcano. Li Qingxian shook his head slightly, stating, I sense something within that could be of use to me. You all stay here. A location with a volcano was indeed a place where the heavenly fire golden lotus frequently appeared. If he could acquire a heavenly fire golden lotus, even one of lesser age, Li Qingxian could nurture it. Lu Ruyan fell silent, her brow furrowed in contemplation, while the others naturally had no objections. Even if they did, Li Qingxian would not entertain them. He surged forward at an astonishing speed. Soon reaching the volcano's mouth, upon inspection, he found no spiritual herbs. With a slight sigh, he was about to turn away when a firebird, the size of a fist, burst forth from the crater. Chirp! The firebird's call was strikingly clear, and its aura was formidable. Li Qingxuan's expression changed drastically as he hastily retreated. To his surprise, the firebird pursued him, flames surging toward him. With a flicker of thought, a shield materialized before him, blocking the firebird's flames. At that moment, the little yellow duck in Li Qingxuan's arms suddenly began to squawk. Its voice seemed to penetrate the very fabric of space, reaching the ears of the firebird, which had been relentlessly attacking. Abruptly halted, eyeing Li Qingxian with caution, the little yellow duck slowly extended its head, glancing at the firebird, which quickly retracted its head, fear flickering in its eyes. Li Qingxian, dumbfounded, turned his gaze toward the little yellow duck. Little one, I did not realize you possessed such prowess. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little yellow duck lazily lifted its head before retreating back into Li Qingxuan's embrace. Li Qingxian regarded the firebird and asked, Is there a heavenly fire golden lotus within this volcano? The firebird fixed its gaze on Li Qingxian, showing no intention of replying. As Li Qingxuan's spirit beast, the little yellow duck, seeing the firebird's silence, squawked in annoyance, quack, quack, quack. This sudden turn of events caused Li Qingxian to frown slightly as he patted the little yellow duck. Little one, refrain from such unpleasant sounds. The little yellow duck tucked its head and, ceasing its noise, the firebird hastily spoke, Indeed, there is a heavenly fire golden lotus, but it is less than 1,000 years old. Li Qingxuan's eyes brightened as he quickly inquired, Oh, how many heavenly fire golden lotuses are there? The firebird replied, There are 3 in total, but one must remain to suppress the volcano, otherwise it will erupt. You can only take 2. If you desire them, I can fetch them for you immediately. Li Qingxian shook his head. Why fear the volcano's eruption? The firebird rolled its eyes. This is my home. If the volcano erupts, my abode will be lost. Li Qingxuan's eyes gleamed with interest as he asked, Would you be willing to follow me? Upon hearing this, the firebird fell into deep thought, glancing at Li Qingxuan's embrace. Clearly hesitant. Li Qingxian stroked the little yellow duck's head and quietly asked, Can you devise a way to make it submit? This creature is a late-stage second-rank demon beast. If we can secure it, our safety will greatly increase. The little yellow duck pondered for a moment before chirping. Li Qingxian suddenly understood that the firebird was intimidated by the bloodline aura emanating from the little yellow duck, which could only temporarily suppress it. To fully have the firebird follow him, Li Qingxian would need to subdue it. Seemingly struck by inspiration, he remarked, If I can suppress it for just a moment, I will be able to tame it. The little yellow duck skeptically extended its head, regarding Li Qingxian as if questioning his capability. Li Qingxian hastily replied, Have you forgotten? I possess a beast control talisman? One of considerable rank. Capturing this firebird should not pose a challenge. The little yellow duck's eyes lit up in realization, having overlooked this crucial detail. With that, it began to squawk at the firebird. Although the sound was quite unpleasant, the firebird was genuinely alarmed, falling prostrate on the ground, too afraid to move. Li Qingxuan's heart soared with joy as he rushed toward the firebird. Once before it, he produced a jade talisman, its surface stained with his blood. In truth, only a drop was necessary, but for safety's sake, Li Qingxian coated the beast control talisman entirely with his blood. He then pressed the talisman unceremoniously against the firebird's forehead. At that moment, the firebird, still under the influence of the little yellow duck's bloodline suppression, possessed no resistance. The talisman instantly sank into its body simultaneously. The little yellow duck withdrew its bloodline suppression, granting the firebird its freedom. The firebird gazed at Li Qingxian, a flicker of reluctance in its eyes, but ultimately yielded. Li Qingxian smiled, saying, From now on, you shall follow me. I assure you, you will not be treated poorly. This was a late-stage second-rank demon beast, its strength comparable to that of a late-stage Foundation establishment practitioner, and indeed far surpassing them, particularly as a fire attribute demon beast. Its flames wielded powers far exceeding ordinary Foundation establishment fire. The firebird's gaze turned respectful as it quickly nodded. Proclaiming, "Master, wherever you go, I shall follow." With the bond of master and servant successfully established, any further resistance would only lead to its own detriment. Li Qingxian then inquired, "By the way, what is your species? I cannot simply refer to you as Firebird forever." The Firebird glanced at Li Qingxian, surprised that he did not recognize it. Nevertheless, it respectfully replied, "Master, my true form is the Fire Spirit Bird, possessing the bloodline of the Vermilion Bird. As I am inherently a fire attribute creature, I frequently reside within volcanoes." Li Qingxian was taken aback, realizing it bore the bloodline of the Vermilion Bird, a highly esteemed lineage. The Vermilion Bird is a divine beast of fire attributes. Likely born of celestial origins, the Fire Spirit Bird's possession of such bloodlines signified its formidable heritage, promising an unlimited future. Li Qingxian marveled at his serendipity in casually acquiring a demon beast of divine lineage. "Excellent, you shall accompany me henceforth." I have heard that within this volcano lies the heavenly fire golden lotus. Are there any other treasures to be found? Retrieve them, this is no place for lingering. The Fire Spirit Bird exhibited no hesitation. Having acknowledged Li Qingxian as its master, it would follow him wherever he went. "Yes, master." As the words left its beak, the Fire Spirit Bird soared toward the volcano's mouth at remarkable speed. Chapter 79, The Eruption of the Volcano. "Flee," Li Qingxian hastily cautioned Fire Spirit. "Hold on, do not rush." As he spoke, a storage bag flew through the air, landing before the Fire Spirit Bird. The bird's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing the storage bag. Its master had directly tossed it a storage bag, instructing it to scavenge for resources at the volcano's mouth, yet it said nothing more, for having recognized Li Qingxian as its master, it would comply with his every command. Watching the Fire Spirit Bird dive into the volcano, a broad smile spread across Li Qingxuan's face. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan and the others approached, observing Li Qingxuan's fixation on the volcano's mouth with puzzled expressions. "Friend, what are you doing? Aren't we supposed to be gathering resources?" Li Qingxian waved his hand, saying, "There's no need to rush, someone is assisting me. Once they return we shall depart from here," with the Fire Spirit Bird now at his side. Li Qingxian felt no fear of the two Foundation establishment cultivators. Should those two cultivators be foolish enough to provoke them, the Fire Spirit Bird could easily dispatch them. As a late-stage second-rank demon beast, its aura far surpassed that of the two Foundation establishment practitioners. Hearing Li Qingxuan's words, the others exchanged glances, growing wary. None among them had ventured into the volcano, not even Lu Ruyan, who had regained her qi refining prowess, could enter the depths of the volcano. Only those with Foundation establishment cultivation could delve deeper, otherwise it was impossible. Li Qingxuan's mention of someone having entered caused them to wonder if the two Foundation establishment practitioners had also descended. With this thought, they became increasingly alert, scanning their surroundings. Lu Ruyan queried, "Friend, do not speak carelessly, our people are all here. How could anyone have gone down to assist you in gathering resources?" Li Qingxian chuckled. "It is my newly acquired spirit beast. You will see shortly." As allies Li Qingxian and Lu Ruyan had little to conceal from one another beyond their cultivation levels. Time passed gradually, and suddenly the ground trembled violently. At that moment, a colossal firebird erupted from the volcano, appearing before Li Qingxian. "Master, I have gathered the items." As it spoke, a storage bag materialized before Li Qingxian. His heart leaped with joy as he swiftly secured the storage bag. Urging Lu Ruyan beside him, "Quickly, let us leave this place with all haste." Upon concluding his words, he swiftly dashed towards the distant cavern. Lu Ruyan immediately responded, resolutely following in his wake. The laborers behind them mirrored this urgency. With Li Qingxian's insistence, they were certain that unforeseen events were about to unfold. Indeed, shortly after their departure, the volcano in the vicinity erupted violently. The force of the eruption shattered the surroundings, causing molten lava to surge forth from the ground. In the boundless sea of sand, two foundational stage cultivators were engaged in combat when an intense premonition washed over them. They exchanged a glance and retreated at the swiftest pace. However, just as they had retreated halfway, a colossal surge of lava erupted, engulfing them entirely. As foundational stage cultivators, even being submerged in lava only resulted in minor injuries, and they emerged as swiftly as they could. Observing each other's disheveled states, they ceased their conflict and fled in unison, fully aware that a volcanic eruption was far from trivial. This place was certainly no sanctuary. As anticipated shortly after their escape, more lava gushed forth, spreading rapidly in all directions. The two foundational stage cultivators from Taoyuan, witnessing this scene, furrowed their brows, perplexed by the unfolding chaos. Fortunately, they had managed to flee quickly, otherwise, they would have faced serious injury. And being wounded in this endless desert would be akin to a death sentence. Within the cavern, Li Qingxian and his companions hastened towards the distance. Leading the charge were Li Qingxian and the fire spirit bird, closely followed by Lu Ruoyan, with dozens of Qi practitioners trailing behind. At this moment, terror was etched on every face as they yearned to outpace one another. As time passed, the speed of the lava intensified, encroaching upon them relentlessly. Li Qingxian glanced at the fire spirit bird and inquired, "Fire spirit, do you have a means to breach the cavern?" Though the fire spirit bird feared not the lava, Li Qingxian was anxious. The fire spirit bird, concerned for its master's safety, replied, "Master, there is a way. With my strength, I can certainly escape the cavern, but I cannot carry so many." Upon hearing this, a look of delight graced Li Qingxian's face. "Very well, take us to and flee this place. As for the others behind us, I hold no concern for them. They are merely tools for our treasure hunt. Our escape is paramount, and the survival of those cultivators lies solely in their hands." Upon hearing Li Qingxian's words, Lu Ruoyan was elated, yet the laborers trailing behind expressed their discontent. "My lord, take us with you. We do not wish to perish. My lord, save us, you cannot abandon us to die here." Hearing their cries, Lu Ruoyan frowned slightly, her flying needles continuously darting forth, relentlessly harvesting their lives. Li Qingxian was taken aback by Lu Ruoyan's ruthlessness as she decisively dealt with these individuals. However, there was no other choice. Escaping with them was simply impossible. If it were just Lu Ruoyan and himself, the fire spirit bird could undoubtedly break free. The treacherous nature of the endless desert demanded no concern for others. Had it not been for the alliance and the heart demon oath with Lu Ruoyan, he might have been indifferent to her fate as well. At that moment, Lu Ruoyan felt something clutching her shoulder, causing her immense pain. Looking up, she beheld the enormous form of the fire spirit bird, its talon nearly piercing her shoulder. Yet, given the urgency of the situation, such roughness was unavoidable. One could hardly expect a bird to be gentle in times of peril. Not only Lu Ruoyan, but Li Qingxian too endured a similar fate. Feeling a sharp pain in his shoulder, he was suddenly lifted into the air, carried by the fire spirit bird, emerging into the vast desert. At that moment, they spotted the two foundational stage cultivators not far away, appearing quite disheveled and bearing various injuries. Seeing them, Li Qingxian could not help but chuckle. Lu Ruoyan shared in the amusement. It was surprising to witness two foundational stage experts in such a state of disarray, rendering their own plight rather insignificant. Upon noticing Li Qingxian and Lu Ruoyan, the two foundational stage cultivators grew wary. But their caution was directed not at the pair, but rather at the fire spirit bird that had rescued them from the cavern. Chapter 80, Annihilating Two Foundational Stage Cultivators, the Millennium Earth Spirit Milk and Truth. The two foundational stage cultivators were too preoccupied to ponder such matters. They simply wished to escape. Li Qingxian remarked, "Fire spirit, pursue them." The two foundational stage cultivators, amidst their fierce battle, had audaciously approached Li Qingxian's vicinity multiple times. Or else they would never have ventured into the underground cavern. Although they had acquired two valuable treasures within the cavern, Li Qingxian remained displeased, as he had lost 30 laborers, and finding replacements would prove challenging. These two foundational stage cultivators were the root of his misfortune. Seizing their storage bags was essential to recoup his losses. With the fire spirit bird at the late second tier, Li Qingxian was no longer intimidated by most foundational stage experts, let alone these two injured initial stage cultivators. Without hesitation, the fire spirit bird pursued the fleeing foundational stage cultivators, who looked grim as they realized the fire spirit bird had followed them. As the lava continued to surge, their only option was to flee. Once they escaped the lava's immediate threat, the two foundational stage cultivators wore icy expressions, coldly regarding the fire spirit bird. "Why do you follow us? We have not provoked you." At that moment, Li Qingxian was set down by the fire spirit bird and smilingly replied, "You indeed have not provoked it, but you have certainly attracted my attention." As he spoke, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Li Qingxian's eyes. The two foundational stage cultivators were at a loss for words. To them, he was merely a lowly Qi practitioner at the 7th layer. However, upon witnessing the fire spirit bird beside him, their expressions darkened further. Realizing that the bird belonged to Li Qingxian, "Your friend, please enlighten us on how we have wronged you," they implored, having never encountered Li Qingxian and unaware of where they had incited his ire. Li Qingxian replied with a smile, "Since you too wish to engage in combat, why venture to our vicinity? Are you unaware that the aftermath of a foundational stage battle is beyond the endurance of mere Qi practitioners? It seems you are intentionally seeking trouble, as you have repeatedly drawn the battlefield closer to us." The two foundational stage cultivators fell silent. They had not intended for such an outcome, as battles rarely allowed for the luxury of choosing a location. However, as Li Qingxian pointed out, the residual effects of foundational stage conflicts were indeed perilous for ordinary Qi practitioners. Moreover, considering the current situation, with their group dwindled to just 2, while the others had perished, they felt a twinge of guilt. Just as they were about to respond, Li Qingxian interjected with a smile, "In truth, I have no desire to harbor enmity with you esteemed seniors. However, since animosity has been established, I must eliminate the opposition fire spirit attack." With that command, the fire spirit bird transformed into a streak of flame, darting towards the 2 foundational stage cultivators. The flames enveloped the surroundings, ensnaring the cultivators within. Li Qingxian remarked with a grin, "Friend, my spirit companion is quite impressive, is it not?" Lu Ruoyan nodded earnestly. "Indeed, it is remarkable. A late second-tier demonic beast, one wonders how you acquired such a treasure. With this spirit companion, no one in Qingyu Mountain would dare to challenge you. Even if you were to procure foundational stage pills, I doubt anyone would dare to covet them from you." As she spoke, a glimmer of envy flickered in her gaze. After all, a late second-tier demonic beast was extraordinarily powerful, capable both as a mount and in battle, and not every foundational stage cultivator could claim such an ally. Lu Ruoyan had yet to encounter a foundational stage expert within Qingyu Gate who possessed a second-tier spirit companion. Li Qingxian chuckled, "The Qingyu Gate is not to be trifled with, even with the fire spirit bird. I may not necessarily best the foundational stage cultivators of your sect." Lu Ruoyan shook her head. "No, your fire spirit is formidable. Even the sect master of Qingyu Gate may not be able to contend with it." She understood well that the fire spirit was indeed powerful, and the sect master was merely at the mid-foundational stage. If Li Qingxian sought to dominate Qingyu Mountain, he need not concern himself with the Qingyu Gate's influence. The fire spirit could easily suppress them. However, the Qingyu Gate had formidable backing in the form of the Qingyu sect, which explained the regular supply of foundational stage pills every 30 years. Thus, Li Qingxian did not dare to underestimate the Qingyu Gate. As the 2 conversed, the fire spirit bird's talons descended, and the 2 foundational stage cultivators perished instantaneously. They had been on the brink of being reduced to ash and were utterly defenseless against the assault. Li Qingxian observed the scene with a grin, and once the fire spirit bird had dispatched them, he approached and seized their storage bags. "Oh dear, why come seeking trouble with me? Let me see what you were truly fighting over." With that, he opened the 2 storage bags, revealing their contents. Upon spotting a jade box, a familiar sensation washed over him, and he couldn't help but smile. Within it lay the elusive wogan grass. It is no wonder that those 2 individuals resorted to thievery. They had encountered the rootless grass. The rootless grass is indeed a valuable treasure, yet Li Qingxian already possesses it, rendering it temporarily useless. He then shifted his gaze towards other resources and soon discovered yet another item within a storage bag, his eyes gleaming with heightened delight. No wonder, it turns out they were after this. I would have coveted it too. Li Qingxian beheld the jade vial within the storage bag, a broad smile spreading across his face. This vial contained a drop of 1,000-year earth spirit milk, an extraordinary treasure indeed. Among the spirit peach brew he had obtained, there was a drop of century-old earth spirit milk as a primary ingredient. Not only can the century-old earth spirit milk be utilized for brewing spirit peach wine, but it is also effective for concocting earth spirit pills, and can even be consumed directly to enhance one's cultivation. Moreover, the enhancement provided by the century-old earth spirit milk is not limited to the Qi refining stage but extends to the foundation establishment stage. As for the 1,000-year earth spirit milk, it is a remarkable item that significantly boosts the cultivation of golden core stage cultivators, a treasure that is both rare and precious. It is evident that these 2 foundation establishment cultivators were fortunate to possess 10 drops of 1,000-year earth spirit milk. Yet unfortunately for them, they crossed paths with Li Qingxian. As for the other resources, Li Qingxian found them unworthy and promptly collected the 2 storage bags. "Fellow Daoist, these treasures were acquired through my conquest of foes. I shall keep them. You have no objections, I trust?" Lu Ruyan lightly shook her head and replied, "Were it not for you, fellow Daoist, I would likely have perished in the endless sand sea. Your generosity in providing me with such resources has left me thoroughly content. These spoils belong to you as they are the fruits of your labor." During this venture into the endless sand sea, Lu Ruyan's gains were substantial, even surpassing her previous expeditions combined. She understood that her fortune was largely due to Li Qingxian and thus dared not overreach. Li Qingxian nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, in that case, I shall keep them." With that, he cast his gaze towards the lava behind them. Having already stored away the bags, Lu Ruyan gazed at the boundless lava and sighed. "The might of nature is indeed formidable." Li Qingxian shook his head. "It's merely a small volcano. It hardly qualifies as true natural power. Let us proceed in search of resources." there is ample time. And perhaps we might discover some foundation establishment pills. Chapter 81, Jiayang Kuei. Lu Ruyan scoffed, a mere volcanic eruption hardly constitutes the might of nature. It seems Li Qingxian has become rather arrogant. However, upon noticing the fire spirit bird beside him, Lu Ruyan silently closed her mouth. One can only envy such power. Quietly following in Li Qingshuan's wake, the two hastened deeper into the endless sand sea. At present, with the fire spirit bird by their side, most foundation establishment cultivators were no longer fearful. As long as they did not encounter peak foundation establishment cultivators, they could traverse with ease. Before long, more cultivators joined their ranks, serving as laborers to excavate resources for them. Yet, the deeper they ventured into the endless sand sea, the more buried the resources became, and the higher their quality. Unfortunately, Li Qingxian had yet to locate the remaining Bianhua flower. He had already found the Yugu flower in the Tianhua golden lotus, leaving only the Bianhua flower without any leads. Li Qingxian paid it no mind. As it was not a resource he particularly required, whether he obtained it or not was of little consequence. He had already found 2 types of spirit herbs needed by Jin Lei. And now he was wholly focused on seeking materials for foundation establishment pills. With a large number of laborers assisting in the excavation, Li Qingxian found the task considerably easier, merely needing to direct them to extract the resources. Among this cohort of laborers were several qi refining 10th level cultivators who had initially been unwilling to submit, yet upon seeing the fire spirit bird, they promptly swore their allegiance. Li Qingxian contemplated whether to bring them back to serve as offerings for the North Tang Kingdom. Over the years, he had acquired quite a few first and second tier spiritual veins, the highest reaching second tier middle grade. While these were inferior to his spiritual spring, they were nonetheless commendable. If he were to bring these 3 qi refining 10th level cultivators back, allowing them to guard the Great Green Mountain and serve as offerings for the North Tang Kingdom, it seemed a feasible plan. After all, as an alchemist, he could cultivate several alchemists or artifact masters for the Li family. Resources were something he had in abundance. Even if he had to expend them, he could still produce alchemists. With this thought, Li Qingxian glanced at the 3 qi refining 10th level cultivators and then at the other 30 or so cultivators. This time, he did not allow Lu Ruyan to take charge. Instead, he had them pledge their loyalty to him. Li Qingxian had his own considerations, wishing to bring back these 30 or so cultivators as offerings for the North Tang Kingdom. The more cultivators in the offering hall, the stronger their cultivation, which would bolster the power of the North Tang Kingdom. As the time to depart the endless sand sea drew nearer, Li Qingxian found this idea increasingly recurring in his mind. Now, it was merely a matter of whether they were willing to accompany him. If they were not, then there was little he could do. With this thought, Li Qingxian could not help but smile. Pointing towards a distant area, "Go excavate over there, and do so swiftly." No sooner had the words left his mouth than 2 qi refining 10th level cultivators dashed towards that direction, eagerly beginning to dig. Observing their actions, Li Qingxian nodded in satisfaction. It seemed these cultivators understood the situation well. He reached out to stroke the fire spirit bird beside him and inquired, "Must you reside within a volcano?" Qingyu Mountain also has volcanoes, though they are somewhat distant from Qingxian Valley. The fire spirit bird shook its head. "It is not strictly necessary to live in a volcano. I can thrive within the earth's fire as well." Hearing this, Li Qingxian breathed a sigh of relief. If necessary, he could summon the earth's fire using formations, allowing the fire spirit bird to dwell there comfortably. "Very well, upon our return, I shall devise a method to summon the earth's fire for you, enabling you to cultivate in peace." The fire spirit bird regarded Li Qingxian, accepting this promise, though the fire spirit bird was uncertain whether Li Qingxian would indeed summon the earth's fire for its cultivation. He was its master, and whatever he said was undoubtedly correct. Before long, 2 qi refining 10th level cultivators unearthed a treasure, another intermediate storage bag. Li Qingxian casually opened it and extracted the resources within. As they would need to be shared with Lu Ruyan. Jiayang Kuei, Lu Ruyan swiftly approached upon seeing one of the sunflowers, exclaiming in surprise. Li Qingxian furrowed his brow, seizing the Jiayang Kuei, his expression tinged with regret. This Jiayang Kuei had no root system, rendering it incapable of being planted, and its seeds had already begun to dry, making them unsuitable for cultivation. This Jiayang Kuei was remarkable. Not only could it be used to concoct foundation establishment pills, but it could also be traded with powerful factions for such pills. Li Qingxian stored the Jiayang Kuei away, smiling as he said, "I shall keep this for now. When we emerge, we shall see how many main ingredients for foundation establishment pills we can gather. If we collect enough, we shall distribute them based on the main ingredients. If not, we will allocate them according to the foundation establishment pills we can procure." Lu Ruyan nodded. "What you say is indeed reasonable. We shall proceed as you suggest. Having finally encountered a spirit herb that could be exchanged for foundation establishment pills, Lu Ruyan was reluctant to forego it, yet she recognized that this was Li Qingxuan's achievement. With the fire spirit bird nearby, she dared not seize it forcefully, thus Lu Ruyan could only acquiesce. Li Qingxian reassured her, there is no need to rush, fellow Taoist. We can take our time. Perhaps we will find even more spirit herbs for refining foundation establishment pills further along. Lu Ruyan slightly nodded, resigned to the situation. Suddenly her gaze fell upon a jade vial of foundation establishment pill. Li Qingxian hastily turned to the vial, and indeed, the words foundation establishment pill were inscribed upon it. Without hesitation, he grasped the vial and swiftly opened it, only to be met with an acrid scent. Another useless pill. Lu Ruyan's expression darkened. She had not anticipated that it contained yet another wasted pill. Feeling somewhat regretful, Li Qingxian poured out the contents, revealing 2 pills, which combined with the one he had previously acquired, made a total of 3. Lu Ruyan glanced at the 2 wasted pills and waved her hand, saying, "You may take these 2 wasted pills, Taoist, they are of no use to me." She had no desire to consume a useless pill in hopes of breaking through. Whether or not she could succeed was one matter. But even if she did, what would it matter? Her path of cultivation would be severed thereafter. It was far better to simply hand the 2 wasted pills over to Li Qingxian as a gesture of goodwill. As for bringing them back to her sect, Lu Ruyan had not even considered it. Within the entire Qingyu sect, only her master treated her somewhat well, and even that was merely a semblance of kindness. If one were to speak of genuine affection, it was out of the question. Cultivators pursue the path of immortality, and few are those who would invest true feelings in their disciples. Lu Ruyan respected her master greatly, yet she would not hesitate to sever ties should her master ever turn against her. Li Qingxian smiled. Very well, I shall accept them. Just as Li Qingxian desired those 2 pills, he glanced at the 3 qi refining 10th level cultivators nearby, a smile breaking across his face. If these 3 qi refining 10th level cultivators were to submit to him, he could easily take them back and grant them the 3 wasted pills. These 3 cultivators were nearing 60 years of age. If they did not strive now, they would have no chance of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Bestowing upon them the 3 wasted pills, while it would render their path forward impossible, was still a better option than remaining indefinitely stagnant. Should they fail to break through, their lifespans would be limited to a mere 120 years. If they succeeded, however, they could live up to 250 years. With this in mind, Li Qingxian stored away the 2 wasted pills. Chapter 82. Encountering the foundation establishment battle again. Boom! At that moment, the sounds of fierce combat erupted nearby, capturing the attention of Li Qingxian and his companions. The fire spirit bird hastily exclaimed, "Master, there are 2 foundation establishment stage cultivators, both at the mid-foundation establishment level." Li Qingxian quickly responded, "We must retreat. This is no place for us to linger." To his dismay, they unexpectedly encountered yet another fierce battle between foundation establishment cultivators, proving their luck to be exceedingly poor. Lu Ruyan and the others followed Li Qingxian without hesitation, swiftly withdrawing from the combat zone. Once they had distanced themselves, they could not help but exhale in relief. "Fire spirit, do you have any knowledge of what they are fighting over?" Li Qingxian inquired. The fire spirit bird replied, "It appears to be a corpse. The aura emanating from it suggests it belonged to a golden core stage cultivator. They are likely battling for the storage bag on the corpse, though I cannot ascertain the specifics. Master, would you like me to investigate further?" Li Qingxian asked. "Is that truly the corpse of a golden core cultivator?" The fire spirit bird shook its head. "I cannot be sure from this distance." Li Qingxian nodded. "Then go. If they end up mutually injuring each other, you are to eliminate them all." The fire spirit bird nodded and shrank in size before swiftly taking flight toward the combatants. Lu Ruyan asked, "Fellow cultivator, do you think there will be foundation establishment pills?" Li Qingxian chuckled. "There's no rush. We have already obtained the Chaoyang flower. Even if we cannot acquire the foundation establishment pills, we can exchange for 2 or 3, and surely there will be a share for you." Of course, while he said this, Li Qingxian had no intention of trading the Chaoyang flower for foundation establishment pills. If he were to exchange anything, it would be the abundant Yulan grass, of which he could procure as much as he desired. Untroubled by waste, the Chaoyang flower was different. He possessed only one, and trading it away would mean its loss. Li Qingxian intended to concoct the foundation establishment pills himself, hence he must secure the Chaoyang flower. As for other spiritual herbs, he already possessed rootless grass and Yulan grass. He merely needed to locate 9-leaf flower and mandala flower to gather the primary ingredients for the foundation establishment pills. Regarding the remaining auxiliary herbs, they were readily available in the market, and he could purchase seeds to cultivate them. As long as he could obtain those two spiritual herbs, Li Qingshuan's purpose for venturing into the endless sands would be fulfilled. Rather than hastily seeking resources, Li Qingxian sat down to meditate, observing his cultivation. The three Qi refinement stage cultivators, all at the 10th level, unhesitatingly formed a protective circle around him. They had sworn a vow against their inner demons, binding them to safeguard Li Qingxian, for failure to do so would incur dire consequences, even if the inner demon vow did not manifest. Furthermore, they sensed the looming threat of death emanating from Li Qingxian, indicating his capability to annihilate them. Since they had already submitted, they resolved to fully commit to their allegiance. As the three Qi refinement stage cultivators encircled Li Qingxian, other cultivators also took action. Surrounding him, Lu Ruyan cast an envious glance at Li Qingxian before closing her eyes and earnestly resuming her cultivation. As a disciple of the Qingyu sect, she harbored no thoughts of letting the other cultivators flounder. After all, even if they submitted to her, she had no means to arrange their fates. Once they exited the endless sands, she would still need to address the situation directly. Li Qingxian clearly intended to recruit some subordinates. Though his precise motives remained uncertain, he was not cultivating his magical power but rather his spiritual consciousness. As his spiritual consciousness emerged, his spirit began to take shape, though it was merely a faint outline. It marked the beginning of its formation, and through continuous cultivation, it would surely solidify over time. The nourishing spirit pill had long since been consumed, yet with the nourishing spirit technique, Li Qingxian could directly cultivate his skills. After all, he had already developed his spiritual consciousness, allowing him to enhance his spirit at an accelerated pace. Not far away, Lu Ruyan was also cultivating her spiritual consciousness, although her abilities did not quite match Li Qingshuan's. They were not far off. Coupled with her natural talent, her progress was swift. The fire spirit bird darted toward the distant battlefield with remarkable speed. Soon entering the fray, the fire spirit bird was astute. Choosing to conceal its form as it ascended to a high altitude, gazing downward, it indeed spotted a nearly desiccated corpse, which not only bore a storage bag but also a piece of clothing. Perhaps due to the protection of this clothing, the corpse had not entirely decomposed into bones. However, the fierce battle between the two Foundation establishment cultivators was gradually causing the corpse to wither away. The fire spirit bird did not reveal itself, merely observing the clash from afar. Just as Li Qingxian had mentioned, it intended to wait until the two were mutually weakened before making its move. The two mid-Foundation establishment cultivators were both middle-aged men, one stout and the other slender. The stout man coldly declared, "Suyu, how dare you covet my family's ancestor? You are courting death." The slender man laughed disdainfully. "Ah, Jiang Longtao, your ancestor, do you not know he has been dead for many years? Can you even recognize him now? Why speak such grandiloquent words about seizing the storage bag on that corpse?" It is truly a joke. From their words, it was evident that they were contending for the storage bag and the clothing on the corpse. That clothing was a defensive magical treasure, capable of preventing the corpse from decaying over the years, a remarkable treasure indeed. The fire spirit bird observed their battle, its gaze fixed on the storage bag on the corpse. The storage bag was an advanced one. Under normal circumstances, one would need to surpass the owner's cultivation level to access it. However, the situation was different now. Since the owner of the storage bag had perished, any cultivator with developed spiritual consciousness could easily open it. Advanced storage bags were comparable to intermediate ones, except that advanced bags could recognize their owner. While the owner was alive, the bag could not be opened. However, if the owner had died, any cultivator with spiritual consciousness could effortlessly access the advanced storage bag. The fire spirit bird contemplated the storage bag. Recalling Li Qingshuan's instructions, it was likely that Li Qingxian had tasked it with dealing with the two Foundation establishment cultivators for this storage bag. At that moment, both combatants were expending their utmost efforts, intent on defeating one another, entirely oblivious to the fire spirit bird hovering above them. Soon, Suyu could no longer endure. His body was covered in wounds, and blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. As for Jiang Longtao, though his energy was waning, he remained significantly stronger than Suyu. At that instant, Jiang Longtao looked at Suyu and laughed heartily. "Suyu, did you ever imagine that you would ultimately perish at my hands?" Suyu merely glared at him with murderous intent, remaining silent as he hastened to recover from his injuries. Jiang Longtao sneered, "Do you truly believe I would grant you the opportunity to die?" With that, a fire dragon erupted from his body, instantly charging toward Suyu. A glint of cold light flashed in Suyu's eyes. He opened his mouth, and a flying needle appeared, shooting forth toward the fire dragon. Whoosh! Boom! the flying needle shattered the fire dragon and continued its assault toward Jiang Longtao. Jiang Longtao's expression shifted in alarm as he hurriedly retreated, but he was no match for the speed of the flying needle, which pierced his brow, causing him to lose consciousness instantly. Chapter 83, Fire Spirit Gains, Foundation Establishment Pill. Jiang Longtao, in the end, you are the one who perished, so you laughed heartily at the lifeless body of Jiang Longtao. However, as he laughed, blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, revealing his grievous injuries. Wiping away the blood, Suyu summoned a flying sword and decisively severed Jiang Longtao's neck, only relaxing once the head had fallen. In the sky, the fire spirit bird intently observed them. Just as Suyu beheaded Jiang Longtao, the fire spirit bird unleashed a torrent of flames. The flames transformed into arrows, shooting toward Suyu at incredible speed. The sense of danger was ever present, yet Suyu had no capacity to evade. He was instantly struck in the head by the arrow, igniting into flames. No, I refuse to accept this. The aura of death enveloped him, and he could hardly believe that a fisherman lay in wait nearby. Had he known, he would have first dealt with the fisherman alongside Jiang Longtao. This was his final thought as his consciousness plunged into darkness. The fire spirit bird watched as he turned to ashes before swooping down beside him to seize his storage by a G.AN intermediate storage bag. Master will surely appreciate this. Subsequently, it collected Jiang Longtao's storage bag as well. After completing these tasks, the fire spirit bird turned its gaze toward the corpse, unleashing a burst of flames that consumed it. In a short while, the corpse was reduced to ashes, leaving only a storage bag and a piece of clothing behind. At this moment, the fire spirit bird swiftly snatched up the clothing and storage bag, hastening back toward Li Qingxian. As Li Qingxian was immersed in his cultivation, he opened his eyes and smiled. He could sense that the fire spirit bird had returned. When the fire spirit bird appeared before Li Qingxian, he inquired, "What have you gathered?" The fire spirit bird presented the clothing and 3 storage bags to Li Qingxian, stating earnestly, "Master, I have brought these back." Upon seeing the 3 storage bags, a look of delight spread across Li Qingxian's face. The clothing was a magical treasure, while he had no immediate use for it. It would undoubtedly serve him in the future. Fire spirit, please guard me. I wish to examine the spoils of this encounter. The fire spirit bird nodded, scanning the surroundings as if wary of potential enemies. Li Qingxian smiled slightly, disregarding its demeanor, and turned his attention to the 3 storage bags in his hands. Not far away, Lu Ruyan displayed a look of envy. Such spoils rightfully belonged to Li Qingxian, and she felt it inappropriate to claim any portion. Nevertheless, she approached, curious to see the fruits of Li Qingxian's endeavors. Li Qingxian gently caressed the 2 intermediate storage bags, his consciousness probing within. These were his rightful spoils of war, and there was no need to share them with Lu Ruoyan. A mere glance would suffice. Noticing that Li Qingxian had no intention of revealing their contents, Lu Ruoyan chose not to linger any longer. She was not one to be overly curious, and considering one of the bags contained a storage pouch from a golden core cultivator, she would rather not be tempted by what lay inside. Li Qingxian cast a sidelong glance at her but said nothing. Truly, she was the Empress Ruoyan, wise and understanding. Lu Ruoyan was adept at discerning when to advance and when to withdraw, which was a boon for Li Qingxian. With little regard for Lu Ruoyan, he began to examine the resources contained within the 2 storage bags. Among the possessions of the 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators were 6 top-grade magical artifacts. Li Qingxian no longer needed to worry about such items. Additionally, he discovered 23 medium-grade spirit stones, which brought him immense joy. Whether Little Yellow Duck could break through to a second-tier spirit beast depended on these stones. For a Foundation Establishment cultivator, possessing 23 medium-grade spirit stones was not particularly remarkable. Moreover, there were other resources: 5 bottles of Peiyuan Dan, 3 bottles of Yangyuan Dan, and 1 bottle of a coveted elixir. Upon seeing the words Foundation Establishment Dan, Li Qingxian's heart raced, fearful that the contents of the jade bottle would turn out to be useless. Without further hesitation, he took out the jade bottle and eagerly opened it. A fragrant aroma wafted forth, and to his delight, it was not a waste elixir. Lu Ruoyan, who had been in the midst of her cultivation, suddenly opened her eyes and turned her gaze towards Li Qingxian. Her expression filled with urgency. "Friend, how many are there?" At this moment, Lu Ruoyan could no longer contain herself. This was a Foundation Establishment Dan, a scent she was familiar with, having encountered it at Qingyu sect, where it was presented to the true disciples. Li Qingxian smiled faintly and poured out the Foundation Establishment Dan, 3 in total. Lu Ruoyan hastily inquired, "Friend, could you sell me one? I am willing to pay the highest auction price." Typically, the single Foundation Establishment Dan could fetch 30,000 low-grade spirit stones at a sale, but at auction, the price had once soared to 58,000 low-grade spirit stones. This illustrated just how precious the Foundation Establishment Dan was. Lu Ruoyan was now beyond caring for the specifics, acquiring even one foundation establishment dan coupled with the Yugu dan that Li Qingxian would concoct for her, would secure her breakthrough. She was prepared to pay any price to obtain a foundation establishment dan. Li Qingxian hesitated for a moment before responding, "Friend, I can sell you the foundation establishment dan, but I do not wish for low-grade spirit stones." His meaning was clear. Li Qingxian had no shortage of low-grade spirit stones. Not only was he an alchemist, but he had also amassed a considerable number since entering the Endless Sand Sea. Lu Ruoyan smiled slightly and replied, "Then the Chaoyang Kuei shall belong to you. Along with these resources, please see if they are sufficient." With that, she tossed a storage bag to Li Qingxian. Li Qingxuan's eyes brightened as he eagerly caught the storage bag and examined it closely. Inside, he found 7 medium-grade spirit stones and 3 jade slips. Without pretension, he immediately took out the 3 jade slips for inspection. Each jade slip contained records on alchemy, artifact forging, and formations, including not only the methods of crafting but also insights gained. As he perused the contents, astonishment flickered in his eyes. Both alchemy and artifact forging could reach the second-tier pinnacle, while the formation records ranged from first-tier low-grade to second-tier high-grade. Li Qingxian nodded in satisfaction and declared, "Excellent, then we have a deal." He cared not for the origins of these items. Once they fell into his possession, they became part of his foundation, although he had obtained similar texts upon entering the Endless Sand Sea. Their quality had been subpar. If the Li family wished to become a renowned cultivation clan, they required their own resources. Compared to cultivation materials, these items were far more suitable. Hearing Li Qingxuan's words, Lu Ruoyan's heart soared with joy. The foundation establishment dan was finally within reach. Should it prove insufficient, once they emerged from the Endless Sand Sea, she could vie for another with the other true disciples. Securing a second foundation establishment dan would grant her two, and with the addition of a medium-grade spirit body, her breakthrough would be imminent. At this thought, Lu Ruoyan gazed eagerly at Li Qingxian. Chapter 84, Inventory of the Storage Bags. A bountiful harvest. Li Qingxian retrieved one foundation establishment dan and casually tossed it to Lu Ruoyan. With 2 foundation establishment dan, Li Qingxian was confident he could break through to the foundation establishment stage. Especially since he could cultivate the high-grade Yugu body. With little yellow duck by his side, he would have an endless supply of Yugu dan. Not only could he cultivate the high-grade Yugu body, but he could also amass enough pills to potentially forge a pinnacle-grade body. Lu Ruoyan swiftly caught the foundation establishment dan and quickly stowed it in her jade bottle, her face radiant with joy. "Thank you, friend." With this foundation establishment dan in hand, her breakthrough was practically assured. Thus, she felt immense gratitude towards Li Qingxian. And furthermore, with the resources acquired in the Endless Sand Sea, even after her breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, she would be able to cultivate rapidly to the mid-stage. Li Qingxian paid little mind to these matters and continued to inspect the storage bags of the 2 foundation establishment cultivators. After all, they contained the wealth of 2 mid-stage cultivators, which was bound to be substantial. Next came the spiritual herbs and materials for artifact forging, in comparison to the other resources Li Qingxian had obtained. These were of a higher grade. However, he remained unperturbed and focused his attention on a small spiritual herb. This herb appeared diminutive but emanated a rich aura of spiritual energy, mandala flower, to his amazement. It was indeed a mandala flower, one of the 5 primary ingredients for the foundation establishment dan. This was an exceptional find. Although its age was insufficient, it still bore roots and a vibrant life force. With this discovery, Li Qingxuan's smile grew even broader. Presently, he had secured 4 of the primary ingredients for the foundation establishment dan. Although he could not cultivate the Chaoyang Kuei, the other 2 could certainly be grown. As for the rootless grass, while he had never attempted to cultivate it, that did not imply it could not continue to thrive. Other spiritual herbs, though commendable, paled in comparison to the mandala flower in Li Qingxuan's eyes. He collected these resources and then turned his gaze towards several second-tier spiritual talismans. These were also valuable. If in sufficient quantity, even foundation establishment cultivators might struggle to withstand them. Additionally, there were several jade slips and small booklets, which Li Qingxian chose not to examine at this moment. He was more eager to inspect the storage bag from the Golden Core cultivator. Upon reaching this point, Li Qingxian felt a deep sense of satisfaction and swiftly gathered the storage bags. His attention then shifted to the advanced storage bag. Fortunately, the owner had perished, and Li Qingxian had developed his consciousness. Otherwise, he would have been unable to inspect its contents. As his consciousness delved within, He couldn't help but sigh. Truly, this is an advanced storage bag, boasting a volume of 100 cubic units. The space was indeed vast, and the resources abundant, particularly the medium-grade spirit stones, within this storage bag. There were as many as 86 medium-grade spirit stones, along with 2 even higher-grade stones. Upon seeing these 2 stones, Li Qingshuan's eyes sparkled with surprise. They were undoubtedly high-grade spirit stones. He had not anticipated encountering such treasures. Typically, while golden core cultivators might have the chance to acquire high-grade spirit stones, they would not possess many. Generally, foundation and golden core cultivators relied on medium-grade spirit stones for their cultivation, while high-grade stones were typically held by nascent soul cultivators and above. The presence of 2 high-grade spirit stones in this advanced storage bag likely stemmed from explorations within the endless sand sea. Li Qingxian did not dwell on this. They were now his possessions. The medium-grade spirit stones he currently possessed were more than sufficient for little yellow duck to break through to the 2nd tier. He could save the 2 high-grade stones for when the little creature sought to ascend to the 3rd tier. They could not be revealed now, otherwise the little one's nature would likely lead it to consume them swiftly. Not to mention, whether the high-grade spirit stone's spiritual energy would overwhelm little yellow duck was uncertain. Providing them now would be a sheer waste, thus Li Qingxian refrained from taking them out. Aside from the medium and high-grade spirit stones, low-grade spirit stones formed a small mountain. Li Qingxian merely glanced at them without counting. While abundant, low-grade spirit stones held little value for an alchemist like Li Qingxian, as he could easily earn them whenever he wished. Consequently, he shifted his focus to other resources. The number of pills was limited, totaling only 3 bottles. 2 bore the inscription Jin Yuan Dan, which Li Qingxian did not recognize, as he had never encountered such formulas in his collection given their presence in the storage bag of a golden core cultivator. They were undoubtedly precious items. The 3rd bottle was labeled Huihan Dan. This was a remarkable elixir. Even if a foundation establishment cultivator suffered spiritual damage, consuming a Huihan Dan would allow for recovery. Even golden core cultivators, while not fully restored, could experience a degree of recuperation. Seeing this, Li Qingxian nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon the spiritual herbs, and he could hardly contain his excitement. Rootless grass. To his astonishment, he had encountered it once more. 3 specimens, no less. 3 rootless grasses were indeed significant. This herb was already rare, and to suddenly find 3 was a boon, providing Li Qingxian with the means to concoct foundation establishment dawn. Now, aside from the 9-leaf flower, he had gathered all other necessary spiritual herbs. Li Qingxian even discovered a well-preserved Chaiyang Kuei within this storage bag, compensating for the inability to cultivate it and filling him with delight. Disregarding these spiritual herbs, he then turned his attention to the magical artifacts. The advanced storage bag contained few artifacts, limited to a small seal. Li Qingxian once again contemplated that garment. It seemed this individual possessed merely 2 magical treasures. In truth, for a cultivator at the golden core stage, owning 2 such treasures is already quite commendable. Li Qingxian paid little heed to the magical artifacts, for even if he had them, he would find himself unable to utilize them. Thus, he turned his gaze towards the refining materials. Upon seeing the high-grade materials, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Once he successfully condensed his core, he could directly forge his own lifebound treasure. This thought. Li Qingxian couldn't help but shake his head in wry amusement. He had yet to establish his foundation and was already contemplating matters pertaining to the golden core stage, swiftly bypassing the refining materials. He shifted his attention to the talismans. When he laid eyes upon a jade talisman, disbelief flickered in his expression. The talisman was intricately engraved with an ancient celestial sword, exuding an aura of sharpness and elegance. Li Qingxian's eyes brightened with surprise. This was indeed a talisman treasure. However, he soon furrowed his brow. While talisman treasures wield immense power, their usage demands an exorbitant amount of spiritual energy and must be complemented by one's spiritual consciousness. Without the cultivation of a late foundation establishment practitioner, one would be utterly incapable of employing such a treasure. Thus, for Li Qingxian, this item remained of little use. As for the other talismans, he was quite satisfied. Although they were all second-tier talismans, their quantity was substantial. A total of 20 exquisite second-tier talismans. If unleashed in battle, even a peak foundation establishment cultivator would find themselves at a disadvantage. Li Qingxian gazed contentedly at the subsequent jade slips. They were of high quality, and one of them was unexpectedly a heritage jade slip, a remarkably precious item. Typically, only high-level techniques and formidable abilities are recorded within such slips. Li Qingxian resisted the urge to hastily take it out. Directing his gaze towards the final 3 jade boxes, Chapter 85, Fifth layer of Qi cultivation. Li Ruoshi's interest was piqued by the 3 jade boxes. For the cultivators, anything stored within such boxes is a treasure. To prevent the spiritual energy of these treasures from leaking, they are sealed within jade boxes. After a brief moment of hesitation, Li Qingxian retrieved the 3 boxes, contemplating whether to keep them for later. If they contained extraordinary treasures, opening them now could easily attract unnecessary trouble. It would be wiser to wait until he returned to Qingxian Valley. With this thought, he stored them away once more. Fellow cultivator, we should retreat. Time is of the essence. The time since they had stabilized in the endless sand sea was nearly up, and Li Qingxian prepared to withdraw. The resources they had acquired were already sufficient, and there was no need to linger any longer. It was regrettable that he had not found the other shoreflower and the 9-leaf flower. Had he found those 2 resources, it would have been perfect, but since they were nowhere to be found, it was time to return. Not be why now 8 months had elapsed since they had entered the endless sand sea, with 4 months remaining before it would become even more perilous. Leaving now might be a bit premature, but they could continue searching for resources once they reached the periphery. Lu Ruyan nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is time to return. Our harvest from the endless sand sea has been quite fruitful. Upon our return, we should begin preparing for the foundation establishment stage. Li Qingxian slightly nodded. You are correct, fellow cultivator, let us depart at once. With that, he turned and made his way toward the edge of the endless sand sea. However, as he proceeded, his direction deviated considerably. Lu Ruyan, puzzled, inquired, Are you deviating from the path in order to continue searching for resources? Li Qingxian nodded. 4 months is a considerable time. It would be unwise to return without thoroughly searching for resources. Lu Ruyan nodded slightly and promptly followed him. In Qingxian Valley, Li Ruowei, who was diligently cultivating, opened her eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. It is close now. I am nearing the 5th layer of Qi cultivation. I hope that by the time grandfather returns, I will have achieved a breakthrough. The success rate of first-tier inferior talismans has reached 35%, and I can now earn spirit stones. However, I must strive for improvement and aim for a 40% success rate to acquire even more spirit stones to purchase foundation establishment pills for grandfather. With that thought, her determination solidified as she unhesitatingly retrieved the talisman paper, prepared the spiritual ink, and began to draw the talismans. Not far away, Li Ruoshi observed her earnest demeanor and nodded in satisfaction before turning her gaze to Li Ruojuan. Li Ruojuan, equally serious, had already become a first-tier inferior alchemist, with a success rate of 30% in pill-making, allowing him to earn spirit stones as well. Consequently, a considerable number of talismans and first-tier inferior pills had accumulated within Qingxian Valley. Yet they had lacked the opportunity to trade in the Xiao Yuntai market. After pondering for a moment, Li Ruoshi made her way toward the central spiritual spring. Upon reaching the spring, she decisively drank several mouthfuls of spiritual liquid and consumed a pill. Swiftly entering a state of cultivation. Li Ruoshi did not practice the myriad arts of cultivation, which naturally allowed her to cultivate at a faster pace than the other 2. Though Li Ruowei had been practicing talisman crafting, her cultivation base was inherently higher, and even though she had now been surpassed by Li Ruoshi, she still firmly held the second position. Li Ruojuan, engrossed in alchemy, worked diligently, yet his progress did not match that of Li Ruoshi and Li Ruowei. Thus Li Ruojuan's cultivation base was the weakest. Nevertheless, their cultivation speed was significantly superior to that of many loose cultivators, who lacked such favorable environments and resources. With Li Qingxian nurturing them, it was only natural that their progress would be swift. As time gradually passed, 10 months had elapsed since Li Qingxian entered the endless sand sea, and Li Ruoshi successfully broke through to the 5th layer of Qi cultivation, becoming the first member of the Li family to achieve this milestone. Upon her breakthrough, Li Ruoshi was overjoyed, knowing that she could now venture independently to the Xiao Yuntai market. Although the Xiao Yuntai market was modest, previously, the 3 of them had always traveled together, as they might encounter formidable adversaries. Should they face such enemies, they could counter them as a group. And now, following her breakthrough to the 5th layer and with the trump cards left by Li Qingxian, Li Ruoshi felt emboldened. Henceforth, she could venture alone to the Xiao Yuntai market. And even the Qingshan and Shangyang markets would also be within her reach. With a smile illuminating her face, Li Ruoshi gazed towards Li Ruowei's cave dwelling. Li Ruowei had already emerged, her eyes fixed intently on Li Ruoshi. A look of surprise crossing her features. Elder sister, you have broken through. Li Ruoshi had indeed achieved her breakthrough, and now it was Li Ruowei's turn. Originally, she had the potential to be the first to break through. However, due to her focus on talisman crafting, it had taken her a bit longer, though only slightly. Li Ruoshi nodded gently. I have already broken through. You can hand over the talismans and pills you have crafted to me. And I will take them to the Xiao Yuntai market for sale. With my current strength, I can safely enter and exit the Xiao Yuntai market. Li Ruowei agreed. Indeed, Uncle Jinlei and Uncle Lu Qingtian both know you. Your visit to the Xiao Yuntai market will be significantly safer. His grandfather once mentioned that both Uncle Jinlei and Uncle Lu Qingtian were formidable individuals, with their presence in the Xiao Yuntai market. We are certainly safe. Li Ruoshi nodded. You are correct. Now you should continue your cultivation. I will be heading out. Ruojuan, keep a close watch on Qingxian Valley. I in the cave-dwelling Li Ruojuan, who was engrossed in alchemy, quickly responded, elder sister, I understand. If they were to establish a cultivation family, it would no longer be appropriate to refer to Li Ruoshi as Sister Ruoshi. Moreover, they had all matured, so they would simply follow the order of their ages, Li Ruoshi as the eldest sister, Li Ruojuan as the second brother, and Li Ruowei as the third sister. Currently, there were only 3 members of the Ru family line, even if a 4th brother or sister were to emerge. It was unlikely, leaving Li Ruowei as the youngest. However, Li Ruowei was not anxious, for according to Li Qingshuan's words, the Li family would become a cultivation family. This suggests that there would undoubtedly be more cultivators to come. Possibly even younger members of the Ru line or those of lower status. Regardless, they would not remain the youngest forever. Yet, while there were still no additional family members, they must strive to enhance their cultivation levels. They needed to ensure the safety of future family members and cherish the resources they currently possessed. Presently, the resources within Qingxian Valley were solely allocated to the 3 of them, with no one to share them. Allowing for accelerated cultivation, should their strength be sufficiently formidable, they would require higher-tier resources in the future, which likewise would not be divided among other family members. With this in mind, the 3 of them intensified their cultivation speed. Li Ruoshi exited Qingxian Valley, producing a swift travel talisman and affixing it to herself without hesitation, making her way at great speed toward the Xiao Yuntai market. Chapter 86, Fellow cultivator, have you set your sights on me? In the Beidang Kingdom, Li Yunxiao abruptly opened his eyes, his expression alight with exhilaration. I've reached the 4th layer of Qi cultivation at last. The Crimson Gold Sword technique is indeed remarkable, although my cultivation has progressed slowly. My combat prowess rivals that of a 5th layer Qi cultivator. Though Li Yunxiao was presently only a 4th layer Qi cultivator, his true strength was equivalent to that of a 5th layer Qi cultivator. Perhaps even surpassing an ordinary 5th layer practitioner. Rising to his feet, he embodied the essence of a sharpened sword, his spiritual energy transforming into sword essence, a unique form of energy that was extraordinarily sharp. He felt immense satisfaction with the Crimson Gold Sword technique, regrettably limited to cultivation until the foundation establishment stage. However, for Li Yunxiao at this moment, that was more than sufficient. He could seek the subsequent segments later or explore other, even more powerful sword cultivation methods. Casting a glance filled with martial fervor towards the towering Qingshan, Li Yunxiao shook his head and resumed his meditative posture. No, my current cultivation is still too inadequate. I must continue to cultivate. On the vast expanse of the Great Green Mountain, the majority of practitioners were at the 5th or 6th level of Qi training, with even the fierce fire wanderers having broken through to the 7th level. Such formidable cultivation was far beyond the capabilities of a mere 4th level Qi training swordsman like him, although he was eager to seek out someone to spar with and hone his combat skills. He could not engage with his fellow cultivators on the mountain. Moreover, those individuals would not use lethal force against him. As an aspiring practitioner, one must be relentless and engage in life and death struggles to achieve continual advancement. Lacking adversaries that posed genuine threats, Li Yunxiao could only cultivate in peace. Currently, the Northern Tang Kingdom was exceptionally stable, devoid of any major conflicts, which in turn discouraged other practitioners from appearing, leaving Li Yunxiao with no opportunity for battle. He settled down in meditation, continuing his cultivation. Although he could not reach the 5th level of Qi training before Li Qingxian returned, any improvement he could achieve was still valuable. The spiritual energy in the Northern Tang Kingdom was rather meager. But once he arrived at Li Qingshuan's training grounds, his cultivation speed would naturally accelerate. In the boundless sandy sea, a smile adorned Li Qingshuan's face, for he had unexpectedly garnered significant rewards on his return journey. Observing the intermediate storage pouch before him, Li Qingxian inquired, "Friend, this pouch contains 4 formation discs. I require 3. What shall we do with the remaining one?" Naturally, all 4 discs were of comparable grade, so he added, "You may select first." Lu Rian glanced at Li Qingxian and nodded slightly, responding, "Of course, this is quite a pleasant surprise. Let me examine them closely." She took the storage pouch and inspected the formation discs within. confirming they were indeed 4 second-tier mid-grade discs. While not particularly powerful within the second tier, they were certainly commendable. Li Qingxian encouraged, "Hurry and make your selection, as these will greatly assist you once you break through to the foundation establishment stage." Lu Ruyan replied with a smile, "Indeed, if I can successfully establish my foundation, these formations will safeguard my training grounds. I and the Qingyu sect, any disciple who succeeded in establishing their foundation could become an inner sect elder and possess their own spiritual peak." However, that so-called spiritual peak merely boasted a first-tier upper-grade spiritual vein, insufficient for foundation establishment cultivation. To ensure her spiritual peak could support her training, she would need to elevate the spiritual veins grade herself. "I already possess several spiritual veins. After I break through to foundation establishment, integrating them into a second-tier vein will be a trivial matter. Moreover, I still have a spiritual spring, which is more than adequate for cultivation." Li Qingxian rolled his eyes and asked, "Aren't you concerned about your sect seniors seizing it from you? That is a mid-grade spiritual spring." Lu Ruyan waved her hand dismissively, stating, "To snatch the spiritual spring from me? They must possess sufficient strength." It was evident that Lu Ruyan had immense confidence in her abilities. This was understandable, as the most formidable practitioner in the Qingyu sect was merely at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Lu Ruyan had indeed acquired remarkable treasures this time. Setting aside other items, she had amassed numerous top-grade magical artifacts and second-tier spirit talismans. If she were pressed, she could easily unleash a barrage of second-tier talismans to obliterate the Qingyu sect. Li Qingxian chuckled, "You are quite right. With your current trump cards, you need not fear the Qingyu sect. If they become too oppressive, you are welcome to join my Li family. I would gladly extend my arms to welcome you." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's eyes sparkled mischievously as she leaned closer to Li Qingxian, grinning. "Oh, have you taken a liking to me, friend? If you truly desire to court me, I would not refuse your advances. However, my bride price is not trivial." Li Qingxian shook his head, "Your gains this time are already substantial. Do not harbor any designs on me. I must take my leave." He understood her intentions, which were merely aimed at obtaining a foundation establishment pill. While a single pill might allow Lu Ruyan to establish her foundation, no one could guarantee success. Among dual spiritual root practitioners, many had failed to establish their foundation despite consuming a pill. Lu Ruyan herself dared not presume her success, thus, possessing an extra foundation establishment pill would be quite advantageous. As for the notion of marrying Li Qingxian, it was half-hearted jest. Accompanying Li Qingxian, Lu Ruyan had acquired a wealth of resources sufficient to elevate her to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. This was not something she could have achieved alone in the boundless Sandy Sea, even after entering the Sandy Sea 7 or 8 times. Her gains would not compare to those amassed alongside Li Qingxian. Henceforth, Lu Ruyan would lack for nothing in terms of resources. In such circumstances, should Li Qingxian wish to forge a partnership with her, Lu Ruyan would be more than willing. However, Li Qingxian was reluctant to provoke Lu Ruyan. Setting aside other considerations, the mere mention of her name instilled fear in him. After all, she was the Empress of Smoke, and he lacked the courage to offend one of her stature. As Li Qingxian made his way toward the edge of the boundless Sandy Sea, Lu Ruyan's lips curled into a slight smirk, and a glint of cunning flashed in her eyes before she quickly followed. Li Qingxian instinctively quickened his pace as the impending storm of the Sandy Sea drew closer, though he had yet to acquire the 9-leaf flower and the other shoreflower. His current gains were already quite satisfactory. Moreover, he had secured 2 foundation establishment pills, and if he were to receive another from Lu Qingtian, his chances of breaking through to foundation establishment would be significantly enhanced. Of course, given his current talent, breaking through to foundation establishment was no small feat. However, with the cultivation method of the Jade Bone Body, as long as he could cultivate a top-grade spiritual body and obtain 3 foundation establishment pills, his likelihood of success would greatly increase. Li Qingxian hurried onward, with Lu Ruyan and the laborers keeping pace, hastily excavating resources along the way. With the assistance of the little yellow duck, Li Qingxian easily located resource points. Suddenly, the little yellow duck in his arms grew restless, prompting Li Qingxian to halt. He directed his gaze toward a particular location and swiftly moved in that direction. Upon arrival, the little yellow duck became even more agitated. Li Qingxian understood that something must be attracting the little yellow duck, compelling him to unearth the treasures hidden there. "Come, dig here," he commanded, gently patting the little yellow duck's head to soothe its anxious disposition. Chapter 87, Beast Control Technique. Encountering danger, Li Qingxian issued his orders, and the laborers dared not disobey, quickly commencing their excavation, with over 30 practitioners above the 7th level of Qi training digging. They soon unearthed a large hole, but alas, no valuable treasures emerged. Li Qingxian felt a twinge of confusion. However, since the little yellow duck had indicated this spot, he would not abandon the effort. Days passed, and eventually a ring surfaced from below. The little yellow duck wasted no time, darting forward to swallow the ring hole. Li Qingxian knew it possessed a spatial ability, so he said nothing. Just as he was about to call off the excavation, he noticed a table appearing beneath. Continued digging. It seemed there were still treasures to be found, and Li Qingxian was determined not to miss this opportunity. Before long, the table was unearthed, revealing 2 items atop it: a jade slip and a jade box. Without hesitation, Li Qingxian approached and grasped the jade slip, examining its contents. To his delight, the jade slip contained records of a high-level beast control technique known as the 10,000 Spirits Beast Control Technique. This technique allowed one to subjugate demonic beasts. However, to achieve such control, one's soul must be sufficiently powerful. If the soul was lacking, it could easily lead to backlash. Li Qingxian remarked, "Not bad, not bad. This is indeed an excellent technique. Friend, you might want to take a look. I can make a copy for you." Lu Ruyan accepted the jade slip and began to study it earnestly. Soon, surprise lit up her face as she exclaimed, "I can't believe it's a beast control technique. Well, it would be more accurate to call it a technique for enslaving demonic beasts." This technique was immensely useful. As long as one's soul was strong enough, one could enslave more demonic beasts, though the beast's strength could not exceed one major realm above their own. Even so, this was tremendously powerful. During combat, a mere wave of the hand could summon dozens of demonic beasts of matching rank, which would surely terrify any opponent. Lu Ruyan swiftly retrieved a blank jade slip and began to carefully transcribe the technique. This was a divine ability. Although it differed from other techniques, it still required the practitioner to have a solid soul to cultivate it. While they had already formed the rudimentary shape of their souls, they would not dare to practice such a technique until they had broken through to the foundation establishment stage, as the consciousness of a foundation establishment practitioner was not something they could currently contend with. Li Qingxian then opened the jade box, revealing something that thrilled him: a beast control talisman. Unexpectedly, he had just used a beast control talisman and now found another. As for sharing it with Lu Ruyan, that was out of the question. Simply allowing her to make a copy of the 10,000 Spirits Beast Control Technique was already quite generous. There was no way he would part with the beast control talisman. Without hesitation, Li Qingxian stowed the jade box away, showing no intent to share it with Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan, being perceptive, did not press for further details. After securing the items, Li Qingxian surveyed the surroundings, preparing to speak, when he suddenly spotted a centipede not far off. Of the fire spirit bird urged, "Master, flee quickly. This is not a place to linger." Li Qingxian wasted no time, tucking the little yellow duck into his arms and hastening away. Lu Ruyan was quicker. She had already distanced herself by the time he grabbed the little yellow duck. The laborers, upon hearing the fire spirit bird's warning, also wasted no time in fleeing toward the outer edges of the boundless sandy sea. In this manner, Li Qingxian found himself lagging behind, yet everyone knew that he would undoubtedly catch up, for he had the fire spirit bird with him. As expected, once the fire spirit bird saw Li Qingxian clutching the little yellow duck, it seized him by the shoulder and soared away at remarkable speed toward the edge of the boundless sandy sea. Lu Ruyan, realizing she was not being carried along, quickened her pace, relying solely on her own strength to escape. In the depths of the nearby chasm, a multitude of centipedes emerged, swiftly advancing towards Lu Ruyan and her companions. However, the fire spirit bird, carrying Li Qingxian, soared at an astonishing speed, far beyond the reach of these centipedes. Lu Ruyan and her group, relying solely on their own swiftness, could only hasten their escape. The relentless pursuit of the centipedes drew ever closer, and a flicker of resignation flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes. Summoning several spiritual talismans in her hand, she unhesitatingly hurled them towards the approaching centipedes. In an instant, a myriad of flames erupted, obstructing the centipedes' path and incinerating those in front of them. Only then did Lu Ruyan and her companions breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, Li Qingxian, carried far away by the fire spirit bird, was situated not far from the edge of the endless sand sea behind a sand dune. With a bitter smile, he remarked, "I never anticipated encountering such horrors. This truly is terrifying. What manner of place is this endless sand sea? Clearly, I underestimated it. Fire spirit, go and rescue them." "To your utmost." The fire spirit bird nodded and dashed off at its utmost speed towards Lu Ruyan and her group. Just as Lu Ruyan and the others had begun to relax, they spotted numerous centipedes surging through the flames, continuing their relentless charge. "This is bad. We must flee." Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Ruyan and her companions sprinted towards the outer expanse of the endless sand sea. Yet, the centipedes pursued them doggedly, heightening their anxiety to an extreme. Go.
As they ran, Lu Ruyan suddenly shouted, tossing several spiritual talismans behind her, which transformed into a sea of fire. Seizing this opportunity, they quickly distanced themselves from the centipedes. However, it wasn't long before the centipedes broke through the flames once more, albeit with a slightly increased distance between them. Lu Ruyan, sensing a glimmer of hope, conjured more spiritual talismans and hurled them behind. Once again, a wall of fire formed, momentarily hindering the centipede's advance. Just then, a bird call rang out from the sky, and the fire spirit bird rushed towards them at full speed. Lu Ruyan's eyes brightened. She was delighted to discover that Li Qingxian had not abandoned them. The fire spirit bird grasped her and a cultivator at the 10th level of Qi refinement with its claw, soaring swiftly towards Li Qingxuan's direction. The 10th level cultivator was filled with astonishment. Unable to believe that Li Qingxian had come to their rescue, it was truly incredible. The other cultivators, witnessing this glimmer of hope, displayed expressions of joy. Brothers, we must endure. Our master has sent his spirit beast to save us. Indeed, do not hesitate to expend your talismans. Cast them all. Ah, excellent. Our master has not forsaken us. I shall follow him faithfully from now on. Li Qingxian had not anticipated that his actions would inspire such loyalty among these cultivators. Although they had previously pledged their allegiance out of a sense of obligation, their sentiments were now genuine. This was precisely what Li Qingxian had longed to see. He had originally intended to assist them in finding refuge in the kingdom of Beitang after their escape. Boom, one by one talismans were thrown, continually obstructing the centipede's pursuit, granting them precious time. Before long, the fire spirit bird reappeared overhead, this time seizing 2 cultivators at the 10th level of Qi refinement and departing without hesitation. The 2 cultivators did not protest, leaving all their talismans behind. The reason was not that they were soft-hearted, but rather that they had faced life and death together. They had agreed that whoever left would leave behind their talismans to create opportunities for the others. None could predict who the fire spirit bird would rescue next. It was wiser to leave their talismans behind as they departed, granting others a chance at survival. Indeed, the fire spirit bird returned shortly thereafter. Li Qingxian glanced at Lu Ruyan and then at the 3 10th level cultivators, smiling as he said, "It's good that we escaped. Who could have foreseen such creatures appearing? Let us wait for them." "I hope they all managed to flee." Lu Ruyan sighed deeply in relief and said to Li Qingxian, "Thank you, my friend. I thought you had intended to escape alone." Li Qingxian shook his head with a smile. "We are allies bound by oath. How could I abandon you? There is no need to be overly grateful. If you are truly moved, why not promise yourself to me?" Lu Ruyan chuckled. "That could be arranged. But if you wish to be my partner, you must prepare a substantial bride price. I know you are quite affluent and will not mind this little detail." Before he could finish, Li Qingxian quickly interjected. "Stop, my friend, I cannot afford to marry someone of your stature." Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes. "Did you not just suggest that I offer myself to you? Why retract that now? It is quite disheartening." Li Qingxian shook his head. "That is not what I meant. Primarily, I saved your life, which should suffice as a bride price. I did not anticipate that you would seek additional compensation. This hardly constitutes a proposal." "Does it?" With time on their hands, Li Qingxian, feeling somewhat bored, engaged Lu Ruyan in conversation. Lu Ruyan retorted, "Are you merely seeking a free wife?" Li Qingxian replied earnestly, "It appears you are not inclined to offer yourself. Let us find another arrangement. Regardless, I did save your life. If you can produce a significant quantity of mid-grade spiritual stones, that would be a fitting way to repay this life-saving grace." Lu Ruyan shot him a glare. Quickly shaking her head, "I do not possess such an abundance of mid-grade spiritual stones." Though she had some mid-grade spiritual stones, they were not many, although she was uncertain why Li Qingxian desired them. Mid-grade spiritual stones were useful to her, and she could not possibly part with them. Li Qingxian shook his head slightly, his gaze drifting towards the distance, where the fire spirit bird returned with 2 cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refinement. It seemed that the fire spirit bird was quite discerning, intentionally selecting those of higher cultivation levels to bring back, even if the weaker cultivators perished at the hands of the centipedes. Li Qingxuan's losses would be minimal. With this thought, a glimmer of appreciation crossed his gaze. At this moment, the 3 10th level cultivators finally had the opportunity to express their gratitude to Li Qingxian. "Thank you, master. We never expected you to remember us and ensure our safe escape." The 2 newly arrived 9th level cultivators, upon hearing this, immediately knelt before Li Qingxian, respectfully expressing their thanks. "Thank you, master, for saving us and allowing us to escape with our lives." Li Qingxian nodded slightly, fully satisfied with their gratitude. Had these individuals not pledged their allegiance to him, they likely would not have harbored such thoughts. After all, the centipedes had been pursuing him. Had he not taken the treasures from the table?
They likely would not have emerged, yet now these cultivators were expressing their thanks, proving that strength had its advantages. The fire spirit bird soared away once more at incredible speed, its aura showing no signs of waning. A testament to its formidable power, Lu Ruyan gazed enviously at the departing fire spirit bird, caressing her jade slip, her eyes gleaming with anticipation now that she possessed the myriad spirits beast control technique. She too could one day command such powerful beasts. As time passed, Li Qingxian observed the growing number of companions around him and could not help but feel relieved. At this juncture, apart from Lu Ruyan, there were now 28 cultivators by his side. The fire spirit bird approached Li Qingxian once more but did not return with any additional cultivators this time. Li Qingxian sighed gently, it seems they have perished. Let us depart. This place is no longer safe. As the year draws nearer, the stronger beings guarding the edge of the endless sand sea will only increase. We should leave promptly. Lu Ruyan nodded in agreement. Indeed, our gains this time have been substantial. It is time for us to depart. The fire spirit bird landed quietly beside Li Qingxian. Master, they have perished, and the centipedes have retreated. We must leave quickly. Li Qingxian nodded slightly, casting a regretful glance back at the endless sand sea. This time, he was merely a cultivator at the Qi refinement stage. When he returned next, he would undoubtedly strive to reach the foundation establishment stage. With that thought, Li Qingxian turned and made haste towards the outer reaches of the endless sand sea. This time, he did not linger to explore for resources but instead departed at the fastest pace possible. 10 days later, Li Qingxian and his companions arrived at the edge of the endless sand sea, gazing at its vast expanse with slight disappointment. Their expedition had yielded numerous valuable items, yet two elusive treasures, the nine-leaf flower and the other shore flower, remained absent. Leaving Li Qingxian quite frustrated, Lu Ruyan remarked, with a month and a half remaining, shouldn't we hasten our departure? They all understood that if they did not leave soon, they might soon find themselves unable to escape. Some powerful beings, unwilling to enter the endless sand sea, might ambush those who did, and with the wealth they possessed, they could not afford to encounter problems at the last moment. Li Qingxian replied with a smile. In that case, let us depart. Before he could finish, a voice echoed from a distance, capturing Li Qingxuan's attention. Finghua, you had better leave the nine-leaf flower for me, otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Upon hearing this, Li Qingxuan's eyes brightened, and his interest was piqued. After all, the nine-leaf flower was one of the primary ingredients for the foundation establishment pill, something Li Qingxian desperately needed. Fire spirit. Come, let us see about that nine-leaf flower. The other shore flower may be of little consequence to him. His true concern lies with the nine-leaf flower. If he can obtain the nine-leaf flower, Li Qingxian will be able to concoct the foundational elixir. With that, he swiftly leapt onto the back of the fire spirit bird. The fire spirit bird took flight at an incredible speed. Hastening towards the direction of the pursuit, Lu Daoyu, please escort them back to the Dayun Tai Fengshe. We shall discuss matters upon my return. At that moment, Li Qingxuan's voice resonated in Lu Ruyan's ears. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan opened her mouth, ultimately nodding in resignation. You follow me. We shall wait for Daoist Qingxian at Dayun Tai Fengshe. Chapter 89. The army ants succeed. The 28 cultivators showed no hesitation. Directly following Lu Ruyan towards Dayun Tai Fengshe, though they may not have been cultivators of Qingyu Mountain, they had now submitted to Li Qingxian and would henceforth follow him. As for the matter of family, it was best to set that aside for the moment and observe how Li Qingxian would accommodate them. They could always return to check on their loved ones later. In truth, they were all solitary cultivators. Even if they had romantic partners, none were cultivators themselves. Regardless of where they went, the situation would remain unchanged. If any of their descendants possessed good spiritual roots, it would not be impossible to lead them into the realm of cultivation. But if they lacked such relatives, there was little that could be done. With so many individuals to manage, Lu Ruyan found herself unable to operate a flying artifact, for fear that the cultivators would be unable to keep up. Since she had promised Li Qingxian to escort them back, she could not leave first. Use the divine movement talisman. Keep up with me. As her words fell, she affixed the talisman to herself, propelling them swiftly towards Dayun Tai Fengshe. Meanwhile, Li Qingxian had already boarded the fire spirit bird, pursuing the individual possessing the nine-leaf flower. Before long, the fire spirit bird caught up with them. There were two foundational stage cultivators, both formidable late-stage practitioners. Upon seeing them, Li Qingxuan's expression darkened. Ultimately, even with the fire spirit bird, he was uncertain if he could contend with them. It seemed that the only hope lay in waiting for these two to mutually annihilate each other. Otherwise, acquiring the nine-leaf flower would be impossible. The nine-leaf flower was not merely the main ingredient for the foundational elixir, it was also a key ingredient for the Golden Core Elixir. The Golden Core Elixir was essential for the transition from foundational stage to Golden Core stage. A concept Li Qingxian could scarcely fathom at present, yet those two foundational cultivators dared to dream for as long as the 9-leaf flower was sufficiently aged, it could serve as the primary ingredient for the Golden Core Elixir.
Fire Spirit, conceal our presence and follow them, Li Qingxian commanded. The Fire Spirit bird's form shimmered, its aura dimming as it soared into the heights, closely monitoring the two below, the duo, in their frantic escape.
Soon entered the boundless desert. Li Qingxian furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated their retreat to such perilous territory, with merely a month remaining until the relentless sandstorms would descend upon the endless desert. Were they not afraid of perishing within? Contemplating this, Li Qingxian wasted no time and followed suit. With the Fire Spirit bird at his side, he could depart the endless desert at top speed. But the 9-leaf flower must be obtained. This was not only crucial for Li Qingxian's own foundational advancement but also for the future of the Li family's cultivation. It was imperative to secure it. Before long, a smile graced Li Qingxian's face. From the vantage of the Fire Spirit bird, he could see further, for the path ahead was teeming with a swarm of ants. These were no ordinary ants. They were army ants of the desert, and moreover, these army ants were spiritual insect beasts. Leading the charge were hundreds of second-tier ones, followed closely by a dense mass of first-tier spiritual insects. Li Qingxian could scarcely count the army ants, each the size of a fist. The two cultivators in possession of the 9-leaf flower were oblivious to the circumstances ahead, as they were merely foundational stage cultivators and lacked the capacity to probe such distances with their spiritual sense.
The chase continued deeper into the endless desert, directly along the path of the army ants. Fire Spirit, do you believe you can contend with the army ants? Li Qingxian inquired. The Fire Spirit bird shook its head. Replying, Master, I would advise against sending me to my demise. Even if I were to break through to the early 3rd tier, I might not be their match. Li Qingxian pressed further. If we were to seize 2 storage bags from them, could that be accomplished? The Fire Spirit bird nodded. That is indeed feasible. Although they possess wings and can fly, their altitude is limited, and they cannot soar to great heights. Moreover, their flying speed pales in comparison to mine. I can easily outpace them. Li Qingxian nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. In that case, you must remain vigilant. Once those two plunge into the ranks of the army ants, seize the opportunity to take their storage bags. Once we have the storage bags, we shall make our swift escape, the Fire Spirit bird affirmed. With that, Li Qingxian chuckled. What is there to fear? I shall rely on you. I will ensure your safety. Meanwhile, the little yellow duck had fallen into a deep slumber. In recent times, it had scarcely rested, and having consumed a considerable number of mid-grade spirit stones, it showed signs of breaking through to the 2nd tier of spiritual beasts. Below, the two pursuers soon encountered the army ants unexpectedly. They had not foreseen such misfortune, crashing directly into the ranks of the army ants. Realizing the dire situation, they wasted no time fleeing back the way they came. However, the army ants would not grant them such an opportunity. They would certainly feast upon the food that had come to them. The leading hundreds of army ants flapped their thin wings and quickly pursued the two fleeing individuals. Li Qingxian watched this scene with a smile, feeling no urgency to intervene. Soon, the two were ensnared by the swarming army ants, with a dense mass pursuing from behind. No, I refuse to die. I have just acquired the 9-leaf flower. I still aspire to become a Golden Core ancestor. Ha! You thought you could escape. Alas, it is all for naught. In that moment, despair settled upon them as they realized the grim fate that awaited them once ensnared by the army ants. At this juncture, they had given up hope. Li Qingxian seized the moment, exclaiming, now is the time. Let us strike. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Fire Spirit bird charged forward without hesitation. Catching the army ants off guard, with its talons grasping the 2 storage bags, the Fire Spirit bird soared into the sky. The army ants, enraged at the theft, pursued with all their might. However, upon witnessing the Fire Spirit bird's speed, they hesitated momentarily. The Fire Spirit bird's velocity was too great, and its altitude was beyond their reach. Their small wings, while capable of flight, could not match the bird's swiftness. Ultimately, they could only watch in fury as the Fire Spirit bird escaped and returned to their ranks. In the sky, Li Qingxian let out a sigh of relief. This had proven to be an exceptionally harrowing experience. Fire Spirit, thank you, and now let us return. The 2 storage bags in hand, Li Qingxian felt a surge of exhilaration. The primary ingredient for the foundational elixir was now secured. All that remained was to continuously cultivate the main ingredients for the foundational elixir and gather the auxiliary ingredients, allowing him to attempt to concoct the foundational elixir. However, Li Qingxian did not indulge in excessive joy.
To successfully create the foundational elixir, he must elevate his alchemy skills to the second tier of excellence. The foundational elixir was unique, necessitating a second-tier alchemist to craft it. The production of second-tier elixirs required spiritual consciousness, but this posed no challenge for Li Qingxian. With that thought, a smile spread across his face. Chapter 90, Farewells and Returns. Li Qingxian paid no mind to the situation behind him. As the army ants would surely vent their frustrations on the two foundational stage cultivators. As anticipated, the cries from behind grew increasingly intense, signaling that the army ants were infuriated. Li Qingxian glanced back at the army ants. Gritting his teeth, just wait, once I have grown stronger, I shall return to seek you out. If only he could find a way to subdue these army ants, future battles would be far easier. Yet, for now such thoughts were mere fantasies, for the army ants were immensely powerful, beyond Li Qingxuan's current capabilities. He possessed only the fire spirit bird, which, while adept at evading the army ants, could never withstand a direct confrontation. The storage bags soon landed in Li Qingxuan's hands, and as the fire spirit bird sped along, he took the opportunity to inspect the contents of the bags, particularly the 9-leaf flower. Both storage bags were of intermediate grade, and their former owners having perished, Li Qingxian effortlessly probed within using his spiritual sense. There were indeed plentiful resources inside, and upon seeing them, Li Qingxian could not help but smile. He did not enumerate the resources but instead turned his gaze toward a jade box. Having not found the 9-leaf flower in the storage bags, he surmised that it must reside within the solitary jade box belonging to the individual named Finghua. With determination, Li Qingxian retrieved the jade box and opened it without hesitation. Releasing a rich fragrance, upon seeing the spiritual herb inside, Li Qingxuan's eyes widened in astonishment. No wonder they had fought over the 9-leaf flower. It had matured for 3,000 years, making it an excellent candidate for the primary ingredient in the golden core elixir. Li Qingxian could not help but chuckle at this revelation. Wonderful, it even has roots. It seems I can cultivate the 9-leaf flower after all. To his surprise, the spiritual herb bore a small root system. One should not underestimate this small root. As with the little yellow duck present, even a mere fragment could bring the spiritual herb back to life. With this in mind, he promptly stored the 9-leaf flower away and gazed ahead. The fire spirit bird soon exited the endless desert, heading towards the direction of Dayuntai Fengshe. If he could catch up with Lu Ruyan and the others before they reached their destination, he would not have to let them proceed to Dayuntai Fengshe alone. The fire spirit bird possesses remarkable speed, and within just a few days, it caught up with Lu Ruyan and her companions. Upon seeing Li Qingxian on the fire spirit bird, Lu Ruyan and the others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fellow cultivator, you have returned. Did you manage to acquire the items? Li Qingxian nodded and replied, Is there anything I cannot retrieve with my efforts? Hearing this, Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes but quickly regained her composure, asking, Do you have any plans for your next destination? I was hoping you could assist me in refining the jade bone pill. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qingxian suggested, How about this, since you will likely want to return and assess your gains from this venture? Let us head back now to count our harvest. A year from now, I shall seek you out in the Dayuntai Feng city. What do you say? Lu Ruyan nodded in agreement. Very well. As you wish. She too was eager to return and review her own acquisitions, feeling a sense of impatience. Had it not been for the safety concerns of their current location, she would have begun to tally her spoils right then and there. Li Qingxian glanced at the 28 cultivators and inquired, Are you willing to accompany me? Without hesitation, the 28 cultivators nodded in unison, well aware of Li Qingxuan's wealth and the considerable benefits they had gained from their expedition into the boundless desert. Master, wherever you go, we will follow. Indeed, Master, we have pledged our loyalty and shall never betray you. We vow to serve you with our lives, unwavering in our allegiance. At that moment, the 28 cultivators hurriedly expressed their loyalty. Eager to cling to Li Qingxuan's coattails, for his strength and resources were indeed vast, following him might just present them with the opportunity to establish a solid foundation. Li Qingxian nodded slightly. Very well, since you are willing to follow, let us depart at once. With that, he produced 3 large leaves, which served as flying artifacts, each capable of accommodating 10 passengers, quite a commendable means of aerial travel. It wasn't that Li Qingxian lacked superior flying artifacts, but he refrained from using them, not wishing to attract undue attention. After all, possessing such exquisite flying devices could easily incite jealousy and lead to unnecessary troubles. Upon seeing the flying artifacts, Lu Ruyan sprouted 2 wings from her back, and with a gentle flutter, she ascended into the air. Fellow cultivator, I shall take my leave now. 1 year from now, let us meet again in Dayuntai Feng city. With that, Lu Ruian transformed into a streak of light and vanished, her speed notably swift, though certainly not comparable to Li Qingxuan's fire spirit bird, which was a late-stage second-tier beast. Li Qingxian stroked the wings of the fire spirit bird and smiled. Fire spirit, let us be on our way, you all follow closely. The latter part of his statement was directed at the 28 cultivators. They exchanged glances before swiftly activating their leaf artifacts and promptly followed suit. Li Qingxian led them not to Qingxian Valley, his personal sanctum reserved solely for the Li family. He had no intention of admitting anyone else unless absolutely necessary. As for the 28 cultivators, Li Qingxian hurriedly guided them toward the Great Green Mountain in the northern Tang Kingdom, where they would reside as his honored followers. Naturally, he also intended to renovate the Great Green Mountain. Otherwise, it would be unsuitable for cultivation. 3 months swiftly passed, and Li Qingxian and his entourage arrived in the northern Tang Kingdom. Upon their arrival, they concealed their presence, lest they provoke unnecessary complications. When they landed on the Great Green Mountain, they quickly attracted the attention of the Fire Scatterer and his companions. The Fire Scatterer and his associates appeared before Li Qingxian, astonished at the number of powerful individuals he had brought back. At present, the Fire Scatterer had only reached the 7th level of Qi refinement, far from the 8th level, while those Li Qingxian had brought back were